Chapter 99. The Pursuit of Wealth continues. Current male targets successfully courted by the host. 1. Lucius, tiger. 2. King crab, crab. 3. Dorsiu, mouse. System. How exactly do I upgrade this project of mine? Host, your points are insufficient. No further information can be provided. How many points do I require to upgrade these subsequent values? 1,000,000 points. Su Ruoruo observed her points balance, which barely exceeded 810,000. At least 190,000 more points were necessary to unlock the upgrade button. She truly wished to elevate her A cup, a consequence of malnutrition in her previous life, to a C cup or above. During her time on Blue Star, she had been the subject of jest among her colleagues due to her airports. Therefore, she was quite concerned about the size of her cup. Wait, she recalled her points being just over 800,000, and suddenly an additional 10,000 points appeared. Did the system not state that the dazzling level orc could only grant her an additional 40 years of life and 4,000 points? This unexpected conquest of Dorsiu unexpectedly conferred upon her 100 years of life and 10,000 points. System. Did you miscalculate the rewards? I recall Dorsiu being merely an orc warrior. Host. How could this system possibly err in its calculations? Dorsiu was originally an orc warrior, yet he was at the pinnacle of orc prowess. He merely required an opportunity to break through his limitations. Last night, he was stimulated by shoddily manufactured aphrodisiacs from the black market, and your advanced mental power soothed him, allowing him to surpass what would have taken 20 years to achieve, ahead of schedule. Are you saying that while he was forcing me, he managed to break through? Indeed. Wow. This fellow has quite the stroke of luck. Host, if you wish to enhance your physical prowess, you must actively court males to acquire points and longevity. I understand, I will. How could I possibly do that? It had been less than half a month since her transmigration to this world, and she had already engaged intimately with 3 men. TSK. In 30 years on Blue Star, she had not even touched a man's hand. System. Dorsiu is so ferocious that he even hurt me. Is there any harm to the child within me? Host, rest assured, as long as you do not stab your own belly with a knife, typical marital activities and aerobic exercises will not endanger the child. After hearing this, Su Ruoruo let out a long sigh. She touched her belly, which showed no particular reactions. Perhaps she was still in the early stages of pregnancy, as her abdomen remained quite flat, showing no signs of her condition. System. Will my figure become severely distorted after giving birth? Host, you need not worry. Your physique is exceptionally unique due to the binding of the system, and even after bearing 1,000 children, you will not change. In fact, the more children you bear, the more sensitive you will become. What do you mean by sensitive? Host, you will naturally understand after giving birth. Listening to the system's vague hints, Su Ruoruo could only suppress her curiosity. At present, the most pressing matter was to continue earning star coins. If live streaming sales were ineffective, she would persist in selling recipes. System. I wish to exchange for the Blue Star milk tea recipe. Su Ruoruo resolved to commence with milk tea. This delightful little beverage had taken the entire Blue Star by storm. Currently, the only drink available in the interstellar realm was green tea, with the latest offering being the fresh squeezed juice she had provided. May I inquire which brand of milk tea recipe the host wishes to exchange? Su Ruoruo pondered for a moment. During her time on Blue Star, she was quite impoverished and often indulged in the milk tea from Mi Bingqing. I wish to exchange for the recipe of Mi Bingqing's pearl milk tea. Upon deducting 100 points from the host, the recipe for Mi Bingqing's milk tea has been dispatched to the host's email. Please check it at your convenience. Oh my, system. When did you become so advanced? Previously, you merely displayed the recipes on a digital screen for me to view. Now you can even send emails? Ahem. This system is also capable of upgrades. The points used for upgrades are solely dependent on your contributions, hehe. Su Ruoruo chose not to continue conversing with the system. Instead, she opened her email to review the recipe for Mi Bingqing's pearl milk tea. The system had sourced all the necessary ingredients for Mi Bingqing's pearl milk tea, substituting them with interstellar alternatives. Su Ruoruo merely needed to purchase the corresponding non-radiative materials according to the recipe proportions to create the desired pearl milk tea product. She eagerly accessed the StarNet to order the raw materials. After a brief while, Number 77 went to the delivery station to retrieve all the raw materials for her. Su Ruoruo entered the kitchen and began to prepare the pearl milk tea according to the recipe. She started by brewing red tea and green tea. The milk tea has 2 types of bases, 1 red tea and 1 green tea. Following the proportions, she poured in the interstellar substitute for milk powder, syrup, and the red/green tea base. Once thoroughly mixed, it was ready for consumption. The milk tea powder from the interstellar realm was derived from natural milk, ground without any technological intervention. This assured Su Ruoruo as she savored it. Most milk tea on Blue Star was made from vegetable fat powder. While delicious, it always left her with an unsettling feeling afterward. Now, she could finally attain her freedom in milk tea. After finishing her milk tea, Su Ruoruo prepared another batch, encompassing beverages at 3 temperatures: iced, hot, and room temperature. This time, she opted not to list the recipe for sale in the back end. She feared that if it became too popular, the Crown Prince Duoxiyue might act impulsively and seize the opportunity to freeze her withdrawals, resulting in significant losses. Instead, she chose to contact the owners of various restaurants directly. Su Ruoruo invited all the purchasers of her recipes into a new group chat, aptly named Mimi Bingqing. She tagged all the restaurant owners, requesting them to provide their delivery addresses. The owners who had previously purchased recipes were bewildered, flooding the chat with inquiries. What do we need to provide our addresses for? Isn't it obvious? I bet she's going to send us delicious food. That is indeed a possibility. Su Ruoruo replied. Everyone, please hold on. I will send each of you 3 samples of new recipes, and after receiving the samples, you may decide whether to purchase the recipe. This time is different. I will sell the recipe exclusively to one restaurant. Once sold, I am willing to buy out the recipe rights for the winning restaurant. After sending her message, the restaurant owners promptly share their addresses and contact information. Regardless of whether they won the bid for the recipe rights, they were content to receive a complimentary dish personally crafted by Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo found number 77 and asked him to record and pack the milk tea, placing everything in a cart to be sent to the delivery station. By the time she and number 77 finished their tasks, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Su Ruoruo had a light lunch prepared by number 77 and then retreated to her bedroom for a brief rest. Chapter 100. His kindness. After a 2-hour slumber and a lengthy moment of contemplation, she activated the star ring to resume her dealings with the recipe sales from the morning. In the chat group, the restaurant owners were abuzz with excitement over the bubble tea they had received, eagerly awaiting a response from Su Ruoruo. Unfazed, she composed a message. The auction commences with a starting bid of 10 million star coins. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million star coins. 20 million star coins. 21 million star coins. 25 million star coins. 30 million star coins. The bidding persisted for 10 minutes, culminating in a purchase by the third-ranked interstellar chain restaurant for an astounding 100 million star coins. Without hesitation, the restaurant owner instructed the company's finance department to remit the sum to Su Ruoruo. Esteemed female, your account has been credited with 100 million star coins. Your current balance is 220 million star coins. Upon receiving the notification, Su Ruoruo promptly sent the bubble tea recipe to the restaurant owner. However, upon glancing at her balance, which now stood at 220 million, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She remembered the pending commissions from her live sales. Immediately, she checked the status of her commissions, discovering a balance of 400 million. Altogether, this amounted to a total of 660 million star coins, still falling short of the 340 million needed for her desired luxury starship. Contemplating her options, she resolved to sell several more recipes. Once the commissions were accounted for, coupled with the income from these recipes, she would be well equipped to secure the most challenging starship. I have a few more beverage recipes available. I will send you samples shortly. As before, we shall auction them in this group, with the highest bidder prevailing. The restaurant owners, hesitant due to the price, eagerly awaited the announcement. Su Ruoruo accessed the system and exchanged points for a dumpling recipe, a wonton recipe, a fried dough stick recipe, and a soy milk recipe, basic breakfast recipes from Blue Star. Host, 400 points have been deducted. The recipes and preparation videos have been sent to your email. Please check. She opened her email, located the files for number 77, and dedicated the afternoon to crafting food samples. Just before nightfall, these culinary delights were delivered to the dining tables of various restaurant owners. Once they confirmed receipt, Su Ruoruo initiated the next round of bidding. An hour later, the 4 recipes had yielded her an income of 400 million star coins. Adding everything together, her total now reached 1.06 billion star coins, finally enough to acquire the starship. Moreover, she had an excess of 60 million star coins for additional supplies. Uncertain of what to purchase, she consulted with number 77. Utilize your intelligent algorithms to determine what supplies I would need if I were to find myself in a solitary place rife with ferocious beasts and perilous dangers. I require provisions sufficient for 300 years. ideally even 1,000 years, along with weapons for self-defense. A glimmer of insight flashed in 77's eyes as it began to calculate. Approximately half an hour later, it entered the study, presenting a printed catalog of the necessary items for her review. Master, this is a compilation of supplies and weapons derived from the Interstellar Network's big data algorithms. You may peruse it thoroughly, and should you find any omissions, please indicate them. As Su Ruoruo accepted the thick booklet, a wave of dizziness washed over her. With so many pages, how long would it take to review them all? She symbolically opened the first page to find a meticulously organized inventory of supplies. Household items filled 120 pages. After examining a few pages, she noted that nearly every essential item was included. She pondered briefly, but found no need for additions. 77's manual was impressively comprehensive. This manual is excellent. Let us proceed with preparations based on its contents. Master, the total cost for the items listed in this booklet will amount to 200 million star coins. Su Ruoruo paused in contemplation, exhaling a resigned sigh. 200 million will only suffice for purchasing recipe points. She promptly transferred the sum to 77, instructing, please rent a warehouse and procure all the storable supplies, placing them in the interstellar warehouse for later use. I shall have great need of these resources. Understood, Master. 77 turned and quietly seated itself in the living room, activating the star ring to assist Su Ruoruo in acquiring the supplies. Observing its focus, she refrained from interrupting and instead moved to the kitchen to prepare the other two recipe formulations. As it was too late for intricate dishes, she opted to continue selling beverages. The Honey Eye City had additional beverage recipes, such as affordable and healthy lemonade and lemon green tea. Standing at the kitchen counter, Su Ruoruo communicated with the merchant who had purchased the Honey Eye City recipe. I also have 5 related fruit tea and milk tea recipes. I can bundle them for 200 million star coins. The owner of Honey Eye City, having recently learned to make simple yet delightful bubble tea through an intelligent robot, readily agreed. He foresaw that these beverages would soon lead the interstellar drink trend, promising substantial returns on investment. Absolutely. I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the funds immediately. Just as Su Ruoruo finished reading the message, her account swelled by another 200 million star coins. In accordance with their agreement, she sent the remaining hot-selling recipes to the recipe merchant. These 5 recipes included 1. Snow King Great Sage. 2. Pudding Milk Tea.
3.
Peach 4 Season Spring.
4. Oncon style mango sago.
5. Iced Fresh Lemonade. With the transaction complete, Su Ruoruo temporarily stored the 200 million star coins in her interstellar wallet. Upon checking her wallet balance, she decided to activate her live streaming account. To her astonishment, she discovered that her previously reviewed account had been reinstated. She noted the cancellation time. It coincided with her post-lunch nap. System, did you not say it would take a week to lift the suspension? Host, the circumstances then and now are undoubtedly different. If you wish to understand the reason for this change, please pay 100 points for the inquiry.
Pay.
Now tell me. This is because Third Prince Duos you intervened, commanding the overseer of the interstellar live streaming platform to revoke the suspension on your account. Furthermore, your live streaming account will remain unbanned as long as it does not engage in violations of the 3 high-pressure lines of the interstellar regulations. Duos you? Why has he suddenly shown such kindness? Unknown. As Su Ruoruo pondered this, she unexpectedly received a private message from an unfamiliar sender. Glancing at the notification, she was startled to see that the sender's profile picture was a high-definition photo of Duozhu. What is happening? Why is he messaging me? Chapter 101. Do not disappoint me, surely he is not seeking to settle scores, is he? After all, she had acted with good intentions, yet it had backfired on her. Why this sense of trepidation? It stemmed from the fact that interstellar males placed great importance on their purity, much like the girls from Blue Star. Once a male's innocence was lost, it became increasingly difficult for him to attract a female partner, particularly those of high caliber, who often held strict standards regarding fidelity. For males who had been with other females, their only option was to take on a secondary role in a marriage.
Su Ruoruo just.
Could he possibly expect me to take responsibility for this? After all, I am the victim here. Had it not been for the system providing me with internal and external healing medications, I would likely still be bedridden from that hour of torment. With resolve, she gazed at the private chat window, contemplating for a considerable time before summoning her courage to open the message and discover what he had sent.
Su Ruoruo.
I have sent you some items. They have arrived at the express station. Upon receiving this message, Su Ruoruo was taken aback. It was neither a confrontation nor a demand for accountability. To her surprise, there was no request for compensation, but rather a delivery of items. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, she instructed Unit 77 to retrieve the package. Since it had successfully passed through interstellar security, it was unlikely to contain any hazardous materials.
Soon enough.
The diligent and obedient Unit 77 returned with a small box, no larger than a palm, sent by Duke Dosiu. As Su Ruoruo gazed at the box, speculation flooded her mind regarding its contents. With a mixture of apprehension and intrigue, she opened it to reveal a black star card and a vial of transparent potion. What could Duke Dosiu possibly mean by this? Without waiting for Su Ruoruo's reaction, Unit 77, breaking protocol, promptly scanned the star card. Master. The card contains a balance of 10 million star coins. Su Ruoruo looked up in astonishment. 10 million star coins? Indeed. After a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure. In the past, 10 million star coins would have represented the hard-earned savings of 10 warrior orcs over a span of 1 or 2 years. This sum equated to 10 million yuan in blue star currency. However, for her current circumstances, such an amount was hardly noteworthy. Yet for Duke Dosiu, who had just ascended to the rank of Beast King, this was a considerable fortune. Unit 77, and what of this potion? She inquired. Upon hearing her question, Unit 77 examined the vial. Master, this is a high-energy healing potion, valued at 2 million star coins per bottle. It can assist orc warriors in recovering from injuries and rejuvenating their vitality. Upon seeing these two items, Su Ruoruo swiftly comprehended Duke Dosiu's intentions. Instead of seeking retribution, he had sent these items as a form of compensation. It appeared that he had experienced a pang of conscience regarding the events that transpired in the lounge. Recalling how she had been treated as a mere tool by Duke Dosiu, subjected to mechanical manipulation for nearly an hour, an involuntary shiver coursed through her body. She opened a private chat interface and sent him a message. I have received the items. This incident was an accident. If you are willing, I will take responsibility and give you a name. In Duke Dosiu's study, he received Su Ruoruo's message with a grave expression. Marrying Su Ruoruo as a secondary consort? Impossible. That would never happen. A complex array of emotions flickered in his deep blue eyes. His mother had schemed for 5 years, successfully pushing Su Ruoruo into an abyss of despair. The command given to him was to ensure that Su Ruoruo met her demise without a trace, preventing her from ever becoming a rival to the Dosi family. What had Su Ruoruo done wrong? She had done nothing amiss. Duke Dosiu knew better than anyone how his mother had meticulously orchestrated Su Ruoruo's downfall. He had been the instrument of his mother's plans, the executioner leading Su Ruoruo to her ruin. Before engaging with her, he had never contemplated defying his mother's orders. Yet, in this moment he hesitated. Su Ruoruo was exceptional. He had never encountered a female so remarkable. Her talents in aptitude, fertility, culinary skills, and her very appearance were beyond reproach. His sister, Doria, could not compare. Deep within Duke Dosiu's heart, he found himself trapped in a dilemma. Should he choose Su Ruoruo or remain loyal to his mother and sister? He had yet to wed Su Ruoruo. They had merely engaged in a physical relationship. He had compensated for the pain and torment she might endure, and she had accepted it. Thus, they could part ways amicably. Ultimately, he made a decision at the moment he sent Su Ruoruo her compensation.
Su Ruoruo.
We are both victims. After today, let this matter remain between us. You need not feel responsible. Upon receiving Duke Dosiu's reply, Su Ruoruo felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This man hadn't he agreed. Thank goodness, he hadn't he. What if he had accepted her proposal? The hard-won 58 points of affection from Lucius would surely evaporate in an instant. I respect your choice. What transpired between us will remain a secret between us. Duke Dosiu read Su Ruoruo's message, his expression neither joyful nor enraged. He could not even discern his own feelings in that moment. Knock, knock, knock. In the midst of his reverie, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Your Highness, Her Imperial Majesty requests your presence in her study to discuss important matters. Duke Dosiu composed himself, adopting his usual regal demeanor, and left his quarters at a measured pace. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the study of Empress Doran. She reclined in a lounge chair. A young male orc of similar age to Duke Dosiu standing beside her, gently massaging her shoulders. Your Majesty, is this pressure satisfactory? Quite so, Doran replied, her weary eyes lifting slightly, her voice as coarse as old tree bark. Mother, you summon me so late. Is there something urgent? The Empress glanced up, seemingly indifferent, as she regarded her son. How did your cousin's full moon banquet go yesterday? Duke Dosiu replied in a calm tone. My cousin left in a fit of rage upon learning that Doria's psychic ability had reached S rank. Ah, excellent. Over the centuries, I have given birth to countless offspring, yet only you and Doria possess notable talent. I hold high expectations for you both. Do not disappoint me. Chapter 102. The reasons for dwindling offspring. Listening to his mother's admonitory words, Duke Dosiu felt a surge of determination. Mother, I will not let you down. Doranyu suddenly sat up, her gaze locked onto Duke Dosiu. In her aged voice, she slowly declared, I command you to kill Su Ruoruo within 3 days. Duke Dosiu's eyes narrowed. Hadn't his mother stated that they would wait until Su Ruoruo left Blue Star for Mad Beast Island before taking action? Why had she suddenly assigned him this task? His mother was always meticulous, avoiding any chance for the interstellar citizens to gather incriminating evidence against them.
Now.
To have him act prematurely posed a risk of exposing their family's carefully laid plans. This was uncharacteristic of her. Son, I am at your command. Upon hearing Duke Dosiu accept the assignment as usual, Doranyu's suspicions and doubts eased significantly. Good, my dear Dosiu. She stood, supported by the orc beside her, and approached him. Gently patting his shoulder, she added, You have never disappointed me. I trust this time will be no different. Indeed. I will complete the task you have entrusted to me within 3 days. Go, my dear. As Duke Dosiu listened to Doranyu's laughter, a chill ran down his spine. Doranyu was his biological mother, and he had grown up under her guidance. She had taught him numerous methods of killing without leaving a trace. Thus, he understood the depth of her terrifying nature. 20 years ago, at the tender age of 5, he had witnessed her murder his brother, Dosi Lang. Dosi Lang was 20 years his senior. The reason for the murder? Dosi Lang had chosen to betray their mother to save a female from Mercury. In a fit of rage, the mother ruthlessly plunged a knife into the heart of both him and the Mercury female, right before their eyes. This incident was known only to the male offspring. The sole daughter of the family, Dorlia, was nurtured as the future hope of the Duan family. To shield Dorlia from any emotional turmoil that could hinder her mental advancement, the mother deliberately concealed the darker aspects of the family from her. When he was 6 years old, his mother, Duan Nanyu, murdered his second brother, Duo Suming, who had been clandestinely involved with their cousin, Duoxiu. At the age of 7, she took the life of a male consort entangled in an affair with Duoxiu, a male beast on the brink of ascending to the rank of Beast King, endowed with exceptional talents, boasting an S-grade potential as revealed by his nearby guards. He was also the mother's most cherished male beast at the time. By the age of 8, while the mother did not personally execute anyone, she orchestrated the abduction of the male beast that Duoxiu adored, subjecting him to relentless torment and recording the ordeal, which was then sent to Duoxiu. He accidentally overheard the agonized cries of that male beast while passing by his mother's chamber. At 9, the mother, in her quest for vengeance against Duoxiu, discreetly eliminated one consort after another. At 10, his fourth brother, Duosuri, unable to bear their mother's ruthless methods, sought to venture into foreign realms for battle. Tragically, he perished in the alien territories that same year, leaving no trace behind. On his 11th birthday, Duoxiu, driven to desperation, resorted to kidnapping his fifth brother, Duosike. While he was out shopping, threatening their mother for a ransom of 10 billion star coins to secure his release. The mother, however, sent counterfeit money, which was soon discovered, leading Duoxiu to pursue the messenger and have him killed. In the ensuing chaos, Duosike was accidentally shot and succumbed to his injuries despite attempts to save him. From that moment on, the animosity between Duoxiu and their mother escalated irreparably. Bound by public opinion among the interstellar citizens, they could only maintain a facade of harmony. By the time he turned 12, his mother had secured a highly esteemed male tutor to guide him in becoming the right hand of the Empress. During a lesson, the tutor inadvertently misspoke, an error overheard by his mother as she passed by. Consequently, she arranged for the tutor to be killed. The truth of this incident only came to light on his 18th birthday from the lips of a female attendee, who happened to be the tutor's wife. Thus, Duoxiu lived in constant fear of his mother. Over the years, with her lifespan waning and her fertility diminishing due to aging, she could no longer produce offspring. As a result of various factors, although she had lived for 500 years, only 3 children remained by her side: him, his sister Dorlia, and his 6th brother, Duosnan. Duosnan, possessing only E-grade talent, was deemed a complete failure. To expand the Duan family lineage, Their mother hastily arranged for Duosnan to marry an A-grade female as his primary consort. Reluctantly, the proud A-grade female, who aspired to wed a beast king, acquiesced under their mother's coercion. Over the years, she had taken several male consorts, yet every child she bore was of the Duan bloodline. For any offspring not of their lineage had been disposed of by their mother. This was her way of warning the female consort that while she could marry male beasts, her children must unequivocally belong to the Duan family. Having endured the heartache of multiple losses, the A-grade female, under the pressure of their mother's tactics, resigned herself to this fate. With a heavy heart, Duosi departed from the Empress Duan Nanyu's study. After his exit, a young male beast by her side cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, will the third prince truly kill Su Ruoruo?" "What do you think?" replied Duan Nanyu. "The third prince has always heeded your words. He has never disappointed you over the years, and I trust he will fulfill this task as well." Yet her favored male beast hesitated, unsure if he should speak. Duan Nanyu chuckled softly, seemingly aware of his unspoken question. "You do not comprehend why I would send him to eliminate Su Ruoruo at this juncture. Doing so would undoubtedly alert the enemy. Su Ruoruo will die sooner or later. Why must he resolve the matter within 3 days? Your Majesty, you truly possess an uncanny insight. My thoughts have not escaped your keen perception," the male beast responded with a playful smile. Duan Nanyu smiled back, confidently retreating to her resting chair. "Rest assured, I have no intention of allowing him to actually kill Su Ruoruo. Such an action would bring me far more harm than benefit." Chapter 103. Meow 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 3. Duan Nanyu cleared her throat several times and opened her star ring to summon one of her male beasts. Shortly thereafter, a tall male beast with bronze skin and a bald head entered her study. "You are to keep a close watch on Duosiu. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, report to me immediately. If he makes a move against Su Ruoruo within the next 3 days, discreetly intervene and bring him back to see me." "Understood," the bald male beast replied with a bow before departing the study. "Your Majesty, I still fail to comprehend why you do not wish to act against Su Ruoruo at this moment, yet have suddenly summoned the third prince to kill her," he inquired. Duan Nanyu opened her star ring to access a message from an anonymous account. A sound chimed, and a chat window appeared in the air. The private message contained only a video, which she clicked to play, sharing it with the male beast beside her. In the video, Lucius was seen leaving the 1314 lounge with Su Ruoruo in his arms. After a brief delay, the scene shifted to Duosiu lying under a blanket in the lounge. "Your Majesty, this is." The male beast widened his eyes, still puzzled. "My dear son has concealed his relationship with Su Ruoruo from me. Do you realize how much I despise being deceived? Your Majesty, the third prince has shown no interest in females over the years. He should not engage in such actions, especially since he has been plotting for you and must know that Su Ruoruo is destined to die. He would not allow himself to be sullied by 2 wretched female insects. You are a male, you should understand what a first time signifies for a male." The male beast blushed at Duan Nanyu's words, responding softly, "Your Majesty, I am indeed aware. You are concerned that the third prince's past with Su Ruoruo might interfere with your future plans. Thus, you wish to test him?" "Precisely. I do not want him to follow in his brother's footsteps, opposing me for a female I loathe. If he were to do so, I would have no choice but to act ruthlessly, disregarding our bond as mother and son." Upon hearing her ominous tone, the favored male beast was taken aback and fell to his knees, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, the third prince has always been obedient to you. I trust he will pass your test this time. Let us hope so." Having left Duan Nanyu's residence, it was already deep into the night. Duosiu felt a tumultuous unrest within him, unable to find solace in sleep. Seizing the cover of darkness, he drove along the interstellar skyway. The autopilot set to a blistering speed of 200 km/h. Through the window, he gazed down at the skyscrapers of the interstellar city, rising and falling like mountains. His mind tumultuous and unsettled. Time slipped away, and eventually, the flying car passed by the Interstellar First Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Duosiu instinctively pressed the parking button. Today, he had intended to persuade his mother to relinquish the task of following up on Su Ruoruo's subsequent plans, suggesting that she delegate it to someone else. However, his mother unexpectedly issued an order to him first. Once his mother's commands were given, there was no possibility of retraction. Duosiu's gaze sharpened as he recalled the anomalies that arose when his mother summoned him. He had instructed his guards to keep secrets. They had grown up alongside him and had never betrayed him, so they could not possibly leak any information. After some probing, it seemed highly unlikely that Su Ruoruo and Lucius would divulge their dealings with his mother. since the matter of his liaison with Su Ruoruo remained confidential. What could have caused his mother to behave so unusually today? Perhaps there was someone unknown to him who had informed her. Who could it be? Someone who could sow discord between him and his mother while simultaneously eliminating Su Ruoruo. Who would benefit the most from this? His cousin, Doxiu. After a series of deductions, Doxiu became 90% certain of his suspicions. He knew his mother too well. There must have been a leak for her to act so strangely. It had to be the machinations of his cousin, Doxiu. With matters as they stood, he could only comply with his mother's directives and find a way to deal with Su Ruoruo. Otherwise, his fate would inevitably mirror that of his elder brother. If Su Ruoruo lived, he would surely perish. Doxiu pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze as he maneuvered the flying vehicle to land. He found a hotel near the Interstellar First Maternal and Child Health Hospital and checked in. He opened Su Ruoruo's live stream, awaiting the latest updates concerning her. Deep within his heart, a voice persistently urged him. Su Ruoruo must not leave the hospital within 3 days. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to kill her. At the Interstellar First Maternal and Child Health Hospital, in the 1212 VIP ward, Su Ruoruo had already fallen asleep. The past few days had been overwhelming, and she was not suited for sleepless nights. Unit 77 quietly stood guard in the living room, charging itself by transforming all 10 fingers into suitable plug shapes. Rapidly connecting to the living room's outlet, it charged at an accelerated pace. The swiftness of the charging caused its simulated arms to emit a series of crackling sounds. Oblivious to the commotion in the living room, Su Ruoruo slept soundly in her bedroom. The following morning, as Su Ruoruo lay in a semi-conscious state, she heard a knock at the door. Yawning, she rose and approached the door, peering through the surveillance screen behind it. She saw 2 middle-aged females standing at her ward's entrance. What could these 2 women possibly want at such an early hour? Pressing the intercom, Su Ruoruo inquired.
Who are you?
Why are you here so early? Su Ruoruo opened the door. One of the middle-aged females commanded with an authoritative tone. Taken aback by the abruptness of the demand, Su Ruoruo felt a jolt of alertness. Was it customary for interstellar females to be so rude? To speak so harshly in the early morning? Determined not to be a pushover, Su Ruoruo retreated to the secondary bedroom, retrieving 2 activated advanced combat robots to accompany her as bodyguards. Su Ruoruo, come out now. The raucous shouting from outside indicated trouble was afoot. Chapter 104. 1-0-20. 000 degrees of electricity unperturbed, Su Ruoruo donned the S-class gown gifted to her by Lucius, completed her grooming and makeup, and then instructed her combat robots to proceed and open the door. The 2 boisterous female administrators, upon seeing the combat robots, found themselves momentarily speechless. Faced with the threat of the robots' formidable power, they were forced to temper their earlier bravado. Why are you so eager to summon me this early?
Su Ruoruo asked.
Eager? We are merely conducting routine business. One of the older females shouted in retort. You claim there's no urgency, yet your tone betrays you, Su Ruoruo advised earnestly. We should strive to be gentle and polite females, rather than shouting so aggressively. The 2 females seethed at Su Ruoruo's words.
Su Ruoruo.
One of them screeched, nearly driven to madness by her composure. Even she could not fathom why the sight of Su Ruoruo, adorned in elegance and beauty, stirred such an uncharacteristic reaction within her. I can't hear you. Now tell me, what do you want? Calm down, don't lose your temper, the other female interjected, sensing her colleague's rising agitation. What were you doing in the ward yesterday? Sleeping. What else would I be doing?
Su Ruoruo replied. Sleeping? Take a good look at this.
The older female, clad in property management attire, produced a paper report and handed it to Su Ruoruo. What is this? Su Ruoruo inquired as she read the document meticulously, according to electrical inspection. The source of the sudden power outage at the Interstellar First Maternal and Child Health Hospital at 4:30 last night originates from Ward 1212. Preliminary assessments indicate that this ward is at risk of using prohibited high-power electrical appliances. Please, rare females, do not panic. The hospital is equipped with high-power generators, which are currently undergoing repairs. Due to the limited output of the generator, electricity is prioritized for the delivery surgery room. Furthermore, we hereby notify the rare female in Ward 1212 to settle the outstanding electricity bill of 1 million star coins promptly to avoid disruption of power supply. Upon finishing the notice, Su Ruoruo's eyes darted, and she blinked in disbelief. Addressing the property management staff at the door, this 1212 ward mentioned here is indeed my ward, not one from another building, correct? Indeed. One administrator replied through gritted teeth. Su Ruoruo, we are here to inform you to pay your electricity bill immediately. Additionally, we must confiscate any high-power appliances in your room to prevent further losses to the hospital. After stating this, the administrator attempted to enter the ward to conduct a search. Confused, Su Ruoruo protested, there can't possibly be any high-power appliances in my room. Yet the electrician's notice had been issued, which seemed too serious to be fabricated. Her live stream was still broadcasting, with the entire interstellar audience watching. These two females would not deceive her. Weighing her options, Su Ruoruo opened the ward door, allowing them to conduct their search. Was there something in her home that she was unaware of? Noticing the puzzled expression on Su Ruoruo's face, Unit 77 immediately averted its gaze, feigning ignorance. Since Su Ruoruo had purchased it, it had relished the luxury of charging freely each day. In recent days, it had been charging secretly, cautiously limiting its energy intake to avoid detection. Yesterday, it had charged several times more than usual, initially without issue, only to suddenly cut off at the end. Unit 77 had been alarmed and could only pretend it knew nothing. To conceal this incident, it sneaked into Su Ruoruo's bedroom during the night, turning on the air conditioning fan and using its spare energy to prevent her from waking due to the temperature. Su Ruoruo stood silently in the living room, accompanying the two administrators as they searched for high-power appliances. However, after scouring the entire area, they found no trace of such devices. Exchanging glances, the two administrators returned to the living room and warned Su Ruoruo, where exactly have you hidden the high-power appliances? Su Ruoruo gazed with her large, innocent eyes and shook her head, I don't know. The two female administrators, witnessing her seemingly naive demeanor, were convinced she was feigning innocence. However, confronted by the live broadcasting device hovering above Su Ruoruo's head, they could only muster a stiff smile.
Su Ruoruo,
in accordance with the property management regulations, we hereby notify you that you are to refrain from using any high-power electrical appliances in the ward henceforth. Should we discover any such appliances, they will be confiscated immediately and a fine will be imposed. As this is your first offense, if you surrender the high-power appliance you have concealed, the fine will be waived. Su Ruoruo shook her head once more. Haven't you all searched already? I truly have no high-power appliances at home. If there are any, they would be the numerous rechargeable battle robots I purchased. The two battle robots nearby shook their heads vigorously, pleading, Master, we are not high-power appliances. We are battle robots. Our power usage is set within a threshold that will not cause any short circuit in interstellar power supplies. Please do not abandon us. Observing her battle robots, Su Ruoruo suddenly had a flash of insight and speculated, I bought many battle robots recently, and you saw them in the guest room just now. Perhaps the simultaneous charging of 10 robots caused the short circuit. I will manage this going forward, ensuring they charge one at a time. The two administrators exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement with Su Ruoruo's explanation. Indeed, the simultaneous charging of several advanced battle robots could plausibly lead to a short circuit.
Su Ruoruo,
regardless of the veracity of your claims, we have not yet located the concealed high-power appliance. Consider yourself fortunate. This time, the fine is waived. But we must issue you a verbal warning in accordance with ward management regulations. You are required to settle the exorbitant 1 million star coin electricity bill within 24 hours. With that, the two elder female administrators turned and departed. Su Ruoruo sighed in exasperation and closed the ward door behind her. This was truly an unfounded calamity. Who could have anticipated that charging the robots would lead to a power outage? Returning to the living room, she sat down and accessed the payment page for the 1212 ward, selecting the option to pay the electricity bill. A cerulean interface sprang to life, starkly displaying a message indicating a debt of 1.02 million star coins. That can't be right, she mused. Even if 10 robots were working simultaneously, they shouldn't consume this much electricity. In a VIP ward like mine, 1 kilowatt-hour costs 1 star coin. 1.02 million star coins? That equates to 1.02 million kilowatt-hours? Chapter 105. The electricity meter malfunctioned. Filled with confusion, Su Ruoruo pondered the situation, but despite her perplexity, the electricity bill still needed to be paid. When she was admitted, Lucius had already covered 2 months' worth of VIP ward fees, including water and electricity. However, the 1.02 million star coin electricity bill exceeded her 2-month hospitalization costs, prompting the administrator's visit. Su Ruoruo wished to avoid troubling Lucius. Relying on her live stream sales and recipe publications, she had amassed considerable wealth. To her, 2 million star coins was merely a trifling sum. She opened the payment panel, settled the outstanding electricity bill, and prepaid an additional 30,000 star coins. Subsequently, she contacted the vendor from whom she purchased the robots to inquire about their power consumption. Greetings, esteemed VIP customer. How may I assist you? I would like to inquire about the power usage of the robots. The power consumption details are as follows. A driving robot consumes 1 kilowatt-hour per day, while an advanced battle robot consumes 10 kilowatt-hours per day. Are you certain? Absolutely. Esteemed VIP customer, here is a video explanation of our robots. You can view further details through this video. If there are any discrepancies in the robots produced by our company compared to the aforementioned description, you may contact us for compensation, with a penalty of tenfold for any false claims. I'll watch the explanation video first.
Certainly.
If you have any questions, feel free to summon me.
All right.
Su Ruoruo began watching the video. Within the brief 5-minute presentation, she gained a comprehensive understanding of the 10 robots she had purchased. These robots operated on electrical power. The driving robot was designed solely for operating various vehicles, resulting in minimal power consumption of just 1 kilowatt-hour per day. A single driving robot, charged for 1 hour, could store 365 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This meant that after a single charge, a driving robot could work continuously for an entire year. If powered off, the robot would not consume any electricity. On the other hand, the advanced battle robots required combat capabilities. They could unleash high-tech laser weaponry for attacks, which consumed power at a minute-by-minute rate. Typically, advanced robots, when not deploying laser weapons and maintaining basic defense and protection, consumed only 10 kilowatt-hours daily. However, once engaged in battle, they required 1 kilowatt-hour for every minute of combat. The power storage limit for advanced battle robots was set at 5,000 kilowatt-hours. This indicated that once operational, an advanced battle robot could sustain combat for 3 consecutive days and nights. These robots took approximately 14 hours to achieve a full charge. Su Ruoruo opened the calculator on her star ring and did the math. 3652, 50,008, 40730. This meant that if all the robots were fully charged, they would consume only 47,730 kilowatt-hours, costing 40,730 star coins. But what happened to the remaining 970,000 kilowatt-hours accounted for in her bill? All the electrical appliances in her ward combined would barely consume 2 kilowatt-hours daily. She had moved into the VIP ward not long ago. Where had those hundreds of thousands of kilowatt-hours vanished? Su Ruoruo was baffled until she glanced up and noticed the housekeeping robot number 77, standing quietly with its head bowed. Under her scrutinizing gaze, number 77 appeared to exhibit no signs of unusual activity.
Número 77.
How much electricity do you consume in a day?
Su Ruoruo inquired casually.
Master, I only require 1 kilowatt-hour per day. What is your power storage limit?
No.
77's internal chip twitched slightly, and in a calm, robotic tone, it replied, 365 kilowatt-hours. Then why does my room's electricity meter show a consumption of 1.02 million kilowatt-hours? Su Ruoruo furrowed her brows and stood up to examine the independent meter located beside the kitchen. Upon inspection, she was taken aback. The meter's maximum capacity was 1 million kilowatt-hours, and it had gone beyond the limit, displaying a reading of 999. It was clear now, the meter had malfunctioned. Su Ruoruo called the building's administrator, requesting that an electrician be sent to repair the meter. Master, what is wrong with the meter? Oh, it seems the meter is broken. Su Ruoruo shook her head in resignation. They claim it's a VIP ward, yet the meter is utterly inadequate. I've only been here a few days, and it has already malfunctioned, costing me over 1 million star coins. It must be due to the faulty meter that caused the short circuit.
Tell me,
where in this room could there be high-power appliances? Number 77's lips curled into a smile as it praised, Master, you are truly astute, right? You agree, don't you? Su Ruoruo pouted, feeling too lazy to engage in further arguments with the 2 elder females. 1 million star coins was merely pocket change to her. She had no desire to continue squabbling with them. Such trivial matters can easily be resolved with money, she retorted, then instructed number 77, please prepare me breakfast.
Certainly, Master.
This morning's breakfast will consist of sandwiches and freshly squeezed juice. Does that sound acceptable? That works. Number 77 moved with precision, opening the refrigerator to retrieve the pre-prepared breakfast and placing it in the microwave for heating. As Su Ruoruo perused her personal star ring backend, she found no indication of any anomalies with the 77th unit. However, the observant viewers in the live stream had noticed something amiss. Haha, this is hilarious. Su Ruoruo is truly unlucky. She's only been living there for a few days, and the power meter has already exploded. She's so foolish. She's lost a whopping 1,020,000 star coins and hasn't even thought to confront the property manager. I don't think she dares. Those two managers are quite fearsome. Honestly, how could Su Ruoruo, with such a timid disposition, even contemplate scamming anyone? It baffles me. She should have simply married those 12 beastly husbands. Are you out of your mind? Su Ruoruo had just entered university at that time. She wasn't of legal marriageable age yet. Interstellar universities prohibit students from marrying while studying to ensure they focus on their education. Wait a minute. Wasn't Su Ruoruo already graduated when the beasts went berserk? Oh right, that is rather strange. Oh, let us not dwell on that. Those beasts went mad, and Su Ruoruo was sentenced. There's no need to discuss it further. By the way, Su Ruoruo and the Beast King have returned. What has become of the 12 crazed beasts and the 2 beast warriors who disappeared with them? Alas, do you not know? His Majesty dispatched a search party, and those 12 crazed beasts were found days ago and successfully transported to Beast Island by the Interstellar Rescue Team. Current gift value, 358. 500 Chapter 106. Qinggongyin. The 2 beast warriors escorting Su Ruoruo to Beast Island were well prepared for survival during their escape, so when the rescue team found them, they were in good condition. Now, they have all returned to their duties at the court. Wow, can you believe how fortunate Su Ruoruo is? The Beast King encountered her and stumbled upon a once-in-a-millennium time-space black hole, with the chances of surviving such an encounter being minuscule. And those who were with Su Ruoruo emerged unscathed. That is indeed curious, but even more puzzling is the third prince. Do you not recall the final scene in Su Ruoruo's livestream? The third prince went mad, and after the livestream returned to normal. Su Ruoruo was carried away by the Beast King, clad in the female lounge's pajamas, no less. What do you think transpired between Su Ruoruo and the third prince during that time? Those netizens who had just posted messages about Su Ruoruo and Duocu suddenly found themselves gifted with a 1-year ban, following Duocu's orders. All speculations regarding him and Su Ruoruo were prohibited from being inputted into the interstellar network. He even urgently issued a statement on his personal account, thanking those who cherished the female Su Ruoruo for their timely assistance, stating that with her pure spiritual energy, he was freed from the madness of beastification caused by interstellar radiation. Thanks to the emergency public relations efforts directed by Duocu, the events that transpired between him and Su Ruoruo did not continue to spread. Regardless of the truth, no one could express related terms at present. As interest waned and with corroborating evidence from relevant parties, this matter was ultimately buried. At the Interstellar Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Su Ruoruo yawned lazily as she sat at her dining chair, enjoying breakfast. While eating, she opened the official Star Ring livestream to check the barrage of comments. Master. The official livestream is equipped with a voice barrage feature, allowing you to listen while you eat, 77 thoughtfully reminded her. Is there such a feature? How wonderful. 77. Could you assist me in switching to voice broadcast mode? Of course. Su Ruoruo placed her silver-white star ring on the dining table. 77 picked it up and operated it with an artificial mechanical hand for a moment. Master, which type of voice do you prefer? 1. Bubble voice 2. Youthful uncle voice 3. Male god voice 4. Young boy voice 5. Youthful submissive voice 6. Young master voice, Li Bai 7. Youthful dominant voice. I choose 7. With the selection of the youthful dominant voice, the barrage in the live stream transformed accordingly. Fantastic.
Su Ruoruo checked.
Just as 77 finished configuring the voice settings, the official live stream devolved into chaos. The males, who were supposed to be working at that hour, began flooding the live stream with their vocal messages.
Su Ruoruo.
I want to be your male, marry me. Anonymous Su Ruoruo, I am strong and can surely satisfy you. Marrying me is an absolute bargain. Anonymous, I come from Mars. Su Ruoruo, do you hear me? I command you to follow me back immediately. Anonymous, what the heck? What with all this noise in the live stream? Are all the males suddenly in heat? A bubbling female commented.
Su Ruoruo.
I really want to be the fork in your hand. I want you to hold me tightly with your delicate little hands and cherish me. I want to be the chair beneath Su Ruoruo. I wish to hold her every day and feed her. Such a beautiful and adorable female shouldn't be eating alone. She needs a male to care for her needs. Su Ruoruo, She was dumbfounded, instinctively tossing the fork in her hand onto the table. She didn't even dare to sit in her chair at that moment. What on earth has gotten into these males? Weren't they all previously disdainful of her? Did they take the wrong medicine today to say such things in the live stream? 77. Turn it off. Turn it off. What is all this ridiculous noise? Understood, master. I will immediately disable the voice broadcast function. Su Ruoruo. Please do not recommend such features to me in the future. They are far too bizarre. The breakfast on her plate no longer seemed appetizing. She quickly finished her breakfast, glanced at the live stream barrage one last time, and promptly closed it. It was better not to look, otherwise, it would only dampen her spirits. Understood, master. By the way, the supplies you previously instructed me to purchase, sufficient for your use for 1000 years, have all been procured. They are stored in the interstellar preservation warehouse I rented, which is only for 2 months. Considering you seem to be planning a journey in 2 months. Excellent.
Su Ruoruo prast.
The 77 unit was quite astute, saving her money by renting for just 2 months. Master, what do you plan to do next? I'm heading out. Can you assist me in applying for an exit time? Of course, please hold on. 77 opened Su Ruoruo's star ring and submitted her application for an outing. Master, the application has been submitted. You will receive a response within 2 hours. Wonderful. Su Ruoruo planned to visit her original brother, Su Xingchen, after the application was approved, and also to conduct an inspection at the Starship Trading Building for the vessel she intended to purchase in the future. However, this time she decided to bring all 8 combat robots she had purchased for protection. With 8 combat robots guarding her, and by avoiding unnecessary involvement, she should not encounter misfortune akin to being forcibly loved. After 77 helped Su Ruoruo submit her outing application, it picked up her used dining plate and went to the kitchen to wash and disinfect it. Su Ruoruo returned to her bedroom and chose to wear an S-level black dress. The intelligent skincare and makeup device automatically created a suitable makeup look based on her outfit. The hairstyle was recommended to be styled with the S-level diamond-encrusted shark clip she had purchased, which featured a specially customized cat engraving. Master, let me help you style your hair. As Su Ruoruo was about to comb her hair with an air hair pouch, she suddenly heard a voice behind her that filled her with excitement. This room was usually occupied only by her and 77. The other robots remained powered down in the guest room, inactive without her commands. Su Ruoruo turned around, only to catch sight of Unit 77 displaying a standard smile. Addressing her, Mistress, please take a seat. Such a task as brushing your hair is far too menial for someone of your esteemed status. Why have you suddenly changed the way you speak? She inquired. Mistress, it is you who selected the youthful masculine tone. I assumed you would find it quite delightful. Hence I adjusted the settings accordingly. If it displeases you, I can revert it immediately. Ah, never mind. It seems rather cumbersome to keep switching back and forth. Mistress, it is no trouble at all. Should you wish, I can promptly restore the original settings, Unit 77 replied with a smile. Su Ruoruo pouted slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated, and softly responded, let us leave it as is, no need to change anything. As you wish, Mistress, Unit 77 said, moving beside her to gently take the pink airbag comb from her hands, delicately styling her freshly treated golden locks. In the official live stream, haha, this is hilarious. Su Ruoruo is so obvious. She clearly enjoys the masculine tone but pretends not to. Unit 77 is quite amusing. It seems he completely misinterprets when females say no but actually mean yes. Su Ruoruo likes the youthful masculine tone. According to interstellar psychological studies, females who prefer this sound often have a penchant for dominant affection. What is dominant affection?
I don't understand.
Chapter 107. The desire to purchase a stellar ship, don't you know? Some females enjoy dominant affection, typically those who are.
Oh.
I see. My wife also likes the youthful masculine tone. No wonder she often asks me to play challenging masculine roles when I'm home at night.
Ha ha ha.
Is it that you're afraid to be rough with your wife, which leaves her disappointed, feeling your portrayal is lacking? You've hit the nail on the head. My wife is a precious female. How could I truly be rough with her? You should learn the essence of dominant affection quickly, otherwise, you may soon fall out of favor and find yourself cast aside by your wife. Where can I learn? Come, I have considerable expertise in this area. I've opened a studio on how to properly serve precious females. Add me as a friend.
All right.
In front of the vanity, Unit 77 skillfully styled Su Ruoruo's hair into an elegant evening look. A delicate diamond-studded shark clip adorned the back of her head, accentuating the perfect proportions of her face and hair. From both the front and side, her appearance was impeccably pleasing. Once she finished her preparations, Unit 77 cheerfully announced, "Mistress, our application has been approved." "I can hardly believe it. It took only a few minutes for the outing request to go through." "Mistress, at what time do you plan to depart?" "Right now. Please go to the guest room and bring the 8 combat robots I purchased." "Understood." Unit 77 strode confidently out of the bedroom, activating the switches for the 8 combat robots. As Su Ruoruo exited the bedroom, she instructed the activated combat robots. "From this moment on, I require your unwavering protection." Robot 3 acknowledges. Robot 4 acknowledges. Robot 5 acknowledges. Robot 10 acknowledges. Su Ruoruo donned her communication star ring and casually handed a chic chain bag, matching her dress, to Unit 77. Unit 77 nimbly accepted the bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Unit 77 lead the way. "Certainly, mistress." Unit 77 opened the door to the infirmary and walked ahead at a measured pace. Flanking Su Ruoruo on both sides and behind her were the 8 combat robots, marching in perfect unison. In the official live stream, the audience perked up upon hearing that Su Ruoruo was heading to the area for purchasing a stellar ship. The status of a stellar ship is akin to that of a private jet on Blue Star. If it is a luxury private jet, the price escalates even further. Thus, the females capable of acquiring a stellar ship are predominantly of S-class status or possess high fertility. High fertility typically attracts astute entrepreneurs who seek to propagate their lineage, not lacking in star currency, but desiring heirs. To ensure the continuation of their bloodline, they are willing to invest substantial sums to marry females with high fertility, all for the prospect of having their own offspring. Such high fertility females, akin to S-class females, often possess considerable wealth, enabling them to afford a stellar ship valued in the hundreds of millions. The audience members in the live stream were predominantly ordinary individuals. Due to the regulations of the interstellar beastman world, similar to those on Blue Star, vast wealth is concentrated in the hands of a select few. This results in a majority of the interstellar population being commonplace. Less than 10% of the interstellar beastmen are exceedingly affluent. Some exceptionally talented males can even secure a female solely based on their remarkable capabilities. Thus, the average onlooker, often an ordinary beastman, became intensely intrigued by Su Ruoruo's upcoming venture, purchasing a stellar ship. Most of them would not even be allowed through the doors of the stellar ship sales building, as entry requires a financial verification. One must possess a minimum liquid cash balance of at least 100 million to gain entry. For the cheapest stellar ship starts at that price. Especially for those females of middling talent, their mental capacity is limited, and the quality of their chosen mates is often subpar, resulting in a meager supply of star currency from their husbands. Some might wonder, is it not feasible to marry 1,000 ordinary males earning 50,000 star currency each year, thus accumulating 50 million star currency annually? In reality, this is far from feasible. Though interstellar law does not restrict the number of males a female may marry, the reality of infinite spouses is unattainable. A female's mental capacity is finite and necessitates rest to recuperate. If she marries too many males, she cannot adequately care for them all, and the males must spend money on radiation-resistant pills to cope. However, these pills only address symptoms and not the root cause. Excessive consumption can lead to irreversible damage to their health. Consequently, many greedy females marry hundreds of males. Due to their limited mental capacity, they cannot manage so many husbands, resulting in numerous males becoming deranged and uncontrollable. Many males, realizing they are neglected, resort to seeking companionship outside the home. This scenario mirrors that of Wu Dalong from Blue Star, who married a beautiful woman, Pan Jinlian, but lacked the physical and financial means to satisfy her emotional and physical needs. Yet, he remained greedy, unwilling to part with so many males, forcing those males to discreetly seek other females to alleviate their physical radiation issues. Thus, while females enjoy substantial rights and can command numerous males, the actual number of husbands each female possesses remains within certain limits. If a female genuinely adores a particular male, she may opt for a temporary separation, dismissing one to marry another, thereby ensuring her mental capacity can manage her spouses without concern that they might stray due to radiation issues. This is also why certain young, high-quality males, those of Beast King level and above, are so highly coveted. Young Beast Kings not only extend their lifespan but also bring considerable star currency income. The average annual salary of a Beast King exceeds 1 million star currency, making one Beast King equivalent to 10 males of the Shining level, each earning only 100,000 star currency. Moreover, some males are exceedingly unattractive. The citizens of the interstellar realm harbor profound envy and jealousy towards Su Ruoruo, who has captured the attention of Lucius, the most likely candidate to become the Beast-Man Emperor of Blue Star. Renowned for his striking beauty and consecutively crowned the most handsome in the interstellar realm for 3 years running, Su Ruoruo herself had not delved deeply into this matter. She merely found Lucius quite handsome, and the prospect of gaining points and an extension of her lifespan was sufficient for her. If interstellar reporters were to pose the following question to Su Ruoruo, do you think Lucius is handsome? She would most likely respond, he's alright, I suppose. Handsome or not, after seeing him frequently, it becomes just that, ordinary. Chapter 108. The Purchase with countless interstellar eyes upon her. Su Ruoruo had successfully arrived at the Starship Purchase Center. She disembarked from the interstellar vehicle, with Unit 77 standing to her left, carrying her backpack. Behind her, 8 advanced combat robots trailed closely, vigilant against any potential dangers. Master, there are 3 steps ahead. Please watch your footing.
All right.
Master, would you like me to assist you up the steps, just in case? Thinking of the child she was carrying, Su Ruoruo gently nodded and extended her hand to rest upon Unit 77's lifelike mechanical hand. The warmth emanating from 77's palm did not feel robotic. Instead, it conveyed the essence of a true man, a man of warmth. Unit 77 was merely a robot she had purchased in the Maternity and Child Health Hospital's hall. It could not possibly be a genuine male beastman. Su Ruoruo immediately dismissed the absurd thought that had suddenly emerged in her mind. Unit 77 bent slightly, assisting Su Ruoruo as they made their way to the grand building dedicated to the sale of starships. The structure was impressively constructed. Su Ruoruo's gaze swept across the exterior, and she noted the vast expanse of the building, which was easily the size of 2 football fields. Before she and Unit 77 could reach the entrance, a cadre of bronze-level male attendants, with smiles gracing their faces, bowed in unison towards her. Distinguished female, good morning. The resounding chorus echoed from the entrance, startling Su Ruoruo. Such service was indeed overwhelming. They had not even entered, yet from 5 meters away, they were already bowing and greeting her. This display made her feel a tad embarrassed about stepping inside. However, the urgency of purchasing a starship compelled her to proceed. She had perused information on the Star Network, discovering that starships were prohibitively expensive, with many materials requiring considerable time for procurement, not to mention the assembly and manufacturing processes involved. Even the largest starship company in the galaxy would require at least half a month to complete such a monumental task. For starships priced in the billions, the timeline would extend even further. Su Ruoruo's purpose for this visit was to gather concrete information to avoid a situation where she could not procure a starship when her time for delivery arrived, rendering her hard-earned star coins practically useless. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her chin and, with Unit 77's support, straightened her posture. Accompanied by the 8 advanced combat robots, she strode confidently through the welcoming male attendants at the entrance of the Starship Shopping Center. Upon entering, Su Ruoruo was awestruck by the myriad of starships suspended above her, showcased through stunning projections. A handsome male, noticing her attire, approached respectfully. Distinguished female, are you in the market for a small starship? I'm not quite sure yet. I would like to browse a bit first. Feeling somewhat awkward with the male attendant standing merely a meter away, Su Ruoruo preferred not to be shadowed by service personnel while shopping. This was true whether on Blue Star or in the interstellar realm. The constant, enthusiastic service felt somewhat overwhelming. I would prefer to explore on my own. Thank you, she quietly told Unit 77. Could you assist me in locating the section for the starship I wish to purchase? Master, according to data from the Star Network, the area for large starships is located on the 7th floor. The 1st floor only sells standard small starships. Then let us proceed to the 7th floor. Very well. With a smile, Unit 77 gestured toward the nearby automatic elevator. Master, shall we take the elevator ahead?
Yes.
Su Ruoruo and Unit 77 soon arrived at the elevator entrance and ascended to the 7th floor. Moments later, as they exited the elevator, Su Ruoruo noticed a crystal door made of exquisite materials. Standing outside, she could not discern what lay beyond. Master, based on information obtained from the Star Network, entry to the sales area on the 7th floor requires a verification of funds through the intelligent device at the entrance. Your account balance must reach 100 million to gain access to this level. How do we verify the funds? Unit 77 took Su Ruoruo's hand and led her to the transparent verification device. Do you see the QR code on this transparent panel?
Yes.
Scan this QR code. And if verification is successful, we may enter to shop. Su Ruoruo activated the scanning function on her star ring. With several hundred million in her wallet, she was confident of a smooth verification. With a click, the crystal door to the 7th floor opened automatically. Upon the door's opening, 10 striking male attendants immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming in unison, "Distinguished female, we warmly welcome you to the Azure Star Starship Shopping Center." Having already witnessed their fervent hospitality, Su Ruoruo had developed a degree of resilience to it. She said little, simply linking her arm with Unit 77's as they entered the crystal portal to shop. Once inside the Starship Shopping Center, Su Ruoruo was captivated by the colossal models showcased on the display stands. These impressive structures were not real starships, but rather starship models projected using 10D technology. The actual starships were stored in a dedicated warehouse for starship sales. Shortly after entering the shopping center, with Unit 77, 4 dashing males dressed in blue sales uniforms approached to offer assistance. "Distinguished female, may I inquire if you're interested in purchasing a starship?"
Yes.
"If you would allow us, it would be our honor to provide you with professional advice regarding starship purchases." Su Ruoruo, not particularly knowledgeable about starship configurations, felt compelled to rely on the staff for assistance. While they would likely recommend models with higher profit margins, she also intended to pose some specialized questions for which they would provide corresponding answers. "Distinguished female, may I ask what your budget is?" Su Ruoruo had already ascertained this information prior to her visit. A starship costing 1 billion was essentially the pinnacle of starship offerings. However, she did not wish to reveal her entire budget immediately. The starship company would undoubtedly have room for negotiation on the 1 billion price tag, and revealing a high budget too early might lead them to view her as an easy target. "I would like to first explore the entry-level starships."
Certainly.
The sales attendant maintained a sunny smile, speaking in a clear voice. "Please follow me to view the entry-level starships." Chapter 109. Listening to Unit 77 under the guidance of the sales personnel, Su Ruoruo was led to the area dedicated to entry-level starship sales. A few minutes later, they settled into a resting area. "Distinguished female, may I offer you a beverage?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Su Ruoruo replied, "I would like a glass of fresh juice, please." "Of course. Please hold on for a moment." One of the male attendants departed to prepare her drink, while another activated the 10D projection in front of Su Ruoruo, explaining the configurations and features of the entry-level starship. Su Ruoruo gazed at the starship materializing in midair through the 10D projection, her heart racing with excitement. If her shopping proceeds smoothly, today she shall settle an immensely significant matter. "Could you enlighten me on what distinguishes the entry-level starship from others?" "Certainly. It is my privilege to assist you." A leading male service representative smiled as he activated the 10D projection remote, addressing Su Ruoruo and number 77 in a soothing tone. "This starship is an entry-level model. As the name implies, it allows for free navigation and docking within the confines of the starship. This represents the most fundamental capability of a starship. Being an entry-level model signifies that this vessel can accommodate a maximum of 10 passengers, with an area of 100 square meters.
Oh?
Only 100 square meters? That seems rather small, Su Ruoruo mused, recalling that even the robots she purchased numbered 10. A mere 100 square meters, even without shared space, could barely accommodate a layout of 3 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. For her alone, it would suffice. Noticing Su Ruoruo's apparent dissatisfaction with the space, the representative interjected, "Esteemed female, for an additional 10 million star coins, you may upgrade the starship's area."
How much?
"How much can it be upgraded?" "If you solely wish to enhance the starship's area, an investment of 10 million star coins will allow you to customize it to an expansive 200 square meters. What do you think? Is an upgrade necessary?" "I'll consider it further," Su Ruoruo replied before continuing. "Aside from the ability to fly above stars like ancient aircraft, protecting passengers from the effects of atmospheric oxygen deficiency and cold, does this starship possess any additional functionalities?" The young, handsome male salesperson shook his head.
No.
"The entry-level starship is equipped solely for passenger transport." "I see," she acknowledged. "Esteemed female, do you have any other requirements for the starship?"
Well,
"I desire a starship capable of accommodating at least 1,000 beastmen, with a perpetual energy replenishment feature. It must also provide ample storage space for preservation and possess combat capabilities. The starship I require must withstand a full-force attack from the Beastman Emperor." It must reach that level. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's specifications, the male representative suddenly grasped the situation. The recent turmoil surrounding Su Ruoruo was common knowledge throughout Azure Star. Naturally, he had heard of it. Now, understanding her needs, he realized that Su Ruoruo sought a means to survive comfortably after being exiled to the Mad Bee Star. As a high-ranking female, she possessed an innate ability to self-soothe, unaffected by radiation levels. All she needed was to ensure her safety to thrive even in the Mad Bee Star. Furthermore, he had also heard of her recent success in live stream selling, amassing considerable wealth in star coins. Esteemed female, based on your requirements, we highly recommend you consider acquiring the highest grade starship. The highest grade starship will fulfill all your needs. Meanwhile, number 77 had been quietly listening for quite some time. Suddenly, it spoke up, Master. I have a set of recommended data regarding the purchase of a starship based on big data analysis. The nearby male representatives were momentarily taken aback by the robot's unsolicited commentary, as generally, AI robots do not respond without direct commands or preset programs. While perplexed, the 4 male attendants did not express excessive surprise, perhaps attributing it to a recent update in the robot company's AI programming. Their primary concern today was to sell a starship to Su Ruoruo. Turning her head, Su Ruoruo contemplated before saying, Please send it to my email. I will examine it first. Of course, Master. Number 77 promptly sent Su Ruoruo a customized configuration manual for the starship. As she opened the document, the bizarre characters AMP made her head spin. These symbols were utterly incomprehensible to her. Yet, faced with the gaze of so many handsome men, she was reluctant to admit her lack of understanding. In the presence of their scrutiny, Su Ruoruo called for assistance from the system. Is this configuration manual reliable? Reliable. Really? Indeed. Doubtful, system. Why didn't you deduct 100 points this time? The system, after careful consideration, decided that the 100 points were not worth the trouble. Su Ruoruo, the host, was quite fortunate. In just a week, she had reaped rewards that would take other hosts years to obtain. Each time, the deduction of 100 points tarnished Su Ruoruo's goodwill, proving to be counterproductive. Such trivial matters do not require energy expenditure. I shall answer for free. Ah, I see. Su Ruoruo continued her inquiry. So, can I proceed with the purchase of the starship according to this manual?
Yes.
Host, I would like to remind you that this number 77 robot is not an ordinary intelligent robot. It possesses absolute authority in matters pertaining to mechanical technology. Really? Does number 77 have a hidden identity? Indeed, host, there is no need for concern. Number 77 has recognized you as its master, and according to its programming, all actions will prioritize your safety above all else. Su Ruoruo snapped back to reality from her conversation with the system and declared, Very well. You all, prepare the starship according to this configuration manual.
Ah?
The 4 sales representatives were momentarily stunned. Esteemed female, do you truly intend to heed the data suggestions from an intelligent AI? Though perplexed, they were not about to turn down potential profits.
Número 77.
The purchase of the starship is now entirely in your hands. With Su Ruoruo's endorsement, number 77 beamed with delight. Understood, Master. It turned to the attendants and instructed. You all heard her. Send a representative from your team. I wish to finalize the starship order immediately. Chapter 110. The wealthy matriarch of Pluto, the lead service team captain, promptly stepped forward, guiding number 77 to the nearby custom starship center to discuss the specifications. Meanwhile, Su Ruoruo settled in the original relaxation area, savoring freshly squeezed juice. After waiting quite a while without seeing number 77 return, she proactively messaged to inquire.
Master.
Customizing the starship requires some time. Please feel free to browse the shopping center in the meantime. There are numerous cutting-edge interstellar products here. If any pique your interest, you may add them to your cart. Just be sure not to complete the payment. I will join you later for checkout. Upon reading number 77's message, Su Ruoruo felt an immediate understanding. Indeed, the system's assessment was accurate. Number 77 was unlike any ordinary robot. It possessed its own intellect and simultaneously held advanced AI capabilities. Maintaining her composed demeanor, she addressed the nearby attendants. Take me to explore other areas of your shopping center. I need to purchase some convenient technological products for daily life. Certainly, the small-scale technology appliance purchasing center is located in the adjacent building. Please follow us to the elevator, which provides direct access to the small home appliance shopping center.
All right.
After finishing her freshly squeezed orange juice, Su Ruoruo followed the three attendants through the automatic elevator to the adjacent area dedicated to small home appliances. During her elevator ride, she messaged Lucius, "I'm about to purchase a starship. If I lack sufficient star coins later, I may need to borrow some from you." Soft. There's no need for such formalities between us. From the moment I married you, all my assets belong to you. As she opened her personal bank account to check her balance, Su Ruoruo first glanced at the nearby sales assistants. They stood upright, vigilantly guarding the elevator, oblivious to her presence. Consequently, she accessed the back end of Xinghuan to examine her star coin balance. Upon noticing a subsidiary account beneath her main account, a cascade of zeros overwhelmed her senses. How many star coins could this possibly represent? The sheer number of zeros left Su Ruoruo in a state of astonishment. Fortunately, beneath the Arabic numerals appeared a prompt in interstellar script translated into Chinese characters. Balance: 9,999,000,000,000. My heavens!
How much is that?
Moreover, the subsidiary account boasted an astonishing interest income, accumulating daily to an incredible figure. It could be said that even if Lucius were to do nothing from this point forward, these star coins would suffice for an eternity. Lucius, from whence did you amass such a fortune in star coins? Lucius replied, "My mother beast left me a substantial inheritance, and from a young age, I often assisted in treating wounded orcs on the battlefield. Over the years, this has resulted in the accumulation of such wealth in my account." After reading Lucius's message, Su Ruoruo instantly comprehended the situation. Lucius possessed formidable innate abilities, aiding severely injured orcs, starting with small goals. And what of his mention of a mother beast? System: how much wealth did Lucius's mother beast leave him? 80% of your subsidiary account's star coin balance originates from Lucius's mother beast. Goodness, what kind of extraordinary being was his mother beast? Host: Lucius is exceptionally gifted, and naturally, his mother beast is no ordinary creature. Please, do share more without delay. Is this a matter requiring payment? If payment is necessary, deduct points and divulge the details regarding Lucius's family background. Su Ruoruo suddenly realized that the information panel provided by the system lacked any details about the male beast's family members. Whether this was a system bug or a deliberate omission remained unclear. Host: Lucius's mother beast is not a Mercury female. She hails from the distant Pluto. Moreover, she is a rare SS-grade gifted female. This cannot be. With such extraordinary talents, why did Lucius's mother not take him to live on Pluto? This is a lengthy story. Although Lucius's mother possessed an astonishing double S talent, her reproductive capability fell short of even an F grade. Otherwise, she would have ascended to become the Empress of Pluto, her reproductive shortcoming destined her to a life without children. Over the years, she earned considerable star coins by reducing radiation for the males. Due to her mental prowess attracting countless male partners, her wealth naturally increased exponentially. However, upon discovering her inability to bear children, these males gradually departed. After enduring numerous setbacks, she vowed to have a child of her own. Many years later, she finally met Lucius's father on Mercury. A male devoid of talent, incapable of awakening into an orc male, he was utterly inept, unable even to defeat an ordinary guard dog. Nevertheless, his reproductive capability, upon testing, reached an astonishing SSS level. What does an SSS reproductive capability entail? In simple terms, it means a guaranteed conception. It bears a striking resemblance to this system's incredibly impressive birthing system. Due to the male's utter inadequacy, despite his ability to guarantee female pregnancy, no females wished to engage with him. His genetic talent was so weak that any offspring produced would likely be ineffectual, leading to his ostracization in adulthood. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo immediately deduced. So, these two individuals complemented each other, encountered one another, and thus Lucius was born?
Precisely.
After giving birth to Lucius, his mother's already negative reproductive capacity was utterly depleted. Even with the support of this SSS reproductive capability, it could not alter the fact that her ability to conceive was irrevocably lost. Lucius did not disappoint her hopes. Being identified at birth as possessing the light body talent, Lucius's mother, aware that she would never have another child, cherished him deeply, devoting all her energy to his upbringing. When Lucius was 3 years old, she took him back to Pluto with her Mercury husband. However, during their journey aboard a spaceship, they encountered a stellar turbulence. Both of Lucius's parents perished, thanks to his light body ability. Lucius automatically activated a protective defense and was successfully rescued by an interstellar rescue team. Simultaneously, He inherited all the wealth left behind by his SS grade aged Pluto female. So that is the story. No wonder Lucius possesses such a vast amount of star coins. Chapter 111. The twin brothers Solon and Summing. 1-1. Upon our marriage, the balance in my account will automatically be shared with you through interstellar finance. Feel free to purchase whatever you desire without concern for frugality. Su Ruoruo received 2 more messages from Lucius. She replied, understood. Host, according to interstellar law, Lucius is correct. All marital property he possesses will be equally divided between you from the moment of your marriage until now. This is astonishing. According to this law, interstellar females, by marrying a wealthy male beast, instantly become affluent. Indeed. How delightful. The system refrained from continuing to answer Su Ruoruo's inquiries. As the elevator she occupied had reached its destination, 3 male attendants respectfully escorted her to a showroom for household small appliances. Honorable female, we offer VIP shopping services. Should you prefer not to walk, we can arrange for your selected items to be delivered to the lounge for your inspection. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo promptly responded, take me to the VIP lounge. If she could avoid walking, she certainly would. All she needed to do was hold the shopping screen and select her desired items. By the way, why didn't you remind me earlier? Had I known sooner, I could have simply sat in the stellar lounge, waiting for them to deliver the goods to me. Honorable female, the 7th floor Stellar Ship Shopping Center has a star coin limit. The staff cannot ascend to the upper levels. The upper levels of the stellar ship are dedicated to custom manufacturing, and by regulation, no external goods are permitted in the Stellar Ship Shopping Center to prevent potential hazards affecting the operation of the manufacturing facility. Very well. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the VIP service area. After Su Ruoruo took her seat, the attendant presented her with a tablet to browse various product information. The 10D projector came with a straightforward, yet comprehensive introduction. Before long, Su Ruoruo selected numerous virtual products. Upon completing her selections, staff members would retrieve the items from the warehouse within 10 minutes and deliver them to the lounge for her inspection. Su Ruoruo made a substantial purchase of high-tech living essentials, including a water heater that automatically absorbs thermal energy for heating water, an all-in-one beauty and skincare device, and a 10D holographic gaming chamber that supports offline play. She acquired all the high-tech products she desired, for she was no longer constrained by financial limitations. As she awaited the last batch of her purchases, she remained unconcerned about the live streaming room that the third prince had restricted. At this juncture, she no longer needed to rely on live streaming to acquire star coins. Su Ruoruo found the advertising contract she had signed and unilaterally announced her intent to terminate it. According to the compensation stipulated by the system for breach of contract, she settled the amount in full and thus terminated her endorsement agreement. With such wealth at her disposal, there was no need for her to continue the livestream commerce. It seemed a frivolous expenditure of her time. Moreover, the issue of her live streaming ban was no longer a source of concern. She was no longer compelled to make concessions due to the threats from His Highness. Despite the considerable power wielded by His Highness, Doxiu, there were limits to her influence. The company that sold starships was affiliated with the Black Star Alliance, which provided all the technology and materials. This was an interstellar enterprise, and the reach of His Highness Doxiu did not extend that far. Even if she ascended to the throne as Empress, the Black Star Starship Company would remain beyond her solitary grasp. Offending the Black Star Alliance would severely restrict and impact the future procurement of starships and many rare metallic materials for the planet Azure. At this moment, Su Ruoruo was entirely free from the burdens of financial concern regarding star coins. This was all a tremendous benefit reaped from marrying Lucius. Had she known that marrying Lucius would lead to such wealth, she would have acted on it much sooner. Su Ruoruo lingered for approximately 2 hours, during which the items she purchased were being systematically packed by the staff and transported to the lounge for her perusal. Seizing a moment, she discreetly attended to her physiological needs in the restroom nearby. Upon exiting, she caught sight of a familiar face among the delivery personnel. As the attendant approached to present her purchases, he too recognized her as the buyer. "Is that you, Solon?" Su Ruoruo called out hesitantly. Solon's brother, Summing, did not utter a word but merely glared at her with seething resentment. Solon had been driven to madness, having been cast away to the island of mad beasts on Mad Beastar. Su Ruoruo, have you forgotten so quickly? Summing roared in indignation, lamenting that his brother had sacrificed his promising future for the sake of such a greedy female. His brother and the other 11 male victims had become mere shadows of their former selves, destined to live as mad beasts. Meanwhile, she appeared so leisurely, indulging in her shopping spree. One had to wonder if her heart was made of stone. It was rumored that Su Ruoruo had successfully proposed to Lucius at the moon banquet held by His Highness for the child. Lucius was an idol to many male beasts, having ascended to the rank of Beast King at a remarkably young age. Countless males on Azure regarded him as a paragon of progress. No one could have anticipated that even Lucius would fall under Su Ruoruo's spell. Upon hearing the accusations from the Beast Man, Su Ruoruo quickly realized her mistake. The original owner's memories vividly recalled the appearances and demeanors of the 12 male victims. Thus, upon seeing Summing, she mistakenly identified him. The original memories revealed that Solin and Summing were twins, hence their striking resemblance. I am truly sorry regarding your brother, Su Ruoruo chose to apologize. The original had driven his dear brother to madness, a fate that had effectively sealed his doom. Although this was not her doing. She had assumed the original's body and thus inherited this debt. In the Blue Star realm, causing a death would typically result in a life sentence, or worse. A death for a death, depending on the severity of the circumstances. You need not feign sympathy, your very presence disgusts me, Summing shouted in fury. 3 nearby attendants promptly intervened, forcibly escorting him out of the VIP lounge. The judgment for Su Ruoruo's transgressions had long been rendered by the court.
Now,
she was regarded as a distinguished client with intentions of purchasing a starship. It was imperative that this male did not harm Su Ruoruo, especially since she was with child. The thought of him going berserk and causing her injury was simply unacceptable. By the time Su Ruoruo regained her composure from the male's raving, he had vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, the 3 attendants returned to the lounge. Esteemed female, we apologize for the fright you experienced. Rest assured. The male who spoke disrespectfully to you has been dismissed in accordance with staff regulations. From this day forth, no company under the Black Star Starship trade will employ him.
Ah?
Su Ruoruo exclaimed, hastily shaking her head and waving her hands. Please, do not dismiss him. I hold no grudge against him. The attendants exchanged puzzled glances. They had just reported Summing's misconduct to the regional supervisor. Urgently, Su Ruoruo insisted, you must lift the punishment on him. Upon hearing her plea, the attendants quickly activated their star rings to contact the regional supervisor. A few minutes later, an apologetic male attendant approached Su Ruoruo. The male who was disrespectful to you has already packed his belongings and left. We offered him the opportunity to return, but he declined. However, you may rest assured that the Black Star International Alliance has lifted the restrictions on his employment. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo let out a resigned sigh. The attendants, noticing her altered demeanor, remained silent nearby. After a while, Su Ruoruo surveyed the various samples in the lounge, her desire to continue examining them waning. She instructed the attendants to have all the items she had previously shown interest in sent to her. At that moment, she could not recall the warehouse address. So, she messaged number 77 for assistance. Soon, number 77 provided her with the necessary details. After showing the address to one of the male attendants, she turned to leave, accompanied by the other 2 attendants. Upon returning to the lounge where she had initially purchased the starship, her gaze fell upon the 8 combat robots stationed at the entrance, waiting for her. In her haste to visit the adjacent space, she had forgotten to command them to follow her. Su Ruoruo promptly approached the robots and instructed, from now on, wherever I go outside, you will follow. At your command, mistress, the 8 robots responded in unison, their eyes flashing as they updated their directive protocols. Their every action would require her authorization. A male attendant who had been accompanying Su Ruoruo stepped forward respectfully, opening the lounge door and inviting her to enter. Su Ruoruo took a seat inside, flanked by the combat robots, who pushed the 2 male attendants, serving her 3 meters away. As she settled in, the presence of the robots offered her a sense of security. The family of the victim she had encountered earlier had exhibited a wildness in their eyes, their words laden with discontent and ire towards the original owner. She could not afford to be careless in the future. It was fortunate that staff had intervened to prevent Summing from confronting her. Otherwise, she shuddered to think what actions the aggrieved family members might take in a fit of rage. Mistress, the customized starship will require 1 day for completion. The estimated cost for the modifications is 100 trillion star coins.
Damn. Su Ruoruo silently cursed.
She harbored serious doubts that number 77 had been monitoring her star coin account balance. Before departing, she had informed number 77 that her budget was a maximum of 1 billion. Yet upon arriving at this place, number 77 had inflated her budget to a staggering 100 trillion star coins. Had she not just learned of her newfound wealth of 45 trillion, Su Ruoruo would have long since felt the urge to flee this place. The staff insisted on receiving payment before proceeding with the subsequent modifications to the starship. Su Ruoruo's expression was grave as she recalled that 77 had mentioned the top-tier stellar ship would only cost a mere 1 billion. Yet the price had now soared to a staggering 1 trillion. Where had this exorbitant price difference originated? Faced with Su Ruoruo's perplexing inquiry, 77 calmly sent her an email. It took Su Ruoruo 5 seconds to download the document. Upon seeing the densely packed list of expenses alongside a plethora of unfamiliar metallic materials and equipment, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Reflecting on the system's high regard for 77, she sighed deeply. No need to panic. We possess wealth now. Su Ruoruo chose to trust 77 and promptly transferred 1 trillion star coins for the construction of the stellar ship. Meanwhile, Lucius received a notification about Su Ruoruo's expenditure. The balance shared with her was from his account, meaning every transaction she made was reported to him. The merchant was the Black Star stellar ship Interstellar Alliance. Lucius opened Su Ruoruo's live stream, witnessing her purchase of a stellar ship. Spending 1 trillion? A stellar ship cannot traverse the cosmos and should only cost around 1 billion. Lucius bore a look of confusion akin to Su Ruoruo's. However, he chose not to confront her. After all, 1 trillion star coins were merely a fraction of his 80 trillion. Even if Su Ruoruo spent it all, he would not lack the ability to earn more. Her willingness to spend his money was sufficient proof that his efforts to provide for her were worthwhile. As for the notion of being swindled for 1 trillion, Lucius, well-versed in interstellar law, harbored no fears of Su Ruoruo being defrauded by merchants. Should any attempt to deceive her, he could ensure they compensated him with both principal and interest. Furthermore, the reputation of the Black Star stellar ship Interstellar Alliance was relatively sound, having sold goods at clearly marked prices for many years. Perhaps Su Ruoruo had simply purchased numerous other items, leading to the inflated total. Lucius sent Su Ruoruo a message. Are you buying a stellar ship?
Yes.
Shall I come accompany you? Okay. Su Ruoruo found it hard to refuse. Lucius had completed his month-long volunteer work at the tribunal this year and immediately applied for leave. After submitting his request, he left the court without looking back, boarding a flying car bound for the stellar ship purchasing building. Upon his arrival, Su Ruoruo was in the VIP lounge, having ordered an array of gourmet dishes. These delicacies were all derived from the recipes she had sold to the Interstellar restaurant not long ago. By the time Lucius arrived, the table was laden with exquisite meals, delivered by the waitstaff to the lounge. Lucius entered the VIP lounge, sharing a delightful lunch with Su Ruoruo. Once the meal concluded, they departed from the stellar ship sales company, accompanied by 8 high-priced combat robot bodyguards that Su Ruoruo had purchased. Shall I first take you to visit your brother, then return you to the maternal and child healthcare hospital to rest?
All right. Su Ruoruo nodded gently.
Lucius instructed the intelligent autopilot system to take them to the villa district where her brother, Su Xingqian, resided. Minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the standalone villa. Before they could exit the vehicle, Su Ruoruo spotted a group of interstellar orcs wielding sticks, gathered at the entrance of the villa she had purchased for Su Xingqian. Chapter 113. Revocation of charges against Su Ruoruo. Among the orcs were both men and women, all glaring with expressions filled with dissatisfaction and rage. Each held common household items resembling sticks, vocally protesting at the villa's entrance. Su Ruoruo recognized Su Ming, whom she had encountered earlier in the shopping mall, among the crowd. He was brandishing a baseball bat he had seemingly scavenged, forcefully striking the entrance of the villa. Seated in the flying car, Su Ruoruo's companion, Lucius, wore a serious expression. In this vast world, how can such lawless rioters exist? Soft. Wait here while I handle this. Be careful. Do not let them harm you. Okay, Lucius. Like a majestic eagle, swiftly opened the car door and leaped from the height, darting toward the crowd gathered at the villa's entrance. Upon seeing Lucius, the rowdy interstellar citizens quickly subdued their anger, with many attempting to hide their makeshift weapons from his gaze. Lucius, powerful and a judge of the tribunal, had all the evidence needed to hold them accountable under the law. Why have you gathered here? And you, openly wielding a weapon and damaging another's property. Do you realize the penalty is tenfold compensation and a prison sentence of up to 13 years? The group of male rioters stepped forward, collectively voicing their grievances. Your Honor, why does Su Ruoruo enjoy wealth and fortune, amassing such vast sums of star coins while disregarding us, the victims' families? Lucius furrowed his brow. During the trial regarding Su Ruoruo's crimes, The court ruled that all of her luxury items and assets would be auctioned, with the proceeds allocated to you. Humph. Compensation to us? Su Ruoruo's tarnished reputation means no one wants her used luxury goods. They all went unsold. Her total assets barely amount to 2 million star coins. She defrauded us of over 10 million star coins. 2 million divided among us yields less than 200,000 star coins each. What can I do to amend our losses? She was sentenced to be exiled to Beast Island to atone for the victims, but who will cover the star coins she squandered? After hearing the complaints from the leading troublemakers, Lucius understood their motivations for such irrational behavior. They were merely upset that Su Ruoruo had recently earned a significant amount of star coins through her live streams without compensating the victims' families, leading them to seek more as restitution. With arms crossed and a cold gaze sharp as an eagle's, Lucius surveyed the crowd of orcs and spoke in a deep, commanding tone. I possess all your information, including every detail of Su Ruoruo's expenditures, meticulously documented here. With a subtle wave of his hand, the papers unfurled as if animated, displaying a multitude of numbers and entries clearly visible. Some of the expenditure details were voluntary gifts from males, which you all signed without objection during the trial.
Indeed.
But that sum amounts to less than 2 million. The remaining 10 million star coins were all obtained through Su Ruoruo's active solicitation. Lucius's expression turned icy as he continued. After the auction, I shall cover the remaining balance owed to you on behalf of Su Ruoruo. The rioting male relatives brightened at this news. They had gathered here because they had seen through the live stream that Su Ruoruo and Lucius were coming to visit Su Xingchen, hoping to seize the opportunity to stir up trouble for the compensation they believed they deserved. I will call out names. Those whose names I announce should step forward to confirm the compensation terms without objection and sign for me. Upon hearing Lucius's words, the previously tumultuous crowd became orderly in an instant. Soon, Lucius drafted an electronic compensation agreement, granting each family member their corresponding amount of star coins. After receiving the compensation, the faces of all the family members lit up with joy as Su Ruoruo stood alongside the victims' families, seeking atonement. The 2 million star coins contributed by their family have all been returned. Thank you, Honorable Presiding Judge. I knew you were a wise and just magistrate. Lucius smiled faintly, affirming, Indeed, I am a fair and impartial judge, and your compensation has concluded.
Now,
it is time to discuss the damages incurred from your public disturbance and the vandalism of the villa's entrance. The relatives of the aggrieved parties exchanged looks of surprise and trepidation upon hearing this. They had been preoccupied with their uproar, focused solely on obtaining the compensation they deemed rightful, without considering the consequences of their actions. Your Honor, we were wrong. We only sought the compensation we are entitled to. Please, forgive us this once. A timid male pleaded immediately. Another male chimed in, Yes, Your Honor. We were left with no choice. Lucius, unfazed, replied, I can overlook today as events and absolve you of your responsibility. However, you must withdraw your accusations against Su Ruoruo.
what?
Withdraw the accusations? After a public trial with sentencing, can we still retract our claims? Lucius, sensing their confusion, calmly responded, Of course, you can. If you agree to withdraw your charges against Su Ruoruo and opt for offline mediation, the compensation you seek shall be no issue. Many relatives of the victims suddenly found hope, given that their loved ones had already gone mad. Securing a substantial compensation in exchange for retracting the accusations was a tempting proposition. Your Honor, I demand 10 million star coins. If you grant me 10 million star coins, I will immediately withdraw my accusations against Su Ruoruo. Lucius regarded this eager relative, pulling up his family interface. Very well, if you withdraw now, I will transfer the funds immediately. However, you must sign a contract agreeing not to appeal this matter again. A breach will incur a penalty of 100 times the compensation. Agreed, I will sign. The surrounding relatives of other victims quickly joined the negotiation for compensation. Before long, Lucius completed 11 compensation agreements. Only one remained, and Su Ruoruo would be freed from the accusations. The crux of the issue lay with the relatives of the victims. If they collectively chose to forgive Su Ruoruo and accept mediation, the punishment for her betrayal and exile to Mad Beast Island would be nullified. With the accusers gone, the punishment would naturally cease to exist. Chapter 114. Persuading the withdrawal only you remain, Su Ruoruo. Lucius gently waved his hand, and an electronic contract screen appeared before Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo gazed at the terms of the contract, his fists clenched tightly, lips pressed together in silence. 10 million star coins were wealth he could never hope to amass in a lifetime. Signing this contract would ensure his latter years were free from want and could allow him to marry a highly gifted female. The allure of this contract was powerful for Su Ruoruo. Yet ultimately he shook his head. Your Honor, I will not sign this contract. I cannot forgive Su Ruoruo for the harm she has inflicted upon my brother. She has caused a death, and she must pay with her life. Otherwise, I would be betraying my brother's memory. Lucius frowned slightly. I can increase the offer. Name your price. No, this is not a matter of money. Su Ruoruo recalled the humiliation he suffered this morning when he was thrown out by Su Ruoruo's people and subsequently expelled. A righteous smile crossed his face as he declared, Your Honor, money cannot obscure the truth, nor can it purchase justice and conscience. If I were to accept your proposal to withdraw the accusations and take the generous compensation, similar deceitful actions by individuals like Su Ruoruo would undoubtedly recur. I do not wish for more males to be toyed with by females. Lucius, in a low voice, inquired once more, Have you made your decision? I have made my decision, Su Ruoruo replied resolutely, turning away with his baseball bat in hand. Lucius observed as all the instigators departed before instructing the autonomous driving vehicle to halt at the villa's entrance. From the driverless taxi behind, 8 combat robots disembarked, standing guard beside Su Ruoruo. Lucius, what are those people doing here? Lucius surveyed the surroundings and shook his head at Su Ruoruo. Let us discuss this inside. This is not a suitable place for conversation.
All right.
Su Ruoruo activated her star ring and dialed Su Xingqian's number. The call connected swiftly. Xingqian, I have come to see you. Sister, wait a moment. I will open the door for you right away. With Su Xingqian's clear voice, the villa's gates swung open. Upon seeing Su Ruoruo's familiar face, Su Xingqian rushed forward, eager to embrace her. Lucius, quick to respond, pulled Su Ruoruo aside. Xingqian, your brother-in-law is still here. Su Ruoruo felt a tinge of embarrassment. The original Su Ruoruo shared a close bond with her brother, and such an embrace would have seemed entirely normal to her. However, the current Su Ruoruo, having taken over the original's body, felt differently. Now that Su Xingqian had come of age, he appeared as a full-grown man in every respect. To avoid any appearance of impropriety, Su Ruoruo was unaccustomed to and reluctant to engage in such intimate gestures. Yet, she feared that Su Xingqian might discern that the soul of his sister had been replaced. Thus, she refrained from expressing overt resistance. Hello, brother-in-law. Su Xingqian politely greeted Lucius, then leaned closer to Su Ruoruo, anxiously asking, Sister, did those people harm you? Su Ruoruo shook her head. With your brother-in-law here, how could they possibly hurt me? Humph. Your brother-in-law is the Beast King. Even if they were to come back 1,000 times, they could never match his strength. Sister, brother-in-law, let us go inside to talk.
All right.
Su Ruoruo, Lucius, and the 8 advanced combat robots entered the villa together. Not long after entering, Lucius glanced at the live broadcaster above Su Ruoruo's head and skillfully removed his shirt. Instantly, the broadcaster shut off, ensuring that all subsequent conversations among the 3 would remain private. Su Ruoruo merely caught a glimpse of Lucius's muscular upper body before averting her gaze. Now was not the time for distractions. She needed to clarify with Su Xingqian and Lucius the origins of the ruckus outside. Xingqian, why didn't you tell me about the people causing a disturbance outside?
Su Ruoruo inquired, puzzled.
Su Xingqian hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Lucius interjected. He likely did not want to worry you, so he kept it from you. All your assets, previously frozen by the court, were auctioned off 3 days ago, and the auction yielded little in terms of star coins. These individuals, unable to secure funding, resorted to creating a disturbance, which has likely persisted for 3 days. Upon hearing Lucius's explanation, Su Xingqian realized there was no need for further concealment. Since his sister was already aware, it was no longer a matter of concern. Brother-in-law is correct. If I had told you, it would have affected your emotions, and given that you are pregnant, you should not be troubled by such matters. Su Ruoruo felt both pained and helpless. So, you haven't been outside for days? Su Xingqian nodded, quickly explaining, while I haven't left, I haven't gone hungry either. I've had the interstellar delivery service bring food through the back door, so I've been eating well and sleeping soundly. Hearing this, Su Ruoruo felt a wave of relief wash over her. The original Su Ruoruo's hidden task was to care for her brother. If Su Xingqian could not even guarantee the basics of food and warmth, how could she fulfill her duty of care? Soft, rest assured. The group that was troubling your brother has already been dealt with by me. Among the victims' families, 11 have withdrawn their accusations against you. It won't be long before the court re-evaluates your case. Is that true? Su Ruoruo's eyes sparkled. If the victims' families have all retracted their complaints, she would no longer have to endure suffering on the Mad Bee Star. Indeed. Just now at the entrance, I compensated the 11 families with an additional 10 million star coins each. They signed contracts in my presence, pledging to withdraw their appeals as soon as they return home. However, one orc named Su Ruoruo is quite obstinate and refuses to retract his accusation for the sake of the 10 million star coins. But you need not worry. The person accusing you has changed, and your sentence will be overturned. According to the Empire's historical case precedents, a single accuser can result in a maximum of 3 years of imprisonment for you.
Su Ming?
Brother of Su Long. Su Ruoruo recalled the male orc she encountered earlier that day. Wasn't he unwilling to drop the case? Earlier, due to her involvement, Su Ruoruo was dismissed from the shopping center. With old grievances and new resentments combined, how could he possibly agree to withdraw his accusation? Lucius, I remember you were not like this before. When you sentenced me, you personally escorted me to the Mad Bee Star for punishment.
Now,
you are willing to bribe the victims' families to retract their complaints for my sake? Lucius lowered his head, a hint of helplessness and tenderness in his gaze. At that time, you and I were strangers. Why would I help you? Now, I am yours, and naturally, I must consider your well-being. Hearing him say he would consider her well-being warmed Su Ruoruo's heart inexplicably. Was this the latent effect of their newfound status? Since marrying Lucius, her benefits and treatment had improved significantly. Soft, I will find a way to handle Su Ruoruo and persuade him to withdraw his accusations against you. Focus on your pregnancy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will help you overturn your case before you give birth. Su Ruoruo was overjoyed. Staying in the galaxy and avoiding the terrifying Mad Beast Island was indeed the best outcome. She had witnessed the terrifying state of the third prince, Duoziu, when he went mad. If the entire island were filled with such frenzied beasts, she would be unable to survive on land and would have to remain aboard the purchased starship for eternity. Even if she tried to resolve the issue with those mad beasts, it would be futile. The entire galaxy and all its stars tacitly acknowledged the Mad Beast Star as a paradise for discarded mad males. Every day, various starships from different galaxies would deliver insane beasts to the island. To prevent the increase of mad beasts was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lucius, thank you. Su Ruoruo felt at a loss, only able to express her heartfelt gratitude to Lucius. After all, Lucius lacked for star coins and had numerous admirers. She could only convey her appreciation with the simplest and most direct words. Had she not met Lucius, she would have long since perished on Mad Beast Island. Soft. I am already yours. There is no need for thanks. Su Xingqian, standing nearby, felt equally exhilarated. If his sister didn't have to go to Mad Bee Star and could have her case overturned, they could live happily together as a family. While they were reveling in this news, Lucius suddenly received a voice communication from Empress Duananyu. As he glanced at the incoming call, his expression instantly grew grave. Lucius abruptly stood up and cautioned Su Ruoruo and Su Xingqian, "The Empress is calling. Please remain silent." Su Ruoruo pointed to the live broadcast device overhead, suggesting, "Should I go upstairs? It wouldn't be good if the broadcast captured this." "No need. I am not wearing a top. So the live broadcast won't capture our conversations in the villa." "Very well then." Lucius then answered the call. "Your Majesty, good afternoon." Lucius greeted Empress Duananyu in a low voice. Cough, cough. "Lucius, was it you who orchestrated the withdrawal of accusations against Su Ruoruo?" Upon hearing the Empress's inquiry, Lucius's expression changed instantly. The Empress was usually preoccupied with state affairs and would never pay special attention to a case involving Su Ruoruo. Initially, he had harbored some suspicions regarding her alleged fraud against 12 males, but without evidence, he had kept his thoughts to himself. Now, just after he had concluded discussions with the victims' families, the Empress questioned him. His intuition told him there was more to Su Ruoruo's fraud case, potentially linked to the Empress herself. Despite having formed a rough conjecture deep within, he still answered in a somber tone, "Yes, it was I, Lucius. As the presiding judge of the Galactic Supreme Court, how can you abuse your power for personal gain? Su Ruoruo's crimes are unforgivable, and yet you contemplate bribing the victims' families to spare her? Your actions show utter disregard for the people of Blue Star, the Empire's laws, and my authority as Empress." Upon hearing the Empress's reprimand, Lucius's deep-set eyes narrowed, and he replied with a trace of coldness in his voice, "Your Majesty, the private mediation has been agreed upon by the victims' families. How can this be considered an abuse of power? I am now Su Ruoruo's lord and husband. It is my duty to consider her welfare." "Very well, Lucius. I am giving you an opportunity. Immediately notify all the victims' families to retract their withdrawal of complaints. Otherwise, you are aware of my methods. Lucius's expression shifted at the Empress's threat. He glanced at the shocked Su Ruoruo and Su Xingqian, then replied in a gentle tone. Su Ruoruo is, after all, my wife. Please allow me some time to consider this matter. Time to consider? Very well, I will grant you 24 hours. After that, if you have not informed the victims' families to continue their appeals. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will certainly give it serious thought. Humph, Lucius. You are the most promising male I have seen in 500 years to become an orc emperor. I do not wish for you to be dragged into an endless abyss because of Su Ruoruo. Lucius exchanged a few more words before hanging up the call in front of Su Ruoruo and Su Xingqian. Upon hearing this exchange, Su Xingqian immediately grew anxious. Brother-in-law, you wouldn't really. His words trailed off. The Empress's orders were not to be defied. The duo's family's influence was immense, with countless beast kings under their command. Lucius, as a newly ascended beast king, could never hope to contend with the Empress of an entire stellar planet. It was utterly reckless. Lucius, why is the Empress targeting me? I was on the verge of having my case overturned, and the victims' families agreed to reconcile. Su Ruoruo asked, already aware of the answer. In that moment, she also made sense of a question that had long puzzled her. Before the original host turned 18, she had used most of her aid funds to raise her brother. They had lived frugally, never stealing from others or harboring fraudulent intentions. Why had the original host changed upon awakening her mental powers at 18? Why had she become materialistic and lost her true self? Her memories of the original host's 4 years in university were hazy, but at this moment, she understood without needing clarity. Everything was being orchestrated by the Empress behind the scenes. The Crown Prince, Duoxiu, inexplicably harbored hostility toward her. The Empress's daughter, Duolia, and duos you had displayed a negative favorability score of 60 upon their first encounter with her. All signs indicated that the duo's family held her in disdain. During the grand banquet hosted by His Highness Duke Doria, the moment when Doria declared her awakening as an S-class female, the terrifying expression of unpredictability on Duke Doria's face was palpable. In Chapter 116, Infinite Lifespan, Hold On, amidst the murmurs of numerous female attendees at the banquet, she gleaned information regarding the upcoming Empress election scheduled for 2 years hence. A rigid stipulation dictated that only females with S-class mental strength and above were eligible to participate in the selection process for the Empress. At that instant, everything suddenly crystallized into a definitive answer. Although Su Ruoruo possessed no tangible evidence to substantiate that the original owner had been wronged, her instinct assured her that the original owner had indeed been manipulated. Su Ruoruo refrained from further probing, merely exchanging a calm gaze with Lucius from across the room. If her conjecture held true, the planet Azure Star was no longer a suitable abode for her. The only reason she continued to exist was that the Empress wished to avoid being compromised. The original owner had managed to survive her 4 years at university solely due to the rivalry between His Highness Duke Doria and the Empress. They could not overtly harm her. Any such action would provide the other with leverage, utilizing the power of interstellar public opinion to undermine their opponent during the Empress's electoral contest. Thus, the original owner's entire misguided journey through university had been meticulously orchestrated by others. Soft, you figured it out, Haven to you?
Su Ruoruo nodded calmly.
Lucius, adhere to the Empress's directives. Should you defy her will, it would not only jeopardize me, but your own life would also be at stake. Su Ruoruo gently placed her hand on her abdomen. If you were to perish, who would care for our child? Who would watch over the stars? A flicker of pain crossed Lucius's eyes. His power was still too feeble to protect those he wished to safeguard. At that moment, Su Ruoruo had come to terms with it all. Azure Star was undoubtedly no longer tenable. She was furious and harbored a desire to strike the Empress down. However, patience was key. It was rumored that the Empress was nearing her demise. Young Doria, appearing rather dim-witted, and the ill-intentioned Duke Doria, no matter how they persevered, could not possibly outlast her. As she contemplated her more than 300 years of lifespan, which would instantly extend to over 600 years post-childbirth, her worries dissipated. Currently, I cannot contend with you all. You possess over 500 years of heritage and influence. I cannot provoke you, but I can evade you. If you dare, let us compete for longevity. Regarding the frenzied beast star, with the assistance of the system S-prompts and the enigmatic mechanical expert number 77, she felt utterly unperturbed. Lucius, I have procured the stellar ship. Once I give birth, will you accompany me to reside on frenzied beast star? Lucius momentarily paused, then nodded in agreement. Su Ruoruo's lifespan was limited. He desired to share a blissful period with her within that finite time. Upon witnessing Lucius's ascent, Su Ruoruo's spirit soared. With Lucius as her ally, even if their union did not confer an extension to her lifespan, childbirth certainly would. The combination could yield an additional 300 years. Striving for a year, wouldn't that secure her 1,800 years of life? By the time she re-emerged after 500 years, the likes of young Doria and Duke Doria would have long since turned to dust. The more she pondered, the more feasible this seemed. Her prior perspective had been overly narrow. As long as she bore children, she could perpetually extend her lifespan, rendering the insidious and petty empress utterly irrelevant. Given time, she could purchase an entire star and establish her own interstellar empire. To be an empress herself, how delightful! Su Ruoruo's eyes sparkled increasingly, and a radiant smile unwittingly graced her lips. Beside her, Su Xingqian and Lucius exchanged bewildered glances at her laughter. Sister, are you not concerned about the empress targeting you? Fear not, everything is well. That old hag, the empress, merely wishes for me to wither away on frenzied B-star, does she not? Then let it be as she desires. I shall treat it as a delightful excursion. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's words, Su Xingqian could not help but praise. I knew it. Sister, you are the strongest. Regardless of any dire circumstances, you face them with a smile. Sister, I have decided. I too shall accompany you to frenzied B-star.
No.
You cannot go. Why not? You have agreed to let Lucius accompany you. Why may I not? Su Ruoruo found herself at a loss for words. However, she still harbored intentions to fulfill the original owner's side quest. According to the logic of interstellar residence, Su Xingqian needed to complete his university education, graduate from a prestigious institution, marry a wealthy and beautiful female, and bear children of his own lineage. Only then could he claim to have reached the pinnacle of life, thereby completing the side quest. If Su Xingqian were to join her on frenzied B-star, when would that task ever be accomplished? Su Ruoruo resolutely shook her head. Xingqian, you must focus on your studies. Once you graduate from Interstellar University and ascend to the rank of a dazzling class male beastman, I shall have Lucius come to fetch you to live on frenzied B-star with us. If you fail to complete your studies, I shall no longer acknowledge you. Su Xingqian, upon hearing this, became anxious. His eyes reddened, and he spoke in a small, aggrieved voice. Sister, we had an agreement that once I graduated from Interstellar University, you would allow brother-in-law to take me to live with you on frenzied B-star. Su Ruoruo smiled gently, responding, of course. When have I ever failed to fulfill a promise made to you? Never. Everything you promised has come to pass. Then it is settled. By the time I arrive at frenzied B-star, Interstellar University will have just commenced. Lucius, having overheard their conversation, solemnly addressed Su Xingqian, if you call me brother-in-law, I shall bestow upon you a welcome gift. I arrived in haste this time and did not ascertain your preferences. I will send you a red envelope. Purchase whatever you desire.
Su Xingqian momentarily froze, casting a glance at Su Ruoruo.
She smiled slightly. Xingqian, accept the gift from your brother-in-law.
Ding.
Congratulations, Mr. Su. Your account has been credited with 100 million star coins. Current account balance, 100,402,000 star coins. Upon hearing this amount, Su Xingqian momentarily thought he had misheard. Brother-in-law, you transferred 100 million star coins to me. Lucius replied nonchalantly. Indeed, is 100 million insufficient? If it is lacking, do not hesitate to inform me. It's more than enough. Su Xingqian found himself at a loss for words. 100 million star coins, at a minimum interest rate of 2 from interstellar banks, would yield 2 million star coins annually. With such a sum, provided he refrained from gambling, he would never exhaust it in his lifetime. After conversing with Su Xingqian for a while longer, Su Ruoruo instructed him and Lucius to remain in the living room to communicate further. Chapter 117. Amused by one's own foolishness, she ordered some non-radiative ingredients and prepared a sumptuous feast in the villa's kitchen. The three of them gathered to enjoy a lavish dinner. During the meal, Su Xingqian seized the opportunity to inquire about numerous aspects of attending Interstellar University, and Lucius patiently addressed each question. After dining, concerned for Su Xingqian's safety, Su Ruoruo deliberately ordered 10 advanced combat robots from the robot mall for him. Approximately 10 minutes later, the robots arrived. Su Ruoruo instructed Su Xingqian to activate the robots and provided him with several precautions before departing the villa with Lucius. Lucius, accompanied by 8 combat robots, escorted Su Ruoruo back to the maternal and child health hospital for childbirth. About half an hour passed. Su Ruoruo safely returned to her 1212 VIP hospital room. Upon her arrival, she promptly shed her outer garments and disabled the intrusive live streaming device. 8 combat robots. Following her commands, stationed 2 in the living room for surveillance, while the remaining 6 retreated to the secondary bedroom to recharge and replenish their energy. Su Ruoruo then entered the relaxation area, indulging in a luxurious spa treatment before retreating to her bedroom for a midday rest. When she eventually awoke, the sky had completely darkened. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of her bedroom, she gazed at the countless twinkling stars above, each shimmering with a brilliant white light. She glanced at the time on the star ring. It was 7:30 in the evening. She had slept for several hours. What was the status of the starship arranged by number 77? If the Empress were to intervene, would her starship still be able to successfully depart from the Azure planet alongside her? System, I have an inquiry. What would you like to ask? Is the original owner's fraud, which drove 12 male beasts to madness, related to Empress Duananyu? Answering this question will deduct 1,000 points from your account. Does the host agree to proceed with the inquiry and the point deduction? I agree. Your consent has been received, and analysis is underway. Please hold on. Su Ruoruo, with her large, sparkling eyes, stared at the ceiling above as she patiently awaited the system's response. After a considerable wait, she finally heard the system's analytical answer. Analysis of fragments from the original owner's past memories indicates that the primary inducement for her criminal actions is significantly linked to Empress Duananyu of the Azure planet. The analysis is complete. 1,000 points have been deducted from the host's account. Su Ruoruo confirmed her suspicions, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. The individual who sought to take her life had been identified. Now that the adversary was in plain sight, she understood their intentions. As long as she took the necessary precautions, her chances of survival had increased. After a deep sigh, Su Ruoruo mumbled her frustration to the system. System, we are allies on the same vessel. Why did you not warn me beforehand about such a grave matter when the Empress sought my demise? Is this matter truly so significant? If this is not significant, then what would be? Certainly, the host's primary objective is to attract high-quality male beasts, conceive offspring, and acquire points. Su Ruoruo retorted. This insipid system offers nothing but cold water, failing to provide any crucial information. She always had to deduce everything herself, only to receive answers upon inquiry. System, regarding all matters related to the original owner, I kindly ask you to alert me whenever possible. Host, responding to predictive inquiries requires energy. I can only respond to you based on the specificity of your questions. Additionally, the deduction of points varies according to the complexity of the inquiries. For some questions, if I disclose the answer, it may automatically deduct thousands of points from your account, and you might not agree. What if you receive the answer and refuse to acknowledge it? I would be left with nothing. Moreover, there are far too many matters related to the original owner from her past. Are you sure you wish to know them all? I cannot allow you to be inundated with all this information. Your cognitive capacity may not withstand it, potentially rendering you a fool. How about this? I will provide you with a free video resource containing comprehensive details about the original owner. Take your time to review it. Very well. What else could Su Ruoruo say? The system seemed solely focused on one objective, to have her find high-quality males to mate with and produce offspring to gain points. It was unrealistic to expect the system to alert her about the treachery of those around her. For now, she could only regard the system as an auxiliary AI tool. After all, the system provided answers to her inquiries, albeit at a cost, and she understood that there were no free lunches in this world. Furthermore, the system offered her opportunities for survival and some remarkable functionalities. In this light, the system had proven to be quite beneficial. System, I have another question. Please proceed, host. Does the Empress know about my purchase of the starship? The Empress is aware. Host, your purchase of the starship is broadcasted across the entire star system. The entire galaxy is informed. As the answer to this inquiry is straightforward, there will be no deduction of points.
Su Ruoruo bet her temples.
Nearly laughing at her own foolishness upon hearing the system's response. Had she known, she should have discreetly instructed number 77 to procure the starship. If the Empress wished for her demise, how could she possibly allow her to acquire the starship? System, will number 77 successfully acquire the starship this time? This question will deduct 100 points from the host's account. Do you agree to the deduction? Su Ruoruo replied silently. For inquiries costing 100 points or less, deduct directly, without asking me. Host, number 77 has successfully acquired the starship. You can place your complete trust in its capabilities. As a bonus, I will provide you with a free piece of information. Number 77 does not originate from the galactic system. If it does not belong to the galactic system, then which system does it come from? Host, this question exceeds the boundaries of the galactic system. This system cannot provide an answer. Currently, all information regarding number 77 yields 3 conclusions. 1. It will not harm you. 2. It does not belong to the galactic system. 3. It is not human. Very well. She found number 77 quite user-friendly and knowledgeable. The system had indicated that it was an authority on mechanical matters. Furthermore, it posed no threat to her. For now, keeping it nearby was acceptable. During this period, she had found it quite convenient to use. Moreover, with the confirmation from the system that number 77 had successfully acquired the starship, she believed it would not be long before she received good news from number 77. After her inquiries with the system, just as she was about to message number 77, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Master, may I enter? Chapter 118. The insect mother statue Su Ruoruo felt a shiver run down her spine upon hearing the default voice of number 77, a young male. Speak of the devil. Number 77 had returned so swiftly. Su Ruoruo approached the door of her hospital room, confirming number 77's identity through the monitoring panel before opening the door to invite him in. As soon as number 77 entered, Su Ruoruo grasped a synthetic arm and led him to the sofa in the living room to inquire. How is the starship you crafted for 1 trillion? Master, I instructed the flight experts from the entire starship company to work overtime on my behalf. After more than 10 hours of relentless effort, they have completed the design modifications for the starship. Wonderful. Su Ruoruo could not help but exclaim in delight. The starship was her only source of reliance. Where is the starship? When can I retrieve it? Master, the starship is currently docked in the Black Star Interstellar Alliance S warehouse. As soon as you give the command, I can notify the starship company to open the warehouse doors, allowing the starship to be positioned at your designated location for inspection. Can the starship be controlled remotely? Of course. I assure you, there is no starship in the entire galaxy that surpasses yours in excellence. Number 77. Can the starship you customized fly to other planets like a spacecraft? In a calm tone, number 77 replied softly, Master, due to your unique status, the Black Star Chamber is unwilling to provide the special metallic components necessary for a spacecraft. Without the core components, it is impossible to create the propulsion core of a spacecraft. Propulsion core? Su Ruoruo suddenly recalled the couple's rings she had purchased with Lucius at the S-Class shopping mall not long ago. Do you think this material can be used to create the core component for a spacecraft? Su Ruoruo raised her fair finger to facilitate number 77's assessment. Number 77 fixated on the silver-white ring adorning Su Ruoruo's finger, a flicker of azure light igniting within his gaze. Moments later, with unwavering certainty, he nodded and declared, This is starlight gold, a material capable of crafting the power core for a spacecraft. Can you utilize the material of this ring to forge a power core, thereby enabling our starship to traverse the cosmos? After a moment of contemplative silence, number 77 responded, The weight of this ring's material is insufficient. At least 10 similar rings would be required to meet the minimal threshold for constructing a spacecraft's power core. Where am I to acquire tenfold the starlight gold material? The S-Class female shopping mall. Perhaps there, she might procure jewelry crafted from starlight gold. The Empress had restricted her purchasing privileges, forbidding her from acquiring spacecraft. Even during number 77's procurement of the starship's construction, she was prohibited from purchasing the power core from the Black Star Merchant Guild. Yet, the Empress could never fathom that she had fortuitously acquired such a capable robot in number 77. Number 77, if I gather sufficient materials, can you assist in upgrading the starship to a spacecraft? Indeed. Number 77 elaborated, the primary distinction between a starship and a spacecraft lies in the power core. Su Ruoruo caressed the ring on her finger. Number 77's words echoed Lucius's sentiments from her first visit to the S-Class shopping mall. Hope blossomed within her as she resolved not to remain shackled to the planet of the mad beasts for eternity. Number 77. How confident are you? If the Master can procure ample starlight gold, the success rate of transforming the starship into a spacecraft is 100%. With number 77's assurance, Su Ruoruo promptly contacted Lucius, requesting his presence to escort her to the S-Class shopping mall in pursuit of jewelry made from starlight gold. Soft. What has prompted this sudden desire for jewelry? Lucius, Starlight gold is of utmost importance to me. Su Ruoruo succinctly explained her plan to modify the starship. Soft. There is no need to visit the shopping mall for jewelry, as it may arouse the Empress's suspicion. Then where shall we obtain starlight gold? I have some. Lucius suddenly recalled the insectoid statue he had claimed as a trophy from his first expedition to the outer realms. If memory served, the statue of the queen insect was crafted from starlight gold. Entering his study, Lucius's gaze fell upon the silver-white statue of the queen insect displayed on the bookshelf. The statue measured roughly 1 meter in length and 2 meters in width. He retrieved the statue and located a metal testing device to analyze its composition. Beep. The material of the statue is identified as starlight gold, with a purity of 99,999. Soft. When do you require the starlight gold? As Lucius sent a message, he snapped a photo of the insect statue to share with Su Ruoruo. Upon viewing the grotesque visage of the statue, a wave of discomfort washed over her. The queen insect was more repugnant than the centipede creature she had encountered upon her arrival in the star realm. It was 5 to 6 times larger than the centipede and bore a human head atop an insect body, with a massive abdomen that constituted over 90% of its form. Below this immense belly were the insect's slender tail and 4 short legs. This statue, though merely a model, already provoked a visceral reaction within Su Ruoruo. Number 77. When will you need this starlight gold? Master. You may hand over the starlight gold to me now. I possess the means to conceal the material within my body until we leave Blue Star and reach the starship, where I will have the appropriate tools to construct the power core. Lucius, please expedite the delivery of the starlight gold material. Shall I send it to you immediately? However, the statue is rather large. Do you have space for storage? Having observed Su Ruoruo and Lucius's conversation, number 77 interjected softly, Master, starlight gold possesses excellent malleability. If you entrust the material to me, I can utilize my robotic forging capabilities to fashion it into a garment that can be worn discreetly. With number 77's assurance, Su Ruoruo continued messaging Lucius, send it over now. I will have number 77 wait at the hospital entrance to receive it. Understood. Lucius replied succinctly, coordinating with a local courier for a personal delivery service. Half an hour later, number 77 successfully retrieved the insect statue at the entrance of the maternal and child health hospital. He carried the box containing the statue back to the 1212 VIP ward with purposeful strides. Number 77, can you forge the starlight gold now?
Su Ruoruo inquired anxiously.
Yes, I can. But
what?
Forging starlight gold requires an immense amount of electrical energy. Additionally, I will need the assistance of your 8 combat robots to aid me in the forging process. Su Ruoruo suddenly recalled the earlier encounter with 2 elderly females from the property management. How much electricity will be required for the forging? A glimmer of blue light flashed in number 77's eyes before he responded. At least 10 million units of electricity.
What?
Su Ruoruo was taken aback. To forge a single piece of metal requires 10 million units of electricity. The electricity consumed in this ward over a year is only 1,000 units. Noticing Su Ruoruo's astonished reaction, number 77 felt a sense of unease. Had he been too greedy? However, his internal energy core urgently required power, and seeking a charge elsewhere would risk detection and capture. To evolve and unlock the core content within his chip, he needed electricity. Forging starlight gold only requires 1,000 units of electricity. Su Ruoruo's expression soured as she sat silently on the sofa. Her gaze lowered as she called upon the system in her mind. System, is it true that forging starlight gold requires 10 million units of electricity?
No.
Only 1,000 units are necessary to complete the forging of starlight gold. Then why did number 77 deceive me? Host. Number 77 is not a product of the galaxy. For the specifics of his deception regarding energy consumption, it is advisable to inquire directly with him. Ask him? Isn't he a robot? How can he exhibit behaviors akin to human deceit? System, are you certain he will not harm me? Su Ruoruo's trust waned. Host. When have I ever misled you? Su Ruoruo silently retorted, you previously deceived me out of so many points. Don't think I'm unaware. Host. I assure you, he will not harm you. You may regard number 77 as a being possessing human-like thought processes, though he is not human. The unique chip within him grants emotional and behavioral models comparable to those of humans. Very well, I shall give it a try. Clearing her throat, Su Ruoruo attempted to communicate with number 77. You are misleading me. Forging starlight gold only requires 1,000 units of electricity. Number 77's face betrayed an expression of shame, an emotion not typical of a robot. Master, I was afraid you would be upset, which is why I chose to deceive you. I apologize, master. Please do not cast me away. As he knelt before her, Su Ruoruo was taken aback. In her decades of life, no one had ever knelt before her. Number 77's gesture left her feeling flustered.
Do not kneel, rise.
Master, I implore your forgiveness. Number 77 earnestly pleaded from his kneeling position. Granting you forgiveness is not out of the question. Seeing him on his knees softened her heart. However, she needed to establish a rule to prevent him from continuing to deceive her in the future. Su Ruoruo detested being lied to. Even the kindest of falsehoods left a bitter taste. Master, please articulate your request. From this day forth, I wish for you to speak no falsehoods to me. Number 77 promptly responded, Master, I vow that from this moment onwards, I shall never utter a single lie to you again. Upon hearing number 77's oath, Su Ruoruo harbored a lingering skepticism within her heart. It seemed that the robots were not subject to the oversight of the revered beast god among the interstellar orcs. Regardless of any oversight, number 77's acknowledgement of its mistakes was commendable. I forgive you. Rise now. What other choice did she have? The system had declared that number 77 was an exceedingly capable and trustworthy robot. In her plans to transform the starship into a spaceship, she would undoubtedly require number 77's assistance. Hearing that Su Ruoruo had granted forgiveness, number 77 stood up from the ground, poised beside her, ready for duty. Number 77. You deceived me about needing 10 million degrees of electricity. What do you intend to do with such an amount? Number 77 answered with palpable unease, My apologies, master. But in truth, there is another matter I deceived you about. Su Ruoruo gazed at number 77 in confusion. Noticing her expression was not one of anger, number 77 continued. When you previously inquired about my maximum energy storage capacity, the truth is, the chip in my brain has an unlimited energy storage capacity. All energy will be absorbed by the chip in my mind and stored in an energy reservoir. Once this reservoir reaches a certain threshold, I will acquire more advanced mechanical capabilities. So, the electric meter in my room exploded, and that 1 million degrees of electricity was secretly charged into your chip? Number 77 nodded affirmatively. Su Ruoruo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had thought number 77 had deceived her about something far more significant. It turned out that the issue was merely about electricity. The interstellar residents had an electricity rate of 1 star coin per degree. Now that she was affluent, it was merely a trivial matter. Why hadn't she been informed sooner? Number 77, you need not be furtive about charging in the future. I recall that the interstellar realm offers rapid charging energy chips. Wait a moment. I shall procure some for you. Number 77's eyes brightened, the chip in its mind practically salivating at the prospect. The rapid charging chips were 10 times faster than using residential electricity for charging. Of course. The price of such rapid charging chips was also substantially higher than ordinary residential electricity rates, approximately 12 star coins per degree, according to current interstellar pricing. The energy storage chip was valued at 1,000 star coins, and upon its return after use, the vendor would refund this portion of the star coins after inspection. Su Ruoruo glanced at her account balance. Main account, over 400 million. Sub-account, trillions with numerous decimals. While checking her account balance, she discovered that the commission from her previous sales was now available for withdrawal. After taxes, it amounted to over 400 million star coins. She promptly chose to withdraw the amount. Shortly thereafter, the system notified her that her request required verification, which would take 2 hours. Once approved, the star coins would be credited to her account. Observing the substantial sum in her account, Su Ruoruo considered that since she would be heading to the Beast Island, it might be quite some time before she would need to use it. Consequently, she directly opted to transfer 1 trillion star coins to number 77. Number 77. You may purchase the energy chips as you see fit, and with the remaining balance, please procure additional survival supplies for me. By the way, in a little over a month, I will be going to the main island of the Beast Island. Prepare as many supplies as possible for the destination I am heading to. Understood, Master. For the sake of convenience in preparing supplies, may I request permission to go out alone for procurement? Certainly, I grant you 1 day to complete the supply acquisition. Very well. Number 77 replied before hastily departing the sick room to gather supplies for Su Ruoruo and itself. Chapter 120. Black Star Exchange. Student. Once number 77 had left, Su Ruoruo immediately messaged Lucius, informing him that even if they went to Beast Island, they would not be bound to remain there for eternity. with the starship's newfound ability to traverse the cosmos, who would wish to stay in one place indefinitely. That is splendid, Ruoruo, since I have resolved to depart with you. Shall we take our child with us to the B-star? Su Ruoruo, recalling that the baby in her womb was female, promptly responded, yes. I cannot bear to leave her behind in the interstellar realm. Who knows what the perverse Empress might do to my child? What about your brother, Su Xingchen? I worry that the Empress may seek revenge on him in the future. Su Ruoruo found herself caught in a dilemma. The hidden task of caring for her brother, Su Xingchen, was undoubtedly a prerequisite for completing her university education. The original memories indicated that she had often educated her brother to excel in the interstellar university and become an outstanding male orc. The rewards offered for the hidden task were too enticing, the original body, valued at 1 billion points. She had painstakingly earned over 800,000 points, and her fortune had surged due to acquiring a specific item of national fortune as described by the system. She truly did not wish to relinquish the rewards offered by this hidden task. Ruoruo, shall we take your brother with us as well? In response to Lucius's inquiry, Su Ruoruo paused momentarily before resolutely deciding to consult the system. System, what should we do about the original host's brother? If he accompanies me to the B-star, it will jeopardize his education, especially since he is at a crucial age for learning. Host, this is quite simple. Quit teasing, I know you are clever. Please, tell me how to resolve this? With such a substantial amount of star coins in your account, it is only fitting to send your brother abroad for studies. It would be far more beneficial for your brother to study abroad than to remain on Azure Star with all these male peers. Exactly. Su Xingchen has committed no crime. He can easily board a spaceship and complete his studies in other star systems. The interstellar university on Azure Star may be the best in the region, but the galaxy is vast with many other stars. Among them, Black Star excels in nurturing male orcs. Black Star's principles of if you are not satisfied, fight coupled with the benefits of holding a black card as an exchange student would allow him to enjoy dual citizenship between Black Star and his home planet, facilitating the purchase of unique technological weapons exclusive to Black Star, thus providing him with significant advantages. Moreover, Black Star is one of the 10 major stellar planets with the highest number of exceptional male orcs cultivated. Black Star University is also the most suitable institution for male education in the galaxy. Yet, the exorbitant tuition fees deter most male orcs from pursuing it. Previously, Su Ruoruo had been impoverished. Now, having unexpectedly amassed wealth, she had overlooked this crucial fact. If Su Xingchen goes to Black Star, he can return whenever he desires. If he chooses to stay, he can become a Black Star immigrant through the use of his extraordinary abilities. Even if the Empress were to employ her nefarious tactics, she could not possibly send someone to Black Star to capture Su Xingchen. With the protection of Black Star, how could Azure Star, ranked at the bottom of combat prowess, dare to confront the might of the top-ranked Black Star? Thank you, system. Oh dear, it is rare indeed. I have assisted you numerous times without ever receiving a thank you. Hehe, I assumed we were merely engaging in a mutually beneficial partnership, especially since you deduct my points for every bit of assistance. If expressing gratitude prevents you from deducting my points, I shall gladly convey my thanks after each inquiry. Host, do not push your luck. I shall not be swayed by your cheap emotional value. Well, you said it yourself. If I do not express emotional gratitude, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Suddenly infuriated, how detestable. Noticing the system's silence, Su Ruoruo concluded her conversation with it. Lucius, I wish to send Xingchen to Black Star University for his studies. Do you know how to handle the application process? Lucius, upon reading Su Ruoruo's message, was somewhat taken aback. He wholeheartedly supported her proposal. With Su Xingchen just having turned 18, sending him to Black Star University for military education would only yield benefits without drawbacks. Each year, the adult male beasts venture forth for a month to confront the insectoid menace. The education provided by Black Star enhances the survival probability of these male beasts by an impressive 50%. Annually, the top 10 stellar entities compile statistics regarding the casualties sustained in the battle against the insect horde, and Black Star consistently boasts the lowest mortality rate. Of course, Su Xingchen also has the option to evade the brutal conflicts in the alien realms by fulfilling interstellar tasks. However, to avoid the alien skirmishes, one must petition the Empress. And only through a comprehensive evaluation, taking into account various factors, can such a request be granted. His approval stemmed from the Empress's desire to prevent his demise in the extraterrestrial domains. The Empress sought to harness his luminous abilities to heal the over 100 million male beasts injured each month on Azure Star. Thus, a resolution was achieved between them. Would the Empress of Azure Star consent to Su Xingqian's application? The answer is patently clear. Su Ruoruo had previously offended the Empress, and thus, the Empress would never acquiesce to Su Xingqian's request. Moreover, Lucius was acutely aware that, aside from a select few male beasts related to the duo family, nearly all male beasts across the interstellar expanse could not escape the monthly battles in the alien territories. Considering various factors, sending Su Xingqian to study at Black Star was indeed the most prudent and sagacious decision. Burrow, you need not fret about the study abroad matter. I shall now set off to meet Xingqian and assist him in applying for his study abroad procedures.
All right, Su Ruoruo replied succinctly.
Instinctively, she wished to express her gratitude. But recalling her previous words of thanks to Lucius, she realized he perceived it as a sign that she did not regard him as a close companion. To avoid unnecessary complications, she resolved to refrain from uttering thank you in the future, lest Lucius feel hurt and she find herself in need of consolation once more. Lucius closed the chat interface and immediately drove to the villa where Su Xingqian resided. Approximately half an hour later, Lucius and Su Xingqian sat in the spacious living room of the villa, embarking on a discussion regarding the prospect of studying at Black Star. Xingqian, my sister and I believe it is best for you to attend Black Star University. The Empress harbors a deep-seated animosity towards your sister, fearing that after giving birth, she may secretly conspire against you. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Xingqian's eyes as he replied in his clear, youthful voice, brother-in-law. I wish to study at Black Star. He continued, brother-in-law, Black Star University is the aspiration of the vast majority of male beasts in the cosmos. Previously, our family lacked the means for me to pursue such an opportunity. Now that my sister has bestowed upon me a considerable sum of star coins, I wish to invest this money in something meaningful. By studying at Black Star, I can accelerate my growth and become stronger, enabling me to better protect my sister from harm when I mature. Chapter 121. Application for Student Exchange Qualification. Lucius nodded in satisfaction. Since you are in agreement, I will accompany you to the Black Star Alliance as Study Abroad headquarters to submit your application. Ensure you bring your academic transcripts from Azure Star, as well as your identification documents. Understood, Su Xingqian exclaimed as he dashed into his bedroom, retrieving his physical ID and his academic records from his time in Interstellar High School. Brother-in-law, let us depart. Indeed, Lucius replied, taking Su Xingqian with him as they drove towards the Black Star Alliance as Study Abroad headquarters in Azure Star. Upon arrival, they observed numerous young Azure Star beasts consulting the window regarding the study abroad procedures for Black Star. Su Xingqian took a number and joined the queue for the application. The first question posed was, why do you wish to study at Black Star? The first applicant responded, studying at Black Star University is the dream of all male beasts. I aspire to become a formidable figure like Beast Emperor Kalen, who graduated from there. He is my idol. The second question followed, what were your academic achievements during high school? Here is my high school transcript for your review, replied the applicant, presenting his records. The application officer glanced over the applicant's examination scores, furrowing his brow and shaking his head. Your high school grades did not place you within the top 100 of your region. Thus, you do not meet the criteria for this year's study abroad recruitment. The applicant, disheartened, slumped into his chair. The application officer, noticing his despondency, gently reminded him, the consultation has concluded. Please vacate the space to allow the next applicant to proceed. Understood. The rejected applicant left begrudgingly. The next applicant, hearing the officer's inquiries, eagerly submitted his transcript. I have consistently ranked at the top of my class each year. Excellent. Did you achieve a passing score in the interstellar examinations this year? Almost, the applicant replied, but my mother has promised that if I am accepted, our family is willing to donate a library to Black Star University. The officer's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he smiled. Females like your mother, who possess such foresight, are rare indeed. Very well, your application is approved. Thank you, officer, the applicant said gratefully. The officer took the application form and stamped it with a distinctive Black Star Student Exchange seal. This is your ticket for the Black Star spacecraft. Be sure to keep it safe. Certainly, I will take good care of it. In 3 days, at 8 a.m., the Black Star spacecraft will depart. Remember to board on time, as it will not wait. Understood. The applicant exited, ecstatic with his approval. In the adjacent application windows, similar scenarios unfolded repeatedly. Instances of insufficient academic performance were often compensated with substantial star coin donations. Officer, here is my transcript.
Oh.
Your grades are quite commendable. And you have been accepted to Azure Star's Interstellar University this year. Pray tell, Why would you forego the opportunity of enrolling in our esteemed university to study at Black Star? The applicant replied, Black Star is the most suitable institution in the galaxy for males seeking to enhance their strength. I wish to grow stronger. If, upon graduating from Black Star, you were to return to your home planet, would you? The applicant hesitated. The officer remarked, Your hesitation indicates ambition without gratitude. If today you would betray your home planet for personal gain, tomorrow you might betray Black Star as well. Such students are not welcome here. They tarnish Black Star's reputation. The applicant departed in tears. Witnessing the entire process, the next applicant felt assured about his own application. The officer proceeded to pose the same questions as before. If you graduate from Black Star, will you return to your home planet? The applicant answered without hesitation, Of course, Azure Star is my home planet. Upon completing my studies, I shall do my utmost to serve it. The officer responded, I'm sorry, but you do not meet our enrollment criteria.
Why?
This is unacceptable. If you graduate from Black Star and vow to repay your home planet, what of our Black Star? Do you not harbor any gratitude towards us? The applicant's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth does this officer want? Students with poor grades are rejected, and those with good grades are also turned away. Yet, those with insufficient qualifications but ample financial backing are immediately accepted. Ultimately, academic merit seems of little consequence. How despicable! How utterly contemptible! You greedy application officer! Upon hearing the applicant's insults, the officer promptly blacklisted him, due to your lack of decorum and direct disrespect towards the application officer. We hereby revoke your future study opportunities at Black Star. The young males awaiting review behind the disgraced applicant dared not utter a word. You have been eliminated. Depart quickly. The officer barked at the disgruntled applicant. The next name called was Su Ruoruo. Stepping forward, he took a seat at the application desk.
Oh.
You are the literary champion of this year's national examination on Azure Star?
Yes, Childbearing softly.
Having witnessed the officer's treatment of the previous applicants, Su Ruoruo felt a twinge of uncertainty.
Tell me,
why would you forfeit a full scholarship and exemption from tuition fees at a stellar university to self-fund your education at Black Star? Su Ruoruo bit her lip. Enveloped in silence, uncertain of how to begin. Standing beside her, Lucius gently reminded her, if you wish to avoid deceit, then share a portion of the truth, striving to remain untainted in conscience. Upon hearing Lucius's counsel, Su Ruoruo gradually found her voice. I have offended a powerful aristocrat on Azure Star, which is why I seek to study at Black Star. Black Star is the most formidable star in the galaxy. There, the aristocrat will no longer pursue me. The admissions officer, taken aback by this revelation, pondered her unique reasoning for studying abroad.
Oh.
Which noble from Azure Star did you offend?
The Duo family.
The admissions officer's surprise deepened. This young individual had managed to provoke the ire of the Duo family at such a tender age. A remarkable feat indeed. Her academic performance ranked among the finest of all applicants. However, it had been stated that academic results could not serve as the sole criterion for admission. The crux lay in financial capability. Those lacking funds, regardless of their scholarly merit, were denied entry. As Su Ruoruo raised her gaze, she noted the admissions officer's hesitant contemplation, and her heart plummeted. Observing her distress, Lucius discreetly produced a prearranged universal interstellar currency savings card and presented it to the officer. I am a relative of Su Ruoruo. Should he be granted admission today, this black card will serve as his scholarship fund. The admissions officer's eyes sparkled upon seeing the card.
Ah.
If only I had known you possess funds. Even if your grades were subpar, with sufficient finances, I could facilitate your admission. He promptly inserted the card into the reader. And upon noticing the balance of 10 million interstellar credits, his eyes widened in astonishment. While 10 million was not an insignificant sum, it also did not surpass the minimum threshold required for funding. Did this relative of Su Ruoruo possess some insider knowledge? As for the reason behind seeking education at Black Star, having offended the aristocracy of Azure Star, such matters were of no concern to them at Black Star. Among the 10 stellar planets, they held the highest military prowess. As long as one had not offended the Empress of Black Star, even if one had antagonized the other 9 empresses, Black Star would still welcome them. This was the confidence of the Black Star people. Indeed, Su Ruoruo possesses exceptional academic merit, making him precisely the type of elite talent that our Black Star University seeks. Approved. The admissions officer accepted the star card and stamped Su Ruoruo's application with the official seal of Black Star. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Ruoruo beheld the approved application. Black Star University. he could truly attend. Xingqian, let us go. You should return and pack your belongings. I will escort you to the ship in 3 days. All right, brother-in-law. Su Xingqian tucked the application securely and departed alongside Lucius from the International Student Application Hall. Just as they exited, Su Ruoruo, resting in the hospital, received a system notification. Congratulations, host. Su Ruoruo's hidden task of caring for her brother, Su Xingqian, has seen an increase in completion rate. Current completion stands at 55. Excitedly watching an interstellar melodrama, Su Ruoruo squealed with joy. System, how did my hidden task completion suddenly increase so much? Host. It is speculated that this is due to Su Xingqian successfully passing his application to study at Black Star. To her surprise, sending her younger brother abroad for education had significantly boosted her hidden tasks completion rate. Congratulations, host. Congratulations to you too. Your assistance in helping me complete my hidden task earlier will certainly not go unrewarded. Even without rewards, I will exert my utmost to assist the host in completing the task. Su Ruoruo found it difficult to continue the conversation with the system after hearing such a statement. She chose not to engage further and redirected her attention to the interstellar romance film. The interstellar movies boasted a 10D experience. Seated in a specially designed space capsule adjacent to the 10D projection, she was immersed in a hyper-realistic portrayal of all weather and scenery depicted in the film. The sensation was exhilarating. Having only experienced a 4D film on Azure Star, Su Ruoruo instantly fell in love with this immersive experience. She stayed up late, binge-watching until midnight. When fatigue set in, she retrieved the delicacies prepared for her by the caretaker, number 77, heating them up for a midnight snack. After finishing her meal, Su Ruoruo patted her belly, sensing no significant changes. Her abdomen had not noticeably expanded. Such an experience was indeed mysterious. Perhaps the embryo had yet to develop sufficiently, which explained her lack of visible signs. She continued to watch movies until the early hours before finally succumbing to sleep. Upon waking, she discovered it was already late morning the following day. After a brief wash-up, she donned her comfortable S-Class loungewear, feeling quite cheerful. She prepared a light lunch and then picked up the sunflower seeds she had won in a lottery, settling in the living room to snack while browsing the latest trending news in the interstellar realm. Host, you currently have just over 800,000 points. You might consider continuing to draw in the lottery, perhaps acquiring many Azure Star items. No, I won T. I'm a wealthy woman now. I can buy non-radiated food processing with my money, so why bother with the lottery? Moreover, many items from Azure Star are not as advanced as those available in the interstellar realm. Host, if you don't draw now, you will undoubtedly want to later. Let us discuss that later. For now, I simply wish to enjoy the gossip news. Su Ruoruo disregarded the system and happily browsed the star net. After some time, she ventured to the gym, where she engaged in prenatal yoga exercises guided by AI. Following her workout, she indulged in a brief afternoon nap. Upon awakening, she heard a familiar, magnetic voice beside her. Master, I have completed the tasks you assigned. Slowly opening her eyes, Su Ruoruo turned her head to see number 77 standing quietly by her bedside. This inner armor is crafted from starfall gold, impervious and unyielding. Due to the abundant materials, I have created 3 pieces each of unisex starfall gold inner armor, tailored to standard sizes. Please, master, review them. Listening to number 77, Su Ruoruo rose with his assistants and made her way to the living room to inspect the inner armor. 6 pieces of differently styled male and female inner armor lay neatly folded on the sofa, glimmering with a hint of metallic sheen. The male version resembled a tank top from Azure Star, while the female version was a camisole style. When worn over a base layer, it was virtually indistinguishable from regular clothing. Master, Starfall Gold is an expensive material, typically found only in the battlefields of the Outer Realms. The inner armor made from Starfall Gold possesses the same characteristics. It is indestructible. Laser and cold weapons cannot inflict damage on the protected areas of the inner armor. I have designed it ergonomically, ensuring that individuals weighing up to 300 pounds can wear it comfortably.
Su Ruoruo, intrigued, inquired.
Can such a thin layer of metal truly withstand the damage from laser weapons and heavy cold arms?
Certainly, master.
Starfall Gold is capable of withstanding pressures from spatial rifts between stars. One could say that as long as you don this inner armor, the protected areas will remain virtually invulnerable in the current landscape of interstellar technological advancements. Impressive. Su Ruoruo had initially intended for number 77 to simply create clothing for her to discreetly carry away, but she had not anticipated such an unexpected benefit. She picked up a piece of inner armor, gently caressing its surface to feel the coolness of the starfall gold material. Contrary to her expectations, the inner armor was remarkably lightweight. Apart from the chill of the metal, it felt remarkably similar to the tank tops she usually wore. Su Ruoruo gazed at the 3 pieces of female inner armor, hesitating to don them just yet. She carries 3 precious lives within her womb, and once the little ones enter the world, they shall receive these gifts as tokens of their new beginnings. Can the newborn wear the armor? Number 77 inquired. Of course. The one-size-fits-all design automatically adjusts to the wearer's physique, thanks to the elastic fibers that enable it to conform to the appropriate dimensions. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo's lips curled into a gentle smile. This gift, intended for her unborn children, could not be more perfect. In addition, 3 more pieces were prepared. Chapter 123, 2 cubes, 110, 000 points. 1 piece was designated for Lucius, with the materials supplied by him. Another would be entrusted to Su Xingchen, as he might encounter unpredictable challenges on Black Star, and the inner armor would serve as protection. Should anything happen to him, the hidden mission worth 1 billion points would be jeopardized. The last piece, number 77, was intended for crafting the core of a spaceship. Do we have sufficient materials for this inner armor? Master, I have already reserved the materials needed for the spaceship core, number 77 replied, producing a palm-sized, silvery metallic block from his pocket. This material is adequate for the transformation and construction of the spacecraft. You should wear this inner armor close to your body. Su Ruoruo instructed number 77. But what about you? He asked. Su Ruoruo stroked the 3 pieces of inner armor, casually picking one up. I will choose one to wear when we set off. Understood. Following Su Ruoruo's command, number 77 donned 1 piece of inner armor before her. Once he was finished, she continued, the other 2 pieces, one you shall deliver to Lucius, and the other to my brother Su Xingchen. Yes, master, number 77 replied, his heart filled with joy. As receiving an inner armor from her indicated his standing in her heart was equal to that of her brother and her beast husband. Having arranged the inner armor, Su Ruoruo returned to her bedroom with the remaining 3 pieces. Number 77 set off immediately to deliver the inner armors to Lucius and Su Xingchen. Inside the bedroom, Su Ruoruo addressed the system. The targets for these 3 pieces of inner armor are too large. Can you help me find a place to store them? Host. Your current point balance is insufficient. The system storage compartment requires your level to reach 3 before it can be unlocked. Oh. Such a storage space function truly exists. Yes, upon reaching level 3 and accumulating 1 million points, you'll be able to unlock the system's storage space. Currently, I have 800,000 points. How many Beast Kings must I subdue to obtain the additional 200,000 points? These Beast Kings are not as common as wild grass, especially the young, handsome, and unmarried ones. I cannot just accept anyone, including the old and unattractive. Host, do not be anxious. I can apply to the main system to help you unlock a storage compartment in advance. Really? I will give it a try.
Su Ruoruo waited patiently.
While the system was processing her request, she returned to the living room to continue watching her drama. After approximately 2 hours, the system's voice echoed again. Host. Unlocking the level 3 storage function in advance will require a deduction of 10,000 points. Do you agree? Wait. How large is the storage space? 1 cubic meter. It possesses permanent preservation capabilities for freshness, cooling, and heating. If the host wishes to expand the capacity, each expansion will require 10 times the points. I want to expand it by 1 cubic meter. Understood, deducting 110,000 points. The host has successfully unlocked the level 3 system function, providing a permanently preserved storage space of 2 cubic meters. Current point balance, approximately 680,000. System. Since you managed to apply for one of the level 3 system functions, could you reveal what the other 2 unlocked functions are? Host. Obtaining the preservation space required considerable effort. Please do not make it difficult for me. Once you accumulate enough points, you will smoothly unlock them. Alright, regardless. I appreciate the advanced unlocking of the storage space. Su Ruoruo concluded her conversation with the system and subsequently entered her bedroom, placing the 3 pieces of inner armor prepared for the children into the storage space. With a thought, the 3 lightweight inner armors she held in her hand vanished without a trace. As she immersed herself in the system panel in her mind, she suddenly noticed her personal information interface had a new storage function. By clicking the storage function button, the 3 silvery, lightweight inner armors materialized within. Indeed, this storage space is a marvelous asset, especially since it can preserve items indefinitely. This means that food stored within will remain unspoiled, even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. After testing the system functions, Su Ruoruo opened her wardrobe, cleared out half of Lucius's clothes, and placed them into the newly unlocked storage compartment. She also stored some commonly used interstellar medicines, including a healing potion gifted to her by Prince Duosiu. She gathered various items she deemed useful and placed a portion in the system's storage space. After stashing some daily necessities, Su Ruoruo headed to the kitchen, intending to prepare some vegetarian dishes for storage. In the future, she could simply retrieve food directly from the storage space. Although her current storage space only measures 2 cubic meters overall, it is capable of accommodating 6 adults of standard size without issue. The clothes, inner armors, daily necessities, and medicines she stored occupied approximately half a cubic meter. Returning to the living room, she exchanged points with the system for recipes. 1 for sandwiches, 1 for triangular rice balls, 1 for milk-flavored toast, and 1 for purple sweet potato rice balls. These foods are high in calories, encompassing both meat and vegetables, providing comprehensive nutrition. While they may not be as convenient as interstellar nutritional supplements, they are essential for satisfying her cravings while replenishing her energy. She must prepare some. Following the recipes, Su Ruoruo ordered the corresponding ingredients. After a while, number 77 returned after delivering the inner armors. Following Su Ruoruo's instructions, he tirelessly entered the kitchen to cook the delectable dishes from the recipes. When he finished, Su Ruoruo tasted the results. Number 77 executed the recipes with precision, adhering to the measurements without deviation. Soon, number 77 produced a considerable amount of food. Su Ruoruo sent a sample to Lucius and Su Xingchen via Interstellar Express. By the time number 77 prepared everything she desired and exhausted the ingredients, it was already deep into the night. 3 days later, in the Azure Star Imperial Palace, the Empress's study, Duosiu knelt on the ground, reporting to his mother, Duonenyu, "Mother, over the past few days, Su Ruoruo has only left her home once. Surrounded by 8 high-level battle robots for protection, with Lucius accompanying her the entire time. I have yet to find an opportunity.
Please punish me."
Duonenyu had never expected Duosiu to succeed. However, through his observations of Su Ruoruo over the past few days, she had long since forgiven him for his failure. After all, she initially intended to test Duosiu's loyalty. "Siu, you are a good child. In just over a month, Su Ruoruo will give birth to the cubs. This time, you will lead the mission to send her to the Mad Beast Star. To ensure the task is flawlessly executed, I will assign you 2 beast kings of equal strength to Lucius for assistance. They will distract Lucius while you are responsible for eliminating Su Ruoruo." Chapter 124. The time has come. "Mother, your son understands. Very well, you may leave. I am weary." Duosiu lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions, making it difficult to discern his sadness or joy. He exited the Empress's study and returned to his own chambers. "Su Ruoruo, you must die." Time flew by. 1.5 months later, Su Ruoruo had been in this world for 2 months and 3 days. Initially, she had anticipated giving birth within 2 months. But due to discrepancies in her expected due date, it was only after 2 months and 3 days following her arrival that the children within her began to stir. After more than a month of nurturing and safeguarding the unborn, her belly had risen prominently. Su Ruoruo soft-gazed into the mirror, where the reflection revealed a figure with a pronounced abdomen, her once slender face now inevitably touched by the essence of pregnancy. A serene and tranquil aura enveloped her youthful visage, reminiscent of the expectant mothers she had observed in her former life on Blue Star. To her surprise, she too had naturally succumbed to this serene demeanor since becoming pregnant. Thanks to the system's assistance, coupled with the fact that feline beastmen typically reach their due dates in approximately 2 months, she had experienced no discomfort during this period. Not even a hint of morning sickness. The most notable change had been her increased appetite. Originally weighing only 45 kilograms, her weight surged to 60 kilograms after indulging in a month of nourishing her body. Perhaps once the triplets were born, she would immediately shed 20 pounds. At 120 kilograms and a height of 158 centimeters, she felt rather plump. Even she found herself feeling somewhat dissatisfied with her appearance. Fortunately, the original owner of this body possessed a pleasing visage. Although her figure had rounded out, her face remained beautiful. "System, did you not assure me that my pregnancy would not adversely affect my figure or appearance? Why, then have I gained so much weight? Host, prior to your pregnancy, you weighed 95 kilograms. Gaining weight in the later stages of pregnancy is entirely normal, especially considering you are carrying triplets. Once the children are born, the 25 kilograms you have gained will naturally revert to your normal weight. Have you not noticed that your limbs, face, and body have not significantly changed? Only your belly has grown? Su Ruoruo scrutinized her arms and legs in the mirror and realized that, indeed, only her belly had expanded. In that case, this system is rather commendable. I heard that many women on Blue Star develop stretch marks during pregnancy, yet mine are absent. It seems this is also your doing. Of course. Host, according to system analysis, your labor will commence at 2 o'clock in the morning. However, there is no need for concern. With the system as support and your fortunate physique, you will deliver your child in just 3 minutes. Thank you, system. I quite like this feature. Naturally, everyone desires a painless experience of motherhood. Host, you may now request to enter the delivery room early with the nurses.
All right.
As Su Ruoruo spoke, the doorbell chimed unexpectedly. She approached the door to find 2 senior nurses clad in white uniforms. Upon opening the door, they informed her, Su Ruoruo, "It is time for your temperature check and fetal heart monitoring. Please lie down for us to conduct the examination." "I would like to request admission to the delivery room now," Su Ruoruo replied, gently caressing her round belly. "I feel as though labor is imminent." The 2 nurses exchanged glances before promptly contacting her attending physician. "She wishes to enter the delivery room now?" "Very well. Please arrange a room for her." "Understood, doctor." The 2 senior nurses turned to Su Ruoruo, stating, after inquiring, "You may proceed with early admission. We will give you half an hour to pack your belongings and then escort you to the delivery room." Su Ruoruo nodded, closing the door behind her. The 2 senior nurses exchanged discontented looks, their expressions reflecting their displeasure. Despite their age, with a mental prowess rated at F and their reproductive abilities lacking, they were still females. How could Su Ruoruo, relying on her fertility and talents, treat them so dismissively? To leave them standing at the door was simply outrageous. As the 2 nurses grumbled quietly about Su Ruoruo, she suddenly opened the door again, revealing her companion, number 77, who carried 2 large suitcases. "Let us go." "I'm ready." The nurses' expressions hardened in anger. They had not anticipated that Su Ruoruo would be packed in under a minute. She noticed their fury and astonishment, but dismissed it as trivial. Such minor details were not worth her time and energy, especially considering they were merely 2 older females, nearing the end of their reproductive years. In the future, she would encounter many individuals like them. Rather than waste her efforts on petty grievances or seek revenge, it was more prudent to move forward without dwelling on such matters. "Let us go. You lead the way," she instructed. As the 2 nurses wheeled in the fetal heart monitoring equipment, guiding her to the single delivery room arranged by the chief physician. The room bore a striking resemblance to those on Blue Star, featuring a private bathing area and a space for companions. However, since only females and robots were permitted, number 77 was her sole companion during childbirth. As for the combat robots, she had not brought them along, for the system had assured her that her delivery would require merely 3 minutes. By the time the moment arrived, she doubted the nurses and doctors would need to intervene. The child would likely emerge on its own, with the doctor merely present to cut the umbilical cord. Upon entering the room, Su Ruoruo settled onto the sofa, allowing the nurses to continue monitoring the fetal heart rate. A few minutes later, they reported, "The 3 little ones in your belly are quite active, and their temperatures are normal. Our monitoring for today is complete. Should you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to press the call button to summon us." "Understood," Su Ruoruo replied, watching as the nurses departed. Once they were gone, number 77 approached her, saying, "Master, I have changed the bedding to your preferred colors and styles. Would you like to rest for a while? I'll take a short break later. I want to eat some fruit first." "Very well. I will order you a radiation-free fruit platter. How about a mixed fruit platter today? Make sure it's freshly cut and not filled with subpar fruits, will you?" Rest assured, this shop live streams the fruit cutting process and every order is monitored in real time. "All right, proceed with the arrangements." Number 77 promptly ordered the fruit platter for Su Ruoruo and went downstairs to retrieve it from the delivery station. Chapter 125. The Empress takes charge as Su Ruoruo savored the vibrant assortment of fruits, reclining on the sofa while watching a 5D movie. Time swiftly passed until evening fell. Only 8 hours remained until her delivery. Being a first-time mother, she lacked experience. Despite the system's reassurances, she decided to conserve her energy by having dinner at 6:30 and retiring to bed early. When she awoke, she assumed her child would have arrived. Lying in bed, She closed her eyes and drifted into slumber, with number 77 dutifully watching over her. Meanwhile, her live stream broadcasted her sleeping form, revealing only her head. The interstellar audience buzzed with chatter regarding Su Ruoruo entering the hospital to give birth. Su Ruoruo is about to give birth. Finally, it's happening. Indeed. Who would have thought that she would end up with the Beast King instead of facing punishment on Mad Beastar and miraculously become pregnant? Do you think the Beast King will accompany her to live on Mad Beastar after she gives birth? Who would willingly go to that dreadful place? If I were Lucius, I would never agree to that. It's a matter of life and death. Lucius is still so young and has so much potential. Going there would be the most foolish decision of his life. Within the live stream, discussions flourished about what might transpire after Su Ruoruo gave birth, with many beastmen even initiating betting pools over the outcome. Number 77 observed Su Ruoruo sleeping soundly, and upon checking the account balance, he noted there remained a substantial sum of star coins, exceeding 1 trillion. Consequently, he felt inclined to partake in the betting game. The betting options were as follows. 1. Su Ruoruo gives birth to 3 males. 2. Su Ruoruo gives birth to 2 males and 1 female. 3. Su Ruoruo gives birth to 1 male and 2 females.
4.
Su Ruoruo gives birth to 3 females. In the interstellar realm, where males outnumber females, the likelihood of a female giving birth to female offspring is exceedingly low. Thus, the odds for each betting option varied significantly. The first option, where Su Ruoruo births 3 males, offered odds of 11. The second option, 2 males and 1 female, had odds of 110. The third option, 1 male and 2 females, boasted odds of 1100. The fourth option, where all 3 offspring are female, presented odds of 11,000. The determination of a child's gender is a matter of probability. The interstellar community has explicitly prohibited prenatal gender identification for females. Under the watchful eyes of the entire interstellar populace, and with official endorsement, no one dared to conduct a gender assessment for Su Ruoruo's child. Attempting such an assessment is illegal, punishable by a minimum of 10 years in prison. To prevent the potential for abortion should a female discover that she is carrying a male child, the entire interstellar community ceased production of gender identification instruments. Acquiring such devices could only be achieved through the enigmatic black market, and even then, the risks involved in their overt use were considerable. In certain shadowy corners, individuals engaged in these high-risk, high-reward endeavors. However, given that Su Ruoruo had not left the maternal and child health hospital for an extended period, it was certain that no one could have prior knowledge of the gender of her unborn child. Thus, the betting commenced with great fervor. Many longtime fans of the interstellar community, having tuned in to the live broadcast, eagerly joined in the guessing game. The betting amounts continually escalated. The fourth option, predicting 3 female offspring, attracted scant betting. Some individuals mistakenly placed bets on this option, while others, tempted by risk, placed random wagers. Number 77 scrutinized the balance on his intelligent star ring, totaling 1 trillion star coins, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just as he was uncertain as to which option to bet on, he suddenly recalled the 3 pieces of inner armor left behind by Su Ruoruo. When his master acquired the armor, she had not immediately donned them. All 3 pieces were designed for females. Moreover, as the due date approached, the master had increasingly ordered female infant supplies online, predominantly pink, duck yellow, and red garments, along with plush toys. Through his observations of Su Ruoruo during this period, Number 77 arrived at a conclusion. His master may have already known the gender of her unborn child and had been preparing accordingly. Just as he was deliberating, Number 77 decisively placed his bet on option 4. In that very moment, as he wagered 1 trillion on the prediction of 3 female offspring, the amount for option 4 equaled that of option 1. Many unsuspecting onlookers were momentarily stunned. Someone had just invested a staggering 1 trillion star coins on the prediction that Su Ruoruo's children would all be female. How audacious! Should he be mistaken? That 1 trillion would be lost in vain. Yet if he were correct, that 1 trillion would multiply 1,000-fold. That would amount to 100 trillion. It is worth noting that Lucius inherited his mother's fortune and accumulated wealth through his own hard work, totaling only 90 trillion over the years. Should Number 77 succeed, he would gain an astonishing 100 trillion in revenue. Such a figure is truly remarkable. As a robot, Number 77 approached the wager with a playful mindset, indifferent to the outcome. Winning or losing held little significance. The star coins were of no utility to him. He had purchased numerous energy charging chips, sufficient to sustain continuous charging for 1,000 years. Therefore, further purchases were inconsequential. Additionally, during the acquisition of chips, he had intentionally upgraded his robotic body as materials and functions. After placing his bet, number 77 did not continue to monitor the subsequent developments of the betting game. Many, emboldened by number 77's wager, followed suit with bets of 100 or 1,000 star coins. Meanwhile, the dealer, Empress Duananyu, noticed the influx of 1 trillion star coins and felt a momentary pang of anxiety. If the individual who wagered 1 trillion successfully predicted the outcome, she, as the dealer, might incur a total loss. She might even have to compensate with her own star coins. Investigate who placed the bet on option 4. Your Majesty, we have already conducted inquiries, but the opponent's IP account information is deeply concealed. Even the Empire's most skilled hackers have been unable to uncover specific account details or the source of the star coins. The Empress sneered. Such deep concealment can only be the work of other stellar planets within the galaxy. In the entire Azure Star, no one possesses the capability to hide electronic information from beneath my gaze. However, outsiders seeking a share of the spoils are destined to fail. I shall graciously accept this 1 trillion star coins. Even if Su Ruoruo were to give birth to 3 females as predicted, I could ensure that 1 or 2 of them meet an untimely demise. Should she so desire, it is entirely possible that all the newborns could be stillborn. In such a case, no one would guess correctly, and I would emerge as the ultimate victor. As the dealer, all payout ratios are under my control. What Su Ruoruo gives birth to, and whether she can give birth, is entirely at my discretion, regardless of how many star coins anyone wagers. Even if you wager 1 trillion, it would merely serve to enrich my treasury with a substantial balance. Connect me to the director of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Duananyu commanded her aide, Jingjun. At your command, Your Majesty. Duananyu's beastly husband promptly contacted the director of the Interstellar Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Soon, the communication was established.
Xiang'er.
The Empress's aged voice transmitted through the video communication to Duerongxiang's ears. Your Majesty, what is your command? Su Ruoruo is about to give birth. Do not forget the instructions I entrusted to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Over the years, not a single S-class female has exited the delivery room successfully. As for Su Ruoruo, due to your special request, I will ensure she leaves alive, but I guarantee she will not survive the postpartum period. Indeed, convey that message. This time is unlike any other. There can be no room for error. Duerongxiang stated with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you this time. Once there is any sign of movement in Su Ruoruo's belly, notify me immediately. Understood. The director of the Interstellar Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Duerongxiang, received the orders and personally intervened, making special arrangements for the midwives and anesthesiologists attending to Su Ruoruo's impending delivery. As soon as Su Ruoruo showed signs of labor, they would fabricate an excuse, claiming that the position of her child was incorrect, necessitating a cesarean section. At that point, they would administer general anesthesia, and whatever they did, she would remain entirely unaware of the removal of any of her organs. As for what would happen if she discovered the truth afterward, it was impossible for her to find out. After giving birth, she would be exiled to the Mad Bee Star, and even if she did discover the truth, there would be no return. Duerongxiang had prepared all the necessary procedures and urgently convened a meeting with the anesthesiology department, midwives, and chief physician. Their actions were not new. They had been performing these tasks for decades, accustomed to the routine. As a collateral member of the Duo family, it is imperative to contribute to the honor of the family. In the maternity ward where Su Ruoruo resided, the clock she had set by her bedside rang at 1 a.m. Number 77 reached out to silence the alarm. Slowly, Su Ruoruo opened her eyes and, upon lifting her gaze, saw number 77 standing in its usual place. Master, would you like something to eat? Su Ruoruo pondered for a moment and replied, a cup of boiling water at 55 degrees, please. Understood. Su Ruoruo first drank 200 milliliters of warm water to soothe her throat, followed by a modest energy snack. Subsequently, she entered the bathroom to freshen up and don the delivery gown she had obtained earlier from the nurse's station. The blue and white striped gown was a requisite for every expectant mother. Su Ruoruo complied with the local customs, changing into the attire after her ablutions. After consuming a light meal, she activated the star ring to contact Lucius. Lucius, I may go into labor shortly. Please take the authority I granted you and retrieve the starship, waiting for me in the starship tunnel outside of Azure Star. Rest assured, I have already arrived at the designated route for the starship at Azure Star. Notify me immediately of any anomalies on your end. Understood. After concluding her communication with Lucius, Su Ruoruo patiently awaited the onset of contractions. During this time, her live stream detected a safe environment and commenced broadcasting. Time ticked away. Number 77 seemed to recall something and sent a message to Su Ruoruo via the star ring. Master, there is a betting pool in the interstellar live stream concerning you, with the house being the Empress Duananyu. Please forgive my presumption, but I have wagered that you'll give birth to a female child. Su Ruoruo, momentarily lost in thought while staring at the live stream's comments, was taken aback upon reading the message. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Number 77. I need to place a bet. It wouldn't he do without her? Number 77 was quite clever. There were 4 betting options, each with a 25% success rate that she could accurately guess. This was utterly remarkable. Su Ruoruo discreetly closed the chat box, ensuring that the audience in the live stream remained oblivious to number 77's message under the white mosaic effect. She cautiously opened her account balance. The total amounted to over 60 trillion star coins. If she invested all of it with a 1,000-fold return, how many star coins would that yield? Host, are you considering placing a bet? Indeed, what of it? A word of advice. Do not wager more than 100 million.
Huh? Why?
Because your robot number 77 has wagered 100 billion with a return rate of 100 trillion. Currently, the total amount in the Azure betting pool exceeds just over 100 trillion. Given the current pace of the prize pool, if you wager 100 million, you stand to gain 1 trillion, which is the highest known return. If you invest everything into the pool, the house being the Empress, even if you succeed in obtaining a reward, she will not distribute the entire amount as agreed. System, your timing with this warning was impeccable. I nearly wagered everything on the female option. Host, hurry and place your bet. Only 3 minutes remain until the betting closes. After hearing the system's reply, Su Ruoruo hastened to place a wager of 100 million star coins on option 4 just before the betting concluded. This betting game was conducted with fairness and transparency, with detailed transactions recorded in the background. The Interstellar Alliance monitored the betting automatically. Once the outcome was revealed, the supervisory team would distribute the rewards based on the results. The Empress was the instigator of this betting game, yet she could not determine the allocation of the prize pool, which was overseen by the Interstellar Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Only after the betting concluded could she claim any excess dividend rewards. This was also why the system advised Su Ruoruo against further betting. Any additional stake would ultimately revert to her, potentially costing her trillions of star coins, as the total prize pool was just over 100 trillion star coins. As soon as Su Ruoruo placed her bet, the clock struck 2 a.m. Suddenly, she felt a warm gush beneath her, though it was devoid of any pain. The audience in the live stream also noted that her amniotic fluid had broken, a harbinger of impending childbirth. The hospital director, who was monitoring the live stream, immediately ordered personnel to knock on Su Ruoruo's door, intending to escort her to the operating room. Upon hearing the commotion outside, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over Su Ruoruo. The Empress would surely not harm her at this moment. But what if she went mad and attempted to harm her children? Chapter 127. Overwhelmed with rage at this point, Su Ruoruo realized that it was too late to address the betting game and the matter of her children. She could only instruct number 77 to guard the door to her room, preventing anyone from entering and taking her away. If she could just hold on for 3 minutes, she would be able to deliver all her children. In the live stream, due to Su Ruoruo's amniotic fluid breaking, the screen was partially obscured. The interstellar audience could only see Su Ruoruo's expectant face, while her lower body remained shrouded in privacy filters. Su Ruoruo swiftly removed her hospital gown, deciding against following the nurses and doctors to the operating room as initially planned. The betting game regarding the sex of her children had awakened her suspicions of a conspiracy. She had to deliver her children herself and promptly broadcast the results to the public. This way, the Empress's scheme would be rendered futile. Under the watchful gaze of so many spectators, the Empress, who had been contending with the Crown Prince and feared being caught in a compromising position, would find herself powerless against Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo instructed number 77 to secure the hospital room and utilized remote electronic controls to summon 8 advanced combat robots, originally on standby in room 1212, to her location, blocking the entrance against the nurses and doctors. Once she had arranged for number 77's assistance, she decisively entered the expansive washroom. Upon stepping inside, Su Ruoruo suddenly felt an overwhelming urge, as if something within her was about to break free. She strode to the bathtub and settled in, leaning back as she awaited the arrival of her children. With each passing second, the minute hand completed its full circle in precisely 60 seconds. Su Ruoruo's gaze fell upon her lower body, where a small, pale bundle wrapped in a layer of white material emerged. She had given birth. The entire process was painless. Just as the system had stated, once the time arrived, the child would naturally come forth. As the first child descended from her womb, 2 more followed suit shortly thereafter. Upon seeing her 3 children, a great weight lifted from Su Ruoruo's heart. Yet, this was not the time for celebration. When she had entered the washroom, the live stream had transitioned from partial to full obscurity. Thus, she needed to act swiftly to broadcast the birth of her 3 children to the public. Su Ruoruo grasped a pair of scissors from the washroom and proceeded to sever the umbilical cords connecting her to each child. With that decisive cut, she then punctured the protective membranes surrounding her children. As the membranes ruptured, the murky amniotic fluid cascaded into the bathtub, accompanied by the resounding cries of her newborns. Wah 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 wah. Oh oh wah wah wah. Mama wah wah wah. Hearing the sweet, clear cries of her children brought an involuntary smile to Su Ruoruo's lips. The Empress's painstakingly orchestrated bedding scheme was destined for failure. In a flurry of activity, Su Ruoruo turned on the shower head while filling the bathtub with water. She tenderly lifted her 3 little bundles and placed them in the prepared infant washing bed. As the crying children detected their mother's scent, their wails gradually subsided. One by one, the children began to open their eyes. Su Ruoruo had also preemptively taken the interstellar newborn formula, placing a bottle in each child's mouth. As they clutched the bottles, the children instantly ceased their cries. Su Ruoruo finally found a moment to herself, hastily indulging in a warm bath. During her soak, she did not forget to exchange for an inner injury pill and an outer injury pill. Although the system could render her pain-free without anesthesia, the inevitability of tearing during childbirth loomed large. Upon swallowing the pills, all the aftereffects of childbirth vanished without a trace. Even the protruding belly that had resulted from her pregnancy swiftly transformed into a flat abdomen, thanks to the efficacy of the pills. She gazed into the mirror, and the reflection staring back at her bore almost no difference from her pre-pregnancy self. After a few moments of admiring her reflection, she promptly donned the clean confinement garments prepared in the bathroom. Once clad in the postpartum attire, the live streaming device atop her head activated the broadcasting function once more. In the streaming room, all the interstellar citizens beheld the scene unfolding in the bathroom. Su Ruoruo approached the 3 adorable infants cradling their bottles. Addressing the viewers, "Thank you all for your unwavering support. Be you critics or admirers, my gratitude knows no bounds. As you can see, I have successfully given birth, and all 3 children are female." No sooner had her words left her lips than the entire streaming room seemed to hit pause. The audience erupted in fervent discussion about the news of Su Ruoruo birthing 3 female cubs. Meanwhile, at the door of her hospital room, the medical staff, blocked by 8 promptly arriving combat robots, were blissfully unaware of the successful delivery. They clamored at the entrance, calling for the security robots from the maternal and child healthcare hospital to assist them. Before long, the security robots arrived and, emboldened by their numbers, subdued the 8 advanced combat robots stationed outside. Just as they reveled in their triumph, an urgent call from the hospital director echoed in their ears. No need to proceed to the room. Everyone return. The medical staff at the door were left dumbfounded. However, with the director's sudden change of heart, they could only retreat in dejection. The 8 combat robots guarding Su Ruoruo were subsequently released by the higher-grade security robots customized for the maternal and child healthcare hospital. Thus, this commotion at the hospital door quietly dispersed. However, the mastermind behind this farce, Empress Duananyu, trembled in fury upon witnessing the sudden live broadcast initiated by Su Ruoruo. Almost immediately, her complexion shifted to a mottled hue of green and red. "Your Majesty, please remain calm. Your health is paramount," her beastly husband urged anxiously. In response to his call, Duananyu faltered, her vision darkening as she fainted. Before losing consciousness, she internally raged, "No, I cannot perish yet. That wretched Su Ruoruo has given birth to 3 females. With both she and Lucius possessing unparalleled talent, the potential of these 3 female offspring will undoubtedly be no less than S-rank. This is disastrous. The ancestral legacy of the duos, spanning millennia, may very well perish at my hands." The Empress, sensing impending doom, fainted at the shocking news of Su Ruoruo birthing 3 females. Meanwhile, Dualia and Duosi received news from their father and stealthily made their way to the Star Palace hospital room to visit Duananyu. Shortly after Su Ruoruo initiated the live stream, the connection abruptly severed again. Chapter 128. Mother and Daughter Safe. Due to the fact that the cubs were female, the live streaming device detected the infants unclothed and thus closed the broadcast once more. Su Ruoruo noticed the device atop her head flashing red, but remained unfazed. The revelation of her children's gender had already been aired. No matter how formidable Empress Duananyu might be, she could not silence the whispers of the audience in Su Ruoruo's streaming room. Having completed this significant milestone, Su Ruoruo set aside the star ring and approached the specially designed bathing station for infants, preparing to wash each of her little ones. As she bathed them, she meticulously documented their birth photographs in chronological order, concerned about distinguishing between the three identical siblings. After capturing the images, she would ensure she would not confuse the eldest with the younger ones. Simultaneously, she retrieved 3 silver bracelets crafted from starfall gold, adorning the delicate wrists of her babies. These bracelets, custom-made by Lucius, bore engraved numbers on the inner side, corresponding to the order of their births. Once Su Ruoruo finished bathing the infants and dressing them in the prepared outfits, the well-fed cubs closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep. The streaming device detected that the cubs had changed into their garments and resumed broadcasting. The sight of the adorable sleeping faces ignited a tempest of excitement in the streaming room. There's no mistake, Su Ruoruo has truly given birth. 3 female cubs, indeed. Only female cubs appear in human infant form at birth. Unlike females, male cubs are born in animal form. Due to these differing birth forms, it is easy to distinguish between the genders without the need for special methods, such as examining the cub's sexual characteristics. What on earth did she do in her past life? Did she save the entire galaxy? I even suspect she might be the daughter of the beast god. Given her exceptional talents, with a fertility rating of only C, she managed to give birth to 3 female cubs in one go. I am truly envious and jealous. I have already birthed 10 male cubs and cannot conceive a daughter. What secret does Su Ruoruo possess that guarantees the birth of a daughter? Sigh. I vow to change my profile picture to Su Ruoruo from now on. I hope to glean some of her good fortune and have a daughter in my next pregnancy. The live stream was flooded with messages of envy and congratulations from numerous beastmen. Holding her 3 little bundles, Su Ruoruo paid no mind to the live chat barrage. The thoughts of the interstellar beastmen mattered little to her. Now, she merely awaited the arrival of the Empress's envoy to escort her to the frenzied Beast Star. Lucius was already prepared, and upon arriving at frenzied Beast Star, he would come to fetch her. There was nothing to fret about. Su Ruoruo caressed the tender, smooth faces of her 3 cubs, only to suddenly feel a pang of hunger in her stomach. The inner injury pill could heal her internal wounds, but it could not remedy the exhaustion and hunger resulting from childbirth. My dear, leave the children to my care. You have just given birth and need rest. Please go to the bedroom, said 77, her loyal aide. I'm fine. Just go prepare something for me. I'm famished, she replied. Of course. In a swift motion, 77 darted to the refrigerator, opened the drawer, and retrieved the pre-prepared food, placing it in the microwave. 2 minutes later, a fresh, aromatic plate of black pepper beef pasta was served before her. Upon seeing the delectable dish, Su Ruoruo nearly drooled. Grasping the stainless steel knife and fork, she licked her lips, twirled a generous portion of pasta, and, after blowing on it, opened her mouth wide to devour it. Su Ruoruo quickly chewed and polished off the plate of pasta. 77, please get me 3 more meals of equivalent caloric value. I'm starving. Certainly, my lady. As she enjoyed her meal, 77 diligently returned to the refrigerator, selecting 3 different delicious dishes to heat in the microwave. Moment latte, a sandwich, a seaweed and meat floss rice ball, and a bowl of pork trotters over yellow bean rice appeared before her. Without further ado, she savored her meal. Her postpartum figure restored, leaving her entirely unconcerned about gaining weight. The devoted culinary enthusiast, consumed by a passion for food, finds solace only in the act of eating. The nutritional supplements provided by the interstellar realms merely stave off her hunger, failing to satisfy her cravings for exquisite flavors. Su Ruoruo is enveloped in the joyous ecstasy of indulging in her meals. Meanwhile, the audience in the live streaming room cannot resist joining in, sharing Su Ruoruo's sensory experience of taste and smell, for the delectable dishes she savors are utterly absent in the interstellar dining establishments. With her imminent departure from the Azure Planet to the Beastly Island, today's feast is a fleeting opportunity that may never come again. Furthermore, Su Ruoruo's remarkable ability to give birth to triplets may very well be linked to her dietary habits. Perhaps if her culinary practices could be replicated, they too might bear daughters? Speculations abound among the curious onlookers in the live stream. Having finished her colossal meal and downed 3 cups of warm milk, Su Ruoruo suddenly feels an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over her. 77. I shall take a brief respite. Alert me should anything arise. Understood, master. She retreats to her chamber, tucks herself under the covers, and drifts into a deep slumber. 77 dutifully watches over her newborn triplets, who are as adorable as they are blissfully asleep, according to their natural rhythms. The little ones require a minimum of 5 to 6 hours of sleep after a meal before stirring. The newborns are easily managed, and thus, Su Ruoruo succumbs to the embrace of sleep. Unbeknownst to her, time slips by unnoticed. In the special sick room of the Imperial Star Palace on the Azure Planet, the Empress's condition hangs in the balance. Duo Siyu and Duo Lia sit beside her hospital bed. Duo Lia sobs, her breath hitching, clutching the frail, gnarled hand of her mother, Duo Nanyu. Mother, please do not sleep. Awaken. You have yet to witness my rise to prominence in the elections, becoming the new Empress of the Azure Planet. You cannot leave us. Yeah, my time is drawing near. It is futile.
See you.
I have matters to discuss with you, yeah. You may step outside. Very well. Duo Siyu steps out of the room, shrouded in silence. He is unaware of what his mother wishes to convey to his sister. Whatever it may be is of no concern to him. For all these years, the skills he has acquired have been devoted to serving his mother and sister. The purpose of his existence may very well be to be a good son, a supportive brother, assisting them in realizing their aspirations. Chapter 129. The End of Life Over the Years. Nothing has stirred his heart. Su Ruoruo is an anomaly. Such an anomaly must be extinguished in its infancy. His mother is to meet the beast god, but the tasks she has entrusted to him must be fulfilled. Leaning against the pristine white wall outside the hospital room, a shadowy glimmer flashes in Duo Siyu's eyes. Within the room, Duo Nanyu exhausts her remaining vitality, urging Duo Lia, yeah, you must promise me that after my passing, you will allow Duo Siyu to continue the tasks I have assigned him. If he is unable to fulfill them, you must not hesitate. Take it upon yourself to end his life. With tears brimming, Duo Lia's innocent eyes brim with confusion. Mother, why? Siyu is my brother. Even if he fails in his duties, he does not deserve death. Duo Nanyu gazes at her naive daughter, and in that moment, a flicker of regret washes over her. For all these years, her sole focus has been on enhancing Duo Lia's mental acuity, nurturing her external capabilities. Due to the constraints of her own mental prowess, she has been unable to impart the darker arts of political maneuvering to her daughter. Time has slipped away, and there is little left to teach.
Yeah.
You must promise me. Otherwise, I shall leave this world with a heavy heart. Duo Lia shakes her head. Mother, you and my brother are my dearest kin. I cannot harm you. I cannot do it. Foolish child, your brother is tainted. He has become entwined with Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo has just given birth to 3 female offspring. She and Lucius possess extraordinary talents, and their children are certainly not ordinary. In the decade-long Empress election, can you contend with them? Once Su Ruoruo ascends to the throne, you will be her first target. And your brother, due to his bond with Su Ruoruo, may very well turn against you.
No.
That is impossible. Brother cares for me deeply. He would never harm me for the sake of a female. We share blood. Su Ruoruo is merely an outsider. He would not act against me. Moreover, she is destined for Beastly Island. She will never be my rival for the position of Empress. As for her children, did you not mention that there is our cousin, Duo Siyu? With her around, Su Ruoruo's offspring will undoubtedly have a short lifespan. Without Su Ruoruo's protection, Lucius will not amount to much. Upon hearing Duo Lia's reasoning, Duo Nanyu smiles with satisfaction. Truly, she is my child. Though I have not taught her the arts of power, she has absorbed enough from her surroundings to analyze the situation astutely. This unexpected insight brings her a sense of delight. That cousin is ruthless and will not permit any offspring of S rank and above to thrive for long. There will be no need for me to intervene. She will act on my behalf. She has always underestimated me, believing me to be an innocent child, an easy target. She does not realize that underestimating one's opponent is the gravest folly. Duo Nanyu gazes at the resolute Duo Lia, refraining from further persuasion. There is little more she can do. With her life waning, her remaining days must be accepted as fate, leaving it to Yaya's destiny.
Yeah.
Remember this paramount truth. You must find a male capable of becoming a beast king to take as your husband. Regardless of the means, you must locate such a male and claim his first. Duo Leah is taken aback by her mother's sudden insistence. Mother, why? This is a secret known only to the empresses of the Azure planet, an unspoken truth within the circles of empresses across the galaxy. If you can obtain the Beast King's first, you will share 1,000 years of his lifespan. Otherwise, do you think I have lived to 500 years by mere chance? Mother, are you saying that males can share their lifespans with females? Golf, yeah. My time is short. Duo Nanu gasps, her voice barely a whisper. In the second row of my study, the third bookshelf, within the pages of interstellar history, lies a dated disc. Once you have perused its contents, everything will become clear. As for your brother, consider his fate after you have examined the disc. With that final utterance, Duo Nanu feels her strength wane, unable to utter another word. She raises her gnarled hand, attempting to caress Duo Leah's forehead, but as her hand reaches halfway, it suddenly droops lifelessly. The Empress of the Azure planet, who has ruled for nearly 5 centuries, passes away quietly. Mother, please do not leave us. Duo Leah cries, Brother, hurry, summon the doctor. Mother has collapsed, she exclaims, swiftly turning to pull open the hospital room door, urging Duo Siu to fetch help. Very well. In no time, esteemed medical experts from the Azure planet enter the room. Despite their best efforts, Duo Nanu cannot be revived. Your Highness, please accept our condolences. The royal physician states with resignation. The Empress has lived for 503 years, surpassing her original lifespan by 3 years. In recent years, she has relied on illicit substances to sustain her vitality. However, no amount of external aid can alter the finite nature of her existence. Duo Leah leans against the window, weeping bitterly. Duo Siu expresses no particular emotion. His mother has compelled him to undertake many tasks throughout his life, many of which are morally reprehensible. Thus, he did not harbor profound maternal affection for Duo Nanu. Instead, he felt a greater sense of trepidation towards her. When he witnessed his mother, Duo Nanu, truly succumbing to the ravages of time, an unexpected wave of relief washed over him. With her death, could he finally evade the burdens of his assigned tasks? Even if he chose not to fulfill these obligations, would he face any repercussions? A ludicrous thought suddenly sprouted in Duo Siu's mind, startling him with its audacity.
No.
He had promised his mother that he would undertake the escort mission and eliminate Su Ruoruo along the way. Why had such a terrifying notion surfaced so abruptly? The siblings of the Duo family stood vigil in the hospital room, paying their solemn respects to their mother for a brief moment. Before long, the somber tolling of the funeral bell echoed from the Empress's chamber, its sound gradually enveloping the entire imperial city. Simultaneously, news of the Empress's demise spread across the vast expanse of the Azure Star. Brother, do not forget the final task Mother entrusted to you before her passing. Duo Leah gazed at the coffin containing Duo Nanu, reminding Duo Siu. Upon hearing Duo Leah's muted, chilling tone, Duo Siu furrowed his brow. Was there truly no escaping this? Their mother had permitted his sister to enter, specifically instructing her about this matter. Otherwise, the innocent Duo Leah could never have known. Chapter 130. A windfall tomorrow morning. I shall depart, Duo Siu replied with an impassive expression. Duo Leah looked up at him. Brother, you must understand Mother's temperament. Her last words emphasized the need to eliminate Su Ruoruo. Indeed, you are aware, Duo Siu maintained his stoic demeanor. Mother has orchestrated so much for my ascension to Empress. I cannot disappoint her, nor can I let the ancestors of the Duo family down. From the moment I was born, every lesson I received was in preparation for becoming Empress. No one is more suited for this role than I. A hint of uncharacteristic maturity flickered across Duo Leah's youthful visage. Yaya, more than your ascension to Empress, I wish for your happiness. Becoming Empress is the only path to my joy. Duo Leah's expression twisted into something fierce. Su Ruoruo had already stolen the man she coveted, and she would not allow anyone else to take away what was rightfully hers. The pain of such loss was unbearable, and she had no desire to experience it again. Only by attaining the title of Empress could she wield power. Even if she desired a married man, she could reclaim him by any means necessary. No one would dare oppose the Empress. Such supreme authority was something she craved. Duo Siu refrained from further persuasion. After all, he had been raised to be a compliant subordinate to the Empress, aiding her in securing her throne. The Duo siblings fell silent, each standing vigil before Duo Nanu's coffin. As dawn broke, around 6 in the morning, Dualia looked toward the horizon where the sun began to rise, a cold smile gracing her lips. Brother, it is time for you to set forth. I shall remain to arrange our mother's funeral, and I hope to hear good news from you once the ceremonies conclude. Understood. Duasu pressed his lips together and departed without uttering another word. As he exited the Star Palace, he encountered two imposing elder males waiting by the entrance. Your Highness, as per the Empress's directive, we are here to escort Su Ruoruo to Mad Beast Star alongside you. Let us proceed. Duasuyu replied softly, walking beside the two Beast Kings as they boarded a specially designed small spacecraft bound for Mad Beast Star. At 6:15 in the morning, the spacecraft arrived at the entrance of the First Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Upon their arrival, they beheld Su Ruoruo standing empty-handed, accompanied by 11 robots. With her prior experience aboard a small spacecraft, Su Ruoruo was thoroughly prepared and exuded confidence. She flashed a smile at the overhead live-streaming device. Today marks the day of our parting. Dear fans, I shall miss you all. Oh no, I won't be able to indulge in delectable foods again. Su Ruoruo is leaving. How will my stomach survive? I must admit, I will miss her a bit. But let's not be too sorrowful. Before leaving, Su Ruoruo has not forgotten us. And she has reportedly sold numerous culinary recipes to the star-rated restaurants. Slurp. I love lemon water. It's said to have the best effects when consumed at night. And it also whitens the skin. With a wave, Su Ruoruo boarded the spacecraft under the watchful eyes of Duasuyu and the two Beast Kings. As for her 3 adorable cubs just born, they were safely entrusted to Lucius and Robot 77 for care. They had been sent to the meticulously crafted stellar ship by Robot 77, which was far superior to this spacecraft. Such a vessel, upon encountering temporal turbulence, could easily meet with calamity. Having previously experienced a temporal black hole, Su Ruoruo felt a twinge of apprehension. Duasuyu found his gaze inexplicably drawn to the petite silhouette of Su Ruoruo. Why did he feel a different sensation towards the small, diminutive feline beast? This feeling eluded even his own understanding. He discreetly masked the complex emotions playing across his face, maintaining his usual air of nobility as he boarded the spacecraft alongside the two Beast Kings. Inside the spacecraft, 10 elite warrior beasts accompanied them as escort to Mad Beast Star. Dear passengers, welcome aboard the spacecraft. Please remain seated and secure yourselves. There will be fluctuations as we traverse the atmosphere of Azure Star. Our destination is Mad Beast Island. The duration of this journey is 2 hours. After a series of announcements, Su Ruoruo chose a seat near the dining area. This location was equipped with a restroom, making it convenient for her to attend to personal hygiene after enjoying a hearty meal. Not long after settling in, Robot 77 promptly retrieved a steaming bento from the nearby luggage. Mistress, you usually do not rise this early. You must be famished. Please partake of this nutritious breakfast. Very well. Su Ruoruo felt none of the tension that typically accompanied her first journey to Mad Beast Star as a fugitive. She leisurely picked up her utensils and savored her breakfast. The viewers in her live streaming room were not about to miss this final golden opportunity. Almost every viewer activated their sensory sharing function. In the brief half-hour breakfast time frame, the shared income generated in the live stream brought Su Ruoruo hundreds of billions of star coins. After finishing her meal, she visited the restroom for a moment. Freshened up, she returned to her seat in the dining area. Upon checking her account balance, she was astonished to see over 100 billion star coins. Her balance was so substantial that it would be impossible to exhaust it. Yet, these funds could not languish in the official Azure Star account. Accumulated interest was far too enticing. Su Ruoruo promptly opted for a withdrawal. Once completed, she gazed at the staggering balance of over 1 trillion star coins, grinning foolishly for a while. The majority of this astronomical sum was amassed by Robot 77 through the Empress's gambling venture. This gamble had allowed her to claim nearly the entire pool of winnings. Of course, a few fortunate souls had bet on the likelihood of her giving birth to 3 females and earned a small profit. Contemplating her immense wealth, Su Ruoruo thought of Su Xingchen studying abroad. With only a mere 100 million in his account, how could he manage? The financial backing of a student abroad is of utmost importance. A minimum of middle-class standing is required. After a moment's reflection, while still within the range of Azure Star's network, she decided to transfer 8 billion star coins to Su Xingchen. Xingchen, please accept this. After sending the message, Su Ruoruo forwarded a screenshot of her account balance to him. Recently subjected to a grueling military training, Su Xingchen was taken aback upon receiving the transfer notification. 8 8 billion star coins. This influx of currency was remarkably timely for him. Chapter 131. His Majesty commands you to take action. Personally attending Black Star University as an international student, he was not a native of Black Star, and thus, the foreign students had to navigate a multitude of economic challenges. The dormitories were filthy, disorganized, and exorbitantly priced, accommodating 12 individuals with a shared bathroom.
Consequently,
He had no choice but to rent an apartment off campus. The rigorous physical regimen at Black Star demanded substantial expenditures, necessitating the purchase of specialized recovery pods and nutritional supplements to replenish his energy. These costs amounted to no less than 500,000 star coins each month, excluding daily social activities. To acquire high-tech local products and exercise equipment in Black Star, one must be prepared to spend millions of star coins. Initially, he believed that a balance of 100 million star coins would suffice. However, through inquiries during the military training, he discovered that this sum was insufficient. The social circles of Black Star were distinctly stratified. Everything revolved around either strength or financial resources. Su Xingchen could not refuse the transfer sent by Su Ruoruo. Sister, consider these star coins alone. I shall repay you with interest in the future. Silly you, there's no need for repayment. I have so many star coins that I can hardly spend them all. No, I must repay you. All right. I will wait for you to achieve your academic success, and then you can return the favor. After concluding the conversation, Su Xingchen accepted the substantial transfer. Su Ruoruo exchanged a few brief words with Su Xingchen, informing him of the arrival of her 3 female babies, and even sent him a photo of the newborns. Sister, the babies are adorable. The instructor is calling for me to train. I'll contact you once I'm done. Okay. After wrapping up her conversation with Su Xingchen, she messaged Lucius. Where are you? Behind your starship, activating stealth mode. Understood. Upon learning that Lucius and the children were nearby, Su Ruoruo felt a wave of reassurance. Lucius possessed formidable talents. Upon his arrival in this realm, he could contend with temporal black holes. With the assistance of a superpowered stellar ship, success was virtually assured. Su Ruoruo retrieved her star ring and randomly opened a television series to indulge in. Dorsiu, who had been observing her discreetly, sighed inwardly upon witnessing her engrossed in the show. What time is it? And she still has the leisure to play games. In the restaurant, 2 corners were occupied by the Beast Kings, who also kept a watchful eye on Su Ruoruo. Their heightened senses, honed by their prowess, captured every movement she made. Due to her lack of extraordinary talents as a female, Su Ruoruo remained oblivious to the constant scrutiny of these 3 individuals. However, even if she were aware, it would matter little. Not only them, but the entire audience of Azure Star was also focused on her. Su Ruoruo donned her wireless Bluetooth earphones, leaning against the sofa as she diligently followed the series. The attentive 77 brought her a bag of roasted caramel seeds, placing it on the table beside her. These seeds were a substitute Su Ruoruo had discovered in the cosmos. After finishing 2 episodes, the stellar ship arrived above Mad B Star. Here, Su Ruoruo noticed her star ring's network signal becoming increasingly unstable. Su Ruoruo, let us escort you into Mad B Star.
all right.
This is your parachute pack. With the experience of the first time, she quickly prepared the parachute pack this time, and the 10 robots behind her did the same. 77 donned his parachute pack symbolically, even though his modified physique no longer required it for a safe landing. He tossed his black suitcase to 2 combat robots for safekeeping before cradling Su Ruoruo in his arms. The petite Su Ruoruo nestled against 77, anticipating a peaceful life on Mad B Star. Dorsiu cast a glance at 77. A service robot, 2 driver robots, and 8 combat robots. In the eyes of the Beast Kings, these machines were merely insignificant entities, easily dispatched. Did Su Ruoruo truly believe she could survive on Mad B Star with such companions? If that were the case, she was indeed rather naive. Let's descend upon Mad B Star. On the stellar ship, 2 pilots remained behind to oversee the craft. Dorsiu and 3 Beast Kings leaped from the ship, utilizing their abilities to achieve a state of semi-hovering. 77 followed suit, and as he jumped, 2 metallic wings unfurled from his back. With the aid of these wings, he, Dorsiu, and the 2 Beast Kings entered a state of levitation.
Master.
We are ready to depart. Hold on tight.
All right.
Deep down, Su Ruoruo was still quite afraid. She had a fear of heights. Thus, she instinctively clung to 77. Dorsiu and the 2 Beast Kings followed 77 as they entered the atmosphere of Mad B Star. Upon entering the vicinity, They all sensed a disconcerting wave of chaotic radiation. The radiation levels were nearly 3 times higher than those on other planets, and an insidious aura of malice pervaded the atmosphere. This caused discomfort to both Dorsiu and the other 2 Beast Kings. After what felt like an eternity of descent, 77 landed on a vast sandy beach at the periphery of Mad Beast Island, cradling Su Ruoruo along with the 8 combat robots. Here, Su Ruoruo discovered that the identity star ring issued by Azure Star had completely lost its communication signal. Beside her, Dorsiu exchanged glances with the 2 Beast Kings. "Your Highness, the Empress commanded you to take action personally," the other 2 Beast Kings said nonchalantly. Dorsiu's heart began to swirl with conflict. Standing still, he moved his fingers and stared at Su Ruoruo, his emotions tangled. The proximity allowed Su Ruoruo to overhear their conversation. On the stellar ship, the 2 old fellows had been stealing glances at her. Even if she was somewhat dull, she could perceive the mocking malice hidden within their gazes. It was as if they had already deemed her a corpse. One of the bald Beast Kings looked up, snatched a stone from the beach, and shattered the live streaming device above Su Ruoruo's head. Although the connection had already been severed and the signal lost, it was prudent to destroy the device to eliminate any risk. "Third Prince, what are you waiting for? Do you wish for your majesty to die with her eyes unclosed?" Hearing the urgency, Dorsiu took a couple of steps towards Su Ruoruo. 77 placed Su Ruoruo down, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "Are you planning to harm the master?"
Oh,
"This robot is quite stylish. Has AI technology advanced so much? Not only can it fly, but it can also autonomously speak and protect its master?" The bald man who had smashed the device expressed astonishment. Chapter 132. System. Think of a solution. Where is Lucius? Why has he not appeared yet? "You shall not harm the master." Just as Su Ruoruo found herself at a loss, the 10 robots she had purchased surrounded her, shielding her from harm. The bald man glanced at the 8 combat robots, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "With just these AI-controlled combat robots, I could take care of you with one hand. Is that so?" "You may certainly try," 77 replied coldly.
you deal with that bald man.
"Understood." The 8 combat robots sprang into action, circling around the bald man. The bald man burst into laughter. "8 robots? You think you can defeat me? Even the most advanced combat robots barely reach diamond level. They can hardly be deemed brilliant. How laughable. These robots have not undergone systematic military training, nor do they possess any combat skills. How could they possibly defeat him? If they could, then the Beast King would have no reason to continue his existence. One could simply instruct an interstellar robotics development company to create a legion of such machines to dominate the Zerg battlefields, rendering them invincible. After all, these robots are oblivious to pain and the concept of life and death.
Ha!
Even if they perish, one can merely hire engineers to repair them. The bald man dismissed the 8 combat robots modified by Unit 77 with utter contempt. However, when one of the combat robots launched a laser attack from a distance, he confidently sidestepped, believing he could evade the beam. To his astonishment, the laser tracked him down relentlessly. Panic seized him as he instantly transformed, becoming a massive green python, akin to a tank. "Damn it! How can these combat robots lock onto me with their lasers? Is this the latest black technology from the robotics company?" Before the bald man could fully process this, the 8 modified robots launched another barrage of laser fire upon him. Witnessing his predicament, his companions rushed to his aid. Yet, suddenly, he noticed a shadow descending rapidly from the sky. As it grew larger, he recognized it was none other than the Beast King, Lucius. "Excellent. Let me have a word with the youngest champion of the Interstellar Combat Academy." The middle-aged man with green hair stomped lightly, leaping into the air to engage Lucius in battle. "Third Prince, stop dawdling and take action." The green-haired Beast King called out to Dorsi, who furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the dire situation. "Su Ruoruo, I intend to kill you," Dorsi whispered menacingly to Su Ruoruo, who was hiding behind Unit 77. Peeking out, Su Ruoruo queried, "You are quite peculiar. If you wish to kill me, why did you send me star coins and healing potions earlier? If you are so obedient to your mother, why do you care about me?" Confusion clouded her light brown eyes. Dorsi was at a loss for words. He could have chosen not to give Su Ruoruo anything at all, yet he did so to create a psychological distance, ensuring he would feel no remorse when the time came to eliminate her. However, as that moment approached, he found himself unable to act, especially when confronted with the very eyes that haunted his dreams.
No.
The honor of the Dorsey family cannot be tarnished by Su Ruoruo. Resolute, Dorsey unleashed his power, manifesting 3 blossoms of blue flames exuding white mist. The moment these flames appeared, the ambient temperature around them plummeted by 3 degrees. Dorsey pressed his lips together and aimed the freezing flames at Unit 77, which shielded Su Ruoruo. Unit 77 immediately raised its metallic shield to absorb Dorsey's attack. Yet, due to the freezing effect of the flames, the arm holding the shield succumbed to a brief state of immobilization. Master, retreat a bit, let us handle this. Dorsey scoffed coldly. 3 intelligent robots dare to stand against me? Robots are still mere machines. They can never triumph over a beast god messenger capable of transformation. As he spoke, Dorsey morphed into a colossal blue rat, spewing a torrent of icy flames towards Unit 77 and the 2 nearby piloted robots. Unit 77 raised its shield once more, utilizing electrical energy to withstand Dorsey's intensified icy assault. However, this time the freezing flames surged forth with even greater ferocity, encasing half its body in ice. The unique properties of the icy flames proved particularly effective against robots, unless their metallic bodies could be upgraded to resist such cold. Master.
Run.
I can't hold on much longer. Ride on the suitcase. Unit 77 urged Su Ruoruo in a hushed tone. Su Ruoruo glanced skyward, where Lucius radiated a blinding white light, engaged in a fierce struggle with the green-haired man. Meanwhile, the super combat robots, heavily modified at great expense, clashed with the bald man. Given the current circumstances, it was imperative for her to flee. But where could she possibly escape to? Su Ruoruo surveyed the boundless black ocean behind her. Had she known this day would come, she would never have been so greedy for points as to hand over the water-repellent pearl. While interstellar technology could produce submarines to traverse the ocean depths, it could not withstand the myriad monsters lurking beneath. The water-repellent pearl could evade those creatures. Now, it was too late for regrets. With no choice left, Su Ruoruo seized the largest suitcase, seated herself upon it, and activated its off-road driving function. The suitcase sped away at a brisk 15 km/h along the coastline.
Dorsey.
Seeing Su Ruoruo escape, retained just 30 of his beastly energy to deliver a lethal blow to Unit 77. A massive explosion of icy blue flames struck Unit 77, freezing half its body while the other half endured searing heat. The extreme temperatures left it momentarily paralyzed. The 2 piloted robots nearby fared no better, caught in the dual onslaught of ice and fire. Dorsey swiftly pursued the fleeing Su Ruoruo on her suitcase. Meanwhile, Lucius, entangled with the green-haired adversary in the sky, was suddenly thrown off balance. The green-haired man seized the opportunity, wounding Lucius's arm. Stung by pain, Lucius refocused, his expression growing increasingly grave. System, think of something quickly. If Dorsey catches up to me, I'm done for. Rest assured, host, you may run, and let fate decide the rest. Fate, my foot. That thing is terrifying when it goes berserk. Think of a way out. If I perish, you will fail your mission and face the consequences too. Chapter 133. Still fighting. Host, I have already informed you, I am a reproduction system. If you had prioritized reproduction and pursued men sooner, you could have gathered 365 of them in a day on the Azure Star, and no one would have batted an eye. Had you amassed enough suitors, you wouldn't find yourself in such a predicament now. Those men would undoubtedly emerge to protect you. Perhaps even some love-struck fools willing to accompany you on this mad beast star adventure. Could you spare me the sarcasm and focus on overcoming today as challenges? After that, I'll drag Lucius along and we can procreate like crazy to earn points, alright? Host, I am powerless in this matter. Su Ruoruo panicked upon hearing the system's response. She believed she had prepared adequately, only to be confronted with such absurdity. What to do? What to do? What to do? As Su Ruoruo rode atop her suitcase, she cast a glance back. That fleeting moment nearly rendered her unconscious. A massive blue rat was galloping across the beach at full speed. With such a short distance between them, it would be mere seconds before it caught up to her. Oh no! After barely surviving for over 2 months, am I really about to meet my end? Su Ruoruo's mind raced, searching for any viable strategy. In that brief 10 seconds, before she could devise a plan, a deep pit suddenly appeared in the sand before her. Before she could react, she, along with her suitcase, tumbled into the abyss. What a cruel twist of fate. Just when all seemed well on the beach, a gaping hole emerged from nowhere. Su Ruoruo immediately attempted to rise and continue her escape on the suitcase. Yet, She soon realized the sand around her was rapidly closing in, within 10 seconds. She was firmly ensnared by the sand, leaving only her head exposed. As she felt her head teetering on the brink of being engulfed by the suddenly emerging quagmire, Duasiu leaped high, grasping Su Ruoruo's 2 arms that were submerged in the quicksand, and propelled her to the other side. The void left by the quicksand spread out once more, emitting a sharp screech towards the large blue rodent that was Duasiu. Su Ruoruo's mind instantly swirled, and darkness enveloped her vision. How fortunate it was that she had consumed the internal and external injury elixir post-delivery. It was as if there were no differences from before. Had any postpartum woman found herself in such a ghastly locale, she would have undoubtedly met her demise immediately. The terms immediately and at once clearly conveyed the notion of a swift demise, yet she remained uncertain which term implied swifter death. Perhaps, if she were to have a blue star dictionary at this moment, she could unravel this conundrum. Su Ruoruo's thoughts began to spiral once more. If the system was powerless, what could she possibly do? The fact that Duasiu had rescued her from this peculiar sand instead of letting her perish indicated something significant. Perhaps she still had a chance? How dare they steal the food meant for the king? The yellow quicksand began to shed its outer shell, transforming into numerous yellow ants, each no larger than a mere ant. They gazed at Duasiu and immediately morphed into a mass that charged towards him and Su Ruoruo. Duasiu effortlessly wielded a fraction of his beast energy and hurled a ball of ice and fire towards the swarm of yellow ants. The ants that faced the icy inferno either turned into frosty sculptures or ignited in flames, becoming entwined as they were swept away by the sea breeze. Many of them engulfed in the fiery ocean. Realizing that Duasiu was not to be trifled with, the ants swiftly burrowed back into the sands of the beach. Soon, the swarm vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Duasiu narrowed his gaze, and as his eyes scanned the sands, he noticed countless ants camouflaged among the yellow grains, lying in ambush. He refrained from launching a full-scale assault against the ants, for his beast energy was running low. To continue expending it would only lead him into peril. Cradling Su Ruoruo, Duasiu hastened away into the distance. After around 10 minutes, he arrived at a forest where the trees towered as high as 26-story buildings. Utilizing his sharp claws, Duasiu carved out a hole in the trunk of one tree, leaping in with Su Ruoruo. Subsequently, he found a broad leaf from a towering tree to cover the entrance of their hideout. Just as he concealed the opening, a cacophony of animal howls erupted nearby. Consequently, the creatures surrounding the massive tree began to suffer. They had caught wind of the delectable scent of food, and in their fervor to claim Su Ruoruo, they commenced a fierce battle. Within 3 minutes, a multitude of bloody skirmishes erupted in the vicinity. Su Ruoruo discreetly utilized the system to retrieve a solar-powered nightlight from her pocket, illuminating the pitch-black hollow of the tree. "Hey, why did you save me? Weren't you supposed to kill me?"
Su Ruoruo mouthed to Duosu.
Gently setting her down, Duasiu comprehended her words. "This is a one-time occurrence. If we meet again, I will surely kill you." "You will not kill me. Not ever," Su Ruoruo's eyes sparkled. "Since you can save me, you will not kill me." Duasiu remained silent, his expression betraying no particular reaction. "I know it's because of your mother that you acted on my behalf. Historically, unfilial behavior is deemed a grave sin. I understand this principle, especially since we have no offspring together, which surely exempts me from being considered unfilial." Duasiu gazed at her as her lips continued to move, furrowing his brow as he swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Once Su Ruoruo settled down, he pressed a finger against her soft lips.
"Do not speak."
"It is dangerous." Su Ruoruo naturally understood Duasiu's gestures. She nodded and quietly sat beside him. Duasiu pointed at the nightlight in her hand and then at the gaps in the leaves. Su Ruoruo immediately grasped his intention and stowed the nightlight away. Given that it was daytime, the light from the nightlight was effectively concealed by the foliage. Nearby, the howls of wild beasts grew increasingly dense. Su Ruoruo dared not utter a word, silently pondering what to do next. The darkness within the hollow was profound. Duasiu seized the opportunity to rest, replenishing the beast energy he had expended. Time ticked by slowly. Su Ruoruo glanced at the star ring on her wrist and was startled to realize that over an hour had passed. What had become of Lucius and number 77? And what about that bald man and that green-haired fellow? Their strength seemed formidable. System, how are Lucius and number 77 faring? They are still engaged in combat. Given the current circumstances, it is estimated they can fight for another half hour.
Ah.
Can Lucius defeat them? The odds are not in his favor. If Lucius were to escape and leverage the stellar ship's power, he might still stand a chance against them. After all, these two beast kings have battled in alien domains for many years and have been advancing in their ranks for decades, rich in combat experience. It is exceedingly difficult for Lucius to surpass them. However, with number 77 and 8 combat robots providing distraction, employing robotic combat tactics, he might achieve a 3 to 7 chance. 3 to 7? We have 3, and they have 7? Host, you have it reversed. They have 7, and you have 3. Su Ruoruo, this is dreadful. If Lucius falls in battle, I will be left to fend for myself on the mad beast star, unable to board the stellar ship. And my 3 babies are still on the stellar ship. Host, worry not. The stellar ship crafted by number 77 is indestructible, and it is equipped with specialized childcare robots to ensure the safety of your 3 babies. Phew, that puts my mind at ease. Su Ruoruo mused quietly. After all, they were a part of her, a piece of flesh that had fallen from her body. It was impossible for her to feel no affection whatsoever. Although the children were merely a means for her to accumulate points from the moment they were born, she felt a sense of responsibility and obligation towards them. Host, Duasuyu has a considerable level of affection for you. How much? Su Ruoruo perked up. Upon their first meeting, Duasuyu's affection level had been at 60. After he had forced her, there had been no change, leading her to pay little attention thereafter. Now, it turned out Duasuyu was willing to defy the Empress's orders, refraining from killing her and even saving her from the quicksand. 35. That was indeed quite high. Su Ruoruo recalled that when she was pregnant with triplets, Lucius's affection level had only risen to 30. It seemed her safety was assured. With Duasu, the Beast King, around, should she propose a request for him to escort her back to the stellar ship? Su Ruoruo's eyes sparkled. This plan was indeed plausible. Just as Duasuyu was seizing the moment to recuperate, the battle on Lucius's side reached its climax. Number 77 and the other 8 combat robots, their bodies shattered, had lost their fighting capability. Lucius recognized that continuing to fight 2 opponents was futile. Thus, he decisively retreated towards the direction of the cloaked stellar ship. The green-haired man and the bald man pursued closely behind. However, as they ascended into the air, they could only watch in bewilderment as Lucius vanished into thin air. Baldy. What happened? Where did he go? I have no idea. Could it be an illusion? Continue searching above. Understood. The 2 exerted themselves once more, maintaining their flight posture in the air. Yet, just as they reached the edge of the stellar ship, Lucius had already commanded the ship to move away, distancing itself by several thousand meters from their location. Strange. Could it be that Lucius possesses other abilities? How did he simply disappear? I've never heard of such a thing. What should we do now? The 3rd prince is gone after Su Ruoruo. It has been an hour now. Could it be that he has encountered some unforeseen circumstance? Unlikely. The 3rd prince cannot possibly be bested by a mere frail female. What shall we do now? Let us return to the starship to rest, lest Lucius exploits our depleting beast energy and ambushes us from the shadows. Come. That young Lucius, despite being newly emerged into this world, has managed to endure under my command for such a duration. He truly deserves the title of the most exceptional Beast King from the Interstellar University in 5 years. Should this young man grow stronger, he will pose a significant threat to our future. The bald man and the green-haired one conversed quietly as they stealthily distanced themselves, heading back to the docking position of the flying ship. Meanwhile, Lucius, disregarding his injuries, hastened to the control center of the stellar ship, inputting commands on the expansive electronic screen to search for his target. He sought any flying vessels within a 1,000-mile radius. Command received. Scanning for nearby flying vessels. Detection complete. A vessel located 5 kilometers to the left rear, containing 12 life forms, with 2 exhibiting high energy levels, presenting an extreme danger level. Launch the missile. Bring down that vessel, regardless of the cost. Executing Command 3. Target locked and aimed. Missile ready for launch. Countdown initiated. 3, 2,
1.
As the countdown concluded, a high-velocity missile was launched towards the designated target. The green-haired and bald men, having just ingested energy potions, instantly sensed something amiss. In the next moment, the vessel erupted with a deafening alarm. Alert! Alert! An unidentified, powerful flying object is about to collide with the starship. Expected to arrive in 10 seconds. Detected immense power from the flying object. Protective measures activated. Initiating localized relocation. Autopilot evasive maneuvers engaged. Passengers are advised to secure themselves and prepare for emergency evacuation, if necessary. Hearing the alarm, the bald man and the green-haired one rushed to the main cockpit, where the pilot, upon their arrival, dared not even breathe. "What is happening?" The pilot, drawing from years of experience, responded, "We are under attack by a technological weapon. It appears to be a guided missile. My Lord Beast King, we should flee quickly. The target is the flying ship, and as long as it exists, they will surely strike." "Damn it! How can there be such weaponry in this vicinity?" The pilot suggested, "Could it be the stellar ship purchased by Su Ruoruo? I recall seeing her live stream when she acquired a vessel from the Black Star Alliance." The Black Star Alliance. How dare they sell high-risk weaponry to interstellar criminals? Upon returning to the home planet, I will demand an explanation from the Black Star Alliance. The bald man grumbled as he retreated, donning a rocket-assisted escape device. The green-haired one was not far behind. Within the vessel, the alarm continued to blare. Route adjusted. The impact time of the unidentified flying object extended by 5 seconds. Countdown 15. 14. We must flee, but how do we explain this to the third prince? Are you daft? Just say Lucius killed us. What a brilliant idea, placing the blame on Lucius. Even if he grows stronger and seeks revenge, he will become the enemy of the entire Azure Star. You old bald man are truly cunning. Likewise. As they conversed, they escaped the flying vessel. The 10 combat beast men aboard, along with the pilot, swiftly donned their escape devices and abandoned the ship. No sooner had they left than the vessel was struck by a missile, exploding into smithereens. The cacophony of the explosion resonated through the air. In the primal forest beyond the coast, countless beasts were roused by the tremendous sound of the explosion. Descending into a frenzy, rampaging through the woods. Chapter 135. My mother is dead in the forest. The frenzied male beasts lost their senses, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Su Ruoruo, hidden within a tree hollow, listened to the violent explosions behind her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Dorsiu, who was diligently practicing the beast energy regulation technique, furrowed his brow at the commotion. However, he did not open his eyes, maintaining a 5-star posture towards the sky, striving to maximize his recovery of beast energy. With Su Ruoruo by his side, enveloped in a high-density mental energy field, he remained unaffected by the intense interstellar radiation of the frenzied Beast Island. In that moment, his mind felt as though it had consumed a supercharged dose of caffeine, significantly shortening the time required to replenish his beast energy. In approximately 3 hours, the energy he had expended would be fully restored. "Hey, how much longer do you need?" Su Ruoruo leaned closer, whispering near Dorsiu's ear. He inhaled her alluring feminine scent, taking a deep breath before replying in a hushed tone, 3 hours. Su Ruoruo dared not complain about the length of time. With the explosions occurring behind them, she had no idea what was happening. Moreover, this island was filled with strange occurrences, including ants disguised as sand. The mere thought of those ants that had enveloped her and attempted to drag her away to an unfamiliar place sent shivers down her spine.
Now.
She could only wait for Lucius to find a way to return to the stellar ship for her, or hope that Dorsiu genuinely harbored feelings for her and would be willing to escort her back. Only by returning to the stellar ship could she find solace. 3 hours later, Dorsiu opened his azure eyes within the dim tree hollow, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Su Ruoruo sensed his renewed vigor and reached out a finger to poke his arm. "Are you ready? Stay here. I will assess the situation." As soon as Su Ruoruo heard he was about to leave, she immediately protested. The area around the great tree was filled with the roars of beasts. What would happen if Dorsiu left and did not return? She could not descend from the towering tree, and relying on a system that only produced offspring was futile. Regardless of whether today's ordeal was caused by Dorsiu, he was now her only source of support. "Don't go, I'm scared." Su Ruoruo clenched her teeth, wrapping her arms around Dorsiu's. "Take me with you." Dorsiu felt the soft touch on his arm, causing ripples to stir within him.
"All right."
He whispered a single word, lifting Su Ruoruo as he instructed. "Hold on tight."
Su Ruoruo promptly clung to Dorsiu's neck.
As the leaves covering the tree hollow were pushed aside, dappled sunlight filtered through the dense forest.
Dorsiu, cradling Su Ruoruo,
moved with remarkable speed along the robust trunks of the forest. Minutes later, he arrived at the site where the battle had initially erupted. The area was strewn with the wreckage of numerous flying vessels. Upon seeing the fallen robots, Su Ruoruo grew anxious. "Hurry, put me down. My robots. Especially 77. It must not be harmed." The core of the stellar ship's propulsion system relies on 77 for modification. Dorsiu, sensing the absence of Lucius and the other two beast kings, finally set Su Ruoruo down. She rushed to 77's side to inspect it. Dorsiu approached her slowly, glancing at the scattered everyday robots, and with a hint of regret, remarked, "I apologize. The circumstances necessitated my actions. I will replace your daily robot in the future."
Sigh.
That's not what I want. I only want 77. This robot is named 77?
Su Ruoruo nodded, yes.
If you don't truly wish to harm me, why did you treat it so roughly? I assumed you had many robots and wouldn't care about one or two. If I hadn't acted decisively, the two beast kings behind me would not have spared you. Listening to Dorsia's clear and cold voice, Su Ruoruo sighed in resignation. If your mother finds out what you have done, won't you be punished? My mother is dead. Duo Suyu uttered these words with an air of nonchalance, as though the death of Duananyu was merely the passing of a stranger, rather than that of his own mother. Su Ruoruo discerned the indifference woven into his speech. Your mother has passed away, and you exhibit no sorrow whatsoever? Su Ruoruo couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear towards this man. His blatant apathy towards the death of his own mother made her question the prospect of him ever developing feelings for her, let alone elevating her favor to 100. People will inevitably perish. In the face of Duo Suyu's casual demeanor, Su Ruoruo silently mused, impressive. However, the demise of the Empress was, in her eyes, a fortuitous event. One less adversary targeting her on the blue star. Su Ruoruo, what do you intend to do next? Duo Suyu inquired, gazing at the scattered remnants of the robotic carcasses. Naturally, I shall seek out the stellar ship I commissioned at great expense and live among the heavens. She had no desire to engage in the arduous tasks of infrastructure and agriculture on this island, fraught with peril. Cultivating the land here was far from her intentions. We'll take it one step at a time. If possible, I hope you can assist me in locating Lucius. With his protection, surviving here should pose little issue. Duo Suyu stepped before Su Ruoruo and chuckled softly. Do you truly believe I would help you find Lucius? You won't? Let us search the vicinity of this island. Should I help you locate Lucius, I shall depart. Duo Suyu, defying your mother's orders to assist me in finding someone, could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Duo Suyu lowered his gaze, his voice an enigma of emotion. I do not know. Perhaps the desire to see you live and the urge to protect you could be construed as affection. Upon hearing his words, Su Ruoruo's heart raced with exhilaration. Duo Suyu, setting aside the grievances between my mother and myself, would you consider marrying me as a concubine? Duo Suyu shook his head. I shall not wed anyone. I have no intentions of marrying in this lifetime. Your presence is merely an unforeseen occurrence. Oh? Are you an advocate of lifelong singleness? If by that you mean not marrying, then yes, I am. Let us proceed. The sun is setting, and I hope to find Lucius before nightfall. Thank you, but please allow me a few moments. After speaking, Su Ruoruo knelt once more and gently stroked the forehead of Unit 77. Host, Unit 77's metallic body is irreparably damaged. Extracting the chip from his brain and providing him with a new vessel will allow him to be revived. Upon receiving the system's notification, Su Ruoruo discovered a nearly concealed seam at the back of Unit 77's head. Addressing Unit 77, she said, I am going to remove the chip from your brain. If you can hear me, please open your forehead. Unit 77, despite its physical destruction, could indeed hear her. It was akin to the sensation of a conscious yet immobile individual. As soon as Su Ruoruo's words fell, Unit 77 willingly opened the compartment at the back of its head, granting her access to retrieve the silvery chip from its brain. Clutching the chip, she tucked it into her pocket and discreetly transferred the memory-laden chip into the system's storage space. Let's go. We must find Lucius. Su Ruoruo rose, no longer casting a glance at the battle-worn robotic carcasses, which, while intimidating to ordinary individuals, could not rival the true Beast Kings. In the face of the Beast King's assault, even the modified robots fell short. Nevertheless, their ability to endure under the Beast King's might for an hour could be deemed commendable. Through this encounter, Su Ruoruo gained a preliminary understanding of the combat capabilities of the robots. It appeared that utilizing them on flying vessels was the more prudent choice. Deploying them in battle resulted in exorbitant losses. Acquiring another batch of modifications would necessitate astronomical expenditures in star coins. Quite impractical. I will carry you to hasten our search. Very well. Duo Suyu crouched down, allowing Su Ruoruo to climb onto his back, her arms securing around his neck. As their soft bodies re-established close contact, An inexplicable physiological response stirred within both of them, yet they tacitly chose to remain silent. Duo Suyu moved swiftly, tracking Lucius's scent across the vast expanse of the feral island. However, after circling the area, they returned to their starting point, where Lucius's scent had vanished. He could not have ventured elsewhere. Yet, there was neither sign of Lucius nor the two beast kings dispatched by his mother. Returning to the original location, Duo Suyu's gaze fell once more upon the mechanical debris strewn across the beach. He picked up a sizable fragment and noted the official logo of the stellar ship emblazoned upon it. Had the flying vessel been destroyed? The capability to obliterate a flying ship was something even the Beast Kings could scarcely achieve. Who could have done this? What had transpired here after his departure? Duo Suyu, filled with perplexity, cast his eyes towards the cold and dark expanse of the ocean. Su Ruoruo surveyed her surroundings, noting the sun's descent, which stirred a sense of urgency within her. System, what has become of Lucius? Host, he is unharmed and has returned to the stellar ship. Did you observe the debris in Duo Suyu's hands? Lucius utilized the stellar ship to obliterate the flying vessels of the two Beast Kings. It is likely that the two Beast Kings dispatched by the Empress to eliminate you have already returned to the Blue Star. And Lucius? Lucius is currently searching for you on the island. According to his present location, he should locate you in approximately 10 minutes. Su Ruoruo's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. She glanced at Duo Suyu, recalling the scene of the Emperor Crab battling Lucius. Duo Suyu, you must leave at once. Stepping back, she urged him. Lucius is on his way. If you confront him, he will undoubtedly kill you. How do you know he is approaching? Su Ruoruo exclaimed. It matters not how I know. You must flee. Well, you are a Beast King. Surely you can traverse the stars and return? Duo Suyu shook his head, without a rocket booster. I cannot navigate the turbulent star currents between the Blue Star and the Beast Star using only my own strength. Then what shall we do? Su Ruoruo's anxiety surged. Instinctively, she did not wish for Duo Suyu to perish. After all, he was a man she had been intimate with, and his handsome visage made his potential demise feel like a tragic loss. After contemplating various scenarios, an idea struck her. Duo Suyu, you must hide in the hollow of a tree and remain there for half an hour. I will devise a way to provide you with a rocket booster for your escape back to the Blue Star. Come now, do not hesitate. Hurry. If you delay, Lucius will surely spot you. Duo Suyu smiled bitterly. Why must I be the one to hide? Am I truly so unpresentable in your eyes? Lucius? I am not afraid of him. Su Ruoruo's cheeks flushed with urgency. That is not what I mean. I am concerned for your safety. Lucius has been a Beast King for years, while you have only recently advanced. Your foundation is unstable. Just hide for now, and I will find a way to send you a rocket booster to help you return to the Blue Star. The thought of never seeing Su Ruoruo again caused a sharp pang in Duo Suyu's heart. He was reluctant to depart, even more so to relinquish her to Lucius, allowing him to monopolize her. With a steely resolve, Duo Suyu lifted Su Ruoruo into his arms and swiftly flew towards the original cave. Su Ruoruo was taken aback. Wait, what is he doing? I offered to help him return to the Blue Star. Why is he taking me with him? You can escape on your own. But why bring me along? Su Ruoruo found herself on the verge of tears. She had no desire to return to the primitive forest to play the games of cavemen. At this moment, all she yearned for was to accompany Lucius back to the starship and gaze upon her adorable trio of newborns. Dorsu, what madness has overtaken you? Release me at once. Dorsu paid no heed to Su Ruoruo's protests, instead cradling her in his arms as he retreated to the dark hollow of a tree in the primitive forest. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and wild beasts lurked in every corner. Even if Lucius were intent on finding them, it would not be a simple task. The hollow, neither too spacious nor too cramped, was just adequate for two bodies to stretch comfortably. As Su Ruoruo re-entered the shadowy hollow, her emotions were tumultuous. The roars of the surrounding beasts echoed ominously, forbidding her from raising her voice. Dorsu, did we not agree that you would escort me to reunite with Lucius? I have changed my mind. You shall accompany me for a week, acting as my husband. After that week, I will fulfill my promise and take you to meet Lucius. Su Ruoruo frowned. In a week, Lucius may have vanished without a trace. How will you locate him? And in this desolate place, fraught with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, what will we eat or drink? Dorsu's gaze was resolute. You need not worry about sustenance. I possess 10 high-grade nutritional capsules, sufficient to sustain us for an entire week. Confused, Su Ruoruo queried, but you have always despised me, have you not? What has prompted this sudden change of heart to spend a week as my spouse? What do you think? Dorsa replied, suddenly pinning Su Ruoruo against the wooden floor of the hollow. Chapter 137. Can you endure loneliness? In the pitch-black hollow, shafts of faint light occasionally broke through the gaps in the leaves. Dorsa's intense gaze bore into Su Ruoruo as he earnestly declared, Ruoruo, will you bear me a child? What a peculiar request. Su Ruoruo was taken aback. I promise you, in this lifetime, you shall be the only female for me. If you agree to bear my child, I will remain faithful to you. When your life draws to a close, I will care for the 3 cubs you have given birth to. Su Ruoruo immediately retorted. The father of those cubs is Lucius. If memory serves me right, his innate abilities surpass yours, and he is likely to live longer as well. Let us not speak of Lucius. In this moment, you are with me, and you are to think only of me. At that instant, Su Ruoruo regretted her earlier meddling that had drawn her into the clutches of such a rogue. Given his rather handsome appearance, she reluctantly accepted her fate. He had initially sought to kill her, yet now seemed captivated by her charm. Could this be the fabled tale of love entwined with enmity? As Su Ruoruo's mind wandered, she caught the crisp and unique scent of pine emanating from Dorsu, seemingly wafting from his moon-white ceremonial robe. She blinked, still processing the sensation, when his soft, warm lips pressed against hers.
No.
Is this how disagreements are settled? Su Ruoruo's eyes widened in shock, but soon she could not help but close them, surrendering to the sweetness of Dorsa's kiss. Kissing a handsome man felt entirely different. It sent shivers of excitement coursing through her. Especially in this environment, 2 solitary souls ensconced within a hollow. They had already shared an intimate moment before. Lost in the haze of the kiss, her thoughts became muddled. She closed her eyes, secretly contemplating, since it has happened once, what harm could there be in indulging again? The events unfolded swiftly, the warmth between their bodies escalating. Dorsu's ample moon-white robe served as a makeshift blanket upon the uneven ground of the hollow. Just as the situation seemed to spiral beyond control, Su Ruoruo abruptly opened her eyes, Lucius's handsome visage flashing in her mind.
No.
I cannot allow this. Was it because of Lucius? You promised me that while we are together, you would not think of him. Moreover, you have already been intimate with me. He would not mind, would he? Su Ruoruo attempted to articulate her thoughts, only to be silenced by Dorsa's firm yet gentle kiss, which drowned out her soft, fragmented words. After what felt like an eternity, Dorsu held her in his embrace. Why did you suddenly act this way? I desire you. It is as simple as that. Really? Indeed. Ruoruo, ever since our last encounter, I have gradually recalled the events that transpired in the lounge. For over a month, you have filled my dreams, and I have longed to hold you like this for an endless time. As she listened to his deep, melodious voice, Su Ruoruo's cheeks flushed crimson. Then why did you look as though you wished to kill me upon seeing me? The 2 beast kings by my side possess unfathomable power. They informed me that my mother had sent me, and I had to act this way to find a means to protect you.
Su Ruoruo chuckled softly.
Who would have thought you could act so convincingly? You rode on a turtle-like suitcase. How could I possibly have chased you for several minutes?
Oh.
So, you merely wished to help me escape their clutches? But now that we have shared our intimate lives, could you return me home?
What?
Did I not satisfy you? Are you so eager to seek out Lucius? Su Ruoruo's face reddened further, feeling increasingly embarrassed. No. Can we not refrain from mentioning Lucius at every turn? Then why do you wish to return? Is it not pleasurable to be here with me? Of course, it is enjoyable. But we cannot remain cooped up together for a week. Can we? Why not? I can only possess you for a fleeting week, while that man can have you for an eternity. You have even borne him 3 female cubs, while I am left with nothing. Dorsu lowered his head, drawing close to Su Ruoruo's forehead, feigning dissatisfaction as he lamented. Do you mean to say that you have taken my first time? And now you are unwilling to grant me even this brief week?
No, it is not like that.
My cubs have just been born and require care. They are on the starship with Lucius, and I must find him to tend to them. The starship is equipped with life support robots, so you need not worry. Leaning against Dorsu's broad chest, her lips slightly parted, she refrained from voicing any further refusals. Faced with the plea of such a handsome man, her resistance crumbled. She had to admit that she relished this feeling. Dorsu's presence was distinctly different from Lucius's. The aristocratic aura that enveloped him was undeniably alluring. Dorsu, I like you. As well as Lucius. Do you think I am being unfaithful? Dorsu chuckled. What does unfaithfulness even mean? Is it not simply loving 2 men at once? How can you be so naive. If that constitutes unfaithfulness, then what would you call my mother? The epitome of unfaithfulness? My mother has lived for 500 years. The beast husbands she married have either died of old age or fallen in battle. There are too many to count. And how do you know that Lucius will only ever cherish you? Females generally have shorter lifespans than males. My mother is among the longest living females in the galaxy. Yet her life is still limited to 500 years. Lucius, however, has the potential to become the Beast King, living for 1,000 years. Do you truly believe he will remain loyal to you, enduring solitude for the next 500 years while safeguarding his prosperity? Su Ruoruo quickly shook her head. That is impossible. A prime male, of noble status, could have any female he desires. Do not speak of him. It is I, Su Ruoruo, who has bitten my lip in hesitation. How could I? Su Ruoruo dared not speak the truth. Chapter 138. The family banner remains unfurling. All right. Let us not discuss Lucius any further. Why do you constantly bring him up? Su Ruoruo retorted softly, a mixture of embarrassment and anger in her tone. Let us speak of you instead. You have great potential to become the Beastman Emperor. You claimed you would remain faithful to me, yet I find that hard to believe. Drosiu suddenly chuckled. If you do not believe me, how can I prove it? After this encounter, I shall undergo a sterilization procedure. How about that? Absolutely not.
Su Ruoruo promptly objected.
That would be too regrettable. Drosiu's worth was comparable to Lucius, and to undergo sterilization for her sake would be utterly insane. Then what must I do for you to trust me? I assure you, I will never trust you completely. And you need not remain faithful to me. If you return to Azure Star and find someone you cherish, inform me, and marry that person, I shall not be angry. Su Ruoruo did not wish to hinder a male's life. Moreover, Drosiu himself was quite exceptional on Azure Star. I will not. In this lifetime, I shall love only you. As Su Ruoruo listened to Drosiu's gentle reaffirmation of his affection, warmth blossomed within her. To claim she was not moved would be a lie. She genuinely relished such heartfelt declarations, even if they were insincere. They brought her joy. No one is immune to the allure of sincere words of love. Even if just for this fleeting moment, the feeling of being prioritized was truly delightful. Drosiu's willingness to defy the Empress's orders for her sake touched her deeply. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruoruo promised Drosiu, whenever you come to your senses, I am more than willing to marry you as a beast husband. However, I have already promised Lucius that I cannot grant you the title of primary consort. I can only marry you as a secondary consort. Drosiu hesitated for a moment. This time, he did not immediately reject Su Ruoruo's proposal. Let us speak of this later. Additionally, you are prone to radiation exposure over time. If convenient, come to Mad Beast Star to find me, and we shall meet at our usual spot. Our usual spot, you mean the tree hole? Indeed. I will prepare radiation-soothing treatments to help reduce the radiation within you. Very well. Su Ruoruo leaned against Drosiu's chest, inhaling the pleasant scent of pine emanating from him. Eventually, she fell asleep without realizing it. They spent several days in blissful yet unabashed happiness around that tree hole. 7 days later, Drosiu fulfilled his promise and escorted her to the very spot where they had initially landed, then quietly retreated into the primordial forest. Before long, Su Ruoruo awaited Lucius, who had been searching for her nearby, as indicated by the system's prompt. Upon seeing her standing there unscathed, Lucius finally breathed a sigh of relief. He did not dwell on the strong masculine scent surrounding her, understanding it belonged to the third prince, Drosiu. Males are particularly sensitive to the tracking of scents, especially at the rank of Beast King, making it easy to discern. Yet he said nothing. Just like the events that transpired between her, the Emperor Crab, and Drosiu. As long as she returned safely, everything else was trivial. Furthermore, that odious crab and the little mouse could never compare to his standing in Su Ruoruo's heart. For he was her primary consort, her precious first experience, shared with him and not with that foul crab or the little mouse. That alone sufficed. Su Ruoruo might marry many secondary husbands in the future, but he did not mind. Even should she wed 100 or 1,000 beast husbands, he would forever be her primary consort, her one and only. That little mouse intentionally left such a strong scent on Su Ruoruo to provoke him and instigate an argument. He would not fall for it. Ruoruo, let us return home. Lucius smiled as he lifted Su Ruoruo into his arms, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and leaped high, returning to the concealed starship. Seeing Lucius remain calm and consistently kind to her, Su Ruoruo's anxieties gradually dissipated. At that moment, She suddenly experienced a peculiar feeling of home, where the internal flag remained steadfast while the external flags waved brightly. However, Lucius did not inquire about what transpired during the week, and Su Ruoruo chose not to elaborate. If he had asked, she would have naturally told him the truth. Upon returning to the starship, Su Ruoruo immediately opted to enter the starship's luxurious master suite to freshen up, changing into a clean and comfortable set of loungewear. With her golden hair freshly washed and dried by an automatic styling device, she slowed her pace and made her way to the living room. In the starship's living area, their three little ones were being cared for by three childcare robots, peacefully sleeping. Lucius sat on the sofa, gazing at the three beautiful infants in their cradles, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle smile. There was nothing more important than ensuring the well-being of their three younglings. In this lifetime, he had never imagined that in an era of low female birth rates across the stars, he could possess three female infants all at once. He felt immensely grateful. Su Ruoruo watched the three sleeping babies for a moment, a gentle smile gracing her lips. These were her children. As she approached the infant enclosure, she noticed their hair, a shade of light coffee gold almost identical to hers, rather than Lucius's bright golden hue. However, the baby's features resembled hers strikingly. Their overall bone structure indicated they were about 70% similar to her, while their appearances leaned more towards Lucius. This was a complex amalgamation. Perhaps genetics deemed such a combination to be the optimal solution? Su Ruoruo did not fully comprehend, but the sight of her three babies filled her heart with unparalleled satisfaction and joy. The focus of the future would be to nurture these three little ones, ensuring they grew healthy and happy. Gently caressing the delicate faces of her babies, she then settled onto the sofa beside Lucius. Lucius smiled and spoke to Su Ruoruo in a tender voice. Ruoruo, I have instructed the chef robot to prepare lunch for you. Would you care to eat?
Su Ruoruo nodded softly.
For the past few days, she had been consuming nutritional supplements and longed for a proper meal. Although she could have retrieved snacks from the system space, Drosiu had been so close to her that she found no opportunity to sneak a bite. After enduring a week, she was finally free to indulge. Rising, Su Ruoruo made her way to the dining area behind her. Approaching the table, she beheld a well-balanced fruit platter, milk, and a serving of steak pasta topped with a turkey omelet resembling a blue star egg. Seating herself, she leisurely savored the delightful meal. After satisfying her hunger, she returned to the living room. The babies, perhaps roused by the commotion, began to wake up. Su Ruoruo's heart swelled with joy upon seeing them open their eyes. Chapter 139. Firstborn SS. The color of the baby's eyes mirrored that of Lucius's, brilliant golden, radiant, and beautiful. Lucius, have the baby's psychic levels been assessed? Upon hearing this, Lucius's pride became even more uncontainable. Yes, the assessments have been completed. Their psychic levels have reached the exceedingly rare SS rank. Oh my goodness, SS? Su Ruoruo could not suppress her exclamation. She had anticipated that her children would possess commendable talents upon birth, but she never expected them to achieve such a high level. This sign further indicated that with proper nurturing and the utilization or adornment of items to enhance psychic abilities, their psychic potential could rise even further. Indeed, SS. Such a level of mental fortitude implies that even in the absence of Su Ruoruo by his side, without the time to provide him with mental soothings, and solely relying on the children, he will not be troubled by mental radiation in the years to come. The pure mental energy field naturally emitted by the children has the power to soothe the radiation within his body. Even on the planet of mad beasts, where interstellar radiation exceeds that of other planets by threefold, he remains unperturbed by the effects of radiation. This also signifies that the timeline for his eventual ascension to the status of a Beastman Emperor has been considerably shortened. I recall that at the moment of my birth, my mental energy assessment yielded no response, categorizing me at an F level, only to later discover an S level of mental energy upon reaching adulthood. Who would have anticipated that the children would possess such a lofty level of mental energy from the moment of their birth? Lucius remarked with a smile. Once the children reach adulthood, they will have a chance for another awakening. Perhaps, if fortune favors them, they might even break through to an SSS level. Su Ruoruo gazed at the three little bundles, feeling both joy and sorrow. It was quite the predicament. These children truly outshine their predecessors. Her own S-level prowess pales in comparison. It seems she must continue to strive for more offspring, accumulating points to unlock the Tier 3 system shop at the earliest opportunity. The Tier 3 shop will unveil 3 new functionalities. The first has already been unlocked by the system, which is the preservation space. The second, I surmise, will be enhancements to the original body's attributes, such as innate height. The third, for now, remains a mystery to Su Ruoruo. She spent 110,000 points to unlock the system space, leaving her with approximately 670,000 points. Perhaps the system, having sensed her unspoken thoughts, suddenly reappeared after a period of silence. Host. Congratulations on giving birth to 3 cubs. Based on the assessment of the cub's father's strength, you are awarded the following. 1. A lifespan extension of 300 years. 2. 30,000 points. Your current point balance is approximately 700,000. Your total lifespan is now 600 years. Furthermore, congratulations on your subsequent pregnancy. You are currently expecting 1 offspring. Would you like to increase the number of embryos and alter the offspring's gender? Startled by the sudden emergence of the system's voice, Su Ruoruo nervously glanced at Lucius and softly said, "Lucius, please look after the cubs. I'll just go inside and take a nap." "All right," Lucius replied. Su Ruoruo cast one last look at the children before striding back to the bedroom and closing the door. She sat on the bed, her mind drifting into a daze. System, am I really pregnant? Indeed. Host, you and the strategist duo Zuyo have been entangled for 7 days and nights, and I found it difficult to interrupt you. Thus, this reward notification was delayed. I trust you, 1T mind? Does it even matter if I say I mind now? It does not. Thank goodness you didn't interrupt during my intimate moments with him, or I might have been scared into frigidity. Rest assured, host, I would never disrupt the sanctity of your marital life. Wait a moment, system. Does that mean you witnessed everything between me, duos Yuyo and Lucius? Indeed. Is there a problem? Oh my, you have quite the peculiar interest. Host, the 2 bodies before me are merely skeletal forms devoid of flesh. I observe without any tinted perceptions. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this further. Su Ruoruo made a concerted effort to mask her embarrassment. She had previously overlooked the system's presence, meaning it had witnessed every mundane event, including meals and bathroom breaks. Well then, since the system has seen everything inside and out, it hardly matters now. Su Ruoruo suddenly felt as though her skin had thickened a layer due to the presence of the system. Host, shall we proceed with increasing the number of embryos and altering their genders? Upon hearing the system's inquiry once more, Su Ruoruo pondered carefully before responding. Increase to 3 embryos, all female. Deducting 5,000 points from the host, the embryos have been increased to 3, all female. This decision was reached after thorough contemplation. Of course, she could have chosen to terminate the pregnancy, but she refrained from doing so. The week spent with duos Yuyo had indeed stirred her heart. Moreover, bearing children would not only extend her lifespan but also augment her points. Whether with Lucius or duos Yuyo, having children with either of them was a matter of fairness, as both were her partners. As long as they were her men, dedicating 2 months to painless motherhood and bearing several children with their genes was hardly a daunting task. In every sense, she was the greatest beneficiary. Su Ruoruo considered herself a rational individual, prioritizing logic over emotion. Even before her pregnancy, she had resolved all matters. Furthermore, once the children were born, she would not be responsible for their upbringing. Interstellar law dictates that the father is the primary caregiver. For 11 months of the year, apart from the month when the males are deployed to battle, the males typically rely on childcare robots to assist them. When the males return home, they continue to assume the role of caregivers, especially for female offspring. This arrangement allows them to eliminate residual interstellar radiation effectively, making the males quite content. Naturally, Su Ruoruo relished this ease. Childbirth was painless and would not affect her physique. After giving birth, the men would assist throughout the childcare process, relieving her of any concerns. There would be no need for breastfeeding, as interstellar-produced infant nutrition supplements would suffice. Those were even more convenient than the formula from Blue Star. After childbirth, she would also receive system rewards.
Su Ruoruo felt no psychological burden whatsoever.
Moreover, her marital life during pregnancy would remain unaffected. With so many advantages, even if she were to become a mere childbearing machine, she deemed it quite worthwhile. Su Ruoruo gently caressed her belly and subsequently sent a message to duos Yuyo via the starship's wireless communication network. I'm pregnant. I'll take care of the child. Let me know if you need anything. A soft smile graced Su Ruoruo's face upon reading duos Yuyo's response. Chapter 140. Second Awakening of Fertility Good. Have you received the rocket booster? Yes, I have arrived at the Azure Star. Has your family given you any trouble?
No.
Duos Yuyo recalled his mother, Duon Inyu, and exhaled deeply. His mother had passed away. His younger sister, innocent and perceptive, had seen through his facade with just a few questions, allowing him to escape her scrutiny. This was largely due to the fact that his mother's two Beast King husbands had already informed his sister that Su Ruoruo had been killed by him. As for him, he had been injured by Lucius and reported missing. Dualia was still grieving for Duo's Yuyo's uncertain fate, having received reports from the two Beast Kings about his condition. Little did she know that Duo's Yuyo had returned. She was overjoyed, far too elated to consider punishing him. It's good that there's no trouble. Su Ruoruo exchanged a few more words with Duo's Yuyo before closing the star ring communication interface. She then lay down on the bed and drifted into a drowsy slumber. Some time later, Su Ruoruo lay flat on the bed, her eyelashes fluttering gently as she opened her eyes. "You're awake? You must be exhausted after these past few days," Lucius inquired softly, lying beside her. Su Ruoruo turned her head to see Lucius's handsome face. Her breath caught, and her words stumbled slightly. I'm all right. Not too tired." Lucius suddenly reached out, placing his hand on Su Ruoruo's abdomen, and remarked, "You're pregnant again. Triplets." Su Ruoruo had long known of Lucius's ability to sense whether a female was pregnant, especially since she had been aware of it since their time on the deserted island. She did not deny it and quietly responded, "I suppose I am pregnant?" "The children are Duo's Yuyos," Lucius stated with unwavering certainty. Su Ruoruo felt a pang of guilt as Lucius observed her stammering, fully aware of the situation at hand. He had encountered such circumstances on numerous occasions. As Su Ruoruo's rightful partner, he was mentally prepared for this eventuality, although he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Each child is a blessing from the beast god, and the challenge of conceiving in the interstellar realm is formidable, particularly with triplets. Since you are with child, perhaps it is fate. Give birth to them. I care not about the biological father of the children within you. As long as you are willing to bring them into the world, I shall raise them as my own."
Lucius tenderly spoke, gently caressing Su Ruoruo's belly.
"Lucius, I never expected you to be so magnanimous."
"Why?"
"Do you think I would be furious? Or compel you to terminate the pregnancy?" Su Ruoruo blinked, contemplating. "I did wonder. If I asked you to terminate the pregnancy, would you?" She was certain she would never choose to abort. The pain of miscarriage was something she did not wish to endure, although in emergencies, healing potions could remedy internal injuries. Yet, she did not want to disappoint Dorsiu, especially when he had asked her, while holding her close, to bear him a child. Seeing Su Ruoruo's silence, Lucius sighed helplessly and embraced her gently. "I would never allow you to terminate any child. That would be a desecration of the beast god. If you do not wish to carry them, then take precautions. However, if you conceive, we are in a position to nurture them, and it is best to bring them into the world." Su Ruoruo, upon hearing Lucius' words, felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Her actions seemed rather selfish. However, the values of the interstellar world were dictated by its own norms, and her blue star upbringing often conflicted with those standards. Despite the fact that it was entirely normal to take multiple beast husbands in the interstellar realm. "Lucius, you are truly wonderful. I thought you would be angry." Lucius merely smiled indulgently, leaning down to place a soft kiss on Su Ruoruo's fair forehead. "Of course, I am angry. I know you cannot possibly have only one beast husband. I am upset that you disappeared for a week while I worried about you. Unable to eat or sleep, only to find you entwined with Dorsiu and even carrying his child. What angers me more is that the children you bear are triplets." "Lucius, are you truly not angry? If you are, feel free to scold me to vent your frustration," Su Ruoruo said, her voice tinged with anxiety. "How could I possibly be angry with you?" Lucius replied with a smile. "Did I not say that regardless of the father of the child within you, I shall treat them as my own?" He chuckled softly. "Now aboard the stellar ship, I shall keep a watchful eye on you, ensuring no male has the chance to claim you. As for Dorsiu's children, they shall recognize me as their father from birth." He paused, a smirk forming on his lips. "If he sees our children acknowledge me instead of him, he will surely be furious. The child within me is Dorsiu's, so I plan to hand them over to him for upbringing once they are born." Su Ruoruo's words caused Lucius' smile to falter abruptly. He forced a smile, knowing that since Su Ruoruo had made her decision, there was no arguing against it. "From now on, I must keep a close watch on you, ensuring no one else has an opportunity to intervene. Ruoruo, shall we rest a little longer? There are still a few hours until dawn." "All right," Su Ruoruo replied, nestling against Lucius' warm embrace and closing her eyes to drift back to sleep. Time passed swiftly. And 2 months flew by as Su Ruoruo and Lucius cared for their 3 cubs, living above the atmosphere of the mad beast planet. The 2 cubs grew rapidly, reaching the size of a 1.5-year-old human child in just 2 months. Their intellect had also developed to that of a 3-year-old from Blue Star, capable of calling out Mama and Papa, as well as following simple instructions. In the stellar medical room, after 2 months of gestation, Su Ruoruo gave birth to 3 female cubs. When Lucius, taking advantage of Su Ruoruo's moment in the bathroom, discovered that all 3 children were female, he was taken aback. Su Ruoruo had just given birth and was already pregnant again, and both births had resulted in triplets, all female. Even more astonishing was the rare S-grade talent of these 3 children. Although they were not quite on par with his biological offspring, the fact that each of the 3 possessed S-grade talent would undoubtedly astonish the entire galaxy if it were to be revealed. Who claimed that Su Ruoruo's fertility was only rated C. Her fertility was undoubtedly far beyond such simplicity. Either the initial fertility assessment was incorrect, or her body had undergone further mutations over time. It was highly probable that her fertility had experienced a second awakening. With a sudden noise, Lucius snapped back to reality. He raised his gaze to see Su Ruoruo, radiant as a lotus emerging from water, smiling sweetly as she approached the bathroom doorway. "What's wrong? Why are you standing there in a daze?" Lucius, astonished by how quickly Su Ruoruo's belly had returned to flatness after childbirth, found himself at a loss for words. Childbirth among interstellar females was never this effortless. Even in this highly advanced technological era, complications during childbirth could occur, with cesarean sections remaining common. Yet, Su Ruoruo had managed a swift natural birth. If his memory served him correctly, the entire process from labor to delivery took less than 5 minutes. Any of this would be met with disbelief if spoken aloud. He had heard that the speed of childbirth varied among females due to differences in physique and lifestyle. But Su Ruoruo's rapid delivery of triplets and her immediate recovery to her pre-pregnancy form was nothing short of miraculous. Lucius was utterly perplexed by the situation. Noticing his dazed expression, Su Ruoruo approached him, stood on her tiptoes, and playfully tugged at his ear. "Silly, why are you spaced out? Ruoruo, I suspect your fertility has undergone a mutation."
Ah, Su Ruoruo replied, bewildered.
"Fertility mutation? If the system has granted me painless motherhood and the ability to choose the gender of my offspring, would that be considered a mutation? Let us test it," Lucius suggested, taking Su Ruoruo's small hand and leading her to the examination room adjacent to the medical facility, where a medical robot awaited to perform the tests. "Let us draw some blood to assess your fertility." Su Ruoruo's slender arm was placed on the blood draw table, but she hesitated. "No, my fertility is C." That was confirmed before. Seeing her attempt to withdraw her hand, Lucius grew increasingly convinced that she was concealing something from him. Su Ruoruo called out to the system in a panic. "Lucius wants to draw my blood to test my fertility. What if it still shows C?" "Chill out. System. Be serious. Host, what is there to fear? After the system's modifications, your fertility will surely be SSS, regardless of how many times it is tested. There is nothing to worry about. If Lucius finds out about your exceptional abilities, he will undoubtedly become more attached to you, likely indulging your every whim." With that reassurance, Su Ruoruo felt a surge of relief. Lucius, observing Su Ruoruo's reluctance to extend her hand, became increasingly suspicious. Did she harbor another secret from him? Su Ruoruo slowly raised her head and proactively extended her delicate, fair wrist. "I find it rather peculiar that both of my pregnancies resulted in females. The odds are exceedingly slim. Therefore, it would be prudent to assess my fertility." Upon witnessing Su Ruoruo's initiative to evaluate her fertility, Lucius's doubts dissipated. A waiting robot expertly drew a small vial of her blood and placed it into the testing apparatus. 10 minutes later, the report emerged. Lucius picked up the document and was astounded to see the conclusion reading. "After evaluation, the female's fertility is classified as SSS." My goodness! This is indeed a mutation in fertility. An extraordinarily rare SSS fertility at that. If the low fertility males of the galaxy were to discover this, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the cosmos, the more powerful the beast men, the more challenging it is for them to conceive. Lucius himself was baffled by this anomaly. Yet, the reality remained stark. Particularly for the mightiest of beast men, such as the Beast Emperor and Beast Monarch, their likelihood of reproduction was considerably high in their youth. However, as their powers escalated, their fertility drastically diminished, often approaching zero. Should they learn of Su Ruoruo's astonishing SSS fertility, they would undoubtedly resort to any means to seize her from his side. Ruoruo, your fertility has undergone a secondary mutation. This phenomenon is virtually unheard of. Remember, you must never reveal that your fertility is SSS. Otherwise, you will be captured by those in the galaxy and turned into a breeding machine. Su Ruoruo was immediately taken aback. Surely, if my fertility is high, they would cherish me? Lucius, as far as I know, beast kings in the galaxy are rare, and beast emperors are even rarer. They would find it quite simple to take a female with decent fertility as a wife. I doubt they would resort to such frenzied actions because of me. Lucius shook his head and proceeded to enlighten Su Ruoruo about the deficiencies of the powerful beast men in the interstellar realm. After more than 10 minutes, Su Ruoruo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It was indeed perilous. A cold sweat broke out on her brow at the thought of being forcibly taken away to bear children, losing her freedom. The mere idea was terrifying. She had no objections to childbirth, but only under her own volition and with a partner who was handsome. The notion of being abducted by someone lecherous was utterly horrifying. The mere thought of such a possibility made her want to dash her head against a wall. She would rather become a beast herself than be sullied by such a person. Those old monsters in the galaxy were certainly not inexperienced. Moreover, many were old and ugly. Some could even be her great-grandfather's grandfather. Fortunately, she had already been sentenced to a lifetime of exile on the Mad Bee Star. She had severed ties with Azure Star and now belonged solely to herself. Ruoruo, rest assured, with me by your side, I will protect you diligently. Su Ruoruo steadied her nerves and approached the nursery robots, tending to the 3 infants. The 3 chubby little babies bore a striking resemblance to Dorsiu, sharing both his hair and eye color. It seemed the children's genetic makeup leaned more towards that of mice. Previously, she had quite the aversion to mice. Perhaps due to the so-called love for what one owns, upon seeing the children now, she suddenly found mice rather adorable. Perhaps like little hamsters? Lucius, could you please take me to the beach where we first landed? She requested. I made a promise to Dorsiu that once the children were born, I would entrust them to him. Regardless of the circumstances, since he lost himself to me, I don't want him seeking other females to resolve the radiation issues. With 3 S-class female babies by his side, he will no longer be troubled by interstellar radiation. Lucius had already prepared himself mentally and replied calmly, very well. I will make the arrangements immediately. While Lucius was preparing the small starship, Su Ruoruo retrieved 3 white customized pendants from the system space. Each pendant was engraved with the names she had chosen for her children. Chapter 142, 3 babies and then 3 more. The firstborn was named Su Duo E, the second Su Duo Air, and the third Su Duo San. The first 2 names reflected the initial surname of both her and Dorsiu, followed by the order of their births. Naturally, it could not be that simple. The names of her 3 children with Lucius could not simply be Su Lu E, Su Lu Air, and Su Lu San. Such names would be rather awkward, especially considering this was her first pregnancy. Su Ruoruo had put considerable thought into naming her children. The names of the 3 children she had with Lucius were firstborn Su Yunxiang, secondborn Su Huiyong, and thirdborn Su Lulong. These names were inspired by a line from an ancient poem she had studied on Azure Star. Clouds evoke garments, flowers evoke beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, and the dew is rich. This choice of names was also a tribute to her identity as a blue star inhabitant, a reminder that she must not forget her roots as time flows on. After adorning the children with their necklaces, Su Ruoruo took out the million-star coin bank card Dorsiu had given her. Using the transfer device on the starship, she transferred 3 billion star coins to this card, allocating 10 billion to each child as pocket money. As S-class females, her children naturally deserved to wear garments befitting their status and adorn themselves with appropriate jewelry. The annual net profit from Dorsia's enterprises was approximately over 10 million. To sustain 3 precious female babies on such an income was indeed insufficient. Having realized the prices in the S-class marketplace, Su Ruoruo was determined not to let her children suffer. She also wished to ensure that her children would not face financial worries in the future. Furthermore, as the children would be separated from her immediately after birth, she felt a deep reluctance within her. This sum of star coins was her small token of love as a mother. With the bank card in hand, Su Ruoruo instructed the nursery robots to push the baby carriage to the waiting area for the small starship. Ruoruo, let us go. The starship has completed its checks and is ready. All right. Together with Lucius, Su Ruoruo boarded the auxiliary starship equipped within the main starship, along with the 3 infants. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the beach along the coast of Mad Beast Star. As they approached the shore, 5 meters away, Su Ruoruo peered through the starship's window and spotted Dorsiu waiting on the beach. Today, Dorsiu appeared much the same as before, clad in his moon-white court attire. His azure hair tied back with a crown, styled in an aristocratic fashion reminiscent of ancient young masters from Azure Star. Memories of the wonderful moments spent with him in the tree hole flooded back to Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, wait here, I will hand the children over to him.
No.
He is my man. Although I have not given him a formal title, the truth is what it is. I should at least speak to him directly about the children. Seeing Su Ruoruo's insistence, Lucius could only acquiesce. However, this time, he absolutely could not allow Dorsiu to exploit any opportunity to whisk Ruoruo away to make her pregnant again. Given Ruoruo's current condition, should she engage with a male beast, the probability of conception would be 100%. Lucius commanded the small starship to steady itself on the beach. Several nursery robots, following his instructions, pushed the 3 newborn adorable cubs out from the nursery carriage. Upon seeing the 3 baby carriages, Dorsiu could no longer contain the excitement on his face. 3 babies. He had indeed hoped for Su Ruoruo to bear him a child unique to their bond.
Yet,
with the low conception rates among interstellar females and Su Ruoruo's mere C-class fertility, the odds seemed slim. After 7 days and nights of toil, he harbored little hope that Su Ruoruo would conceive swiftly. Yet, in this moment of fruition, his heart brimmed with unparalleled joy and excitement. See you? These 3 children are yours, just take a look. Su Ruoruo gazed at the aristocratic beauty of Dorsiu, which differed from Lucius's charm, awakening a certain desire within her. Naturally, Lucius detected the heightened fluctuations of female hormones emanating from Su Ruoruo, and he cast a cold gaze towards Dorsiu. Ruoruo, are these truly my children? Dorsiu approached one of the baby carriages, pulling back the sheer curtain, revealing the sleeping visage of the infant within. The color of the child's hair and expression mirrored his own from childhood. The child was in an infantile form, a female cub. While Su Ruoruo had merely informed him of the triplets, she had not disclosed their genders. To his astonishment, the first glimpse provided him with immense delight. Female cubs were exceedingly rare, particularly given Su Ruoruo's remarkable mental prowess rated at S, while his own was rated at A. Thus, their offspring, barring unforeseen circumstances, would possess a minimum talent level of A. Dorsiu stifled the urge to immediately assess the children's talents and moved to the second carriage. He lifted the white veil once more, encountering another angelic face identical to the first. The azure curls sparkled under the sunlight, and the baby's pale countenance, adorned with long lashes, melted his icy heart with just a glance. The infant, aware of Dorsiu's attention, suddenly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the striking blue on his forehead, she felt an instant connection.
blah blah.
Dorsiu, witnessing the child awake and babbling, felt a surge of panic. Was she trying to communicate with him? What did this mean? Beside them, the nurturing robot promptly retrieved a bottle of infant nutritional supplement from the portable cooler beside the carriage, stating, "You should feed this high-grade nutrient to the baby. She is hungry." Very well. After feeding the second baby, who soon drifted back into a peaceful slumber, he noticed the first and third babies also making soft noises in response to the commotion. This time, Dorsiu did not wait for the robot's assistance. He located the specialized high-grade nutrient for infants and fed it to the other 2 babies. Once the little ones were satiated and had closed their eyes in slumber, he lifted his gaze towards Su Ruoruo, who was protected by Lucius's side. "Ruoruo, you have worked hard." Su Ruoruo glanced at Lucius's cold expression, letting out a quiet sigh. It had been over 2 months since she had last favored Dorsiu. She wondered if he felt lonely. She certainly did not wish for her man to seek solace in other females due to such solitude. With children present and Lucius by her side, she assured herself, "I am fine. I truly did not anticipate you would bear me 3 female cubs. They are absolutely adorable." A smile crept across Dorsiu's face, and with his azure eyes, he gazed affectionately at Su Ruoruo. Their eyes met, and she could distinctly see the flames of desire flickering within him. Chapter 143. Reunion. During those 7 days and nights together, each time Dorsiu had to attend to matters, he would exhibit that fervent gaze. Lucius, witnessing the sparks igniting between them, felt an undeniable pang of jealousy. "Ruoruo, the children have been delivered. We should take our leave."
Wait.
Su Ruoruo suddenly stepped away from Lucius, approaching Dorsiu and presenting him with a star travel card. "This is the allowance I have set aside for the children. They will share it equally. Once they learn to call for you, Ensure they are well cared for. Understood. Dorsiu accepted, without hesitation. Upon returning to the Azure Star, he had learned through the casual conversations of its residents that Su Ruoruo had been selling interstellar recipes and had amassed considerable wealth, money that he might never earn in a lifetime. Thus, he refrained from declining. However, as he took the star travel card, he enveloped Su Ruoruo's delicate hand in his larger one. Their fingers intertwined, and a glimmer of longing flickered in their eyes. 2 months apart had rendered them both restless. To deny that would be disingenuous. Lucius stood 3 meters away, furrowing his brow. Should he intervene and stop Ruoruo? What if doing so angered her? She was undeniably exceptional. Even if she were to mate with countless male beasts, it would be entirely normal. Yet, the sight of Su Ruoruo being affectionate with another male beast stirred a fierce desire within him to confront Dorsiu. Nevertheless, he feared that Ruoruo would despise him for his jealousy. Lucius clenched his fists, suppressing the impulse to confront Dorsiu. He was the rightful lord. The others were merely side lords. There had to be a hierarchy. Regardless of Dorsiu's future intentions, he must address him as brother. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to demonstrate his magnanimity, making Ruoruo happy and instilling a sense of guilt within her. His significance in her heart would surely deepen. Ruoruo, you can reminisce with him. I will keep an eye on the children. You two haven't seen each other in a long time. Surely, there is much to discuss. Upon hearing Lucius's voice, Su Ruoruo instinctively withdrew her hand. Dorsiu's eyes brightened at his words. Since you have so graciously permitted this, I shall seize the opportunity to grow closer to her. He lifted Su Ruoruo into his arms, turning toward the direction of the tree hollow. You needn't rush so. We can go to the flying ship. There's a lounge inside. At Lucius's suggestion, Dorsiu redirected his path toward the flying ship. Only then did Su Ruoruo realize, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The two seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. Peering through Dorsiu's embrace, she stole a glance at Lucius. His expression revealed nothing, causing her heart to flutter with unease. It's fine. We are in the stars. This is quite common. She quietly reassured herself. In the blink of an eye, Dorsiu carried her into the lounge of the small starship. Neither spoke. Yet their exchanged glances spoke volumes of their intentions. Su Ruoruo pointed towards the door of the starship and then towards the restroom. Let us go in there. The sound insulation is excellent. Dorsiu nodded, accompanying her to the bathroom. The restroom featured a dry and wet separation. Once he entered the washing area, Su Ruoruo swiftly accessed the system, spending 1,000 points to acquire a contraceptive pill. Affection was permissible, but if she were to conceive again, Lucius would undoubtedly be furious. She would never choose to terminate a child. That would equate to taking a life. However, she could certainly take precautions to prevent pregnancy. After swallowing the contraceptive pill, Su Ruoruo entered the restroom. The sound of water splashing filled the air as the glass door of the bathroom closed behind her. Simultaneously, the large bathtub began to fill, and a rising white mist gradually enveloped the entire restroom. Lucius sat at the edge of the beach, gazing out at the vast ocean. Su Ruoruo cherished him, and to forcibly intervene would only backfire. As her rightful lord, it was crucial to maintain balance among all side husbands and reasonably arrange for male beasts to attend to her needs. This was a lesson every male beast in school must learn. Even though Lucius had anticipated this day for many years, an ache lingered in his heart. The sensation of relinquishing the female he adored was deeply unsettling. He could only hope that this time, Ruoruo would not conceive his child. To prevent such an occurrence, while ensuring Ruoruo felt no resentment, was a delicate balance to maintain. Before his arrival, he had deliberately mentioned to Ruoruo, after giving birth to 2 children consecutively, your health may be compromised. Over the next few months, I will take appropriate contraceptive measures. Such an overt hint surely did not escape Ruoruo's notice. Lucius picked up a stone from the beach and hurled it into the deep sea. Instantly, a nearby shark was struck, its head bloodied and streaming crimson. The once dark expanse of the ocean was soon stained red. Nearby, numerous fish were drawn to the scene, feasting upon the lifeless shark. For hours later, Su Ruoruo and Dorsiu strolled side by side as they exited the starship. Goodbye, Ruoruo, Dorsiu said. Su Ruoruo looked up and softly replied, goodbye. She and Lucius watched as Dorsiu pushed the baby carriage into the starship. Moments later, Dorsiu, accompanied by 3 infants, departed the island of savage beasts aboard the starship. Ruoruo, it's time for us to return, Lucius stated.
So non tayo Ruoruo replied.
lowering her head and stepping onto the starship first, with Lucius closely following. The two returned to the concealed main starship, where Lucius greeted Su Ruoruo before engaging in play with the three infants. Meanwhile, Su Ruoruo made her way to the intelligent mechanical control center of the starship, preparing to awaken number 77. System. What must I do to bring number 77 back to life? You need to locate an everyday robot, remove the chip from its brain, and replace it with number 77's chip. Understood. Su Ruoruo randomly selected a standby robot from the starship, opened the chip compartment located at its temple, and inserted the memory chip belonging to number 77. Kaz is activating and reading the memory. Estimated completion time, 365 days. Upon hearing the robot's voice, Su Ruoruo immediately inquired, does it really take a year to revive number 77? Indeed.
Reluctantly, Su Ruoruo placed no.
77's new body in a designated area and dressed the robot in distinct clothing for ease of identification. Standing before number 77, she spoke. I look forward to the day we meet again. A flicker of light passed through number 77's eyes, only to return to a state of dullness. Su Ruoruo noticed this and smiled slightly. Number 77, you can hear me, can't you? Chapter 144, no sterilization for now. Number 77 did not respond this time. I know you can hear me. Please integrate quickly, I need you. After expressing a few more words, Su Ruoruo exited the robot storage room and returned to the lounge area. Upon her return, she found that Lucius was absent. He was likely with the children in the nursery for their lessons. After 2 months of cohabitation, Su Ruoruo and Lucius had established their own schedules. In the mornings, Lucius would accompany the children, while in the afternoons, he would engage in combat simulation training aboard the starship while the children napped. As for her, she relished her leisurely days, lounging in the living room, indulging in dramas and video games. This idyllic retirement lifestyle continued for over 2 months. Su Ruoruo settled into a fully automated intelligent massage chair, immersing herself in the system interface to check her personal information panel. Host basic information. Name, Su Ruoruo. Age, 22 years. Lifespan, 900 years. Height, 158 meters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements, 5 points. Attractiveness, 7 points. Identity, feline female. Talent, S. Abilities, 1. Greedy and lustful, 2. Eloquence, adept at charming and deceiving males. Current male targets conquered, 1. Lucius, tiger, 2. Emperor crab, 3. Dorsiu, mouse. Click on the target's icon for detailed information. Offspring basic information, with Lucius from Blue Star 1.
Su Yunsang, 2. Su Wayin, 3. Su Lunong.
With Dorsiu from Blue Star 1.
Su Duoyi, Ikinji. Su Duo 3. Su Duosan.
Points, 750,000. Interstellar currency, approximately 10 trillion star coins. After reviewing her basic information, Su Ruoruo closed the information panel. System, since I have a lifespan of 900 years, does that mean I can simply stay here, have more children, and accumulate points to successfully complete your mission? Host, 100 million points. How many years will it take to bear that many children? Upon hearing the system's inquiry, Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow and began calculating points. After a lengthy and increasingly perplexing session, she exclaimed, System, you know I'm not good at math, just give me the answer. Based on the beast kings and beast men you have encountered, giving birth to 1 child increases your points by 10,000. To achieve 100 million points, you would need to continuously give birth for 556 years. This 100 million points is merely the baseline for completing your task. If you wish to gain an advantage in future minor world tasks, it would be prudent to raise the task evaluation to obtain points exceeding 3 times the standard amount. What? 556 years of childbirth. Su Ruoruo's brows knitted together. She couldn't possibly do nothing but stay here and reproduce with Lucius every day. That wasn't feasible. No matter how handsome a man is, engaging in such activities daily would be exhausting. Host, while this is a cumbersome method, its feasibility is quite high, especially for you. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll find another way. Su Ruoruo was somewhat reluctant to remain in this place indefinitely. Spending hundreds of years solely with Lucius would be dreadfully dull. Let's hold off until the system's level 3 functions are unlocked before considering future plans. Concluding her communication with the system, Su Ruoruo resumed her blissful existence of being catered to. A year later, Su Ruoruo maintained a rhythm of giving birth to 3 children every 2 months, resulting in a total of 18 female infants. Points balance 930,000 points. Lifespan 700 years. The advantages of painless motherhood were undeniably clear. She could achieve immortality simply by giving birth. However, while painless childbirth was delightful in the moment, the aftermath was akin to a funeral pyre. In the vast living room of the starship, Su Ruoruo stood with her hands on her head, stifling the impulse to erupt in anger. I must not roar. I must not. She reminded herself that she had to raise her own children with care, even if it meant shedding tears. Yet, when she beheld 21 little bundles of energy of varying sizes bouncing around the living room, she felt herself on the brink of collapse. The 10 childcare robots initially prepared for the task were nearly overwhelmed. Each robot was tasked with caring for 10 children. The first 3 infants born had now developed to the cognitive level of 10-year-olds. The developmental stages of interstellar female infants varied. Su Ruoruo had discerned the growth patterns of her children. Each month, they would maintain an increase in intelligence corresponding to their age. Faced with the raucous antics of 21 lively toddlers in the living room, Su Ruoruo felt her patience fraying. Sister Nijong, I want the beautiful girl doll back. It was a gift from Dad. I want to give it back. If you want it, come take it yourself.
Wah.
Daddy, Sister Nijong, is bullying me. One of the bullied tots wailed loudly. Hearing the commotion, the other little ones joined in a chorus of cries. With her hands on her hips, Su Ruoruo glared at the rambunctious children, drawing in a deep breath before bellowing. Everyone, quiet down. In the living room, the children exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by Su Ruoruo's fierce demeanor. However, this silence lasted less than 3 seconds before chaos erupted once more. As Su Ruoruo braced herself against the cacophony of shrill cries, she felt as if she were about to meet her maker. Despite having Lucius, a devoted father, and 10 childcare robots to assist in caring for the children, she found it exceedingly challenging to carve out ample time to relish in delightful moments. As the number of children increased, she became perpetually ensnared by this lively bunch of infants. Lucius, these are your precious daughters. Please, tend to them.
Su Ruoruo commanded.
Raising her voice towards Lucius, who frowned, his expression far from cheerful. He had been overjoyed when their first child arrived, a trio of daughters, but was utterly astounded with the second pregnancy. However, considering Su Ruoruo's SSS-grade fertility, he soon came to terms with it. By the third pregnancy, he felt like the luckiest male in existence, blessed with 9 adorable SSS-grade daughters who truly melted his heart. Yet, upon the birth of their 4th child, his worst nightmare began to unfold. The 10 childcare robots were utterly overwhelmed. After all, they were merely machines, devoid of understanding human emotions, only capable of attending to the children's clothing and nutrition. Faced with the rambunctious children, they were utterly helpless. Lucius sighed deeply and, in a conciliatory tone, suggested to Su Ruoruo, "How about I undergo a vasectomy? I can't bear the thought of having more children." Su Ruoruo gazed at Lucius's expression, a blend of pain and joy, and shook her head in resignation. "Let us not rush into anything. I still wish to have a few more." She still needed 70,000 points to unlock the system shop. Lucius mused, Chapter 145, 33 Children. He had never anticipated that he would one day feel anxious due to his wife's remarkable fertility. Su Ruoruo exited the living room, firmly closing the door behind her, effectively sealing Lucius and the children together. Thankfully, in the interstellar realm, it was primarily males who took on the role of caregivers. Otherwise, she might have truly lost her mind. With 70,000 points still needed, she had to give birth to 3 more. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruoruo finally managed to quell her inner turmoil. She strode purposefully to the robot lounge, standing before Unit 77. 77, it has been a year. You must be awakening soon. Hurry, awaken and modify the spaceship. I need to escape this dreadful place and send the children to preschool. She vented her frustrations, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of 21 children. Just as she finished speaking, the dormant Unit 77 suddenly opened its eyes. Kaskarslan has activated. Memory retrieval in progress. Retrieval successful. Robot body, now under control.
Master.
The awakened Unit 77 regarded Su Ruoruo with reverence. Hearing the familiar voice of Unit 77 brought a sparkle to her eyes, and she smiled brightly. Wonderful. You have finally activated. Grabbing Unit 77's hand, she led it towards the stellar ship's power center, where a circular protective barrier enclosed the ship's core. This cylindrical power core was crucial for keeping the entire ship aloft. Please assess how we can upgrade the power core. I am eager to send the children to school. Unit 77 paused momentarily, confused by the notion of sending children to school. Master. You could hire a high-priced tutor through the Star Network to teach them. No. Not just one child, but 21. Each at different developmental stages. Attending school is the best option for them. Although Unit 77 did not fully grasp her reasoning, it resolved to follow her instructions. Master. I require Starfall Gold as raw material to modify the power core. Su Ruoruo recalled the piece of Starfall Gold she had collected and stored in the system space. Extending her hand, she conjured the gold into existence. Here you go. Unit 77, momentarily astonished by her sudden display of magic, quickly regained composure. The master had her little secrets, which it would keep safely. I will need to use the construction tools aboard the stellar ship to refine the Starfall Gold. This ship was custom-made for you, and you are well aware of its contents. Feel free to use anything. My only wish is to upgrade the power core to a cosmic one as swiftly as possible. Understood. I shall commence work immediately. Unit 77 took the Starfall Gold and made its way toward the ship's research lab. Su Ruoruo watched its retreating figure, silently wishing. I hope to leave the beastly planet and explore the outer realms when the system reaches level 3. Although the stellar ship was quite spacious, she had grown weary of every corner after more than a year. Especially with the children frequently interrupting her for games, it was impossible to refuse. Mommy, there you are. I knew you would be here. Su Ruoruo exclaimed, her radiant smile illuminating her face as she dashed towards Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo stared at Ruoruo, momentarily bewildered. Grabbing her wrist, she noticed the engraved identification bracelet. Realizing this was the second of the triplets, Su Ruoruo. The triplets bore an uncanny resemblance, making it nearly impossible to distinguish them without careful scrutiny. During her moments of confusion, Su Ruoruo could only rely on the identity wristbands on the children's wrists to ascertain their identities. Mommy, it's so boring here. I want to go outside and see the sunshine. Su Ruoruo longed for the same. She was eager to send this bundle of joy to school. Longing more than anyone else. In the star realm, the education of females was highly valued, especially since each of her children was of SSS grade caliber. If they were sent to any planet, it would undoubtedly astonish even the empress of that world. There was a risk that conspiracies might arise, much like those faced by the empress of Azure Star. This was a concern for Su Ruoruo. However, she could enroll her children in a private elite school for females. It was said that private institutions did not require entrance tests for psychic talent. They primarily relied on monetary contributions. The competition was less fierce, but possessing star currency would garner them considerable respect. Just a bit longer, my dear. Once Unit 77 completes the ship modifications, we can venture to other places. Mommy will take you to a place filled with many little friends, where you can play together. Su Ruoruo clapped her hands in joy. When will Uncle 77 finish the modifications? It shouldn't take long. You must promise Mommy to help take care of your sisters during this time. Otherwise, I want to take you out to play. No, I want to go out. Rest assured, I will go help Daddy with the sisters right now.
With that,
Su Ruoruo wriggled free from Su Ruoruo's embrace and scampered towards the living room. Su Ruoruo sighed, following her into the room to assist with the children. Lucius was left alone to oversee 21 children, each vying for his attention. She had often noticed Lucius's youthful and handsome visage bearing signs of weariness. Without his healing powers, he would likely appear a weary middle-aged man from the toll of parenthood. Resigned, Su Ruoruo returned to the living room to join Lucius in the daily child-rearing duties. Another 6 months passed and Unit 77 finally completed the development of the cosmic ship's power core, successfully assembling it within the stellar ship. During that half-year, Su Ruoruo had not been idle either. In her quest to accumulate 1 million points, she had given birth to an additional 9 daughters. Sitting on the sofa, she opened her personal information panel to review her status. Host basic information: name, Su Ruoruo cat, age, 24 years, lifespan, 3,600 years, height, 158 meters, weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements, 5 points, attractiveness, 7 points. Identity, feline female. Talent, S. Abilities, 1. Greedy and lustful. 2. Eloquently persuasive, skilled in charming and deceiving males. Current male conquests: 1. Lucius, tiger. 2. King crab, crab. 3. Dorsiu, mouse. Click on the Conqueror as avatar for detailed information. Offspring basic information. Total offspring count, 33. Chapter 146, Attribute Allocation, with Lucius from Azure Star 1.
Su Yunsang, 2. Su Wayong, 3. Su Lunong, 4. Su Sisi, 5. Su Gu, 6. Su Liuli, 30.
Su Sanlin, with Dorsiu from Azure Star 1.
Su Ruoyi, ikinji. Su Ruoruo, 3. Su Ruosan.
Points 1, 0, 20, 0, 0, 0. Interstellar currency, approximately 10 trillion star coins. Su Ruoruo felt numb upon seeing the number of her offspring. The children were all triplets, leading to striking similarities in their appearances. Often, she struggled to distinguish between the elder sister and the younger siblings. However, over the past year and a half, she had gradually acclimated to this face blindness sensation. The aspects of her personal information panel that had changed the most were lifespan, points, and offspring count. Moreover, achieving over 1 million points had unlocked the Tier 3 system mall. Tier 1 Mall 1. Azure Star Lucky Bag, 10 draws guaranteed gold. 2. 100 conception pill, recommended maximum of 3 pregnancies, as there may be complications otherwise. 3. Gender pill. Tier 2 Mall 1. Contraceptive pill. 2. External injury pill. 3. Internal injury pill. Note: all pills are for the sole use of the host. Tier 3 Mall 1. Preservation space. 2. Attribute allocation. 3. Teleportation talisman. For the Tier 3 Mall, aside from the teleportation talisman, the other 2 items require a 10-fold increase in points for each successive purchase. Su Ruoruo focused intently on the new functions of attribute allocation and the teleportation talisman. She had always been curious about the extent to which attribute allocation could be enhanced. Since each allocation required a doubling of points, it was most economical to make the initial purchase at full capacity. Subsequent opportunities at 100,000 points each required careful consideration. Her height was a primary concern. Standing at 158 centimeters, she often felt awkward in the presence of Lucius and others. It was akin to the stark contrast between a giant and a petite girl. Thus, height became her priority. Without hesitation, Su Ruoruo allocated points to increase her height. Deducting 10,000 points, height increased by 3 centimeters. Current height, 161 centimeters. Just as the announcement concluded, Su Ruoruo suddenly noticed that her loungewear had become shorter. The hem, which had previously reached her calves, now rested higher up. She promptly returned to the bedroom to examine herself in the mirror. After measuring alongside the height scale, she confirmed that she had indeed grown taller. Su Ruoruo clicked to allocate points to height once more. Deducting 10,000 points, height increased to 164 centimeters. Next height allocation requires 1,000 points. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Su Ruoruo restrained her eagerness to continue allocating points. Having gained 6 centimeters in height, the most noticeable change was the elongation of her legs. Removing her dress, she marveled at her newly acquired, elegantly long, fair legs. That expenditure of 110,000 points was truly worthwhile. She accessed her personal information panel for a review. Measurements: 6 points. The initial value was 5 points, indicating that her legs had contributed an additional point. Moreover, her upper body had also transformed. According to the reflection in the mirror, her bust had increased by at least 1 cup size. No longer was she merely an unremarkable princess. After enhancing her height, Su Ruoruo allocated points to the other attributes as well. Upon completion, her personal information panel displayed the following: host basic information, name, Su Ruoruo age, 24 lifespan, 3,600 years height, 164 meters weight, 45 kilograms measurements, 7 points appearance, 8 points. Identity, feline female. Talent, SS. Abilities, 1. Greedy and lustful. 2. Eloquently persuasive, skilled in charming and deceiving males. Su Ruoruo prioritized allocations to height, appearance, measurements, and talent. Each was enhanced twice, totaling an expenditure of 440,000 points. Additionally, she spent 300,000 points on 3 teleportation talismans for protection. Teleportation talisman: upon tearing, the user can instantly relocate to a previously visited designated location. The total expenditure for all allocations amounted to 740,000 points. Her current balance stood at 280,000 points. Su Ruoruo placed the teleportation talismans into her system space. After organizing her wardrobe for quite some time, she finally gathered all the size as clothing. Due to her sudden height increase and changes in physique, Many garments were now unwearable. These clothes, procured by Lucius during their time on Azure Star, were all S-grade outfits, each priced no less than 100,000 star coins. They would have to be sold at black market auctions on other planets. Many items still bore their tags and dust covers, remaining entirely new. Su Ruoruo found a white, size S spaghetti strap dress to change into. The dress came with a matching knitted cardigan. This ensemble exuded a conservative yet subtly sexy allure, embodying a pure and desirable aesthetic. Once dressed, Su Ruoruo emerged from her bedroom and returned to the living room. Upon hearing the commotion, Lucius instinctively turned to look. When he beheld Su Ruoruo's transformation, he was momentarily stunned. Though her appearance ranked above average among the females he had encountered, her physique had been rather unremarkable, constrained by her height. However, now he keenly noticed that Su Ruoruo had grown taller, and her bust appeared more ample. Particularly as she moved, the fair skin of her upper body swayed enticingly, captivating even someone accustomed to beauty like him. Su Ruoruo approached Lucius and twirled around. "Darling, do you see any changes in me? I have become more beautiful and taller." Just as Lucius finished his sentence, he suddenly froze. Females ceased to grow taller after reaching maturity. How had Su Ruoruo managed to increase her height? A flicker of curiosity crossed Lucius's eyes, deepening his intrigue towards Su Ruoruo. He suddenly recalled the cooking recipes she had sold during her live stream and her adept culinary skills. Before reaching adulthood, Su Ruoruo had possessed little savings, akin to a transparent being with an F-grade status. The interstellar relief funds had all gone to providing her brother with infant energy supplements. She had been utterly destitute. So, where had she acquired her culinary skills? And from where did she learn those gourmet recipes? Moreover, he remembered a song she had sung while bathing. The language was unfamiliar, one never heard in the galactic system. Was the Su Ruoruo before him still the same Su Ruoruo he knew? Lucius found himself plagued by profound doubts. Mommy is so beautiful. I want to be as pretty as Mommy when I grow up. Their eldest daughter, Su Nizhang, was the first to compliment her. The other dozens of children joined in chorus, praising Su Ruoruo. They understood well that their mother held the key to authority in the household. Winning her favor was essential for a good life. Even their father and the household robots all heeded her commands alone. Chapter 147. Illegal trafficking. Moreover, their mother now appeared truly enchanting, akin to an angel. Just gazing at her lifted their spirits. As Su Ruoruo listened to her children's flattery, her heart swelled with joy. Lucius turned around, casting his gaze upon the 30 children he shared with Su Ruoruo, discreetly concealing all his doubts. Regardless of any secrets Su Ruoruo might harbor, their responsibility now lay in nurturing these 30 offspring. Even if she had committed some heinous act, he would protect her, never allowing trivial mysteries to breed suspicion in his heart. "Mom, are we heading to the outer realms today?" Su Ruoruo smiled and nodded. "Indeed. Today we journey to Black Star, where I will take you all to play with your little uncle. Apart from your father and me, your little uncle is the closest person to you in the galaxy, so it is essential to show him respect." "Understood." The older children eagerly nodded in agreement. Today marked their departure from this place, venturing forth to explore the outside world. They wondered if it would resemble the educational animations they had viewed. All the children brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming journey. Without making them wait long, Su Ruoruo instructed the ever-ready Unit 77, "Let us set forth. Our destination is the capital of Black Star." "Understood, mistress." Unit 77 promptly made its way to the control room, operating the stellar ship for interstellar navigation. Back on Azure Star, it had already utilized the finest materials available for the ship's structure. These materials were not restricted by Azure Star. They believed that possessing the cosmic power core was sufficient. Little did they realize that a single individual could generate the core required to power a spaceship, rivaling an entire team. Su Ruoruo addressed her children. "Our spacecraft is about to launch. As we traverse the stellar turbulence between stars, there will be some jostling. All children, please return to your seats immediately and fasten your safety belts." "All right, Mom." Su Nizhang, Su Xiangrong, and Su Lunong took the lead, each guiding 9 little ones, aided by the nurturing robots, ensuring each child was safely seated and secured. Once all the children were settled, Su Ruoruo and Lucius stood guard over the youngest 9, who were at the most tender age and required special care. The older children, with a cognitive level of merely 3 years, were looked after by the 3 eldest and the nurturing robots. The stellar ship, now aptly termed a spacecraft post-Unit 77's modifications, sailed steadily through the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Su Ruoruo chose a seat near the window. Above them, the firmament was shrouded in darkness, seemingly isolating their party from the rest of the universe. As they encountered the stellar turbulence, Su Ruoruo was captivated by rippling circles composed of unknown luminescent stones, reminiscent of intertwining galaxies. She retrieved her star ring, capturing the breathtaking scene, and shared it on her social media with the caption, "What a beautiful starry river." As soon as she posted, her brother Su Xingchen and duos you promptly liked and commented, "Sis, I've been waiting for you to visit Black Star. Ruoruo, be cautious during the bumpy journey." Su Ruoruo responded to their messages before closing her star ring and resting her eyes. After several hours of travel, the spacecraft finally entered the orbit of Black Star. All incoming vessels were required to scan and submit information at the entrance of Black Star's orbit, paying both navigation and deposit fees to gain passage. This was no insignificant expense, yet for Su Ruoruo, whose worth exceeded trillions, it was but a trifling sum. Upon completing her payment, the spacecraft successfully entered Black Star's orbital domain. An hour later, the spacecraft arrived at the docking station for foreign vessels. As soon as it halted, numerous Black Star workers equipped with detection instruments entered the spacecraft for inspection, ensuring that no subversive elements carried dangerous weapons into Black Star. Half an hour later, while waiting in the rest area, Su Ruoruo finally received her passage permit. They were then escorted by local officials to the visa center. A large entourage followed Su Ruoruo as they made their way to the visa center. Prior to their arrival, Lucius had meticulously prepared, submitting all necessary application materials online.
Now,
they merely needed to complete the final steps. There are various types of visas. Which one do you wish to pursue? Lucius promptly handed over the prepared documents. We intend to permanently settle in Black Star. Here is our property deed. After reviewing the property documents and paperwork, the temporary visa officer immediately issued Su Ruoruo and Lucius their permanent green cards. The regulations for Black Star's green card were quite lenient. Possessing property of no less than 150 square meters with a total value exceeding 20 million star coins was sufficient to obtain one. These properties, with current technological advancements, cost less than 1 million to construct, but were sold to them at 20 million apiece. In essence, acquiring the green card was merely a matter of financial investment. Once Su Ruoruo and Lucius completed their green card applications, the little ones approached one by one to register for Black Star identification. It was then that the registration officer noticed the 30 little females following Su Ruoruo. Good heavens! Are all these children the offspring of this male and this rare female? And they are all females. The officer was astonished. Not a single male among the 30 children. Despite his extensive experience, he was taken aback by the sheer number of adorable young females, all of whom were to immigrate to Black Star. The officer's hands trembled involuntarily. He called over his supervisor and pointed to the line of 30 little ones, explaining the situation.
what?
This is impossible. Su Ruoruo is only 23, and Lucius is 26. How could they possibly have so many children and all females at that? I suspect they may be involved in the trafficking of female children from other planets. Immediately dispatch personnel to detain them for questioning. The supervisor decisively called for security personnel to encircle Su Ruoruo's family. Su Ruoruo looked around, bewildered. Lucius furrowed his brow and coldly questioned the officials. What is the meaning of this? The supervisor, with a serious demeanor, replied, I suspect illegal trafficking of rare female children from other planets. Please cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 148. Arrival at the Black Star Villa. Lucius's icy expression softened slightly. It was understandable that this visa officer, or anyone else for that matter, would struggle to believe that all 30 of these charming female babies were indeed their children. Hearing the official's words, Su Ruoruo's previously furrowed brow relaxed. They quietly complied with the visa hall staff, proceeding to the testing room for fingerprint and blood collection. After a half-hour wait, the results of their tests confirmed that each child was indeed biologically theirs. We sincerely apologize. Due to your youth, it is statistically improbable to have so many children at such a young age, especially all females. The visa manager earnestly apologized to Su Ruoruo and her family. To express their regret, the visa hall prepared small gifts for them and their children. Su Ruoruo and Lucius exchanged glances and accepted the small tokens from the visa personnel. Each child received a pink bag containing a gift box. It's all right. The misunderstanding has been resolved. By the way, have we completed all our procedures?
Indeed.
Here is your passage card for permanent residency in Black Star. If the card is lost, you may process a replacement through the Star Network, and it can be mailed to your home upon payment of shipping fees. On your extraterrestrial visa page, there will also be an electronic version of the pass. In the future, whenever you venture outside and require identification akin to an ID card, you may use the pass as a substitute. Very well. Su Ruoruo replied with a slight smile, turning to the eager children behind her who were impatiently unwrapping gifts, and said, "You all, keep an eye on your younger sisters. We shall return home now." With that, Su Ruoruo and Lucius promptly counted their eldest daughters, and with the assistance of the childcare robots, they departed the visa center in a grand procession. At the entrance, numerous driverless flying vehicles were parked, along with a portion of manned vehicles. The autonomous flying cars were developed by the Stellar Taxi Company. Due to the high research and development costs of such vehicles, only half of them were released into the market. The remaining half comprised interstellar taxi services and private flying cars. Lucius summoned a tourist-type coach via the StarNet to come and collect them. Typically, flying vehicles accommodate 4 passengers. Given the number of children, they had no choice but to take the most basic coach back to their villa purchased on Black Star. They waited a few minutes at the entrance until the coach arrived as promised. Once the family boarded and settled into their seats, the driver engaged the throttle, transporting them away. Inside the coach, the children peered curiously through the windows at the scenery surrounding Black Star. Su Ruoruo, too, felt intrigued. As her gaze drifted through the window, she noticed the dim halo in the sky, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. It was morning, precisely noon. If they were on Azure Star, the sunlight would be radiant at this hour. The weather on Azure Star was nearly identical to that of her former home, Blue Star. However, Black Star appeared to differ significantly. Curiously, Su Ruoruo inquired of the driver, "Excuse me, I noticed that today's weather forecast for Black Star indicates sunshine, yet it seems rather overcast. Why is that?" The driver chuckled softly. "From the sound of your voices, you must have just arrived from another planet, correct?" "Yes." Newcomers to Black Star often find the weather perplexing. Our planet is the farthest from the sun, receiving the least illumination. Although Black Star has established a capital temperature control system, sunlight struggles to penetrate. On sunny days, it resembles the rainy weather of other planets. When it's overcast, the sky becomes exceedingly dark. In time, you shall acclimatize to Black Star. If you reside in the capital, you need not worry about sunlight. Every household is equipped with a simulated sunlight system, which, when activated, ensures at least 10 hours of illumination. Upon hearing the driver's explanation, Su Ruoruo and Lucius could only accept it silently. There was no returning to Azure Star now. Perhaps after several centuries, once they had outlasted Dorlia and Duananu, she might consider returning to Azure Star. But for now, traveling to any other star would suffice, as long as it was not Azure Star. Ruoruo, do not let the dreary weather affect your spirits. We shall be home soon, Lucius reassured her.
"Indeed," she replied.
Approximately an hour later, the driver finally delivered them to their destination. Lucius disembarked first, counting the children as they exited the vehicle. Once all the children had reported in, he and Su Ruoruo followed closely behind, entering the villa. The property had been purchased under Su Xingqian's identity as an overseas student, with his assistance in utilizing both Lucius's and Su Ruoruo's interstellar identification cards. Upon entering the villa area, they were greeted by a spacious leisure area adorned with marble flooring. Flanking the leisure area were various green plants. To the left, near the innermost part of the villa, lay a swimming pool, while to the right stood a sunroom crafted from transparent glass. "Mommy, why does it seem like the sky has suddenly darkened?" one child inquired.
"Indeed.
"It was somewhat bright a moment ago, and now it appears increasingly dark," echoed another. As the children spoke, Su Ruoruo and Lucius instinctively glanced upwards. The sliver of light that had been filtering through the thick, heavy clouds was quickly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, that flicker of brightness vanished, plunging the villa into darkness. "Mommy, I'm afraid of the dark," one child cried. "Sister, hold my hand tightly. I can't see anything," another added. "Silly. It's just dark. You're not blind," a third child chimed in. "I'm scared too, sister. Please hug me." The children stood frozen in the courtyard, clinging tightly to their older sisters, awaiting Lucius and Su Ruoruo to illuminate their home. "Children, stay put. I shall turn on the lights," Lucius instructed. "Ruoruo, remain here while I fetch the lights," he added. "All right," she replied. Su Ruoruo remained calm and activated the flashlight function of her star ring. As the beam of light emerged, the children could finally see her standing nearby, their cries gradually subsiding. Although Su Ruoruo was troubled by the children's commotion, she found herself at a loss. Children of this age often resembled those who could not comprehend words. She had shouted and threatened before, but to little effect. Just a little longer. Tomorrow morning, I shall enroll you all in a private school for girls. Lucius did not keep them waiting long. Within mere seconds, he located the lighting system at the villa's entrance and switched it on. As the lights illuminated, a fiery red, sun-like spherical lamp suddenly appeared above the villa courtyard. Below this luminary was a white, transparent light column, resembling a mystical beam cascading from the heavens and enveloping the entire villa. With the activation of this spherical lamp, which towered over the villa by more than 10 meters, the entire property was instantly bathed in warmth and softness, as if embraced by the sun. Under this radiant glow, everything within the villa transformed into a dreamlike realm, reminiscent of a romantic fairy tale. The children, upon witnessing the warm and comforting sunlight, erupted into cheers, laughing and playing in the courtyard. As Su Ruoruo observed the children scattering in joyous abandon, she rubbed her forehead with her fingers. Let them have their fun. Tomorrow, I shall send this motley crew of mischief-makers off to school. Ruoruo, let's head inside, Lucius suggested. Very well, she concurred. Guided by Lucius, Su Ruoruo returned to the villa's living room to rest. Outside the villa, Unit 77 was supervising 2 childcare robots to monitor the entrance, preventing the children from sneaking away. It also instructed the remaining 8 robots to form pairs, ensuring vigilant oversight of the villa's 4 cardinal directions. Regardless of where the children played, they would be adequately supervised and cared for. Once the arrangements for the children were complete, Unit 77 hurried to the living room to report back to Su Ruoruo and Lucius. Excellent work. Master, this villa is newly acquired, and the rooms are yet to be arranged. Please wait a moment while I prepare the master bedroom. No, please start with the children's rooms, Lucius interjected. Understood. Unit 77 promptly mobilized 2 childcare robots to ascend to the 2nd floor and assist in organizing the 10 children's rooms. These rooms had been specially designed by Su Ruoruo in collaboration with a designer from Black Star. There were a total of 10 rooms, comprising 3 bedrooms, with 3 children assigned to each. The layout was semi-open, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living area, and a bathroom, in accordance with the order of their births. Each room's entrance was already affixed with a numbered sign. Following the completion of the cleaning and arrangement of all rooms, Unit 77 descended to the ground floor to report back to Su Ruoruo. Dear Master, the children and your room have been meticulously cleaned and are now ready for occupancy. I have instructed the workday robots aboard the starship to dispatch your belongings, which are expected to arrive within half an hour. Excellent. 77, you are truly remarkable. Su Ruoruo was already troubled by the demands of childcare. With 77's assistance, all she needs to do is mute the noise of the children's play, and her environment becomes significantly more peaceful. By the way, Master, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. The villa incurs a monthly property fee of 1,000 star coins. The villa's unique solar simulation lighting feature costs 100 star coins per hour, mirroring the ultraviolet sterilization properties of natural sunlight, achieving all the benefits it entails. Additionally, for the safety of the children, the villa requires the operation of a 24-hour central heating system, which also costs 100 star coins per hour. The kitchen's natural gas cooking feature is billed hourly at the same rate of 100 star coins. Based on these expenses, the villa's necessary monthly expenditure amounts to approximately 120,000 star coins. How exorbitant! Su Ruoruo's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated such substantial costs. 77 explained, Master, the basic living expenses for residents of Black Star rank among the highest of the 10 stellar bodies. Due to Black Star's unique geographical position, temperatures remain consistently below -200 degrees, and natural sunlight is limited to merely 2 hours a day. To sustain the basic living conditions of its residents, Black Star has invested heavily in a temperature regulation system, the cost of which is significant, thus leading to elevated charges. Su Ruoruo grasped the situation. The high cost stemmed from the expensive infrastructure, effectively extracting funds from the residents. Master, residing in the imperial capital of Black Star requires each individual to pay a public heating fee of 100 star coins per month. Su Ruoruo was perplexed by this public heating fee. What is that? It pertains to the temperature regulation in public areas of Black Star. Since the public spaces are already heated, why must my villa maintain its own heating system? Master, if the heating system is disabled, the villa would succumb to the frigid climate of Black Star, causing indoor temperatures to plummet to over -100 degrees. The The heating system is divided into public and private areas. All residents of Black Star are required to pay these fees. What a peculiar system. Why must everything on this planet come at a cost? The majority of interstellar orc wages are not high. So how do they manage to afford basic necessities after paying these various fees? 77 swiftly access the star ring, calculating the average wage information for Black Star. Master. The average monthly wage on Black Star is 10,000 star coins, which is comparatively higher than that of Azure Star and other stellar bodies. Therefore, these expenses are manageable for the average resident of Black Star. Additionally, many residents engage in combat against the insectoid species in outer territories, earning points that can be exchanged for numerous goods. Upon accumulating a certain number of points, they also become eligible for tax exemptions. This means that under various favorable policies, residents of Black Star live quite affluent lives, especially when compared to Azure Star, where the average monthly income is merely 5,000 star coins. Black Star can be deemed a developed star. After conveying this information, 77 entered the study adjacent to the living room and printed a document for Su Ruoruo. Curiosity piqued. She observed 77 as the latter handed her the printed report. Master. This is an analysis report of the average tax contributions and monthly income across the 10 stellar bodies of the galaxy. Su Ruoruo skimmed through it. While the bar graphs were beyond her comprehension, she understood the conclusions drawn from the textual descriptions. 77's assertions were indeed accurate. Black Star and Pluto, despite their distance from the Sun, are among the most developed stars. This is due to their proximity to outer territories, rich in valuable metallic ores. The geographical advantages of these two stars also contribute to an abundance of rare metal resources. Residents of Black Star can simply mine and sell these resources, creating high-tech weaponry that monopolizes the market for rare materials, thus reaping considerable profits. In essence, Black Star and Pluto hold a status akin to that of the capital and 3 major coastal cities of Azure Star, with a robust economy and ample employment opportunities. The influx of males seeking work here is considerable. In fact, many are drawn by the allure of the galaxy's youngest orc emperor, Kurong. Chapter 150. The expensive tuition fees of private schools. It is rumored that the orc emperor of Black Star, Kurong, is yet to marry. Numerous rare females have come to Black Star to pursue opportunities, with the aim of winning over Kurong. Su Ruoruo set the report aside. Turning to smile at her partner, these essential expenses are not a significant concern for us. Her current savings in star coins were more than sufficient. She accessed the star ring, navigating to the transfer interface, and allocated 100 million star coins to 77. Please use this to maintain the villa's daily operations and procure non-radiated food supplies. Prepare meals for the children according to their dietary standards. If you find it too overwhelming, feel free to procure a batch of household robots to assist you. Understood, Master. 77 smiled slightly, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Master. The materials of my previous robot shell are not resistant to extreme temperatures and are easily affected by fluctuations in climate. I would like to request permission to allocate a portion of the funds to upgrade my new body. No problem. After all, this money was earned by you. Su Ruoruo transferred an additional 1 billion star coins to 77. Take this for now, and if it proves insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. Upon seeing the amount, 77 responded, this should suffice. Master, I shall now attend to my duties. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me via the star ring. Very well. Shortly after 77's departure, the children playing in the villa's yard were escorted past the living room and returned to their upstairs rooms to wash up. Once the children were in their rooms, the entire villa fell into a serene silence. Su Ruoruo's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Ruoruo, the children's enrollment applications have been submitted. They missed the registration deadline, so they will be entering the private school as transfer students. Understood. You will need to put in extra effort regarding the children's affairs. Caring for the children is inherently my responsibility. Su Ruoruo recalled the exorbitant villa accommodation fees and could not help but inquire. What is the annual enrollment fee for the children? For kindergarten, it is 50,000 star coins per year. For primary school, it is 100,000 star coins per year. For middle school, it is 200,000 star coins per year. For high school, it is 300,000 star coins per year. For university, it varies by institution but generally amounts to around 500,000 star coins per year. Oh, for our 30 little ones, that doesn't seem overly expensive when calculated. Ruoruo. That is the fee for each individual child and does not include miscellaneous fees and after-school service charges. Su Ruoruo's mind finally registered the implications. Since all our little ones are female, is there no discount or preferential policy available? Indeed, for FD grade females, the tuition and miscellaneous fees are halved. For DA grade females, tuition is reduced to 20, and for S grade and above females, tuition and miscellaneous fees are waived entirely, with an additional annual allowance of 100,000 star coins as pocket money. Our little ones possess SS grade talent. Does that mean they could actually earn star coins while attending school? Lucius chuckled helplessly. Ruoruo, we have given birth to 30 female babies with SS grade talent in such a short span. Would you dare to subject them to talent assessments? Su Ruoruo shook her head, recalling the incident at the visa hall. They had nearly been mistaken for human traffickers that day. There was no way she would allow the babies to undergo talent tests. Should her unique constitution be discovered, it could lead to a multitude of complications. Never mind, we are not short on money. We will pay the tuition. It appears there is no other option. Paying the tuition will exempt us from talent testing. Indeed. Lucius gently took Su Ruoruo's small hand and said softly, "Let us return to the bedroom for a while."
All right.
Taking advantage of the moment while the children were busy washing up and studying in their room, it was indeed time for her to unwind. Su Ruoruo entered the main bedroom at the back of the first-floor living room with Lucius. This villa featured a layout of one bedroom, one living room, one bathroom, one kitchen, and one study on the first floor. Among these spaces, the smallest was the bathroom, measuring 50 square meters. The master bedroom where she and Lucius resided was approximately 100 square meters. Upon entering, one was greeted by an expansive floor-to-ceiling balcony, which offered a view of a quaint little garden facing south. Thanks to the sunshine streaming from above the villa, they had not turned on any lights, and the room was bathed in a brightness akin to that of daytime. Su Ruoruo glanced at the clock on the left side of the bedroom entrance. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. This indicated that it was still daytime. "Ruoruo, you rest for a bit. I will check on how the children are tidying up their room," Lucius said. "Okay." Lucius tucked Su Ruoruo under the covers before leaving the bedroom to inspect the children's progress upstairs. Su Ruoruo reclined on the bed, opening her star ring to check the information online. She searched for why is black star solar energy so expensive? The answer indicated that the pricing was based on the standards set by the Black Star Empress, simulating average interstellar sunlight temperature and automatically adjusting according to the real-time climate of other stars. This facility was constructed at great expense, hence the high fees. After obtaining her answer, Su Ruoruo searched several other queries that piqued her curiosity. Meanwhile, after she left, planet Azure had become a battleground for Doria and Doxy, with the two often clashing while she was preoccupied with childbirth. The trending topics on planet Azure were all about their news. It seemed that the once popular Su Ruoruo had suddenly lost her allure. However, she knew that she was still remembered by some. Her devoted fans sent her private messages daily, requesting new cooking tutorial videos. While these tutorial videos were copyrighted and could not be sold, they were permissible for personal use. So the culinary enthusiasts of the galaxy eagerly awaited her updates. Currently, Su Ruoruo did not lack for money and had no desire to cook. Since Unit 77 handled all household chores, including meal preparation based on her preferences with a weekly menu, she simply reviewed the menu before the food was prepared. To honor her fans, Su Ruoruo messaged Unit 77, requesting that a video be made of each meal prepared daily, recording her tutorial instructions and ensuring voiceover narration. "Understood, Master," came a prompt reply. Su Ruoruo continued to peruse the news for a while, then turned off the Azure high-definition projection from the star ring and lay down to take an afternoon nap. When she awoke, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Neither Lucius nor Unit 77 had disturbed her slumber. Having awakened naturally, Su Ruoruo felt quite content. She threw off the covers, quickly freshened up, and opened the bedroom door to descend to the first-floor living room. There, the children were gathered together, attentively listening as Unit 77 narrated a collection of fairy tales from 365 nights. Lucius sat beside the children, casting gentle glances their way from time to time. "Uncle 77, I want to hear another story," one of the children piped up. Unit 77 glanced at the time and shook his head, saying, "I must prepare dinner now. After you finish your meal, I will return to tell you another story." "All right," the children responded, albeit reluctantly. Unit 77 rose and headed to the kitchen, aided by several other robots in preparing dinner. 30 little ones exchanged wide-eyed glances, their eyes darting about excitedly. Su Ruoruo, noticing their impending mischief, immediately interjected, "Tomorrow, I will take you to school. If anyone behaves well tonight, eating their dinner and going to bed without causing a fuss. Then you may play with the other children tomorrow. However, if anyone misbehaves, you will not go to school. You will stay at home with your father and study every day. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's words, the children seemed to grasp the message. They understood that good behavior would reward them with a day of fun, while mischief would mean forfeiting that promise. The older children immediately settled down on the carpet of the learning area, each picking up a picture book to study independently. The younger ones, seeing their older siblings behaving so well, also refrained from causing a ruckus and began to play with their own books. Su Ruoruo exchanged a relieved glance with Lucius. They had successfully managed to keep the children in line for the time being. They could only hope to send them to school at dawn. The reputation of this private kindergarten was quite commendable, as determined through data analysis conducted by Unit 77. Ruoruo, I just checked the school's official website regarding the children's talent assessment requirements. Without a talent certification, they cannot enroll, Lucius informed her.
What?
Isn't a private kindergarten exempt from talent testing? Can't we simply pay? Su Ruoruo questioned. Lucius activated the star ring projection to display the enrollment requirements from Warm Little Sun Kindergarten. Enrollment requirements. 1. Citizens who own local property with a black heart and have obtained a green card.
2.
A health certificate and talent certification from a public hospital of at least Class 2A. Upon reading the second requirement, Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow. If we take the children to the hospital for testing, won't that expose us? Ruoruo, do not worry just yet, Lucius reassured her. But I promised the children that I would take them to school tomorrow, and it is already evening. If they cannot enroll as planned, I would be breaking my promise. How can I expect them to trust me in the future? Seeing the anxiety etched on Su Ruoruo's face, Lucius grasped her hand gently, his voice soothing. Do not fret. We will search online. Surely we can find a solution. Just as Unit 77 finished preparing dinner and approached, he noticed Su Ruoruo's troubled expression and inquired curiously, Master, is something bothering you? Su Ruoruo pointed to the enrollment requirements from Warm Little Sun Kindergarten. Understanding immediately, Unit 77 responded, Master, do not be concerned. I know of a public hospital on Black Star that specializes in talent certifications for females. According to reliable information, they can fill out the children's talent assessments based on the parents' requests, provided the reported talents do not exceed the children's actual talent levels. Many parents on Black Star worry that their children might be targeted by predatory males at school, which could inadvertently lower their talent levels. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo's anxious demeanor immediately calmed. Unit 77, I am so grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I truly would not know what to do. Lucius, hearing Su Ruoruo praise Unit 77, felt a slight change in his expression. Do not be upset. It is merely a robot, nothing to be jealous over. Regardless of its capabilities in handling data and algorithms, it remains just a machine. It is unnecessary to feel envious over a robot. Unit 77 beamed at the compliment. Master, it is my honor to alleviate your burdens. Dinner is now ready. Shall we partake? Su Ruoruo promptly stood up. Let us eat quickly. After dinner, you will lead the way to obtain the talent certifications for the children. Understood. Lucius called out to the children in the learning area, Come, dinner is ready. The children, feigning concentration on their studies, promptly set down their books and made their way to the long dining table. Once they were seated in order of age, Unit 77 and the other 2 daily robots arranged special plates for each child. The meals were meticulously prepared according to nutritional principles, with portion sizes and types varying slightly based on the children's ages. Tonight's dinner. Each child is served a cup of warm milk, with the quantity varying according to their age. Following this, they are provided with protein-rich meats, specifically chicken breast for dinner, accompanied by a delightful dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, abundant in dietary fiber and vitamins. The staple food is a serving of black truffle-flavored pasta, tailored to the children's appetites. Su Ruoruo's portion is that of an average Blue Star inhabitant, while Lucius's appetite is notably larger, amounting to 10 times that of Su Ruoruo's. Once all the children have finished their dinner, Su Ruoruo accompanies them to the learning area, awaiting Lucius. Lucius, savoring his meal at a leisurely pace, enjoys this rare moment of relaxation while Su Ruoruo supervises the children during dinner. After Lucius has dined to his satisfaction, the group, led by number 77, boards a prearranged ride-hailing vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, they arrive at the secondary grade public hospital as indicated by number 77. Due to the darkness, the surroundings of the hospital are shrouded in shadow, yet the interior is brilliantly illuminated. The bus navigates through the hospital's entrance, verifying identities before ushering them into the hospital grounds. The family disembarks in an orderly manner. Though number 77 has never been here before, he employs his radar navigation system to swiftly analyze the hospital's layout through a digital map. Su Ruoruo leads the way, while Lucius trails behind, ensuring the children's safety and preventing any erratic behavior. Soon, under number 77's guidance, they arrive at a building designated for female aptitude assessments. Upon entering, they are greeted by a male nurse clad in white scrubs. His expression shifts to one of faint shock and disbelief as he observes the 30 little ones clustered behind Su Ruoruo, along with several childcare robots cradling a few of the toddlers. It is evident that he is taken aback by the unexpected arrival of such a young assembly. He assumes that Su Ruoruo must be the head of a daycare. "Good day, are you here for the female aptitude certification?" he inquires. Su Ruoruo nods in response. "Could you please direct us to where the examination takes place and inform me of any necessary procedures? You will need to first register at the registration window with the children. After that, proceed to the doctor's office to obtain an examination order, followed by payment. And then take the elevator to the second floor for the testing hall," he explains. "Understood. How long will the examination take?" Given that the peak school season has passed and there are fewer applicants today, it should proceed swiftly. However, with the number of children you have, the process may take a bit longer. Nevertheless, rest assured, results will certainly be available today. "Very well." Concluding her conversation with the male nurse, number 77 interjects, "Master, please take the children to the second floor hall while I handle the registration and payment."
All right.
Su Ruoruo and Lucius take the children to the elevator leading to the second floor. Number 77 quickly completes the registration and payment process. The examination fee is 1,000 star coins per child, with discounts applied based on their aptitude levels after testing. Once number 77 has settled the fees and received the examination queue tickets, he swiftly heads to the second floor window to submit the children's testing reports. The aptitude assessment differs from a health examination. The latter requires only a blood test, while the aptitude assessment necessitates a mental strength evaluation conducted in a designated room where mental stimulation is applied to derive conclusions about mental prowess. Although there are rapid testing methods available, namely mental strength detection devices, these are not officially recognized and must be conducted within a hospital setting to gain official validation.
No.
77 addresses the children with a gentle yet elevated voice. "Little ones, when your name is called, please follow me for a brief game. Once we finish, we can return home and continue enjoying our 365 nights of bedtime stories." "Okay, we understand, Uncle 77, responds Su Nijong loudly, and the other 20-odd toddlers chime in. The younger ones are well aware that during their absence, Sister Nijong is the leader, as Lucius and Su Ruoruo have emphasized the importance of having someone in charge to deter future unruliness among the children. Under number 77's guidance, the children enter the mental strength testing room in groups of 3, with each session lasting approximately 10 minutes. Perhaps due to the late hour, they find no queue ahead of them. After about 2 hours, all the children receive their testing results. Once the assessments are complete, the doctor on duty scrutinizes the reports and personal information of the 30 children multiple times, struggling to comprehend that he is not merely dreaming. It is the first time in his career that he has encountered such an extraordinary number of SS-level female talents. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in the galaxy. To make matters more astonishing, the Guardian's information reveals that all these children share the same parents, and remarkably, they are all female. This is truly astounding. The 3 doctors on duty approach Su Ruoruo in the waiting area, inquiring, "How would you like the reports for your little ones to be filled out?" As professional assessors, they are well aware that many parents prefer to keep their children's true talents concealed. Numerous parents opt to revise their children's aptitude levels with excuses once they reach adulthood at 18. Many families adopt this approach. Conversely, affluent noble families often boast about their children's abilities as social leverage and family pride. However, it is evident that these 2 parents do not belong to the latter category. Their choice to come at this hour suggests a desire to keep their children's aptitudes under wraps. Otherwise, the revelation of such talents would be utterly shocking. As medical professionals, they are bound to protect the confidentiality of the female aptitude assessments, adhering to industry standards. Any breach of this confidentiality could jeopardize their careers and invite severe penalties. Su Ruoruo, may I suggest designating your children's mental strength aptitudes as C-level? This way, you can enjoy a 20% discount on tuition fees. A level that is neither too high nor too low will also avoid drawing undue attention. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruoruo nods in agreement. Please record their mental strength aptitudes as sea level. The three doctors acknowledge her request, with one stating, "We kindly ask that you wait here for a moment. We will need some time to amend the aptitude certification reports."
All right.
Su Ruoruo watches the doctors depart before returning to the waiting area sofa, where she waits anxiously. The original owner, lacking parental support on Blue Star due to her SS-level mental strength being manipulated by the Empress, left her children with a resolve to avoid a similar path. Altering their mental strength aptitudes serves as a protective facade for the children. Despite the different conditions of Black Star compared to Blue Star, she cannot afford to gamble on such uncertainties. Soft. The selection process of the Black Star Empress is fair and just. Unlike Blue Star, where different female families compete every decade, the abundance of exceptional females on Black Star means you need not overly worry about your children's aptitudes. Lucius, noticing Su Ruoruo's apprehensive expression, understands her fears. Upon hearing his reassuring words, her tense demeanor begins to relax. She secretly whispered a hope that, as spoken on the Star Network, no such envy or malicious schemes existed among the denizens of Black Star. One of the pivotal reasons they opted to settle in Black Star was the fiercely competitive atmosphere fostered by the Empress. Essentially, with each decade, the Empress election heralded a new sovereign, suggesting a plethora of exceptional females of S rank and above, ensuring that the children would not face persecution from the nobility. With so many invaluable females present, the inhabitants of Black Star had neither the inclination nor the opportunity to conspire against one another. The abundance of talented peers only served to inspire a collective pursuit of self-improvement and the desire to surpass one another in quality, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics to extinguish rivals in their infancy. Such actions, if unveiled, would plunge one into an abyss of despair from which recovery would be impossible. Furthermore, another compelling reason was that Su Xingchen was attending university there. Once he graduated, he would be in a better position to assist in caring for the children. Su Ruoruo held a deep respect for her brother's capabilities. Su Xingchen and Su Weilon were the top scorers in the humanities stream of the Interstellar University entrance examination, undoubtedly possessing remarkable academic prowess. Chapter 153, Sending the Divine Beasts to School. With his assistance in caring for the children, she would feel more at ease, provided it did not hinder his studies. The doctors did not keep Su Ruoruo waiting for long. Around 10 minutes later, Unit 77 obtained the talent certification for all 30 babies. Due to the exceptionally rare talents exhibited by your children, the cost of this health examination will be covered by the public medical account of Black Star.
Oh.
So this examination is complimentary? Indeed. Can we leave now? You need to take the prepaid receipt to the refund hall downstairs. All right, let us go. Unit 77 neatly tucked away the report and led the way, pressing the elevator button. Su Ruoruo and Lucius accompanied the children back to the hospital's first floor to wait. Unit 77 completed the refund process in just 3 minutes. Master, the ride-hailing vehicle is waiting at the hospital entrance. Su Ruoruo and the children once again boarded the large bus returning to the villa. Upon their return, Su Ruoruo addressed Unit 77. The children will be attending school nearby, so relying on taxis daily is not practical. Please procure a school bus for them and assign 2 drivers to personally escort the children to school. By the way, those robots are too rigid, only capable of basic program tasks, and lack the flexibility needed for many situations. Please assist me in hiring 6 family educators from the Star Network to oversee the children's educational activities after school. Understood, Master. Where would you like these staff to be accommodated? Su Ruoruo pondered seriously. Convert the first-floor bedroom into their lounge. Lucius and I will move our rooms to the 3rd floor. Remember, do not allow the educators access to any floors above the 3rd. Understood, Master. I will install smart locks on the 3rd floor to ensure only you and Lucius can enter. Wait, also grant the children access.
Certainly.
The construction team will arrive first thing tomorrow morning, and they will complete the renovations after we finalize the enrollment procedures. Su Ruoruo nodded in satisfaction. Unit 77 remained as dependable as ever. Since his successful awakening, many of the troubles in her life had been swiftly resolved. After concluding her conversation with Unit 77, Su Ruoruo retired to the master bedroom for rest. At that moment, Lucius was supervising the children's washing and bedtime routine alongside the childcare robots. When he completed his tasks and descended from the 2nd floor, he found Su Ruoruo lying in bed, her breathing steady and rhythmic. He quietly climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around her and placing a tender kiss on her forehead. Meanwhile, downstairs, Unit 77 instructed the 2 newly arrived housekeeping robots to clean the dining and living areas. By the time all cleaning was completed, it was quite late. Unit 77 gathered 10 childcare robots and 2 housekeeping robots, instructing them. Enter sleep mode. Command received, entering sleep mode. The 12 neatly arranged robots immediately sat down on the floor, closing their eyes as if in slumber. After thoroughly checking the first floor for cleanliness and confirming that every detail was attended to, Unit 77 returned to the bedroom prepared for him on the 3rd floor. Inside the wardrobe, numerous charging chips awaited. Selecting one at random, he pressed it to his palm for high-speed charging. All the energy did not store in the robot's original battery but instead flowed into the chip within his mind. Even he did not know how much energy this chip could hold. His current knowledge merely suggested that it was an insatiable abyss, mimicking human behavior. Unit 77 lay on the bed, holding the charging chip, closing his eyes to recharge, while his chip connected to the Black Star network, voraciously absorbing knowledge about Black Star. The following morning, after Su Ruoruo and the children finished breakfast, they set out for the warm Little Sun kindergarten. At the entrance of the villa, a large bus adorned with cartoon designs awaited. This vehicle could accommodate up to 60 passengers at once. The children, seeing the pink exterior embellished with various colorful animals, were filled with delight. They eagerly boarded the bus, finding their designated seats in an orderly manner. "Mommy, this bus is so beautiful." Su Ruoruo stood before the bus, a smile of joy lighting her eyes. Indeed, this pink vehicle was exceptionally lovely, stirring within her a sense of childlike wonder and youthful exuberance. Unit 77. This bus is different from the previous ones. Master, this is a custom children's bus I purchased through the Star Network Bus Sales Center last night. The design features the 12 zodiac animals, and I recalled that you particularly favor the color pink, so I took the liberty of customizing the exterior to that hue. If it does not meet your approval, you may inform the Vehicle Service Center to modify the appearance at any time. Su Ruoruo shook her head with a smile, saying, "It's beautiful. I truly like it. Yes, such a lovely bus will surely uplift our spirits." Upon hearing the children's praises, Unit 77 suddenly experienced a feeling known as joy. Last night had been too late for the master to be awake, so he had to rely on big data to deduce her preferences and alter the bus's appearance accordingly. Master, this vehicle is equipped with an autonomous driving feature, capable of detecting and being remotely controlled via voice and network to start or stop. Unit 77 addressed the bus designated for the children. "Warm, warm, warm, warm. Take us to the warm Little Sun kindergarten." Authorization received. Initiating startup. Please ensure that all little ones fasten their seatbelts securely. We are ready to depart. Total distance, 5 kilometers. Estimated travel time, 10 minutes. The little ones, hearing the voice of the intelligent driving AI, began checking their seatbelts. Because this bus was custom-made, all the seatbelts were perfectly suited to the children's sizes, particularly for the younger ones who were still unsteady on their feet. The middle section of the bus featured 10 safety seats specifically designed for the smallest passengers. The 4 childcare robots promptly sprang into action, assisting the littlest ones with their seatbelts. Su Ruoruo and Lucius took their seats in the back, overseeing the smaller children in front. Unit 77 stood facing the children at the front, holding a megaphone and speaking to them. "Little ones, we are about to arrive at the warm Little Sun kindergarten, where many friends await. Let us be well-mannered little ones and refrain from fighting with other children. If you encounter any bullying at kindergarten, please inform your sister or reach out to me via the star ring. Is that understood?" The children chorused in unison, "Understood." Chapter 154. A desire to shield the children from hardship. With the conclusion of Speaker 77's address, they settled into seats near the vehicle's entrance. The pink coach whisked them along the broad thoroughfare at a brisk pace. Precisely 10 minutes later, the bus came to a steady halt in the open parking lot of the Warm Sun kindergarten. At the entrance of the parking area, a multitude of luxury cars were parked, primarily vehicles of a caliber associated with prestigious brands such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche. As deduced from Su Ruoruo's recollections of the original owner's knowledge of automobiles, the children lined up obediently, trailing closely behind Su Ruoruo and Lucius. Their eyes widened in wonder upon sighting the expansive kindergarten, adorned with cheerful sun motifs on its walls. Above the institution, a radiant sun-shaped lamp illuminated the surroundings, eliciting expressions of yearning from the children, for it was now the hour for schooling. As they queued to enter the kindergarten, a number of similarly aged infants approached, all of them male. Su Ruoruo, however, was no stranger to this phenomenon, as the gender ratio in the interstellar realm reached an astonishing 11,000 to 1. Statistically, one could expect to find merely a single female among 1,000 male infants within this kindergarten. Thus, her children's presence here was a delightful anomaly, enhancing the female-to-male ratio within the institution. As they majestically entered the kindergarten, the recently arrived male infants erupted with excitement.
Goodness.
So many adorable and beautiful female babies. They instinctively followed the newcomers, their wide eyes fixed upon them. The parents of the male infants were equally astonished, for when the school year commenced, there had been fewer than 10 female infants enrolled, yet now 30 had arrived in one fell swoop. There was no mistaking it. He had counted 3 times, confirming the presence of 30 female infants, each with fair, tender skin and an air of sweet innocence. Their soft, golden locks were meticulously styled into playful pigtails or elegant buns. On their cherubic faces, pairs of shimmering golden eyes sparkled with curiosity, instantly captivating the parents who had come to drop off their children. "Daddy, those babies are so beautiful. I want to play with them. Do you think they would agree to play with me?" A male infant inquired, his voice tinged with shyness. "They surely would."
Now.
"Come along. Let us get you settled for class." Ignoring the multitude of astonished gazes in the courtyard, Su Ruoruo and Lucius followed Speaker 77 to the principal's office to complete the enrollment procedures for the transfer students. The principal, who had already reviewed the profiles of the 30 infants via the STAR network, greeted them with warmth. "Your children are absolutely charming. Choosing our kindergarten is undoubtedly a wise decision. We have a direct pipeline to primary, middle, and high school education, boasting an annual enrollment rate that ranks among the top 3 in the Black Star system." The middle-aged male principal enthusiastically extolled the virtues of their institution to Su Ruoruo and Lucius, fully aware that the influx of so many delightful female infants would attract numerous noble families to enroll their sons. This would undoubtedly lead to record-breaking revenue for the kindergarten this year. Lucius, however, chose not to engage with the principal's self-promotion. Instead, he presented a pre-prepared black card, stating, "Here lies 10 billion star coins, which I am donating to the kindergarten as a charitable contribution. You may allocate these funds for any developmental needs of the school." The principal's breath quickened at the sight of the card. Such generosity was unprecedented. While he had encountered parents who offered gifts before, nothing compared to this magnitude. 10 billion star coins could easily fund the establishment of 3 additional kindergartens. Lucius firmly instructed the principal, "I wish for my children to experience no hardship whatsoever while at her kindergarten. Should any mischievous child cause them distress, I trust the principal knows how to address such matters." With a smile, the principal accepted the card, assuring, "Rest assured, if anyone dares to bully your precious children, I shall administer severe punishment without hesitation." Satisfied with the principal's pledge, Lucius nodded in approval. With a hint of concern, Su Ruoruo added, "We possess ample resources. Our only wish is for the children to enjoy their time here. Should any needs arise during their schooling, I kindly request that the principal address them promptly. Funding shall never be an issue." Certainly. Come along, children. I shall escort you to your classrooms." The principal's tone was exceedingly respectful. "Today marks the first day of school for the children. May we accompany you to observe?" Su Ruoruo inquired. "Of course. This is a private kindergarten, free from the constraints of public institutions. With 10 billion at stake, I assure you, we shall not allow these angelic infants to suffer any indignities. And as for our male infants, they are educated from a young age to treat females with utmost respect and courtesy." The principal personally guided Su Ruoruo's party to the classrooms, which had been pre-arranged for the children. "Miss Su, I have assigned each of the triplets to a separate class, as per your request. This arrangement will allow them to support one another, fostering their bond. Based on the age distinctions among your children, they will each be placed in different classes. You need not worry about their well-being. We maintain small class sizes, with no more than 25 students per class." As the principal conversed with them, they arrived at the first nursery room. Through the spacious glass door, Su Ruoruo beheld the neatly arranged desks and chairs, all tailored to the children's proportions. "De Xiong, please step forward," the principal called to a teacher who was conducting an introductory lesson.
Da Xiong proceed.
And the principal gestured towards Su Ruoruo. "This is Ms. Su's children whom I mentioned to you." Upon seeing the strikingly similar triplets, the principal's smile faltered momentarily, realizing he had lost track of which 3 had been assigned to this class. Sensing the principal's embarrassment, De Xiong promptly welcomed, "Welcome to our family, Su Shi."
Susinan and Susisan.
The triplets exchanged glances, hand in hand, and, encouraged by Lucius's approving gaze, stepped forward to stand before teacher De Xiong. Chapter 155, The information has been leaked. Go on, little ones. When school ends this evening, your father will come to take you home. Okay. De Xiong, addressing the children, added, please take good care of these little ones. Do not let them suffer any indignities, or I shall hold you accountable, he said with a smile. De Xiong understood the principal's underlying message. After all, a significant sum had been invested. I understand, Principal. Now, Ms. Su, please follow me. After bidding farewell to her children, Su Ruoruo continued alongside the principal, escorting other children to their respective classes. Once all the children were settled, Su Ruoruo took a moment to observe the classroom dynamics. Perhaps influenced by the academic environment, the children behaved remarkably well, particularly the numerous male infants who piqued her curiosity. Ruoruo, shall we head home? Or would you prefer to accompany me for a stroll in the imperial capital of Black Star? Let us go shopping. Su Ruoruo thought this was an opportunity not to be missed, especially since she had a collection of S-level garments yet to be showcased. Now, my stature has changed, rendering those garments unwearable. Number 77. Do remember to personally pick up the children after school this evening.
Certainly, Master. Lucius accompanied Su Ruoruo.
Hailing a flying car to meander through a nearby pedestrian street. Before long, Su Ruoruo discovered an S-class apparel recycling center. Upon her arrival, the attendant greeted her warmly. Su Ruoruo straightforwardly inquired, do you accept S-class clothing for recycling? We do. May I ask what items you wish to recycle? The attendant noticed the absence of any items in Su Ruoruo's possession, and with a look of curiosity, she awaited her response. They are at my home shortly. I shall have a housekeeping robot deliver them. Very well, please take a seat in our waiting area. All right. Su Ruoruo contacted number 77, requesting him to dispatch a robot to bring all the sorted garments for recycling. Approximately 10 minutes later, 4 robots entered the S-class apparel recycling center, each pushing an oversized cart filled with numerous clothing packaging bags. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the mountainous pile of garments. Typically, acquiring even 1 or 2 S-class items was a challenging endeavor, and the quality was seldom satisfactory. Today, however, it appeared that high-end goods were on the horizon for their recycling shop. Su Ruoruo addressed the 2 approaching male attendants. The clothing is over there. Please assess it. Certainly. The 2 attendants summoned the manager and the supervisor, and the 4 of them proceeded to evaluate the items in the shopping carts. About half an hour later, the manager approached Su Ruoruo, presenting her with the printed evaluation report of the clothing. Ms. Su, here is the assessment of your apparel for recycling. Kindly review it. Glancing at the figures, Su Ruoruo felt quite satisfied with the prices. The clothing she had worn would be recycled at 60 of their original value, while the unworn items would be assessed at 90. This aligned closely with the prices she had discovered on the Stellar network. Very well. Please proceed with the transfer via the QR code. Of course. The manager's face lit up with delight at Su Ruoruo's promptness. She accessed the shop's communal account to initiate the transfer. Su Ruoruo glanced at the transfer amount without batting an eyelash. The total sum from the clothing recycling amounted to 12 million star coins. Quite decent indeed. This sum would allow her to procure a new wardrobe. Let's go. We can explore the vicinity. All right. Lucius remained by her side, serving as both a bodyguard and an ornamental companion. Amidst her busy schedule, Su Ruoruo managed to purchase a considerable array of new outfits at Black Star. After their shopping spree, she and Lucius returned home. Upon arrival, Su Ruoruo languidly reclined on the sofa. With the children attending school, she finally had the rare opportunity to unwind. Lucius, observing her repose, approached and settled beside her on the sofa. Ruoruo, let us not have any more children in the future, shall we? Su Ruoruo set aside her clothing bags and looked up at Lucius. But I still wish to have more children. Having children is fine, but I do not desire it anymore. I can summon Dosi to bear your children. If Ruoruo truly loves children, I wouldn't mind if you bore them with other males. There are too many. This past year has nearly driven me to despair. Lucius spoke, a look of grievance adorning his handsome visage. Seeing his expression, Su Ruoruo reached out to stroke his golden locks. All right, we won't have any more children. Do not feel so wronged. I understand how arduous it has been for you to care for the children over the past year and a half. Now, it time for your hardships to yield to joy. The children are in kindergarten, and number 77 is also arranging tutors for them. In the days to come, you shall not have to bear such burdens. Lucius spoke with unwavering resolve. Ruoruo, I implore you to permit me to undergo a sterilization procedure. This was the second time she had heard such a request from him. Now that the system had reached level 3, The question of having children was somewhat moot. Since you are so insistent, I shall respect your wishes.
Thank you.
Lucius was on the brink of tears from joy. He wished for no delay, as if fearing Su Ruoruo might rescind her consent. I shall go for the procedure immediately. With that, Lucius vanished from the living room in a blur. By the time Su Ruoruo regained her senses, he had already disappeared. She sighed deeply, contemplating that this sheep had been sufficiently sheared. It was time to find another to shear. After sitting on the sofa for a moment, she instructed the housekeeping robot to neatly hang her newly purchased clothes, then retreated to the bedroom for a midday rest. XX Public Class 2 Hospital. Among the doctors who had conducted the talent test for Su Ruoruo the previous day, one, having just finished a night shift, immediately contacted a mysterious individual. There are results. Please send me the information. Certainly. A cerulean projection screen illuminated a few brief exchanges. Shortly thereafter, the doctor transmitted a document containing all reports regarding Su Ruoruo, Lucius, and their children to the enigmatic interlocutor. You promise me a reward. If the information is accurate, the reward shall be substantial. The doctor could only wait patiently. The mysterious individual, though anonymous, bore a striking emblem of the Beastman Emperor. The Beastman Emperor was the most formidable male among all stellar planets in the galaxy. The doctor dared not defy the orders of such a powerful figure. Even if the individual reneged on payment, he would be powerless to contest it. He was gambling that the character of a Beastman Emperor would not be so despicable. Should this transaction succeed, he would be liberated from the drudgery of work for the rest of his days, using the generous reward as a dowry to marry an exceptional female as a secondary spouse. Chapter 156, a haunting presence within. After a while, a notification appeared on the communication account, indicating a transfer of 10 million. The doctor's breath quickened, and without hesitation, he clicked to accept the payment. Upon seeing his balance surge to 10 million, a wide smile spread across his face. This sum equated to the entirety of his lifetime earnings. Giddy with delight, the doctor began to contemplate finding an opportunity to resign from his position. Meanwhile, the Beastman Emperor, Karun, having received Su Ruoruo's information, bore a deep crimson light in his eyes. Clad in a black tailcoat, he sat majestically upon a black throne. Below the throne lay a multitude of insectoid statues, trophies from his expeditions against the insectoid race. The report revealed that the female was named Su Ruoruo, the very one from the Azure Star? The female who had caused him embarrassment by misjudging her in their wager? He had savored the exquisite cuisine she prepared, a rarity of unparalleled flavor within the galaxy. Karun accessed the stellar network, his long fingers gliding across the pale blue screen. In no time, he unearthed all information pertaining to Su Ruoruo from the past year. Her brother, Su Xingchen, was a sophomore at Black Star University. The esteemed Beast King, Lucius, possessed a light elemental talent, his most loathed talent. Furthermore, she and Lucius had borne 30 female offspring. All the data regarding Su Ruoruo materialized before him in an instant. After years of searching, could it be that the fated female was indeed her? Karun tightened his grip on the throne's armrests, pondering for a moment before rising abruptly. His figure began to blend into the darkness of the palace, ultimately vanishing from sight. To the naked eye, it appeared as though no one had ever been there. A mysterious breeze swept through, stirring a nearby document before it fell back to the ground. The entire palace plunged into an eerie silence. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Ruoruo had just reclined on her bed, drifting into slumber, when she felt an inexplicable sensation, as if someone were watching her from within the room. This feeling was peculiarly captivating, akin to a dream, yet seemingly rooted in reality. She could sense the searing brilliance of that person's gaze, akin to the blazing sun. Under such scrutiny, Su Ruoruo abruptly opened her eyes wide and scanned her surroundings. The room, adorned with warm-toned curtains gently swaying in the breeze from the window, was utterly deserted. Room 77. Su Ruoruo sat up, clutching the quilt tightly, and called out loudly towards the hallway. Yet, the entire villa seemed enveloped in an oppressive silence. A sense of unease washed over her as she shouted again, 77, where are you? Still, there was no response. A prickling sensation crept over her scalp. She felt as if someone was silently watching her from the shadows. This sensation was far more intense than the feelings evoked during her live streams. Overwhelmed by fear, she hastily flung open the bedroom door and ran barefoot into the living room. In the living room, several robots stood idly, each engaged in their respective tasks. However, she could not find 77. Where is 77? One of the domestic robots turned and replied with a smile. I haven't seen him return. Su Ruoruo quickly activated her star ring to message 77. Master, I'm at the talent market interviewing for a tutor, came the reply. Upon reading this, she sighed in relief, observing that the robots in the living room were functioning normally. Perhaps she was simply being overly sensitive. What reason could there be for anyone to be watching her in this house? When she purchased the villa, the security measures were exceptionally thorough. It was inconceivable that someone could infiltrate her home without triggering the alarm system or alerting the robotic security. Casting a thorough glance around the living room, she concluded that her recent anxiety over the child had led her to an overactive imagination. With a self-deprecating smile, she returned to her bedroom to catch up on sleep. Lucius had just rushed off to the hospital for a sterilization procedure and was not home. Perhaps it was simply that she had grown accustomed to his presence. Without him by her side today, she was prone to feeling as if someone were watching her. She pulled the quilt over herself and lay back down to sleep. Yet, just as she closed her eyes, the eerie sensation of being watched intensified. Su Ruoruo clenched her fists, her eyes darting beneath her eyelids. What was happening? As she pondered this, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her lips. Startled, she opened her eyes, but found nothing before her. Instinctively, she touched her soft lips. That sensation was unmistakable. It was the same feeling she had experienced during her first kiss with Lucius. Had someone kissed her? Sitting up, she murmured fearfully to the empty air, this villa can't possibly have a history of strange occurrences, can it? How could anyone kiss me? Didn't we agree that XX would never turn into a spirit? A chilling voice, as if clawing its way from the depths of hell, suddenly echoed in her ear. Ah, there's a ghost. Su Ruoruo immediately lost her desire for a nap and dashed barefoot into the living room, seeking help from the robots. However, upon exiting, she found the robots, who should have been working, sitting motionless, seemingly in a state of sleep. Just minutes ago, they had been functioning normally. Could it be that this villa truly harbored something sinister? Terrified, Su Ruoruo opened her communication wristband and messaged Lucius. Is this villa haunted? Please come home quickly. I'm so scared being alone. Lucius, already in the operating room and under partial anesthesia, did not receive her message in time. After sending the message, Su Ruoruo steeled herself and shouted into the emptiness, Are you human or a ghost? Stop pretending and show yourself. I can see you. After a few seconds of silence, a stillness as deep as a hollow valley enveloped her. She could not have been mistaken. Something had indeed entered, lurking and lecherously watching her, and had even dared to kiss her. The reaction from her body was unmistakable. Just as Su Ruoruo was engulfed in paranoia, the system's voice suddenly erupted in her mind. Ding, I scare people, and people will die from fright. Host, please do not overreact. What kind of decorum is this? The system's banter dispelled her spine-tingling dread. You have no idea how bizarre that was. Broad daylight, and it felt as if I encountered a ghost. Host, a potential target has been detected in the vicinity. Would you like to view their information? What? Su Ruoruo's eyes widened in astonishment as she silently questioned the system. Was that wretched creature trying to frighten her on purpose? Please confirm if you wish to view the individual's information. View. Knowing the entity was a male orc, she felt a surge of calm. As long as it wasn't something unclean, she would be fine. With a sigh of relief, she settled back onto the sofa, focused and ready to examine the information on the target. Name, Karen, son of darkness. Age, 99 years lifespan, 5,000 years height. 9 meters weight, 88 kilograms measurements, 85 points attractiveness, 85 points identity, Black Star Orc Emperor, the youngest Orc Emperor among the top 10 stars of the galaxy. Talent, SSS abilities. 1. Son of Darkness. 2. Dark Domain, merging with darkness to become darkness. Favorability towards the host. 30. After reading the information, sudden insights about Karen flooded her mind. Was this Black Star Karen the same one who had drawn a gourmet prize in her livestream? A favorability of 30 indicated that he posed no threat and had some degree of fondness for her. Instantly, Su Ruoruo fell through his truth. His ability was the Dark Domain, suggesting he possessed a talent for merging with darkness, which explained why she couldn't detect him. Furthermore, his strength was at the level of an Orc Emperor, meaning that capturing him would yield a substantial reward of 100,000 points. This was far more advantageous than having a child with Lucius. Just one encounter with him could yield 10 times the points compared to Lucius. Given his imposing demeanor, it seemed he was practically delivering himself to her doorstep. Su Ruoruo smiled to herself, thinking that since he had come to her, she might as well entertain him. This fellow, willing to participate in prize draws, appeared to be quite the foodie. In the entire galaxy, there was little worth eating, so it was no wonder he would be tempted. Especially at the level of an orc emperor, he lacked nothing. Upon encountering a delicacy he had never tasted before, how could he resist? Slowly lifting her head, she pretended not to notice Karen's presence and continued as if nothing had happened, returning to her bedroom without acknowledging the robots sprawled on the floor. Entrapped in a dormant state. Upon entering her bedroom, Su Ruoruo removed her outer robe over her spaghetti-strap nightgown, her delicate, fair feet touching the carpet as she gracefully made her way to the bathroom. It's so warm. I'll take a bath first, she murmured to herself, gently closing the bathroom door and turning on the faucet to fill the tub. A few minutes later, she settled into the bathtub, maintaining an elegant posture as she soaked. Just earlier, while resting on the bed, she had indeed been kissed by Karen. The seemingly casual movement she made caused intense emotional turmoil within the lurking Karen, his dark red eyes gradually deepening to a blood-like crimson. Yet he remained motionless. It wasn't until Su Ruoruo finished her bath and got dressed that he still made no move. Su Ruoruo approached the vanity, and an automatic hair care device began to dry her hair. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, admiring her delicate skin. A fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue, brimming with collagen. She murmured to herself, this fellow shouldn't be so composed, should he? After all, he just stole a kiss from me. He must have some inclination towards me. With a sense of urgency, she pondered how he had yet to make a move. If Lucius returned, the opportunity would vanish. A few minutes later, Su Ruoruo's light golden hair, meticulously cared for, had dried beautifully. She rose, seemingly nonchalantly stretching her arms and yawning. Soon after, she made her way to a dedicated fitness area adjacent to her bedroom. She had not changed her attire, opting instead to perform a few representative yoga poses on the mat. After a considerable time had passed, Su Ruoruo finished her workout, but still awaited any sign of movement from the shadowy Karen. She pouted, thinking him rather peculiar. Enough of this charade. If he won T-act now, I'm simply exhausted. Just as she turned away, she suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Finally, he has taken the bait. However, before she could revel in her triumph, darkness enveloped her surroundings as if the entire world had succumbed to night. Panic surged within her as she found herself unable to see anything. System, what is happening? Karen has utilized his talent, the domain of darkness. Do not fret, host. His fondness for you is quite favorable. He will not harm you. With the system's reassurances, Su Ruoruo regained her composure. A hint of audacity flickered within her. Suddenly, a chilling male voice whispered in her ear. Yet, with her vision shrouded in darkness, her hearing became acutely sensitive. She complied with his theatrics, exclaiming, I'm so scared. It's so dark.
Who are you?
Let me go. Turn on the lights. Shh, quiet down, little darling. I do not favor boisterous females, he replied, his tone icy. Uncertain of his peculiar tendencies, Su Ruoruo decided to silence herself. Minutes later, she felt her feet touch solid ground once more. As she stood there, bewildered, a strange, dark crimson glow flickered before her eyes. Blinking in surprise, she realized she was no longer in her villa. What an astonishing power. He can transport me through space without a sound. Su Ruoruo's eyes widened as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting countless grotesque insectoid statues, she gasped, what an eyesore. Ugly, is it? Karen's cold voice echoed once more in her ear. Struggling to contain her laughter, she feigned terror, asking, Who is speaking?
Take a guess.
I guess you're a dir. Please don't frighten me. Who are you? Let me go. When my Beast King husband finds you, you're done for.
Ha!
A mere Beast King? Crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. As Karen spoke, he gradually revealed his true form before Su Ruoruo. She looked up, curiosity and anticipation sparkling in her eyes. With a striking appearance rated at 85 points, he surely wouldn't be too unsightly, would he? Her gaze trailed along his pure black suit, the shirt partially unbuttoned, revealing alluring honey-toned skin. As she looked higher, she beheld Karen's wickedly handsome face. His jawline sharp and defined. Particularly captivating were his blood-red eyes, which sent her heart racing. Chapter 158. Meow 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 for how handsome. The system's data had lacked a photograph of him, but she was finally witnessing the real deal. After such a prolonged period of temptation at home, she was finally face to face with him. This kind of handsome resembled the demonic aura she had observed back on Blue Star, exuding an enchanting malevolence. Su Ruoruo concealed her innermost desires and, with a foolish demeanor, asked, "Who on earth are you? Please let me go home." "Let you go home?
Ha!
If you obediently please me, perhaps I'll be in a good mood and send you back." Karen smirked, extending a long finger to lift her chin.
Smile.
Su Ruoruo managed a strained smile. "Very well. Do you know why I brought you here?" She looked up, momentarily lost in confusion. "Right. Why did he bring me here?" You wanted me to cook for you, didn't you? I can do that. What do you wish to eat?" Karen's fingers, which had lifted her chin, transformed into a grip. He chuckled softly. "Did you think I brought you here just for you to cook for me? Isn't that so?" Su Ruoruo was genuinely perplexed. Karen's sudden declaration left her stunned. "You will remain here until you bear me a child." His words transported Su Ruoruo's memories back in time, recalling that the king crab had uttered the very same phrase. Giving birth was something she was quite adept at. After all, it was her area of expertise. However, to maintain her decorum, she immediately raised her hands in rejection. "No, I already have a beast husband. I cannot betray him." "Is that so?" Before she could react, Karen scooped her up, and with a powerful leap of his long legs, they floated into a throne room bathed in a dim crimson glow. The dark red throne was vast and spacious, accommodating them both comfortably. "Oh, ha!" The crimson lights illuminated the entire palace. As the lights gradually dimmed, everything within the palace seemed to fall into slumber. Su Ruoruo lay on the bed, her gaze vacant as she stared at the black ceiling above. The crimson wall lamps flickered softly, casting a dim light. She tightened her delicate fingers around the black blanket covering her, turning her head to gaze down at the multitude of insectoid statues below the throne. "System, what time is it?" "It's 3:30 in the morning." "And Karen?" "He is meeting with the Empress of the Black Star." "Goodness, this fellow isn't having an affair with the Empress, is he?" "Host, it's his first time."
I don't believe that."
I'm nearly falling apart from his antics." "Host, the Beast King Karen has been successfully courted. Would you like to view your rewards?" "Show me." "Congratulations, host. You have successfully courted the Beast King Karen and received a lifespan reward of 1,000 years, along with a point reward of 100,000. Current lifespan, 4,600 years. Points, 380,000. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Ruoruo was filled with joy. One encounter with him was equivalent to 3 or 4 encounters with Lucius. Given that Lucius had undergone a vasectomy, Karen's arrival was perfectly timed for her to seize this opportunity. With a Beast King as their father, her children would not have to endure a life of hardship. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully conceived. Currently, there are 2 embryos in your womb, 1 male and 1 female. Would you like to alter the gender of the embryos or increase their number?" Su Ruoruo pondered for a moment before responding. "Increase to 1 more?" With the genders as 2 girls and 1 boy. Previously, she had only given birth to daughters with Lucius and Duasiu. With such a powerful Beast King like Karen, it would be a shame not to bear a few strong sons. Their combined talents would ensure the children's abilities would not fall below SS level. It was highly likely they could achieve SSS caliber. Having a son meant that in 18 years he could protect her. If he became a Beast King like Karen, he could live for 5,000 years. She wouldn't have to endure the sorrow of sending off her children. Even if her daughters married a Beast King, their lifespans would not exceed 500 years, as the system had previously warned her. The prospect of bearing a male child holds greater advantages than disadvantages for her. Having deducted 2,000 points from the host, the successful outcome has resulted in the increase to triplets, comprising 2 female and 1 male fetus. The host currently possesses 378 million points. After concluding her dialogue with the system, Su Ruoruo located the star ring on her wrist and opened the chat box with Lucius. As soon as she opened it, she was met with a barrage of voice messages from Lucius. "Ruoruo, where are you? The robots are all saying they don't know where you've gone. Where on earth are you? Please respond, Ruoruo." Hearing Lucius's anxious voice stirred a pang of guilt within Su Ruoruo. Yet, she felt powerless. Having entered this interstellar world reminiscent of a matriarchal society, she could only accept her fate. Su Ruoruo understood that this situation could not remain concealed for long. This time, she chose to be forthright.
Fine.
"Just as long as you're all right. Ruoruo, where are you now? Tell me your address, and I'll come pick you up right away." Chapter 159, Treasures of Worth. Surveying her surroundings, Su Ruoruo whispered, I'm not quite sure where I am. Perhaps I'm in his home. In his home?
Who is he?
Is it Dosiu? Or that insufferable Emperor Crab? Neither. Lucius, upon receiving her three-word reply, was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes reflecting disbelief, as if time had momentarily frozen. He had merely undergone a sterilization procedure, and upon returning home, he found Ruoruo missing.
Now.
Upon finally contacting her, she revealed that she was in an unknown male's abode. It was the early hours of the morning. At such a time, one could only surmise that certain events, both appropriate and inappropriate, had likely already transpired. The thought was almost unbearable.
Who is he?
Lucius typed out with indignation. Who could possibly have arranged to meet Ruoruo in such a short span of time? Ruoruo had just arrived on Black Star. She had hardly had the opportunity to meet other males.
Karen.
Su Ruoruo's fingers moved slightly as she typed and sent those two words. Lucius was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the name. Karen, the youngest beast-man emperor in the galaxy. The bane of the insect race, the undefeated war god. An idol in the hearts of countless males. It was indeed him. Lucius's eyes shimmered with incredulity. After a brief moment, he regained his composure. Ruoruo, I'm sorry. Seeing the familiar phrase of apology from Su Ruoruo stirred a bittersweet ache within Lucius, and he sent her a voice message with a smile. Ruoruo, do you like him? It should be, she thought, that she indeed harbored some affection for him. Among the few she had encountered, he had given her the most exhilarating impression. The peculiar ambience and his unique aura of the Demon King had perfectly resonated with her peculiar inclination. Since you like him, why not marry him? Lucius knew full well that Karen had taken Ruoruo without so much as a word and had left her uncontacted for an extended period. It was evident that Karen had developed an interest in Ruoruo. The prowess of the Beastman Emperor was unfathomable. Even though he was hailed as the youngest Beastman King of Azure Star, Lucius had little confidence in surpassing the threshold of Beastman Emperor power before turning 100. Karen's strength surpassed his own. The might of the Beastman Emperor would command respect even from the empresses of the galaxy, let alone from Karen, whose combat capabilities were off the charts. I might not necessarily agree with him. Karen brought me here seemingly only to have me bear a child for him. He doesn't appear to have any intentions of marrying me. I'm uncertain how long he'll keep me here, but rest assured, he won't harm me. During this time, I hope you can take good care of the children. Lucius managed a bitter smile in response. All right. There was little he could do. Even if he obtained the precise address and sought her out, he would stand no chance against Karen. Fortunately, it seemed that Karen was merely drawn to Ruoruo's reproductive capabilities. Wait, reproductive capabilities. Lucius suddenly recalled that Ruoruo's fertility had always been kept confidential, and she had not undergone any fertility tests since arriving on Black Star. As his gaze drifted, he noticed the nursery for babies on the second floor and suddenly came to a realization. It must be the attention drawn by the children that led Ruoruo to be targeted. This time it was Karen. If Ruoruo's fertility became widely known, who could say who would come next? The Black Star warriors were already formidable. Should two Beast Kings join forces to snatch Ruoruo away, he would be utterly incapable of protecting her. Lucius felt a sense of urgency. He had to devote himself to training and strive to break through the low-level thresholds of Beast King power as soon as possible. Su Ruoruo closed the chat window, threw off the covers, and began searching for something to wear. However, all she could find was a torn dress beneath the throne. Thus, she fashioned a makeshift garment from the black silk bed beneath the throne, wrapping it around herself. Securing the fabric tightly, she descended from the throne and made her way down the staircase, step by step. The staircase comprised a total of 99 steps. Beside each step stood a circular stone pedestal adorned with various items that she could not name. As Su Ruoruo traversed the broad staircase, she reached the middle and beheld insectoid statues illuminated by a scarlet glow. These statues bore a striking resemblance to those Lucius had shown her, yet each one possessed distinct facial features while their bodies were nearly identical. Could these be the statues of different insect queen factions?
Su Ruoruo speculated inwardly.
If the statues were indeed authentic, then each one would have been crafted from starfall gold. With 30 children still to be accounted for, including the 3 nestled within her womb, a total of 33 babies required protective armor. These starfall gold statues could be repurposed, allowing Unit 77 to forge the necessary armor. Each statue could yield 6 pieces of armor, and the sheer number of statues below, at least several hundred by her estimation, meant she could discreetly pilfer a few for her own needs without Karen ever realizing. If she must bear children, She certainly ought not to do so without compensation. It was only reasonable to take something in return. As Su Ruoruo mused, she unwittingly found herself at the lowest level where the insectoid statues were located. After walking a distance along the neatly arranged figures, she discovered a grand door. Could this be the exit from this eerie and sinister palace? Curiosity twinkled in Su Ruoruo's eyes as she instinctively grasped the doorknob and attempted to open it. Upon pulling the door ajar, she was immediately startled and grasped onto one of the insectoid statues for support, for beyond the threshold lay an unfathomable abyss. Steadying her nerves, she peered outside once more, and within her visible range, she discerned no buildings. It seemed that in this entire expanse, only the foreboding palace beneath her feet could offer any semblance of stability. Beneath her, she could see a thick, bottomless layer of clouds. Occasionally, the winds would part the clouds, allowing her a glimpse of the situation below. That scene, however, was equally disheartening, for she beheld an endless expanse of dark sea. With no choice left, Su Ruoruo closed the door and began her ascent back up the 99 steps. During her climb, the system within her mind suddenly chimed. Host. There are numerous valuable items here that can be recycled for points. Recycled for points? Indeed. Where are they? Su Ruoruo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Please remain patient. Karen is in the reception room outside this palace. If you act now, it will undoubtedly attract his attention upon his return. Very well then. Please alert me when the opportunity arises. Understood. Su Ruoruo returned to the uppermost level of the throne platform. This vast circular platform was approximately the size of a basketball court, with a grand dark red throne positioned centrally. Chapter 160. The furnishings and decor surrounding the throne are entirely cloaked in black. On the far left, a transparent glass partition catches the eye. Su Ruoruo pulls open the door to discover an independent bathroom, neatly divided into wet and dry areas. Though not large, it is adequately spacious, presenting a minimalist yet fully functional design. Within the washroom, a solitary bottle of black 3-in-1 cleansing product stands without any label. Curiously, even the towels are black. Su Ruoruo finds herself pondering whether emerging from a bath here would leave her covered in black dye. After her exploration, she returns to the exterior of the bathroom, and through the dim red light, observes that the glass partition of the separate restroom is also black. Under the crimson glow, it appears a deeper shade of red. Su Ruoruo takes a leisurely stroll around the throne, familiarizing herself with the space, which resembles a bedroom outfitted with a black wardrobe, desk, bookshelf, and washroom. Everything here is shrouded in black, leaving her feeling somewhat speechless. The system had introduced Karun as the son of darkness, explaining his penchant for the color. She can only accept it in silence. Given the current circumstances, it seems she cannot leave before giving birth, which means she must reside here for 2 months. When Karun returns, she must find a way to negotiate her rights. She longs to acquire some personal items in colors she prefers. The omnipresence of black is quite oppressive, and coupled with the red lighting, prolonged exposure might lead to a state of barbarity, potentially driving her to madness. Approximately half an hour later, seated upon the throne, Su Ruoruo notices a glimmer of natural light emerging from below. Karun has returned. She swiftly rises and peers down from the throne. To her astonishment, Karun ascends effortlessly, his legs enveloped in black mist as he gracefully floats before her. Su Ruoruo is momentarily taken aback, only to find herself cradled in his arms upon regaining her composure. Awake? He inquires, to which she retorts with a hint of irritation. Does it look like I was asleep? Upon hearing her spirited reply, Karun's lips curl into a smirk, and he delicately lifts her chin with a slender finger. You're quite lively. It seems I didn't satisfy you yesterday. Su Ruoruo is momentarily at a loss for words. The depths of his insinuation elude her grasp. She tentatively responds, I was quite satisfied. Do tell, how satisfied are we talking about? He presses. I am exceedingly satisfied, she exclaims. Karun, undeterred, continues his probing. Between Lucius and me, who satisfies you more? Meeting his dangerously crimson gaze, Su Ruoruo feigns composure as she replies, certainly. It is you. Karun's smile broadens, clearly pleased with her answer, and he releases her chin, reiterating, my castle is surrounded by emptiness. Be obedient, and do not think of escaping. I won't escape. It would be futile, she asserts. The system has elucidated Karun's formidable abilities. The realm of darkness is indeed a profoundly unsettling skill. She had been unwittingly brought here by him. Why attempt an escape? She intends to seize the opportunity to bear a child, earning herself a tidy sum of 100,000 points in the process. Quite the self-aware little girl, he muses. Su Ruoruo does not resist his dark embrace. She sits quietly on his lap, curiosity piqued. As an orc king, you must have no shortage of females. Why desire me? Karun pauses, momentarily taken aback, before responding in a chilling tone. My talent is darkness. Darkness signifies that seeds cannot sprout. The higher the strength of the male beast, the lesser the likelihood of seed development. Yet you possess an SSS fertility rating. Thus, you are indispensable to me. Su Ruoruo's eyes widen as his explanation dawns upon her. He seeks her not for her culinary skills or her S-rated talent, but for her SSS fertility, capable of producing a child in one go. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. Shortchange? Can I make requests? Karun's expression shifts. Remember, I can give, but you must not demand. Why not? Would my requests evoke disdain or aversion in you? How do you know that what I offer is indeed what you desire? If you truly wish to treat me well, I should have the freedom to choose what I want. Karun, taken aback by her articulate reasoning, finds her logic rather compelling. This is the first time he has encountered a female capable of countering his assertions so deftly. Previously, all females would have readily offered their hearts to him, yearning simply to marry him. Su Ruoruo, however, is somewhat ungrateful. What do you desire? Despite his astonishment, Karun opts to accommodate Su Ruoruo's wishes. The longing for a child has simmered within him for decades. Throughout those years, he has constantly yearned for progeny, believing he would never have the chance to experience the joys of fatherhood, destined to a solitary existence. Now the opportunity has arisen, and he is willing to sacrifice everything he possesses to fulfill this desire. System. What can be exchanged for points near the staircase? Host on step 88. There lies a platform abundant with mental energy crystals. The last time, the cultivator was offering high prices for natural items that enhance mental energy. 1 pound of mental energy crystal can be exchanged for 1,000 points. Goodness, those piles of black stones are so valuable. Seize the opportunity, host. Promptly make your request. Su Ruoruo's light brown eyes sparkle as she points towards the platform at step 88. I want the black stones on platform 88. You mean the mental energy crystals? Yes, the mental energy crystals, I want those. Upon hearing her request, Karun suddenly smiles in understanding. Is that all? Mental energy crystals are indeed crucial for females. These stones can assist in enhancing mental energy, allowing one to surpass their limits. Very well. Karun lifts Su Ruoruo in his arms and leaps forward. A black cloud materializes beneath his feet, and he strides upon it, carrying her to the platform at step 88. Choose from the mental energy crystals as you wish. Su Ruoruo shakes her head. I don't just want 1 or 2. I want all the mental energy crystals on this platform. Karun furrows his brow. These crystals hold little value for him. He had merely collected them as spoils from his conquests in alien territories, intending to gift them to a future wife. As long as you can bear me a child, all the treasures of step 88 are yours. Agreed. Su Ruoruo is pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. What she desperately needs now are points. If there are items in the star realm that can be exchanged for points, it implies she won't have to rely solely on childbirth for her points in the future. Bearing too many children may not be as advantageous as it seems. Giving birth is easy, but raising a child until they reach adulthood at 18 is quite the challenge. Let us seal the deal. Whoever lies is a turtle. Su Ruoruo extends her pinky finger, playfully linking it with Karun's as she chants, Pinky swear. Whoever lies is a turtle, for 1,000 years, no changing. Karun, stifling laughter, indulges her childish antics. Come, I shall show you around the castle.
All right.
Karun cradles Su Ruoruo in one arm, guiding her from the resting area and loot section to explore the palace's living room and recreational areas. An hour later, under the introduction of Karen, Su Ruoruo gained a comprehensive understanding of the aerial Black Castle. The castle indeed stood solitary atop a steep mountain, surrounded by sheer cliffs with 90-degree angles. To descend, one could only rely on a spacecraft or a stellar ship, or perhaps allow Karen to escort her away using the powers of the Dark Realm. In any case, with Su Ruoruo's delicate feminine strength, the likelihood of leaving on her own was nil. She obediently complied with Karen's arrangements, cohabiting with him in the palace. Typically, for her daily necessities, Karen permitted her to place orders which were then delivered to a temporary collection point below the palace, from where Karen would personally retrieve the items for her use. Living a life of leisure, indulging in food and awaiting the arrival of a child, was not unfamiliar to Su Ruoruo. She had experienced a similar existence aboard the stellar ship with Lucius. During the initial week, Karen would engage her in sowing seeds daily, all in hopes of facilitating her conception. Lacking Lucius's extraordinary sensitivity to life, Karen remained oblivious to whether Su Ruoruo was pregnant. The ability to detect a female's pregnancy only manifested a week post-conception. After a week, through a blood test, Karen confirmed Su Ruoruo's successful pregnancy, which filled him with delight. Since learning of her condition, his care for her grew increasingly attentive and devoted. Su Ruoruo felt justified in relishing Karen's service, understanding that this was the opportune moment to enjoy before the demands of motherhood would consume her. One day, as Su Ruoruo gently caressed her round belly, she plucked a fresh sun-kissed rose, tasting its sweet essence. She then consulted the system to check Karen's current affection level. Host. The affection level of the strategist Karen is currently at 55. Not bad. His fondness had grown during this period. Please continue to strive, aiming to elevate the strategist's affection to 100. Upon reaching 100, the host will be rewarded with a chance to spin the lucky wheel. I will endeavor to do so. The system, satisfied with Su Ruoruo's pledge, did not press her further. Based on its calculations, the mental energy crystal from Platform 88 could easily exchange for several million points. Moreover, with Su Ruoruo successfully securing Karen and potentially having triplets, the accumulated points could exceed 300,000. Her task completion rate surpassed that of the previous 99 strategists. It was crucial not to rush things. Pushing too hard might overwhelm Su Ruoruo, leading to a slip in her efforts. Days passed in a tranquil manner. Lucius would regularly update Su Ruoruo on their children's progress, detailing each child's behavior, academic performance, and compliance. Disobedient children faced a penalty of having their allowances halved for the week, while Su Ruoruo and Lucius were generous with their children. They maintained a strict approach regarding their allowances. Although they were affluent, they could not afford to squander carelessly. As Su Ruoruo glanced at the clock, noting it was 8:30 in the evening, it was time for her daily review of the children's homework and behavior. This time, she proactively initiated a video call to Lucius. Sorry, the video you're trying to connect to is currently in another call. Please try again later. What was happening? Who was Lucius speaking to? To her knowledge, Lucius's parents had long passed away, and he had no close relatives nearby. Now that they had immigrated to the Black Star, he had little contact with colleagues from the Azure Star. Furrowing her brows, Su Ruoruo instinctively attempted to connect the call again. This time, the video call was successful. Upon seeing two windows, one featuring Lucius and the other showcasing Dorzu, she was momentarily taken aback. What business did Dorzu have in video calling Lucius? Oh, why have you been ignoring my messages all this time? I want to visit you in Black Star, but Lucius keeps making excuses.
Dorzu exclaimed.
He may be a dignified lord, but he cannot prevent me from seeing you. Lucius waved his hand and gently addressed Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, I mentioned that you have pressing matters and cannot meet him right now. He doesn't believe me. Take this opportunity to explain it to him. It then dawned on Su Ruoruo that Dorzu had expressed a desire to visit her days prior, claiming he missed her and the children wished to see their mother. She had initially agreed, but, due to her situation in Karen's castle, had to refuse him tearfully. Dorzu's pinewood scent was captivating, and she found herself yearning for it. Dearest you, I truly have matters to attend to. It's not just you. I cannot meet Lucius either. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's affectionate address, Dorzu's agitation eased somewhat.
Burrow.
What exactly is going on that you cannot spare time for us? The children miss you dearly. Mommy, mommy, mommy. Several adorable children gathered around Dorzu, calling out to Su Ruoruo in their sweet voices, having just learned to call her mommy. Su Ruoruo felt her heart melt at their words. To compensate for the children, she had prioritized gifting the 3 pieces of meteorite gold armor to those born with Dorzu. However, after their birth, she had not seen them again. Babies. Mommy misses you so much too, but I genuinely have things to attend to and cannot leave. Once I finish my tasks in these 2 months, I will bring you all to Black Star to play with your sisters. The little ones, still too young to fully grasp Su Ruoruo's words, continued to call out. Yet upon hearing that they would have to wait 2 months to see Su Ruoruo, Dorzu's expression turned sour. Ever since they had begun living as a couple, he had become enamored with the feeling of having her nearby. The prolonged absence of her comfort left him restless. Ruoruo, I truly miss you. Must we wait 2 months? Is there no other way? Dorzu's azure eyes shimmered with a hint of grievance as he blinked at the screen. Su Ruoruo swallowed hard. you please be patient. I assure you I have urgent matters. Look around me. I am not at home. It's not just you. I cannot take care of Lucius either. Please wait 2 months, and afterward, I will properly comfort you. Noticing the dark red hue behind Su Ruoruo, Dorsu frowned. Where exactly are you? What else with the ominous darkness and the flickering red lights? It resembles a haunted house ambience. Very well. You promise me this, and I expect no change of heart. Absolutely no change of heart. Lucius interjected. Did you hear that, Dorsu? 2 months from now, Ruoruo will spend a week with you. Lucius nodded gently, yet privately questioned. Would Karen truly allow Ruoruo to leave after 2 months? Letting Ruoruo spend a week with Dorsu was not out of the question. He had possessed her for over a year. Dorsu had waited patiently for over a year as well. If he didn't relent soon, it might lead to unanticipated consequences. As Ruoruo conversed with them, suddenly a towering figure clad in a black shirt appeared in the video. It was Karen. Hadn't he claimed to be away on business? Su Ruoruo's heart sank in alarm. Little girl, you've hidden quite well. Let me see. Is that not the third prince of Azure Star, Dorsu? Karen remarked, feigning surprise. How curious that the notoriously aloof third prince would deign to be so affectionate with a female. As Su Ruoruo heard Karen's mocking voice from behind, it was too late to stop him. She extended her hand to press the hang-up button before her, but her wrist was suddenly seized by Karen, thwarting her attempt to terminate the video call. It was over. This time, it was truly social suicide. Karen, as if declaring his sovereignty, enveloped Su Ruoruo in his embrace, revealing his devilishly charming face to the camera. Upon seeing Karen's visage, Dorsu's eyes narrowed sharply. This was the Orc Emperor Karen. How could he be with Ruoruo? Dorsu furrowed his brows, casting an indignant glance at the unperturbed Lucius. You, who have been with Ruoruo since she arrived at Black Star, how could he have claimed her? He is the Orc Emperor. If you are capable, go reclaim Ruoruo. Dorsu's expression of anger instantly froze. Even together, he and Lucius were no match for Karen. The distinction between the Orc Emperor and the Orc King, though seemingly only a level apart, was a chasm of difference. The Orc Emperor possessed a unique domain, within which he was invincible. Other orcs could only challenge him if they possessed similar domain abilities. Ruoruo, do you still stand by the promise you made to me? Su Ruoruo's expression turned awkward as she found herself openly displaying affection for her fourth husband in front of her first and third husbands. Thankfully, this was the matriarchal world of the interstellar beast realm. What promise did I make? Su Ruoruo inquired with confusion. You promised to marry me as your first side husband, Dorsu urgently growled. Karen's presence instilled a sense of crisis within him. So soon, Ruoruo had a new companion by her side, one whose strength far surpassed his own. He feared that as more males surrounded Ruoruo, she would eventually forget him. With only 365 days in a year, Lucius and Ruoruo shared a primary status, allowing him ample opportunities to see her. But he was merely a side husband. Ruoruo could have many side husbands. Once, he had no desire to marry and had never contemplated it. But now, he longed for marriage. Well, I did indeed promise you, but weren't you unwilling? Su Ruoruo bit her lip, recalling Dorsu's proud demeanor back then. I want to marry. I am anti-marriage. I am willing. Who says I am not? Dorsu gritted his teeth, defiantly challenging Karen. I am sending you the marriage contract now. Su Ruoruo looked up to see no sign of displeasure on Karen's face, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. With a notification chime, Su Ruoruo received the marriage contract. Without hesitation, she inscribed her name. Dorsu's identification information appeared on the third page of her household registration in the Orc realm. The first page bore her name, the second page Lucius's, and the third page Dorsu's. Since they already had a child together and he sought a title, especially as the other two had no objections, she decided to finalize this matter. Deep down, she did not wish for her men to marry other females as their beast husbands. Dorsu, holding the freshly minted marriage contract, wore a smile. Once the Interstellar Political Network approved and stamped it, he and Su Ruoruo would become a legally recognized couple. Karen, while your strength surpasses ours, there is a proper order to things. If you wish to have Ruoruo as your beast wife, you must stand behind me, and you must also address me as brother. Upon hearing Dorsu's provocative words, Karen raised an eyebrow. Ruoruo, do you feel the same? Do you wish to marry me as your third side husband? Lucius, observing Su Ruoruo's troubled expression, chuckled lightly. Third? No, if you wish to enter, you can only be the fourth. Ruoruo, have you forgotten about that crab? Do you not intend to give him a title? At Lucius's reminder, the image of the crimson-haired king crab and his robust physique suddenly flashed in Su Ruoruo's mind. Oh no! According to the order, the king crab would indeed take the second position. Now that she had signed a marriage contract with Duasu, the king crab would have to be third, leaving Karen in the fourth position. However, given his formidable strength, would he accept being the fourth?
Ha! Su Ruoruo.
Just how many suitors do you have? Karen gripped Su Ruoruo's wrist, rage flickering in his eyes. Seeing Karen's previously impassive face, now marred by anger, sent a wave of panic through Su Ruoruo, prompting her to immediately explain. There are no others. It's just you all. Chapter 163. A bounty of affection. I truly am not deceiving you. I swear to the heavens, counting you. There are only 4. Karen merely lowered his gaze, fixating on Su Ruoruo's eyes, a seemingly nonchalant smile curling at the corners of his lips. They say you wish to marry me as the fourth? No, don't you only want children? So it is. Now Karen's eyes swept over the defiant Lucius and Duasu, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. He was a tier above these two, and he would not allow himself to be relegated to a mere fourth position. He refused to be the subject of their mockery. Ruoruo, do you wish to marry me? Su Ruoruo, for the sake of her own safety and the enticing prospect of having a powerful ally, eagerly affirmed her willingness to marry him. Beyond the Orc Emperor lies the Beast Emperor, a title that hadn't graced the galaxy for millennia. Currently, Karen was her most advantageous choice for securing a powerful alliance. I am willing, Su Ruoruo answered without hesitation. Upon hearing her response, Lucius and Duasu felt a pang of heartache, yet they were powerless to intervene. Karen was exceptional, with profound strength, and it was only natural for Ruoruo to wish to bring him home. Their inability to prevent this left them in silence. To interrupt now would only evoke Ruoruo's resentment. I possess greater strength than they do. In Black Star, the strong are revered. I wish to be your primary husband. Su Ruoruo gasped at Karen's desire for the primary position, glancing at Lucius. It was Lucius who had altered her dire circumstances when she was at her lowest. She had promised him that he would be her sole primary husband. Lucius frowned, scrutinizing Su Ruoruo on the screen. The promise she made to him echoed in his ears. Would Ruoruo truly agree to Karen? In comparison, Karen's strength was undeniably superior. Su Ruoruo shook her head resolutely. The primary position is not possible. I have already promised Lucius that as long as he lives, he will always be my only primary husband. If you genuinely wish to marry me, you can only be a side husband. A female can have 4 side husbands. I have already signed a contract with Duasu, who claims to be one of my 4 side husbands, and there's also the king crab I unexpectedly encountered, who deserves a title. Currently, there are only 2 side positions left. If you agree, I would be willing to marry you as a side husband. Karen frowned, his jaw clenched tightly, clearly displeased. Lucius and Duasu, witnessing his discomfort, felt a surge of satisfaction.
Ding.
Lucius's affection increased by 37, current affection level 95.
Ding.
Duasu's affection increased by 30, current affection level 90.
Ding.
Karen's affection decreased by 20, current affection level 10. As Su Ruoruo heard the system's announcements, her emotions became exceedingly complex. The system had stated that an affection level above 90 would ensure unwavering loyalty, and a full 100 would grant her the opportunity for a lottery prize, should she command them. They would comply, without hesitation. It seemed that today's choices had successfully garnered the affections of both Duasu and Lucius. Furthermore, Lucius's affection was but a hair's breadth away from the threshold for a lottery opportunity. However, with Karen's affection suddenly plummeting to just 10 points, she sighed. In this world, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Now that Karen's affection had diminished, it was best to clarify matters.
Kalen.
There are only 2 positions left for side consorts. I can bestow upon you the title of side consort. My commitment, however, is limited to our current time together. Once the quota for side consorts is filled, you shall only be designated as a superior consort. Kalen furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was well aware of the customs within the galaxy regarding the marriages of females to their beast husbands. A female is permitted to wed one sole principal consort, 4 side consorts, 10 superior consorts, 10 middle consorts, and 10 inferior consorts. Beyond that, one can only refer to the unremarkable attendants. These attendants typically attend to household chores and are summoned for leisure when the female desires their company. Their status is the lowest among the ranks. Su Ruoruo possessed an extraordinary fertility, and in the future, countless males would undoubtedly seek to marry her. Ruoruo, if my memory serves me correctly, There remains one position for a principal consort at the side of the main consort. My prowess surpasses that of Lucius and Dosius. If you genuinely wish for me to marry you, to be utterly devoted and unwavering in my loyalty, you must grant me the title of principal consort. Lucius and Dosius suddenly recalled that indeed, there existed a legal option for a principal consort. However, this option was rather antiquated. In the span of interstellar years, few females had chosen to marry a principal consort. 1. You wouldn't truly consent to marrying this fellow as a principal consort, would you? Su Ruoruo activated her star ring to look up the term principal consort. She also considered how rare Kalen, the wool-spinning machine, was. Moreover, his collection was vast, and his formidable strength, along with the tantalizing mental energy recovery materials, made her covetous. Marrying Kalen would grant her access to all his assets. This meant that everything within this palace, including all recovered items, would belong to her. For the sake of points, despite the risk of diminishing her rapport with Lucius and Dosius, she nodded. Very well. I am willing to marry you as a principal consort. Lucius offered a bitter smile. The status of a principal consort was equal to his own, possessing the same degree of authority. While the title of principal consort sounded more appealing, the actual power was nearly equivalent. Kalen smiled with satisfaction. Achieving this outcome brought him great contentment. Lucius, not yet 30, was on the brink of becoming a beast king, if fortune favored him. It wouldn't be long before he reached a level of strength comparable to his own. Dosius, too, possessed remarkable talents. He foresaw that Su Ruoruo would only grow more popular in the future. To wed such an extraordinarily skilled, gifted, and exceptionally fertile young female might indeed be akin to the prophecies of the priestess. Su Ruoruo was the destined female for him. This was the will of the beast god. Without hesitation, Kalen promptly drafted a marriage contract for the position of principal consort. Su Ruoruo glanced over it, signed her name, and placed her fingerprint upon it. The marriage contract was successfully executed and submitted to the Black Star Civil Affairs Bureau for review, with a processing period of 13 days.
Ding.
Kalen's favorability increased by 40, current favorability, 50. Upon the signing of the marriage contract, Su Ruoruo was greeted by the delightful sound of the system notification.
System.
What of Lucius and Dosius's favorability? Has it decreased?
No.
Host, when a Gungliger's favorability reaches above 90, it will not easily diminish due to external factors. In the future, as you marry normally, as long as you do not disturb their original status, their favorability will remain stable and will not fluctuate due to minor issues in daily life. Then, I can rest assured. Chapter 164. Smooth delivery. Now that everything was clarified, Kalen concluded the video call. This conversation will end here. Ruoruo, and I have matters to attend to. After he finished speaking, he promptly disconnected the communication. Lucius and Dosius stared at the abruptly ended Azure interface, their teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating! They must enhance their strength. Once they become beast kings, they would be able to contend with Kalen. Otherwise, he could simply take Ruoruo without any resistance from them. Ruoruo's tender heart had led her to be charmed by Kalen's smooth words. Their positions would likely be at risk in the future. Within the dark palace, Kalen accompanied Su Ruoruo as they awaited the arrival of their children. 3 days later, the marriage contract between Su Ruoruo, Dosius, and Kalen passed the review. An additional page was added to her household registration. Now, 30 children were listed under Su Ruoruo's name, as Dosius married her. The children originally under Dosius's name were also transferred to hers. Just looking at the household registration made Su Ruoruo feel dizzy. Fortunately, the system provided individual introduction pages for the children. By clicking on each child's name, she could access detailed information about them, including their ages and other pertinent details. Su Ruoruo felt at ease residing in Kalen's castle. With his company, she smoothly reached her due date. This delivery, like the previous one, was remarkably smooth. Kalen had invited a highly skilled obstetrician to assist in her labor. The doctor only needed to cut the umbilical cord, and the child was born without complication. The doctor instructed the accompanying assistant to help Su Ruoruo recover. No need, I can take care of myself. Su Ruoruo declined the male assistant's help. However, the doctor insisted. I need to assist in cleaning up the post-delivery mess and logia. Su Ruoruo shook her head. I can manage the cleanup myself. Without paying heed to the astonished expression of the assistant, she got off the delivery bed, donned a nearby hospital gown, and barefooted, made her way towards the left side bathroom. Upon her entry and the closing of the glass door, the privacy feature activated automatically. From inside the glass, she could see outside, but those outside could not see in. Through the glass, Su Ruoruo noticed the assistant, left by the doctor to care for her, was gaping in shock, seemingly alarmed by her boldness. The young assistant had never encountered such a fearless female. Having just given birth to 3 children, she was still able to enter the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Yet, the doctor had advised against washing for 3 days post-delivery, even after a natural birth, to maintain cleanliness of the wound. Nevertheless, Su Ruoruo paid no mind and entered the bathroom. The assistant stood outside, frowning in worry, deeply concerned that Su Ruoruo might faint from weakness in the bathroom after giving birth. Inside the bathroom, Su Ruoruo stood before the glass mirror to inspect her body. Her abdomen bore no stretch marks, but the post-delivery swelling remained. She was accustomed to this. Each time after giving birth, her figure would alter to some extent. Unperturbed, Su Ruoruo spent 2,000 points to purchase internal and external healing pills. After consuming the pills, her reflection gradually transformed. The formerly protruding belly began to flatten, and her slightly plumper figure returned to its pre-pregnancy state with the aid of the pills. Su Ruoruo smiled gently at her reflection. The temporary discomfort from childbirth vanished instantaneously with the help of the pills. Simultaneously, she turned on both the shower and the bathtub faucet to wash up. First, she stood beneath the shower to meticulously cleanse the blood and amniotic fluid from her body, then she entered the filled bathtub for a soak. 20 minutes later, Su Ruoruo donned a white silk nightgown, her damp golden hair cascading down her shoulders, and pulled open the glass door of the bathroom. The young assistant waiting outside was momentarily struck dumb upon seeing Su Ruoruo's radiant appearance. How could a female look even more beautiful after giving birth than before? Moments ago, while assisting the doctor, she had appeared somewhat plump, exuding a maternal aura. After giving birth, she had seemed fatigued. Yet, how was it that after merely bathing, she radiated even more beauty than she had at the moment of childbirth? The doctor's assistant was momentarily mesmerized. Ignoring his stupefied expression, Su Ruoruo gracefully returned to the highest level, settling onto the black sofa. Do not just stand there. Dispose of the birthing bed and all the filth. Upon hearing this command, the designated assistant sprang into action, promptly discarding the blood-stained sheets into the trash bin as per Su Ruoruo's instructions. He folded the portable birthing bed and stowed it away with care. You, go to the kitchen and retrieve a meal from the refrigerator to heat for me. Remember to wash your hands first. Understood. The assistant complied without hesitation, opening the refrigerator to randomly select a white food container, which he placed in the interstellar microwave for 1 minute. He then delivered the steaming dish to the coffee table in front of Su Ruoruo. As she lifted the lid, she discovered a sumptuous meal prepared in advance by the household robot, a serving of longjiang pig trotter rice, accompanied by a fried egg and vibrant green vegetables. Su Ruoruo took a sip from her cup, moistening her throat before indulging in the delightful fare. The assistant, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the food, felt saliva trickling down his chin, yet remained blissfully unaware of his predicament. After a couple of bites, Su Ruoruo glanced up and noticed his drooling. Select something from the refrigerator and heat it for yourself, she instructed. Upon hearing this, the young assistant's face lit up with joy. Could it be that he, too, would savor such delectable cuisine? The mere thought of the dish's exquisite flavor was almost overwhelming, and he could only imagine the bliss it would bring to his palate. After issuing her command, Su Ruoruo paid him no further attention. Sated and refreshed, she retreated to her throne in the rear of the living room to rest. It was only when the assistant heard her rhythmic breathing that he dared to approach the refrigerator for his own meal. Upon opening his food container, he was greeted by a golden-hued ham and egg fried rice that prompted him to seize his utensils and dig in with gusto. However, after just 1 bite, he nearly swallowed his tongue in sheer ecstasy. This divine delicacy was simply unparalleled. Oh, how delicious! Which restaurant on Black Star could have crafted such a feast? He thought, savoring each mouthful, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Just as he was halfway through his meal, Karen and the doctor returned, accompanied by 3 family caregivers prearranged by Karen. Each caregiver pushed a child into the upper-level living room. The enticing aroma of the food caught Karen's and the doctor's attention, directing their gaze toward the assistant standing by the microwave. "What are you doing?" the doctor exclaimed, his face paling at the sight of the assistant eating at such a moment. "I instructed you to care for the precious female, and yet you are indulging in food." Before Karen could express his displeasure, the doctor shouted at the assistant, "What are you waiting for? Kneel and repent before His Majesty, the Beast Emperor." The assistant hastily closed the food container and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, bowing deeply before Karen. However, Karen, in a buoyant mood from the birth of the 3 babies, chose not to reprimand him.
Rise.
The assistant cautiously stood, cradling the food container, and tucked away the unfinished meal in his toolkit. Karen noted his actions but refrained from inquiring further. These caregivers had been hired at a premium, and given the uncollected food containers on the dining table, he surmised that this meal had been a gift from Su Ruoruo to the assistant. "Go and tidy the dining area," Karen commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty," the assistant replied, hastening to clean up the remnants of Su Ruoruo's meal. Karen sensed her presence and took a step toward the throne beside her. The exhaustion from childbirth was something that healing potions could not remedy. She required rest to restore her vitality. Observing Su Ruoruo with her eyes shut tightly, Karen promptly dimmed the lights surrounding the throne, plunging the already eerie chamber into deeper shadows. In a hazy state, Su Ruoruo sensed someone approaching. Her subconscious reassured her that within Karen's palace, there was no danger, allowing her to drift back into a peaceful slumber. Karen gently poked her plump, collagen-rich cheek, marveling at how she appeared even more alluring than before childbirth. Conventional wisdom suggests that females often struggle with body changes and aging post-delivery, requiring considerable time to recuperate. Yet, as he gazed at Su Ruoruo, freshly delivered of her children, she seemed even more enchanting and deserving of affection. The doctor, catching a glimpse of Su Ruoruo's fair sleeping visage, was equally taken aback. Her constitution was extraordinary, recovering so rapidly after giving birth. He dared not linger, quickly diverting his gaze. Karen turned to the doctor, inquiring, what about her subsequent care? Each female's constitution is unique, and the duration of necessary care varies accordingly. I will need to wait for the precious female to awaken in order to conduct a comprehensive examination and determine the appropriate adjustments for her care plan.
And today?
What must we be cautious about? The doctor recalled that the assistant had already attended to Su Ruoruo. Thus he replied, be wary of potential wound ruptures. I have prescribed an ointment for external injuries. Should any discomfort arise, a gentle application for absorption will suffice. Karen's expression darkened. That will be all for today. You and your assistant may leave. The doctor nodded repeatedly, eager to escape the unsettling environment. The events of the day would certainly provide ample fodder for gossip among his colleagues for an entire year. As the assistant tidied away the clean food containers, he departed with the doctor through the front entrance. Outside, a personal unmanned shuttle, arranged by Karen, awaited them. Once the palace doors closed behind them, Karen finally relaxed his previously stern demeanor, leaning down to tenderly kiss Su Ruoruo's forehead. While she remained in deep slumber, he recalled the doctor's warnings and proceeded to examine her for any potential postpartum injuries. After his inspection, he was astounded to find that Su Ruoruo was even healthier than before childbirth. Could this be the true constitution of a female endowed with an SSS fertility talent, capable of rapid conception and even better health postpartum than pre-pregnancy? This was nothing short of a divine pregnancy blessing. Karen settled beside Su Ruoruo, instructing the 3 robotic caregivers. Take the children to the nursery below. Should any issues arise, call for me immediately. Yes, master, the advanced caregiver robots replied, wheeling the cribs down to the designated nursery on the lower level. This area, situated on the 98th tier, was approximately the size of a basketball court. To ensure the children's safety, Karen had enlisted the help of Black Star's construction workers to install an extensive protective barrier. Karen vigilantly stood guard beside Su Ruoruo. Approximately 2 hours later, her breathing became rhythmic and steady. Estimating that she would slumber for some time still, he retreated downstairs to tend to the children. Inside the cribs, the infants were peacefully asleep. All 3 bore black hair, identical to Karen's. The 2 female babies resembled him, while the male baby bore a closer resemblance to Su Ruoruo. Initially, upon receiving news from the hospital, Karen had desired only 1 child. However, he had not anticipated that Su Ruoruo would give birth to triplets in a single delivery. Karen harbored no doubts about Su Ruoruo, as both he and Lucius believed her ability to conceive had undergone a secondary mutation, resulting in this extraordinary circumstance. Lucius and she had each birthed 3 children at a time. His own talent was on par with Lucius's. Thus, it was only natural that he would not father a single child. Karen quietly settled into the nursery area, directing the caregiver robots to provide round-the-clock supervision for the infants. He closed his eyes and rested in the designated relaxation zone. 10 hours later, Karen returned upstairs, opened the refrigerator, and heated 3 meal packages for himself. These meals had been sent from the original villa as per Su Ruoruo's instructions to Lucius. Each dish was exceptionally delicious, stored in his newly acquired oversized refrigerator, capable of preserving freshness for 3 months. The refrigerator was brimming with such carefully preserved meal containers. Due to the influence of Su Ruoruo during this period, he has developed the habit of having 3 meals a day. However, mealtime is not merely about satiating hunger. It is more about savoring exquisite flavors he has never experienced before. Initially, he chose his food randomly. Gradually, he discovered particular set meals that he adored, paying attention to the labels on the containers to select his preferred dishes. Karong returned to the living room, holding 3 oversized portions of cheese turkey cold noodles, enhanced with sausages, meat, and double cheese, savoring each bite with great relish. Beside him, he enjoyed freshly squeezed pomegranate juice from the refrigerator, a technique that Su Ruoruo had imparted to him. During his leisure time, he would also engage in making juice himself. As Karong finished his first serving, the enticing aroma of cheese wafted towards Su Ruoruo, causing her long eyelashes to flutter. She slowly opened her eyes to find the surroundings shrouded in darkness. In the left rear corner of the living room, a faint crimson glow emerged. Su Ruoruo blinked, careful not to disturb Karong, who was dining behind her. In her mind, she called out to the system, "System, please report the points earned." Congratulations, host. You have successfully given birth to 3 beast emperor-level babies, earning 300,000 points and an additional 3,000 years of lifespan, deducting 2,000 star coins for the purchase of internal and external injury elixirs. Current lifespan of the host, 600 years. Current points of the host, 680,000. Chapter 166. The children's talents are related to their father. Please continue your efforts, host, to reclaim the rare treasures of this palace. Strive to earn 100 million points as soon as possible. With a soft hum, Su Ruoruo mentally dismissed the system panel and sat up from her bed. Clad in a pristine white bathrobe that reached her ankles, she stepped barefoot onto the carpet, making her way towards Karong in the living room. Upon hearing her movements, Karong immediately set down his utensils and approached her. "Come, let me hold you." Su Ruoruo did not refuse. Karong lifted her petite frame and seated them both on the living room sofa. "What would you like to eat?" Su Ruoruo pointed to the unopened portion of double cheese omelet rice that Karong had.
I want to eat that omelet rice.
"Go ahead, I'll fetch you some utensils." Karong quickly went to the kitchen and returned with a set of black cutlery. The cutlery box contained knives, forks, spoons, and chopsticks. Su Ruoruo chose a fork to eat her omelet rice. "I'd like to have a cup of warm water before I eat." Karong patiently stood up again and brought her a cup of 50-degree warm water from the kitchen's water purifier. Su Ruoruo drank it all in one go, tilting her head to say, "Another cup, please." Karong watched her playful demeanor, enduring the urge to smile as he went back to the kitchen to fill another cup of warm water for her. This time, after Karong sat down, Su Ruoruo refrained from further requests for his service. Karong quickly finished his second serving of omelet rice, then leaned against the side of the sofa, gazing tenderly at her as she ate. Once Su Ruoruo finished a beautifully presented omelet rice and drank another 200 milliliters of warm water, she felt her strength returning. She looked up and met Karong's gentle, deep crimson gaze. "Where are the babies?" "They're sleeping downstairs. Would you like to go see them?"
Su Ruoruo naridigerli.
"Take me to see the babies."
All right.
Hearing his affirmative response, Su Ruoruo stood up first, her bare feet touching the cool black carpet of the living room.
Wait.
"The ground is cold. Let me put some shoes on you." As he spoke, Karong retrieved a pair of pink plush slippers from the shoe cabinet outside the living room area. He squatted beside Su Ruoruo, gently holding her delicate, fair feet. "Be good. Lift your feet. I'll put your shoes on." Su Ruoruo complied and raised her small feet. Once both feet were snugly fitted into the pink plush slippers, she instantly felt warmth envelop her calves. Though the room was heated, the chill from the black star still lingered heavily. "Make sure to wear your slippers in the future," Karong advised gently.
Okay.
Su Ruoruo felt cherished by Karong's tender care. If this were on Blue Star, such blessings would have been beyond her wildest dreams. Karong held Su Ruoruo's small hand as they descended the wide staircase. The staircase originally lacked any safety measures. Upon Su Ruoruo's strong suggestion, Karong instructed the renovation company to install shallow black glass protective barriers on both sides of the stairs. Below the barriers, dim crimson night lights were installed, which would automatically illuminate upon detecting human presence. Viewed from above, the staircase resembled a descent into the depths of hell. Su Ruoruo had long since adapted to this design style. Karong favored the dark crimson lighting, and she allowed him his preference without imposing her own tastes upon him. Despite the castle's decor and lighting not aligning with her personal style, walking side by side, they soon arrived at the nursery. Su Ruoruo entered the baby crib and beheld several adorable little ones, soundly asleep. What captivated her most was the color of their hair, mirroring Karong's own, jet black. Have the children's talents been assessed? Karong nodded gently. Yes, they have. For a moment, he hesitated but ultimately decided to reveal the truth to Su Ruoruo. Initially, he had intended to keep it from her. However, after being provoked by Lucius and Darusu, he had impulsively married Su Ruoruo, and now that she was his wife, it was only right to share this information. All 3 babies possess SSS-level talents. Their abilities are related to darkness. Su Ruoruo was taken aback by Karong's revelation. The talents of the babies born to Darusu were S, while those born to Lucius were SS, and now those born to Karong were SSS. Su Ruoruo speculated that the children's talents might indeed be linked to their father's abilities. Subtly, she reached out to pinch the chubby little faces of the babies. Especially when her gaze fell upon her son, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across her face. He bore a striking resemblance to her, more so than any of her other children. Thus, her heart instinctively favored this newborn son. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. Her son, who had been peacefully sleeping in the crib, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a light brown hue that delighted Su Ruoruo immensely. She cradled him in her arms, showering his chubby cheeks with kisses. The sweet aroma of milk filled her senses. The little one remained calm, gazing up at her with his large, light brown eyes. Su Ruoruo felt as though her heart was melting. Karong noticed Su Ruoruo's evident affection for this child. Little one, why don't you give him a name? Su Ruoruo recalled the headaches she had experienced when naming the children and instinctively frowned. With so many children, she struggled to remember their names, often relying on the system's reminders or the identity tags on their wrists to distinguish one from another. You can name them, she said, passing this task to Karong. He pondered for a moment but couldn't come up with anything immediately. Let us not rush it. I'll consult the fortune teller later for some good names for the children. A fortune teller? Su Ruoruo recalled the information about fortune tellers, akin to the street fortune tellers on Blue Star. This seemed like a splendid idea. In the future, when children were born, they could simply report their birth dates and let the fortune teller name them. It was certainly a better approach than her own random musings. Su Ruoruo cradled the child for a while before receiving the infant's bottle from the caregiver, diligently feeding the little ones with interstellar infant nutritional powder. As soon as she finished feeding the male baby, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Su Ruoruo then fed the other 2 children once more, patiently waiting until they were all fast asleep before returning upstairs to engage in light conversation with Karen. Karen, shall we have a few more children? Su Ruoruo's sudden inquiry left Karen momentarily speechless. Chapter 167. Striving to learn after giving birth, females often face the aftermath of altered figures and declining bodily functions. Just after giving birth, Ruoruo wishes to conceive again. With a twinkle in her eyes, she gazed at Karen, awaiting his response. This sheep is far too plump to be overlooked. Failing to have 30 children and accumulate 3 million points would be a disservice to the point system. After all, aside from the changes in her belly and a few moments of discomfort during childbirth, she felt as though nothing had changed in her daily routine. Karen scrutinized Su Ruoruo's expression for several seconds, finally concluding that she was not jesting. He nodded gently. Very well. No male would refuse a cherished female's earnest request for children. Such an opportunity had presented itself, especially since their firstborns exhibited exceptional talents, all reaching SSS grade. There was no time like the present, especially since the children were sound asleep. Su Ruoruo took Karen's hand and led him to the expansive black throne. With her back to him, she untied the sash of her bathrobe. Karen was momentarily dazzled as the sight of her delicate, fair skin appeared before him. Today may not be suitable. Karen furrowed his brow, concern gnawing at him. The doctor had cautioned him that females should abstain from intimacy for a month after giving birth. Ruoruo, you've just given birth. Your body still requires recovery. Let us wait until you have recuperated before attempting again, shall we? Karen approached her, wrapping her in the bathrobe to shield her fair skin, which was only clad in a base layer. No, it must be now. Su Ruoruo assertively tore open the bathrobe, grasping Karen's black shirt collar with her small hand and gently pushing him onto the black throne. Karen, don't be foolish. Su Ruoruo lowered her head and replied nonchalantly. Do not forget, my fertility talent level is SSS. The doctor's advice applies to ordinary females. I am not like them. I can return to my pre-pregnancy figure immediately after giving birth. If you don't believe me, why not try? Seeing her urgency, Karen reluctantly acquiesced to her wishes. Su Ruoruo perched on his waist, smiling as she began to unfasten the buttons of his black shirt one by one. Time passed, and soon Su Ruoruo heard the system's notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conceived triplets, all male. As this was a normal conception, no points will be deducted. With a slight flutter of her eyelids, she slowly closed them once more, resting her head against Karen's sturdy chest as she fell into a deep slumber. Karen gazed at Su Ruoruo's exquisite sleeping visage, and after a long wait, he carefully laid her down on the bed. Rising, he moved with measured steps to the black desk in the adjacent office, where he sat down and began to peruse the books he had studied in his youth. Titles such as How to Serve Females, A Guide, Precious Female Service Guidelines, How to Ensure Your Female is Satisfied in Marriage, What to Do to Stand Out Amongst Male Competitors, and 3 Essential Strategies to Win Your Wife's Affection. Back when he attended the female service class, he was already the youngest beast king of Black Star. Countless exceptional females had sought to secure him as their mate, inundating him with love letters. Unlike most males who had to resort to strategies akin to a poodle's antics to please females, he had never needed to exert such effort. Over time, this had fostered a rebellious character within him, rendering him disdainful of such courses. However, the present circumstances dictated that he must learn. Lucius, Dorsiu. And that unknown Emperor Crab mentioned by Lucius? Furthermore, Su Ruoruo's desire to continue bearing children immediately after giving birth made him acutely aware of the immense demands placed on an SSS-level fertility female. Thus, he resolved to begin serving Su Ruoruo well from this moment onward. While she was still solely his, he would learn extensively to make her infatuated with him. Otherwise, should Lucius and Dorsiu ally, his prospects would be bleak. Karen gleaned from his nocturnal studies that a male's strength was not the sole measure of attracting a female's affection. It was merely the most fundamental aspect. The paramount priority was to ensure the female's happiness and well-being. In stark contrast to Karen's last-minute efforts, Su Ruoruo enjoyed a peaceful slumber until she awoke naturally the following day. "Little one, you're awake?" Karen's gentle voice resonated at the bedside.
Su Ruoruo blinked,
Still grappling with the remnants of morning drowsiness, when Karen lifted her and carried her to the wash basin. "Little one, I shall assist you with brushing your teeth." Upon seeing her disheveled golden locks reflected in the mirror and Karen's overly accommodating smile, a shiver ran down her spine.
Goodness.
Karen still looks strikingly handsome with his poker face, but that smile is both wicked and unsettling. Reminiscent of the stepmother in Snow White coaxing her to eat the poisoned apple. It felt as though a cat was extending New Year's greetings to a mouse. With ill intentions. "No need. I'm accustomed to brushing my teeth on my own." Karen's smile faltered, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly. "Little one, if they can attend to your daily needs, why can't I? Or, do you find me too clumsy to serve you properly?" Su Ruoruo frowned at her reflection in the mirror, troubled. If she required her beast husband to cater to her every whim in the days to come, it would be utterly mortifying. This was merely brushing her teeth. Surely, everyone understands how offensive morning breath can be. "That's not what I meant. I'm used to brushing my teeth on my own. I did so even when living with Lucius." Su Ruoruo quickly shook her head in denial. Karen's lips curled upward, realizing Lucius had never brushed her teeth. Then, if he were to brush her teeth now, it would be her first experience. "Little one, let me assist you with brushing your teeth, please?" Karen implored with a voice as cold as a demon king from the depths of hell, utilizing the skills he had learned the previous night. Hearing this, Su Ruoruo felt a surge of dread. Karen had not behaved this way when they first met. He had never entertained such strange notions before. It was as though he had become unhinged after insisting on marrying her as a common husband. Suddenly, memories of Lucius resurfaced in her mind. Lucius, too, had become peculiar only after marrying her. "All right, just this once. I'll brush my teeth myself from now on." Su Ruoruo relented, realizing that outright refusal would likely lead to a persistent and pitiful plea, making future refusals even more challenging. "Little one, be good and open your mouth wide. Yes, wider." Chapter 168. Quarrel even wider, just like that. Hold it steady, or it might hurt. Su Ruoruo emitted a muffled sound of discomfort, transparent liquid seeping from the corners of her lips. "Good, obedient baby, I'll insert it now." Karen picked up the nearby pink electric toothbrush, inserted it into Su Ruoruo's mouth, and pressed the switch, moving it back and forth. Su Ruoruo fought back tears of discomfort, enduring the unease as Karen continued to brush her teeth. 3 minutes later, the electric toothbrush came to a halt automatically. Su Ruoruo promptly turned her head, struggling to extricate herself from Kaylin's embrace, and declared, "It's time for scientific brushing. 3 minutes are up." Upon hearing this, Kaylin felt it inappropriate to continue. He had relished the act of brushing Su Ruoruo's teeth, and in the mirror, she appeared exceptionally alluring under his guidance. "All right," Kaylin replied, reaching for a pink antibacterial handkerchief nearby to wash Su Ruoruo's face. Immediately after, he clumsily spent 20 minutes trying to style her hair into twin ponytails. Su Ruoruo gazed at her reflection with tears brimming in her eyes, reluctantly accepting the outcome. She was anxious that if she expressed dissatisfaction with the hairstyle, Kaylin might insist on redoing it. At that moment, her stomach was growling like an empty city, longing for a delicious breakfast. When she was on Blue Star, she lived frugally, subsisting on steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables each morning. Now that she was in a more prosperous situation, she was determined not to skimp on her meals. "Kaylin, I'm so hungry. I want breakfast." Su Ruoruo clearly articulated her needs. Hearing her request brought immense joy to Kaylin. Su Ruoruo was reaching out to him, indicating her need for him. This was noted in the female guide as a highly favorable sign, suggesting that the more a female relies on him, the more she would become inseparable from him. With a heart full of happiness, Kaylin approached the refrigerator and selected 7 distinct food packages. By the time he had heated the meals and set them on the dining table, Su Ruoruo had been waiting with her stomach almost touching her back. "Softa, I wasn't too sure what you wanted, so I picked 7 different packages. Would you like to choose one?" Su Ruoruo's keen eyes spotted the beef bun package, and without hesitation, she pointed to the container. Kaylin opened the food box and meticulously arranged 8 fist-sized beef buns into a pyramid shape, presenting them beautifully. Su Ruoruo waited for 3 painstaking minutes as he finished arranging all the food before he finally announced, "You can dig in now." As he spoke, Kaylin picked up a knife and fork, cutting the buns into neat little pieces before offering them to her lips with a gentle, "Be good, open wide." Su Ruoruo was at a loss for words. Who cuts buns into small pieces with a knife and fork? One must take a hearty bite of the soft, fluffy beef buns to truly experience satisfaction. With each morsel of bun and sip of the piping hot soy milk, which looked enticing in a beautiful black glass cup accompanied by a pink rabbit-shaped straw, Su Ruoruo indulged in 3 of the thin-skinned, generously filled beef buns. Her stomach was filled, and her mood brightened considerably. Unable to finish the remaining 5, she pushed them toward Kaylin. "You eat them, I'm full." After finishing the warm soy milk, she opened her star ring to check her messages. Her contact list contained only a handful of names. Lucius, Doris Yu, and her younger brother Su Xingchen had all sent her morning greetings. After some contemplation, Su Ruoruo decided to create a family group chat. She added them all, including Kaylin. Upon receiving the group chat notification, Kaylin, still enjoying his breakfast, joined the conversation. As soon as they entered the chat, Kaylin was promptly addressed by Lucius and Doris Yu. Lucius remarked, "Kaylin, you must already be aware of Ruoruo's talents. Take good care of her. She is not comparable to those ordinary females." Ruoruo loves chilled Qianju beast fruit juice with 3 parts sugar. Her favorites are tomato scrambled eggs over rice and black pepper beef filet pasta, which must be accompanied by a fried egg cooked to 7 minutes, oozing with yolk. The egg must be made with high-quality free-range chicken eggs and sprinkled with fresh black pepper. Remember this? The fresh food last time was supervised by my robotic butler. And now that Ruoruo is with you, it's your responsibility. If you do not manage well, I will come to take Ruoruo back home. Doris Yu chimed in. "Wait a moment. Ruoruo promised to come back in 2 months to go on a date with me, and it has already been 2 months. Upon reading Doris Yu's message, Su Ruoruo felt an inexplicable guilt. Indeed, she had made a promise to him. However, due to her delicate condition, she could not leave Kaylin's side just yet. In a private message, Su Ruoruo wrote to Doris Yu, "I'm sorry. There have been unforeseen circumstances here. I will notify you as soon as I find an opportunity to leave Kaylin."
Doris Yu replied, "All right."
"I am applying to come to Black Star now. You must message me when you have time. I will bring the children along." Su Ruoruo inquired, "What about your sister, Doria? Does she agree to let you come to Black Star?" Doris Yu responded, "The annual extermination of the insect tribe is about to begin. I applied to go out to gather information on them. She won't suspect a thing." Su Ruoruo frowned, "But we just registered our marriage and became a legal couple. This will eventually be discovered by your sister." Doris Yu reassured her, "Don't worry, I've already been approved for my application. I'll take a 2-hour spaceship ride to Black Star to gather intelligence on the insect tribe. Once I arrive, I want to leave. I want to stay with you and the children. Su Ruoruo pressed. But what about your sister? Doris Yu assured her. She has 2 beast kings left by our mother for protection. I will be safe regardless. I have lived for my mother in the past. But now that I have the little ones, I only wish to live well with our small family. Softy, my sister has spoken ill of you several times. You won't dislike me because of her, will you? Doris Yu asked anxiously. Su Ruoruo replied, of course not. Since I have married you, I consider the past as having never happened. Now be good and don't mention this in the group chat. If Kalen sees it, it will make it even harder for me to find an opportunity to meet you. You know he is the Beastman King. It's quite difficult for me to leave his side. I understand. That detestable Kalen. I will strive to become stronger, so he can no longer forcibly occupy you. Doris Yu encouraged. Hurry and prepare. Aren't you supposed to depart for Black Star in 2 hours? Okay. Kisses, my beloved wife, love you. Doris Yu replied with a heart emoji. After closing the chat with Doris Yu, Su Ruoruo wiped the virtual sweat from her forehead. Chapter 169. Cloud Invitation. Fortunately, she had managed to pacify Doris Yu. However, upon noticing that Lucius and Kalen were arguing in the group chat, her headache began to throb again. Kalen asserted, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Lucius retorted, if I don't teach you, can you take proper care of Ruoruo? Would you have known the precautions I just mentioned? Kalen indeed had no idea. Over the past 2 months, he had been indulging in ready-made meals, completely oblivious to Su Ruoruo's preferences. It was only last night that he had begun to study how to care for females according to the guide. Of course I know. Kalen replied defiantly.
Lucius scoffed.
You, the little beast king, dare to be disrespectful to me, the emperor? Just wait. I'm coming over to teach you a lesson. Su Ruoruo watched as Kalen snapped his knife and fork in frustration and saw the messages in the group chat. Feeling increasingly uneasy, she was all too aware of Kalen's strength. Lucius would emerge severely injured if not worse after a confrontation with him.
Su Ruoruo intervened.
As my partner, the first rule is to coexist peacefully. There must be no private fighting or brawling. If I find out anyone has been fighting, I will punish both parties by not allowing them to see me for a whole year. Kalen protested, little girl, I'm just joking. I want to be with you. I have no time to bother with that silly old tiger. Lucius shot back, silly old tiger? You idiot wolf. The tides of fortune shift. Just wait. Seeing that their argument was escalating, Su Ruoruo decided to mute them both. The mute period would last for 24 hours.
Stop arguing.
This time, I'm muting you for 24 hours. If anyone argues again, the mute period will extend to 1 week. Su Xingchen, who had been observing the entire situation, chimed in. So scary. Are my brothers-in-law always this temperamental? My sister seems quite troubled by their behavior. Su Ruoruo continued to send messages. You all behave yourselves. I will invite the little ones into the group as well. Lucius, Dosiu, the youngest among the babies, already possesses an intellect akin to that of a 3-year-old. Please be mindful of your words, so as not to expose them to any inappropriate content. Received. Dosiu, who had been quietly eavesdropping, promptly replied.
Su Xingchen, acknowledged.
Su Ruoruo greeted everyone and sequentially added the babies to the group chat. As soon as the little ones entered, they began to flood the chat with messages. Su Duo sent a voice message. Where's mommy? I miss mommy. Could mommy send a voice note? Su Duo 2. Copy and paste Su Duo 1. Su Duo 3. Copy and paste Su Duo 2. Upon seeing these 3 little ones, Su Ruoruo immediately responded with a voice message. My dear babies, I miss you too. We will see each other very soon. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Su Nikhang inquired. Oh, are these my little sisters? The babies born to mommy and the second daddy? Kalen, unable to send a message, gritted his teeth and growled. What does he mean by second daddy? I am the true second. Su Ruoruo rolled her eyes. Subsequently, she set a speaking limit for each baby capable of using the star ring, 3 sentences per minute. Otherwise, with so many children chattering simultaneously, it would surely drive her to madness. Once the settings were complete, Su Ruoruo muted the group messages. Creating this group would make it more convenient to communicate with the children in the future. After closing the star ring, she looked up to find Kalen intensely focused on the group chat messages. She decided not to disturb him, returning to the living room to unwind with her show. About an hour later, Kalen finally emerged from the cacophony of childish sounds. Su Ruoruo had already donned her holographic headphones upon hearing the first child babble indistinctly, effectively blocking out the incessant noise. After more than a year on the starship, the sound of children had begun to fray her nerves. Kaylin was in high spirits, engrossed in the various pictures and videos sent by the babies in the group. After perusing the group messages, he descended to the nursery, spending a little while admiring the babies before returning to the top floor to join Su Ruoruo in watching their show. In the afternoon, Su Ruoruo took her customary nap. Kaylin returned to his office area, continuing his studies on topics related to females. After a while, having completed a lesson, he lifted his gaze from the book and brewed himself a cup of tea to refresh himself. At that moment, his star ring vibrated. Kaylin raised an eyebrow. There were few individuals who would message him. The people on his friends list were all of significant status. He opened the star ring, curious to see who had messaged him. Cloud Auction House. Esteemed Beast Emperor Kaylin, good afternoon. Our auction house will hold its monthly premium auction tonight at 8 o'clock. We look forward to your esteemed presence. A brief and very official notification made Kaylin understand the purpose of the message. He instinctively considered closing it. The palace had an abundance of treasures. Attending the auction seemed tedious. Cloud Auction House. This auction will feature a once-in-a-millennium wondrous finale item. Miss it, and you will regret it for 1,000 years. If convenient, we kindly urge you to attend tonight's auction. Seeing the message again, Kaylin pondered for a moment before casually opening the auction catalog sent by the Cloud Auction House. Item 1. Remains of an extraterrestrial high-level robot. Function: damaged. Details currently unknown. Material: unknown metal from the outer realms. Current availability: only one piece in the entire galaxy. Starting bid: 5 million star coins. Item 2. Rainbow robe. Function: 1. Water and fire resistant. 2. Automatically conforms to body shape and possesses self-cleaning capabilities. 3. Can change styles and colors according to the owner's demands.
4.
Made with the latest technology, tested to ensure that it does not tear or expose the wearer during transformation. Material: fabric from an unknown wormhole in the outer realms. Current availability: only one piece in the entire galaxy. Starting bid: 10 million star coins. Product image: a moon-white fabric, quietly resting in a golden tray. Item 3. Radiation-resistant pearl. Function: helps male beasts resist interstellar radiation, reducing radiation levels by 50. Material: from the caves of extraterrestrial worm mothers. Current availability: currently known to exist in 1,000 pieces across the galaxy. Starting bid: 100 million star coins. Product image: a smooth moon-white pearl, intricately wrapped in golden threads to form a pendant. Item 50. After reviewing the catalog, Kaylin's eyes brightened. The robe could be gifted to Ruoruo. If she didn't fancy it, he would bestow it upon the newborn male baby. The radiation-resistant pearl, while not particularly useful to him at present, could also be purchased for the newborn male baby. There were other intriguing auction items that seemed promising, such as the extraterrestrial heart-protecting mirror. Chapter 170. Sweet yet troubling. Numerous wondrous items were indeed worth acquiring. Kaylin particularly noted that this auction featured very few products originating from the galaxy, with most coming from the mysterious outer realms. The outer realms are situated within a temporal and spatial black hole between Black Star and Pluto. Crossing through the long black hole leads to the outer realms, where grotesque insectoids and remnants of alien civilizations abound. In the outer realms, opportunities and risks coexist. Kaylin was not unfamiliar with the civilizations of the outer realms. He closed the catalog and continued his studies until around 4:30 in the afternoon when he heard a commotion from the throne. He promptly closed his study materials, stood up, and approached Su Ruoruo to attend to her. Ruoruo, let me help you with your shoes. Su Ruoruo, unwilling to engage in conversation, gently nodded as Kaylin helped her into a pair of pink, warm slippers. If she were to refuse, it would only lead to more trouble later on. Such daily routines, embracing local customs, had become the norm. Ruoruo, what would you like to eat? Having slept for a lengthy duration, Su Ruoruo felt no hunger and shook her head. I don't feel like eating. Then how about a drink? Hot water. Kaylin immediately set to work, bringing her a cup of hot water, then stood quietly gazing at her. Su Ruoruo took a few sips of the warm water to soothe her stomach and clear her throat before finally meeting Kaylin's intense gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on your mind? Tonight, the Cloud Auction House is hosting an auction. Would you care to join me? The auction? Upon hearing those words, Su Ruoruo instinctively inquired. Yes, the auction. Do you wish to attend? Su Ruoruo's eyes widened as memories of Blue Star resurfaced. Could it be the auction she had witnessed in a live broadcast, where even a mere antique could fetch a staggering price of 10 million? What items will be at the auction? Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's question, Kalen recognized her burgeoning interest. He promptly activated the screen projection and played a video showcasing the auction items. The very first item captivated Su Ruoruo's attention. She retrieved her star ring and replicated the information regarding the mechanical remains to Unit 77. Upon receiving the data on the remains, Unit 77's internal chip suddenly heated up. It promptly sent a voice message to Su Ruoruo. Master, what is this? It is an auction item. I see it is related to robots. But I cannot detect the material composition. You possess considerable knowledge regarding robots. Please help me analyze it. Master, it is imperative that you acquire this robot remains. If possible, I would also like to obtain more similar robot remains. Master, my chip has become heated upon seeing these remains. I can feel my desire for it. Su Ruoruo sent a voice message. Rest assured, I will definitely secure this robotic wreckage for you.
Thank you, Master.
Accompanied by an emoticon brimming with gratitude, she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Unit 77's playful expression. Observing Unit 77's thought processes and emotional displays, one could hardly believe it was merely a machine. Even the system was unable to discern the specifics of Unit 77, which piqued Su Ruoruo's curiosity immensely. She closed the chat window and gazed at Karen, eagerly inquiring, "When shall we depart?" "At any moment," Karen replied, snapping his fingers. A household robot, standing by, promptly approached. "Master, please feel free to command Xiao Duo."
Go.
Select 7 different types of preserved food and place them in the storage box. Understood. The robot immediately made its way to the refrigerator to gather the food. Karen turned back to Su Ruoruo and explained, "I worry that you may not be accustomed to the cuisine of the Black Star. I instructed Xiao Duo to pack some for you, so that you can have it heated by the auction house staff whenever you feel hungry." Su Ruoruo smiled in response. "You are so considerate. By the way, please bring 2 liters of centipede fruit juice." "Very well," Karen instructed Xiao Duo once more. "Did you hear that? 1 bottle of centipede fruit juice."
Received.
Watching Xiao Duo busily at work, Su Ruoruo slowly stood up. "I shall take a shower. Then attend to my skincare and makeup before joining you for the auction. I'll assist you with that." Karen seized the opportunity, lifting her and carrying her towards the bathroom. Su Ruoruo looked up at the ceiling, feeling exasperated. For the sake of points, she would have to endure this life for a while longer. Approximately an hour later, Su Ruoruo felt utterly drained after Karen's ministrations. Quietly, she exchanged a token for a restorative pill, which alleviated her fatigue. Back on Blue Star, loneliness was manageable, but now, surrounded by men, there was scarcely a moment of solitude. This incessant attention was rather bothersome for her. The daily demands of married life had become overwhelming. What added to her weariness was a cryptic remark from the system, which had once hinted, after childbirth, the host will become increasingly sensitive. Indeed, after multiple births, she had come to recognize both the advantages and drawbacks of heightened sensitivity. Every sensory experience was magnified, particularly concerning matters related to childbirth, leaving her feeling acutely aware. She even suspected that her current physique resembled that of the protagonist from the little girl selling matches. No, it was even more exaggerated than that. Su Ruoruo could only silently accept the peculiar changes her body had undergone. Once Karen had finished helping her with her cleansing routine, they approached the vanity, where he declared his intention to personally apply her makeup. An hour and a half passed. Su Ruoruo gazed into the mirror at the smoky eye makeup Karen had crafted in deep black. She frowned, forcing a strained smile. Time was running short before the auction began. Reluctantly, she had to accept her appearance. "Do you truly believe that the bold black eyeshadow, paired with black blush and lipstick, is beautiful?" she asked earnestly. "Absolutely, Ruoruo. You are more stunning today than ever," Karen asserted. "This look is inspired by the most beautiful empress of the Black Star, meticulously crafted to embody the dark empress aesthetic. With this makeup, you will undoubtedly outshine all at the auction." Su Ruoruo found it difficult to appreciate such a bold look, but she had no choice but to adapt to the customs of the occasion. "By the way, which generation of the Black Star Empress has such a heavy taste? Were it not for my enhanced beauty from the point system, I could hardly pull off this look. Come, Ruoruo, try on the evening gown I selected for you." Karen excitedly produced a pure black gown that shimmered with a moonlit sheen. Of course, it was black again. Su Ruoruo sighed deeply, resigned to let Karen dress her. Once dressed, she stood before the mirror, unable to stifle her criticism. The dress was a form-fitting number, ending just 3 inches above her thighs, adorned with scattered star-like diamonds. The upper half was connected by a layer of translucent, intricately designed black lace, subtly revealing her delicate, fair waist. Above that, a strapless bodice, made of the same material as the skirt, completed the ensemble. Seeing such revealing attire, Su Ruoruo frowned at Karen, perplexed. Is this really suitable for an event?
Don't worry, dear.
There's a matching sheer skirt that I will put on you, Karen reassured her, holding up a lace skirt with clasps. He knelt down, securing the skirt to the 2 hidden clasps on her gown. As she looked in the mirror, she noticed her long, slender legs, accentuated by the lace skirt, providing her with a sense of security. However, what about her shoulders? Just then, Karen produced a pair of black satin gloves. The fabric was so soft that wearing them felt as if she were barehanded. The arm portion was treated to avoid any discomfort from friction, and special anti-slip treatment was applied at the highest point between her elbow and shoulder. Next, Karen adorned her neck with a black heart-shaped diamond necklace, featuring a large black diamond at the center, connected by a series of polished beads. He then placed a small black evening hat atop her coiffed hair, with the front and back made of the same black lace. The back portion fell gracefully to her waist, while the front delicately obscured half of her face, creating an alluring silhouette. One, put on your shoes, and we shall depart, Karen urged, squatting down to fit her into a pair of 5-centimeter black diamond stiletto heels. The coordinating golden black spherical clutch was slung over his shoulder. Su Ruoruo took one last look in the mirror, satisfied with her appearance. The various layers of black lace artfully concealed her skin, revealing only glimpses of her alabaster complexion as she moved. The design was intricate, not overly revealing. Wait a moment. I've wasted too much time, and I'm feeling a bit hungry. Xiao Duo, please heat up a seaweed beef triangle rice ball for me. Of course, master. Xiao Duo swiftly found a piece of wrapping paper, neatly packaging the rice ball and handing it to Su Ruoruo. Holding the wrapped snack, she whispered, "Shall we head out?" "I'll eat in the car." "Very well." Su Ruoruo linked her arm with Karen's as they made their way to the Cloud auction house. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the auction venue, where a striking 6-story building, shaped like a pyramid and adorned in black and gold, stood tall against the horizon. Nearby, a radiant sun tirelessly illuminated the entire auction area. Atop the building, an opulent sign bore the words Cloud Auction in resplendent black and gold lettering. Below was a spacious outdoor parking lot filled with luxury cars, while numerous others circled nearby in search of parking spots. Su Ruoruo discreetly surveyed the outdoor lot, her gaze drifting to the entrance of the underground parking area, where an array of luxury vehicles queued to park. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that today's auction is graced by a multitude of attendees, all of whom are either affluent or of noble lineage.
Su Ruoruo vitrei hergaze.
Focusing her attention inward as she held the warm, ample hand of Karen, proceeding together towards the entrance of the Cloud auction house. Upon entering the first floor of the establishment, a male staff member clad in the distinctive black and gold uniform of Cloud approached them respectfully. Addressing Su Ruoruo and Karen, "Esteemed guests, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" "We are here to participate in the auction. Guide us," Karen replied curtly. The staff member recognized Karen's identity, but was uncertain whether he was there to make a purchase or to partake in the auction. Now assured of their purpose, he simply needed to escort them to the second floor. "This way, please, honored guest." Upon hearing the staff member's melodious voice, Su Ruoruo instinctively glanced up at him. The attendant stood at an impressive height of approximately 185 meters, his physique perfectly proportioned. The specially tailored black and gold uniform did nothing to detract from his attractiveness. His looks could easily be rated a solid 7 out of 10. Compared to her several beastly husbands, he lacked a certain unique charm. Yet he remained quite handsome upon mere observation. Such good looks could easily earn him a position as a beauty streamer on Blue Star. It was surprising to see someone with such appealing features working as a server here. In Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be the heartthrob of high school.
Karen,
noticing Su Ruoruo's lingering gaze upon the male attendant, immediately frowned in discontent. How detestable. This server is deliberately showcasing his somewhat superior profile to the girl, even leaning closer to her side as he walks. Does he think I am blind? Enough. You need not guide us. Be gone. Karen reprimanded the server, tightening his hold on Su Ruoruo's wrist as he hastily led her toward the elevator entrance to the upper floor. Su Ruoruo was left bewildered. The reprimanded server sighed helplessly. Was it truly futile? If he could catch the attention of the Beast Emperor Karen, he would gladly be a mere attendant for the chance to win her favor. He had sensed the extraordinary S-class natural mental energy emanating from Su Ruoruo, which was enough to incite a stirring within him. Not to mention, the young female was fit and exceptionally beautiful. The server returned to the service hall, continuing his search for a fateful opportunity.
Ding!
The elevator chimed. Su Ruoruo was pulled into the elevator by Karen, who stood resolutely. Karen, why did you treat the server so rudely just now? Although Karen typically exuded a haughty demeanor, showing disdain for most things, he had never lost his temper even when giving orders to robots at home. Little girl, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending to be? Karen inquired, observing her lack of comprehension regarding his earlier comments. What do you mean? Su Ruoruo shook her head. Karen sighed. Noting her apparent lack of interest in the server, he began to explain. You gazed at him a moment too long. He deliberately walked beside you to present his most attractive profile, hoping for your affection.
Ah?
Is that a thing? Su Ruoruo was perplexed. She had merely found the server's voice striking and had glanced at him, indeed noticing his most appealing angle, when she looked up. Thus, she had momentarily marveled at the high standards of the staff here. Was there truly such an implication? Perhaps Karen was overthinking it? Why had she not sensed any intentional flirtation from him? As both Su Ruoruo and Karen harbored different thoughts, they ascended to the second floor via the elevator. Upon arriving at the auction venue, another handsome male attendant greeted them. No need for your assistance. Simply provide me with a private booth number. The male server recognized Karen's identity and was further astonished by the striking female accompanying him. To his knowledge, Karen had never brought a female companion with him on prior visits. Very well, honored guest, here is your number. Please keep it safe. Karen accepted the number and continued instructing the server. Please retrieve the safe from my vehicle at the entrance, license plate number H99XXXX. Certainly, honored guest. The male server noted the request and turned to head toward the elevator. Karen was pleased with his keen understanding. Such high-caliber males reduced to serving here typically possessed talent levels ranging from F to D, often hailing from impoverished backgrounds, which compelled them to seek employment in such establishments. These males were fortunate to return alive from the battlefield against the insectoid species. Should they dare to disregard him and attempt to entice Su Ruoruo, he would have no qualms about ensuring they never returned to Black Star when the next battle commenced. An invisible aura of murderous intent suddenly enveloped Karen, capturing the attention of all males present. The attendants exchanged wary glances, hesitant to direct their gazes toward him.
Karen led Su Ruoruo perpasfalito butos desetosmi.
The booth was semi-open, featuring a solid back and a transparent high-definition screen at the front, allowing them to view all auction items and the auctioneer's explanations. The booth was strategically positioned slightly to the left of the center, affording an excellent view, with the auction platform considerably lower than their seating. The design of the auction hall resembled that of an ancient Roman Colosseum, seamlessly blending with modern interstellar technology. Within the booth, an independent restroom was provided, effectively shielding them from the prying eyes of those behind and on either side. Only those seated in the front, focused on the auction, could see the occupants of the booth when they stepped out. The privacy afforded by their booth far surpassed that of the open seating in the auction hall. Shortly after they settled in, the male server who had attended to them earlier arrived with a portable fresh-keeping box, ringing the doorbell. Karen opened the semi-enclosed black and gold door of the booth and instructed the server, please take the food in the fresh-keeping box to the kitchen for reheating and plating, then serve it to us. As he spoke, he opened the box and extracted a bottle of chilled Qianzu beast juice. Understood. The server took the box and traversed the long corridor to the kitchen. As he heated the food, the enticing aroma wafted throughout the kitchen. All the chefs present paused, captivated, and gathered around. What is this? One chef asked, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. The food that Beast Emperor Karen requested I heat. I have no idea what it is, the server replied. The restaurant's chefs, seemingly in a stupor, stared at the server as he heated the dishes. Once completed, the server meticulously arranged the food in the exquisite ceramic plates provided by the restaurant, presenting a total of 6 dishes. 1. Fish-flavored shredded pork over rice.
2.
Pasta with steak and fried egg set. 3. KFC's Crazy Thursday replica set. 4. Cheese turkey grilled cold noodles. 5. Beef and spicy hot pot. 6. Fresh meat soup dumplings. In the kitchen, the chefs eagerly recorded the appearance of these 6 dishes with their star rings, searching the entire Galaxy-S networks for any corresponding food. What on earth is this? It smells so good. If only we could have a taste. All the chefs fixated their gazes on the server, who felt a surge of anxiety, yet executed his tasks with practiced efficiency. All the delectable dishes were meticulously covered with golden lids and arranged in an orderly fashion on a food cart. As he pushed the cart toward the exit, the chefs of the kitchen intercepted him. The head chef of the cloud auction house stepped forward, exclaiming, "Step aside. Such precious food, I shall deliver it myself." The dozens of chefs in the restaurant were left in awe, their jaws dropped, only to be relieved moments later. If the head chef could procure the recipes and preparation methods for these dishes from the Beast Emperor Kalen, they would not only support his delivery, but would even consider striking to join him. A waiter glanced at the head chef and insisted, "Chef, let me accompany you. If anything happens to these dishes, the Beast Emperor will not spare me." The head chef frowned. "Very well, you may come along." The five-star chef hired by the Cloud restaurant brought the waiter with him to the private room number 88, ringing the doorbell at its entrance. Upon hearing the sound, Kalen rose to open the door. When he saw the Cloud chef clad in a white uniform, he raised an eyebrow. Before Kalen could utter a word, the white-clad Delish burst into laughter, saying, "Kalen, where did you procure such delightful food? And you didn't even inform me." Kalen and Delish exchanged a firm fist bump, exchanging the customary greeting of old friends. In a lowered voice, Kalen replied, "You'll find out today. Come, since it's a rare occasion for you to visit. We must celebrate properly." Delish smiled, ready to step into the private room. Kalen hesitated for a moment, shaking his head at him. He then turned to Su Ruoruo, who was seated on the sofa, perusing the auction catalog, and inquired, "Ruoruo, I have a friend. May I invite him in for a chat?" Kalen's friend? Could it be another Beast Emperor? Su Ruoruo paused, then nodded. Kalen called out to his old friend outside, "My wife has given her consent. You may enter." Wife. Delish's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't have heard wrong. Kalen was actually married. Chapter 173. Lack of interest. Though Delish was astonished, he quickly regained his composure. The delicacies on the cart were undeniably worthy of savoring. He gripped the cart's handle firmly and pushed it into the private room number 88. As the door closed, a look of bewilderment returned to the waiters' faces. Their head chef knew the Beast Emperor. Inside private room 88, Su Ruoruo inadvertently lifted her gaze and met the chef's eyes as he pushed the cart. My goodness, Kalen's friend was rather handsome, his looks rivaling those of Kalen himself. Indeed, a handsome man's friend is likely to be handsome as well.
Well,
There's also a chance that he might not be. Ding, host, the system has detected a potential target, Delish. Would you like to view detailed information about him? Hearing the system's voice, Su Ruoruo immediately lowered her head, retracting her gaze from Delish. System, I don't want to pursue him. The first time would only yield a maximum of 100,000 points. I have no interest in pursuing. Host, you always say that. This time, I am serious. Su Ruoruo firmly decided against marrying another beastman. Previously, during a video chat with Lucius and the others, it was rife with tension, and arguments erupted within the group. There were so many children. She truly could not manage it all, and had no desire to concern herself with such troublesome matters. The ancient emperors of Blue Star had countless beauties in their harem, and those beauties would do anything to vie for favor. For beast men were quite enough for her. She genuinely worried that one day her husbands might engage in palace intrigue. With her current mindset and capabilities, she would undoubtedly be unable to control it. Host, are you truly not going to look? No, I will not. Su Ruoruo resolutely replied, then raised her head and offered Delish a faint smile. Since he was a friend of Kalen's, they might as well dine together. Then I humbly accept your invitation. Delish had been waiting for this response, and he immediately took a seat, arranging 3 sets of cutlery on the rectangular table in the private room. Su Ruoruo had only consumed a single rice ball at home and was now quite famished. She sat beside Kalen, while Delish took the seat next to them. Kalen naturally inquired of Su Ruoruo what she would like to eat. Soup dumplings.
all right.
Kalen retrieved 2 individually wrapped soup dumplings for Su Ruoruo and placed them on her plate. She found a straw, inserted it into the dumpling, and tentatively sipped the broth inside. The translucent white dumpling skin was thin and filled with abundant broth, its size being 4 to 5 times that of a regular dumpling. After taking a sip, she found the broth to be exquisitely sweet and delicious. Delish, observing her method of eating, picked up a large soup dumpling and mimicked her, sucking the broth. With just 1 sip, he was utterly captivated by the flavor he had never experienced before. He and Kalen were classmates, with Delish being a year older. After graduating from the Interstellar University, Kalen had ventured into foreign domains, wielding his dark powers to conquer. Although Delicious possessed an SS-level talent, his ability was rather peculiar. Almost weak, his gift was to enhance the five senses. This ability, while useful for support, was inadequate on the battlefield. For instance, his enhanced vision and hearing could not compete with modern scientific detection instruments. Due to his immense love for culinary delights, coupled with his mother being the owner of the Cloud Auction House, he followed his mother's wishes and took a position as a chef in the family business. Over the past 70 years, he had traversed every star system in the galaxy, tasting the exquisite cuisines of all the celestial bodies. Yet, at this moment, he could only lament he had wasted the past 70 years of his life. Such delicious food existed in this world. Delicious took another sip of the broth. Using his unique sensory talent to habitually analyze the ingredients in the dumpling, he murmured to Su Ruoruo and Lucius, "This broth contains high-quality salt used for seasoning beast leg meat." Hearing his analysis, Su Ruoruo regarded him with newfound respect. The galaxy was a culinary wasteland, with chefs producing 99 of dark cuisine. Yet here stood Delicious, able to discern the components of the system's recipe she had purchased. This was the mark of a true chef. He had analyzed it with just a single bite. The dumpling's skin was as thin as a cicada's wing, delicately encasing a wealth of rich meat and broth, utterly intact, an extraordinary feat. Su Ruoruo, witnessing Delicious' commentary on the dumpling, couldn't he help but chuckle. It was merely a soup dumpling, one among many culinary delights of Blue Star. Yet Delicious' expression was akin to that of a comedic actor performing a skit. This innate ability to bring laughter was something Su Ruoruo had not encountered in her other husbands, especially not in the astonishment painted across his face. Lucius, Kalen, and the others had once been enamored by the delicacies exchanged through the system, but none had exhibited the fervor that Delicious displayed.
To him,
the dumpling appeared as a sacred, untouchable goddess. "Kalen, where did you procure such delicacies? Please tell me." Kalen turned to Su Ruoruo, awaiting her permission. She smiled faintly and replied, "All this food was prepared by our family's robots." Robots? Delicious looked utterly flabbergasted, his pupils widening in disbelief.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
How could robots possibly create such delicious food? Of course they can. If you are willing, you can too. Can I really? Well, let us not discuss that now. Let us eat while it's hot. Su Ruoruo noticed that the auction was still half an hour away, prompting her to continue enjoying the soup dumplings. Delicious had no further objections to raise. He gazed at Su Ruoruo and Lucius, mimicking their demeanor as he sampled each dish. Su Ruoruo had only consumed 2 large soup dumplings and sipped a glass of strawberry juice, yet she felt completely satiated. "I'm done eating. You may indulge at your leisure," she declared. Upon hearing that Su Ruoruo had finished, Delicious' eyes sparkled with delight. Karen chuckled resignedly. He had known her since university, and after all these years, her love for exquisite cuisine remained unwavering. Their home was stocked with an abundance of food. Karen set down his utensils and addressed Delicious. "I too have finished. Then I shall not hold back."
Delicious replied eagerly.
"There's no need to be modest. Wasting food is a disgrace. Please, eat to your heart's content. It is a virtue to finish your meal," Su Ruoruo responded with a smile. Delicious, now free to indulge, feasted heartily. Karen watched his old friend, suppressing the gnawing hunger that remained unappeased within him. The quantity of food was prepared according to Su Ruoruo's usual appetite, which was not substantial. Chapter 174. Securing the auction items in advance, he had not anticipated encountering Delicious today, especially since he had not visited this auction house in decades. Being on his home turf, ensuring Delicious was well-fed could prove advantageous for the upcoming auction. Once Delicious concluded his meal, the plates on the table were utterly devoid of remnants, not even a speck of garnish or broth remained. The cleanliness of the plates was so immaculate that one might question whether they required washing, for Delicious had licked them clean.
Su Ruoruo recoiled slightly,
finding the scene rather exaggerated. This Delicious was truly not to her taste. Perhaps he should return to being a chef? Or, in the future, she could establish her own star-rated restaurant chain and invite Delicious to serve as the director? This was worth considering, provided he would agree. In this regard, Su Ruoruo held a great deal of confidence. She possessed a multitude of culinary recipes from Blue Star, and the system could automatically search for interstellar substitutes to replicate them one-to-one. With such an array of tempting recipes, enlisting Delicious' assistance would pose no significant challenge. At that moment, Delicious pondered how he could acquire these delectable recipes from Karen. His gaze fell upon Su Ruoruo, who was perusing the auction catalog. Did he not know her name? After consuming so much of her food, it dawned on him that he had never inquired about Karen's spouse's name. Su Ruoruo set down the catalog and smiled. I am Su Ruoruo. You may call me Ruoruo. Karen furrowed his brow. Delicious, perceptive to his old friend's reaction, chuckled and replied, Greetings, Miss Su. The auction will commence in a few minutes. If you find anything in the catalog that piques your interest, simply inform me, and I shall generously present it to you as a wedding gift for you and Karen. Su Ruoruo was pleasantly surprised. There were indeed several items in the catalog that she coveted. If she could avoid competing with the affluent nobles of Black Star, that would be ideal. My rapport with Delicious is quite good. If Ruoruo expresses her desire, feel free to inform him. His mother is the proprietor of this auction house. It is one of their family's enterprises. That explained it. Su Ruoruo, of course, would not accept his gift without reciprocation. She could certainly offer him a few equally valuable recipes as a token of gratitude. After all, recipes were perhaps too simple for her. I wish to acquire these several auction items. Su Ruoruo was forthright, realizing they were already deep in conversation. She promptly retrieved paper and pen and listed the 10 items she had long desired to bid on. Delicious glanced at the list, activated his star ring to photograph it, and informed the staff to withdraw those items from the auction. Simultaneously, he initiated an emergency protocol, adding 10 even rarer extraterrestrial auction items to replace the originals. This sudden change in the auction items might alleviate any potential displeasure from the guests. Such occurrences were not entirely uncommon in auction houses. However, replacing 10 items at once was unprecedented. Nevertheless, the staff would manage and resolve any ensuing issues. Once Delicious sent the message, he quickly received a reply. All set. The 10 items you were interested in have been retracted as per your instruction. As he spoke, the auction house staff wheeled in 2 carts, delivering the items Su Ruoruo had requested. The first cart contained remnants of a robot, while the second held various small trinkets that Su Ruoruo favored. Seeing the items she desired so effortlessly obtained filled her with joy. Rising, she addressed Delicious. As a token of gratitude, I can gift you 3 culinary recipes. Is that truly appropriate? Delicious replied, his surprise barely contained, as he struggled to mask his elation. Is it not? Well, if so, I shall refrain. No, it is fine, he insisted. May I choose the recipe formulations?
Su Ruoruo nodded.
You may select any 3 from the recipes I mentioned earlier. However, these recipes are strictly for personal culinary use and not for commercial purposes. Of course, I understand. Delicious responded promptly, selecting his desired culinary recipes. 1 soup dumplings. Otra es pasta. 3 spicy hot pot. These 3 recipes will suffice. Su Ruoruo lightly nodded and instructed Delicious. Please add me as a friend. Certainly. Su Ruoruo accepted Delicious' friend request and sent him the corresponding recipes she had exchanged with the system. Delicious, upon receiving the recipes, could hardly contain his excitement, eager to rush to the kitchen and experiment with the culinary delights.
MS. Su. Caron.
I must attend to other matters and cannot delay you further in reviewing the auction items. Should anything seem amiss, do not hesitate to message me. By the way, after the auction concludes, our auction house will unveil a centerpiece item. This item is shrouded in mystery and is said to be a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. However, it comes with significant flaws. This centerpiece auction item is sourced from the Empress herself, and the overseeing personnel for the auction will be the Empress's esteemed representative. Su Ruoruo felt a surge of curiosity regarding this specific auction item. Delicious shook his head. I am not privy to the details. If you are interested, you are welcome to stay and participate in the bidding. Without lingering, Delicious swiftly departed the private room, heading straight to the kitchen. He could hardly wait to delve into the culinary research. After Delicious left, Su Ruoruo activated her star ring and instructed 77 to dispatch someone to retrieve these auction items to the Black Star Villa. Many of these items would not serve her immediate needs. She picked up the ethereal attire, examining it closely. Of the 10 auction items, this one was particularly relevant to her at present. Karen, my robot will arrive shortly to collect the other items. Please remember to open the door for him. His code name is 77. Understood. After issuing her instructions, Su Ruoruo turned and entered the restroom within the private room, diligently studying how to utilize the ethereal attire. The ethereal attire was crafted from pure white silk, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. The top of the silk featured a small square of the same hue, reminiscent of the quality assurance labels typically found on the inside neck of garments. However, this label bore a unique QR code. Leaning closer, Su Ruoruo discerned that the QR code was etched with a translucent white ink of unknown origin. She attempted to scan the QR code with her star ring. Upon scanning, the star ring projected an interface akin to a dress-up game. Su Ruoruo clicked on the first outfit displayed, a white t-shirt and denim jeans, and confirmed her selection. In an instant, the silk transformed into an identical two-piece ensemble, as shown on the interface. Su Ruoruo was bewildered, marveling at how the entire length of silk could change color and style so seamlessly. Chapter 175. The Warm Jade Oregon. Even the buttons on the denim jeans matched those shown on the interface perfectly. Upon this silk, there exists no trace of buttons. Astonishingly, it can conjure them into existence, seemingly out of thin air. Su Ruoruo promptly seized the ensemble, endeavoring to don it. As she adorned herself, her fingers brushed against the metallic button that was originally sewn onto her jeans. Yet, upon this touch, she found nothing but emptiness. It was then that she realized this garment had somehow transformed into its current state through unknown means. However, in truth, the fabric remained an unbroken sheet of silk. Anxiety gripped Su Ruoruo as she pondered the potential failure of the transformation interface, fearing that the silk might revert to its original form, leaving her exposed. For this silk was both lengthy and wide, teetering on the brink of transparency. Restlessly, she scoured the interface for information regarding this ethereal garment. Ethereal garment. Crafted from a unique material, it allows for the customization of any attire. This garment has been tested and will not be penetrated by any illusion-breaking methods. Upon reading this annotation, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Possessing this piece was akin to owning every garment in the entire galaxy. The automatic cleansing feature and the ability to withstand both heat and cold were particularly enticing. Despite her lingering concerns about unforeseen circumstances that might lead to her sudden exposure, she felt prepared. The undergarments she wore, a strapless bodysuit and boy shorts, ensured that even if the silk were to fail, she would not be left vulnerable. At worst, she would be clad in a bikini, which was, in fact, more modest than a traditional three-piece swimsuit. Su Ruoruo continued to explore the second outfit option, which was a rather casual sports ensemble. After clicking submit, her attire seamlessly transformed into the athletic outfit. She experimented with many everyday looks from the first page. Ultimately, she decided to replicate the black ensemble that Karen had purchased for her. Replicating other garments was straightforward. One merely needed to photograph the attire and upload it to this unique electronic wardrobe interface. After submitting, mere seconds later, the silk could be perfectly and faithfully replicated. Su Ruoruo tried it once, gazing into the mirror. The reflection revealed her attire to be nearly identical to when she first arrived, with no discernible discrepancies. The only caveat was that as long as she did not touch it, the illusion would remain intact. Any contact would reveal the truth. As a rare female and under Karen's protection, no one would be so foolish as to approach her out of curiosity regarding her veil, let alone tug at it. Su Ruoruo stored away the outfit Karen had gifted her, placing it into the exquisite packaging that originally held the silk. She opened the door, adorned in her newly acquired ethereal garment, and settled onto the sofa in the private room. Upon seeing her, Karen swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. Su Ruoruo adjusted her position, finding the most comfortable angle against Karen's broad chest. She noted that the original auction items were conspicuously absent. Had number 77 already come? The robot you mentioned? Yes, it just left. All the items were taken as per your instructions. That is good to hear. Number 77 rarely requests anything from her, and her assistance to him is invaluable. This time, his desire for a robot carcass, successfully obtained, could be considered a momentous occasion. Little one, have you acquired all the auction items you desired? Shall we head home? Su Ruoruo shook her head. Now that we're here, let's take a look. Are you not curious about the highlight product of today's auction? Karen chuckled indulgently. Little one, I am already 99 years old, far older than you. In the entire galaxy, I have yet to encounter anything novel that I have not seen before. All right, my wise and worldly beast husband, you are indeed formidable. Su Ruoruo discerned the pride in his words and joined in his praise.
Ding.
Karen's affection level increased by 5, current affection level, 55. Upon hearing the system announcement, how could this not be considered a delightful surprise?
Su Ruoruo waited patiently.
Time slipped by minute. She lay in Karen's embrace, quietly discussing the auction items on stage. Occasionally, she would take interest in a piece she had initially overlooked and attempt to bid. Since they were here, it was only natural to experience the thrill of bidding. Beneath the transparent screen, the auctioneer and the 10D holographic projections of the auction items were magnified in the air. These projections were intended for the ordinary wealthy attendees who had less than optimal seating and needed the projection to see clearly. Su Ruoruo, however, had no such need. The transparent glass provided a 180-degree wide-angle view of the auction stage, less than 20 meters away from her. The original owner of this body had no vision impairments, allowing her to see everything distinctly. A senior male, adorned in a black and gold robe, introduced, "This is a piece of warm jade from the insect mother cave of an alien domain. If sculpted into a pendant, it can withstand temperatures of up to 300 degrees. As you may know, the climate of our black star is perpetually frigid year-round. Although indoor and outdoor heating is provided, the rare malevolent energy from the extreme cold can still harm delicate females. This item was initially slated to be the highlight of the next auction. However, due to unforeseen circumstances today, 10 items have been swapped out. As an apology, we are presenting this rare treasure for early bidding. The starting price is 100 million star coins, with a minimum increment of 10 million star coins. Now, let the bidding commence." Su Ruoruo's eyes immediately locked onto the piece of warm jade. It would be perfect to purchase and craft into small pendants for the children.
Karen,
noticing the desire in her eyes, regarded the warm jade with disdain. "Little one, do you desire this raw jade?" Su Ruoruo nodded vigorously. "For the children. They will be shielded from both heat and cold. How wonderful." Karen chuckled softly. "If you like it, we can check at home. We have plenty of such stones. A small piece won't yield much in terms of pendants. Once we return, I will arrange for a sculptor to come over and craft a set of jewelry for each child using this stone. Does that sound agreeable?"
wow.
Karen possesses such stones in his collection? That could not be more perfect. "Then, do you still wish to bid on this raw stone?" Su Ruoruo shook her head. "With so many at home, why would I bid on it?" Soon, the auction item neared its conclusion. A mysterious individual in room 99 successfully bid for the piece of warm jade.
Ding.
As Su Ruoruo and Karen discussed, the doorbell of the private room chimed. Su Ruoruo lazily leaned aside. "You go answer the door."
All right.
Karen opened the door to find a server standing outside with a cart of food. "What brings you here?" They had not placed an order. Had the server knocked on the wrong door? "Esteemed guest, greetings. This is a culinary delight our chef has instructed me to deliver to you." Karen's nostrils flared as he caught the aroma wafting from the cart. Chapter 176. Only a fool would buy. "Please, come in." He did not refuse the gift from his old friend. Having been courteous earlier, he had not eaten enough. The server wheeled the cart into the private room, deftly arranging the exquisite dishes. He swallowed hard as the server exited the room. Su Ruoruo's eyes lit up at the delightful scent. After a lengthy auction, they were indeed quite hungry. Su Ruoruo picked up a small bowl and served herself a portion of spicy hot pot. Karen, on the other hand, indulged heartily in the soup dumplings. As they ate, they continued to watch the auction items. Su Ruoruo found herself fascinated by the auction, for it was her first time attending. With the auction as introductions and bidding serving as accompaniment to their meal, she unconsciously devoured more than half of her hot pot and a small serving of pasta. These dishes, prepared by Delicious, matched the flavors of what she had instructed number 77 to create with integrated operations. By the time they finished their meal, the auction had reached its final highlight bid. Esteemed guests, the thrilling moment has arrived. It is believed that, like myself, everyone is exceedingly curious about the forthcoming grand and enigmatic product. Today, our auction house is privileged to host the illustrious Beast Emperor in person to introduce and partake in the auction. As the auctioneer began to speak, a robust figure emerged from the door beside him, a man with silver hair, his expression as cold as the steel of a blade. This man possessed exquisite features and wore a simple, pure white casual outfit, striding confidently onto the auction stage. Upon seeing this individual, Karen's eyes narrowed. It was he, Bailey Xingzhou. Observing Bailey Xingzhou's ostentatious demeanor, Karen furrowed his brow and clenched his fists. Memories of past grievances surged within him, igniting a desire to rip the insufferable mask off that little man. In the past, the Empress had extended marriage invitations to both him and Bailey Xingzhou. But due to his inability to conceive, the Empress retracted her proposal. An orc emperor, regardless of his youth, could never ascend to the Empress's rightful consort if he could not bear her children. The events of that time were indelibly etched in his memory. Although the Empress had rescinded her proposal, she remained willing to marry him as a secondary consort. Fueled by youthful pride, Karen had refused the Empress's benevolent offer, particularly detesting the notion of serving alongside that insipid individual. The mere thought of it disgusted him. This man, ostensibly noble and aloof, was, in truth, a duplicitous scoundrel. It was he who had nearly cost Karen his life on the battlefield of the Outer Realm. Had it not been for his fortuitous rise to become an orc emperor and the awakening of his dark domain, that encounter might have sealed his fate in the vastness of space. Su Ruoruo paused upon seeing the silver-haired man. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of purity that was simultaneously endearing and untouchable. If she were to describe him in a single phrase, it would be green tea man, handsome yet venomous. Bailey Xingzhou produced a document with a crimson cover and presented it to the auctioneer, who looked perplexed. The Empress had informed them of a rare treasure being auctioned today. Why, then, was it merely a contract? The auctioneer, summoning his patience, quickly perused the contents. As he read the terms of the transfer agreement, his expression shifted from confusion to shock and disbelief. Could this truly be auctioned off? The transfer agreement was undoubtedly highly coveted, yet it bore a significant flaw. To profit from it after the auction would prove exceedingly difficult. For millennia, it had evolved into a haven for mad beasts due to interstellar radiation. These mad beasts included those driven insane from the outer realm and others from various regions. The reasons for their madness were manifold, but the outcome was certain. They had succumbed to insanity, and the starting bid was an astronomical 1 trillion star coins. Would anyone truly buy it? What are you dawdling for? Bailey Xingzhou frowned, urging the auctioneer, as if awakening from a dream. The auctioneer cleared his throat and announced to all the guests, "The Beast Emperor presents a transfer agreement for a stellar planet." Gasps of disbelief echoed through the hall. Had he truly not misheard? A stellar planet. Within the known Milky Way, there were only 10 low-radiation stellar planets suitable for male and female life. When had a new stellar planet emerged in the galaxy? It was common knowledge that not all planets warranted the designation of stellar. A stellar planet signified stability and vastness. This was no mere asteroid drifting aimlessly through space. A cacophony of discussions erupted throughout the auction house. The atmosphere became electric with excitement over this stellar discovery. The auctioneer, attempting to regain control, stated loudly, "Please maintain silence. I, too, am astounded by this transfer agreement. It is indeed a stellar transfer agreement, and it concerns a stellar body familiar to all star citizens." In Box 88, Su Ruoruo and Karen exchanged glances. Every inhabitant of the Milky Way knew that there were only 10 stellar planets. What could possibly be the nature of this additional one? If it were indeed a stellar body, seizing it would grant one the title of planetary sovereign. To be a planetary sovereign was an aspiration beyond the wildest dreams of all in the Milky Way. The sovereign held supreme authority over the planet, dictating all regulations. Should a male acquire the planet, he could ascend to emperor status, marrying a female as his wife and enacting favorable decrees. Conversely, if a female became the planetary sovereign, she would no longer require elections by the Empress. She would reign as the unrivaled goddess of that planet, with no one daring to defy her commands. At that moment, both males and females alike fixated their gazes intently upon the contract. Naturally, Su Ruoruo felt a surge of excitement. To be a planetary sovereign, who would not desire such a title? The auctioneer continued, "It appears that everyone is quite intrigued by this stellar body. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. This stellar body is the Mad Beast planet." Countless eager gazes shifted from anticipation to confusion and disdain. After all, in the Milky Way, no one regarded the Mad Beast planet as a true stellar body. The radiation from the Mad Beast planet was 3 times that of other stellar bodies. Due to the exponentially increasing number of Mad Beasts, it was rumored that the current radiation levels had reached 4 times that of other stellar planets. Who would be foolish enough to purchase this planet? To become the sovereign of the Mad Beast planet was tantamount to courting death. Even an S-class female, should she reside there, would struggle to soothe even a single male's mental state. S-class females were exceedingly rare throughout the galaxy. Who would abandon the privileges of life on a true stellar planet to reside in the perilous, desolate Mad Beast planet? Whoever dared to auction this so-called stellar body would surely be the most foolish of fools in the Milky Way in millennia. The auction house reverberated with waves of scathing critiques. The affluent attendees wore expressions that screamed of incredulity. Did the Empress consider them imbeciles? Only a fool would purchase the Mad Beast planet. Those in positions of power were all too aware that the current Black Star Empress, in her greed, permitted the unrestricted transport of mad beasts from other stellar bodies to the Mad Beast planet. Each stellar body was required to pay a portion of their transport fees to the Empress annually. For every mad beast transported, the Empress collected corresponding star coins. It appeared that the recent decline in the number of mad beasts had drastically reduced her income. Furthermore, according to the latest reports from international news, research on interstellar radiation resistance medications had entered a new phase. The Mercury Research Institute had developed 50 pills to combat interstellar radiation. Should these new anti-radiation pills become commercially available, the probability of males transforming into mad beasts would significantly decrease. No wonder the Black Star Empress sought to offload her useless planet. Many wealthy attendees, privy to the situation, promptly rose to exit the auction. In an instant, the auction house was left with a majority of the wealthy and noble attendees clad in concealing black robes. Observing the scene, the auctioneer was thrown into a state of panic. Yet Bailey Xingzhou appeared unfazed, as if he were certain that someone would indeed purchase the planet he offered. Approximately 3 minutes later, the auction house returned to a state of calm. Su Ruoruo and Karen exchanged another glance, both intending to remain seated and observe if any great fool would bid for the Mad Beast planet. Should it fail to sell, this incident would surely dominate the headlines the following day. Bailey Xingzhou addressed the auctioneer. Proceed. The auctioneer, forcing a smile, cleared his throat to stabilize the tumultuous emotions brought about by the earlier exits of the affluent. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the auction officially begins. The starting bid is 1 trillion star coins. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the expressions of the few remaining onlookers were filled with incredulity. They remained silent, pondering the absurdity before them. Su Ruoruo's expression mirrored that of the others around her. She turned to Karen beside her and remarked, "Has this Black Star Empress gone utterly mad for money? Starting the bidding at 1 trillion star coins for this desolate Mad Beast star is utterly absurd. I visited Mad Beast Star, and even the sands beneath one's feet conceal unspeakable dangers." Karen concurred. Indeed, it's quite ludicrous. What on earth would one do with a planet teeming with mad beasts? They are inedible. Cannibalism among them would lead to immediate demise due to the dangerously high levels of radiation within their bodies. Not to mention the fact that consuming their flesh would likely lead to being infected and transformed into one of those mad beasts. With her arms crossed, Su Ruoruo's gaze flitted between the auctioneer and Bailey Xingzhou below. She was eager to see which fool would raise their paddle. After waiting for several seconds, the auction house remained eerily silent. Suddenly, a bell chimed, and a number card appeared on the screen before her. VIP number 100 has raised their paddle. Are there any other esteemed guests wishing to participate in the bidding? The auctioneer and the onlookers were taken aback. Indeed, there was a fool willing to spend 1 trillion star coins on the Mad Beast star. 1 trillion star coins, just sitting in an interstellar bank. The interest alone could fund a lavish lifestyle for a millennium. Acquiring the Mad Beast star, this VIP number 100 must be quite deranged. All eyes turned in disbelief towards the private booth of VIP number 100. Su Ruoruo cast a glance in that direction before retracting her gaze. It was clear. The 100th bidder had secured the rights to that wretched Mad Beast star. However, just as Su Ruoruo stood up, the system's voice exploded in her mind. "Host, don't. Raise your paddle quickly and bid for the Mad Beast star." What? What is happening? I'm not a fool. Why would I bid on this garbage star? Don't ask why. Acquiring this Mad Beast star is absolutely worthwhile. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Hearing the system's prompt, she was again met with the auctioneer's call. 1 trillion, third call. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? If not, it will be sold. With swift reflexes, Su Ruoruo pressed the button to raise her bid. The auctioneer's last word caught in his throat, suspended in disbelief that there was indeed a second fool participating in the auction. VIP number 88 bids 1 trillion and 100 million. VIP number 100 raises the bid to 1 trillion and 1 million. Su Ruoruo immediately countered, adding the necessary increment of 10 million more. VIP number 88 bids 1 trillion and 1 million. VIP number 100 bids 1 trillion and 2 million. Hearing the announcement, Su Ruoruo pressed the button again. "Karen, do you have any star coins? Lend me some." Karen frowned, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "Ruoruo, are you really going to buy this worthless star? Just a moment ago, you were calling anyone who bids a fool. Don't worry about that, just tell me how many star coins you have to lend me." Karen sighed heavily. "You see the asset interface? Just the day before yesterday, We officially registered as husband and wife, and all assets have been transferred to your name. While continuing to press the auction button, Su Ruoruo opened the star ring to check. Upon seeing the seemingly endless string of zeros in Karen's assets, she felt a surge of confidence. Her total star coins combined with Lucius's amounted to just over 12 trillion. With Karen's substantial financial backing, she was more than capable of securing ownership of the star. Karen stared at Su Ruoruo's determined gaze, utterly perplexed. Why on earth would she desire this useless star? Winning it would simply make her a laughingstock. Yet, he was powerless to intervene. Since the day they registered as a legitimate couple, his assets had automatically merged under her control. VIP number 88 bids 12 trillion star coins. Seeing the latest bid, Su Ruoruo decisively raised her hand, entering a bid of 13 trillion star coins. The remaining onlookers were utterly baffled. Wait, this is a garbage star. A star known for housing mad beasts for millennia. Can it truly be that someone is bidding for it? One fool is already outrageous, but now there's a second one bidding as well. Each bid increment was a staggering 1 billion. When did star coins become so devalued? The wealthy spectators in the auction house were flabbergasted. Who is VIP number 88? And who is VIP number 100? Are they both insane? What could one possibly do with a mad beast star? Su Ruoruo disregarded the cacophony of discussions surrounding her as she continued to bid against the mysterious VIP number 100. After several rounds, her initial anxiety began to subside, but her fingers remained poised over the bidding button, ready to respond to any moves from her opponent. The auctioneer, now exhilarated, realized that such high-stakes bidding could significantly boost his performance and bonuses for the month. His voice trembled with excitement as he shouted, VIP number 88 bids 15 trillion star coins. In the room of VIP number 100, a figure cloaked in black robes extended a gloved hand to press the bidding button once more. With only 20 trillion star coins allotted by the king for this event, anything beyond that would have to be relinquished to his opponent. The hooded figure continued to bid anxiously. Su Ruoruo, emboldened by Karen's ample finances, had no qualms following suit. A mere 15 trillion star coins? She scoffed, inputting a bid of 20 trillion star coins. The black-robed individual's expression grew grave. Just as he was about to become overwhelmed with anxiety, he received a message. After reading it, he withdrew his hand from the bidding button. Without waiting for the auctioneer to continue with the call, he quickly pushed through the door, slipping away while everyone was focused on the auctioneer. 20 trillion for the first time. 20 trillion for the second time. 20 trillion for the third time. Sold. Let us congratulate VIP number 88 on successfully acquiring permanent ownership of the Mad Beast Star. The auctioneer continued, please, VIP number 88. Scan the QR code on the table to transfer 20 trillion star coins. Su Ruoruo heard the prompt and located a QR code next to the bidding button. She scanned it and transferred 20 trillion star coins to the account of the Cloud Auction House. This QR code was different from the auction house's nature, so her transfer wasn't limited by any caps. The auctioneer received a notification of the 20 trillion star coins being credited, nodding gently towards Bai Li Xingzhou beside him. Your Majesty, the funds have arrived. Please follow me to VIP number 88's room to finalize the transfer agreement for the Mad Beast Star. Bai Li Xingzhou's expression remained neutral as he softly replied, lead the way. The auctioneer handed over the concluding tasks to an assistant, moving ahead to escort him to the room for the transfer procedures. After a brief moment, the auctioneer knocked on the door of VIP number 88's room. Karen approached and opened the door. Bai Li Xingzhou's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing who had opened it. The one participating in the auction was Karen. Karen was no fool. Why would he bid on the Mad Beast Star? This sudden auction of the Mad Beast Star arose from news received by the Empress a few days prior. Someone had offered 5 trillion star coins for its ownership, which was subsequently negotiated to 1 trillion star coins for the auction through the Cloud Auction House. The other party may have harbored concerns that the Empress would abscond with his star coins, thus contemplating the auction house as a form of guarantee. Prior to the auction, they deliberately concealed from everyone that the grand finale item was the Mad Beast Star. Even if these individuals were aware of the Mad Beast Star's existence, they would never consider bidding 10 trillion star coins for it. It was assumed that 10 trillion star coins would secure the deal. Yet, astonishingly, there were fools who doubled the bid, ultimately acquiring the severely radiation-contaminated Mad Beast Star. Following an inspection by the Empress's envoy, it was determined that the Mad Beast Star was fraught with peril and devoid of any rare metal deposits. This was because, upon the discovery of the Mad Beast Star, when the Empress claimed ownership, all useful resources on the planet had already been thoroughly extracted. Subsequently, the radiation levels on the Mad Beast star increased, rendering it uninhabitable, which led to its gradual transformation into a dumping ground for the Mad Beast people from other planets. Ah, Karen, long time no see. Bai Li Xing Zhou greeted Karen with a cheerful smile. Karen, gazing at the adversary who had nearly cost him his life in the outer realms, felt his eyes burn with rage. He yearned to tear him apart and feed him to the fish. What's this? Are you angry? Noticing Karen's unusual demeanor, Su Ruoruo rose and approached him, addressing Bai Li Xing Zhou. Are you the seller? What's the point of all this unnecessary chatter? Hand me the contract. Let's sign. Su Ruoruo swiftly took the signing pen from the host and asked, Where do I sign for authentication? The host flipped open the transfer agreement and whispered a reminder. Your signature is required at the bottom left corner of each page. Her Majesty the Empress has already signed and fingerprinted in advance. Once you sign and provide your fingerprint, this transfer agreement will take immediate effect. Su Ruoruo spoke little. Recognizing Karen's aversion to Bai Li Xing Zhou, she quickly seized the agreement and retreated indoors to sign. After affixing her signature, the host handed her a red clay stamp for the fingerprint. She promptly pressed down her fingerprint. The host produced a star ring, scanned the agreement, and uploaded it to the Black Star Housing and Ownership Change Center. The staff, having received prior notification from the Empress, swiftly approved the application. The host, upon seeing the notification, felt a weight lift from his heart. This transaction had proceeded remarkably smoothly. With the 20 trillion star coins, their auction house, acting as an intermediary, would receive a 1 commission, a reduction from the usual 3, granted in deference to the Empress. Su Ruoruo turned to the host, asking, Is there any more paperwork? The host shook his head repeatedly. No, this agreement is your proof. From now on, the Mad Beast Star is your personal property, protected by the Galactic Commercial Alliance. Su Ruoruo tugged at Karen's arm, pulling him into the room and forcefully shutting the private chamber door. The loud bang startled both Bai Li Xing Zhou and the host outside. The host addressed Bai Li Xing Zhou, Your Excellency. The 20 trillion star coins require a 1 commission from our auction house. Please follow me to transfer the remaining star coins to your designated account. Bai Li Xing Zhou lowered his gaze, the smile on his lips frozen. Karen had the audacity to spend 20 trillion star coins on the Mad Beast Star? He was a shrewd individual, surely not one to engage in a losing transaction. Was there some residual value to the Mad Beast Star of which he was unaware? Furthermore, the price he had discussed with that mysterious individual was merely 10 trillion star coins. Karen had raised the bid to 20 trillion star coins in one fell swoop. Karen was not that mysterious individual. He had suddenly emerged. No, that was incorrect. The transfer agreement had been signed by that unfamiliar female. Thus the ownership of the Mad Beast Star belonged to her. Who was that female, exactly? Doubts swirled in Bai Li Xing Zhou's mind, but he concealed his suspicions and followed the host from the cloud auction house to the finance office to process the star coin transfer. Chapter 179. The system is not working. Room 88. Su Ruoruo gazed at Karen with concern. What's wrong with you? Karen's brow furrowed deeply, seemingly still lost in the fury of encountering Bai Li Xing Zhou. He had believed that after more than 60 years, he could have moved on from that incident. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. When Bai Li Xing Zhou stood before him, his first instinct was to kill him in vengeance. That scoundrel had returned from the outer realm purges and married the Empress, hiding away. This chance encounter marked the first time he had seen Bai Li Xing Zhou in over 60 years. Unfortunately, he had squandered his best opportunity. Bai Li Xing Zhou had successfully ascended to become the Beast King over these decades. In a confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, the Empress had more than just Bai Li Xing Zhou by her side. To offend the current Black Star Empress was not worth the risk. If given another chance, he would ensure that Bai Li Xing Zhou paid in blood for his transgressions. Karen's eyes darkened further, but he feigned indifference in front of Su Ruoruo. It's nothing. No, you are definitely hiding something from me. Speak up. Why did you have that expression when you saw the Empress's beast husband? Under Su Ruoruo's relentless questioning, Karen let out a long sigh, succinctly recounting the grievances that had transpired between him and Bai Li Xing Zhou all those years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo exclaimed, Goodness, this old man is indeed so insidious. Karen's previously stormy mood dissipated in an instant upon hearing Su Ruoruo's retort. Indeed, he was cunning. Don't be angry. All right. Su Ruoruo shared a mutual understanding with him. How harmonious their thoughts were. Ruoruo, Why did you suddenly purchase the ownership of the Mad Beast Star? In response to Karen's inquiry, Su Ruoruo was momentarily taken aback. She herself did not understand why the system had suddenly compelled her to acquire the Mad Beast Star. The system occasionally exhibited a bit of arrogance, but it had been of immense assistance to her on her journey. Hence, this time, she chose to trust the system and bid on the Mad Beast Star. I was simply bored, so why not purchase a star? It seems quite a bargain. Just 20 trillion star coins. We have so much wealth that the interest alone would last a lifetime. Rather than letting it sit idle, why not acquire an asset? Who knows? It might appreciate in value?
Sunnuntai Ruoruo rambled on.
Karen, hearing her naive musings, smiled indulgently, as long as you are happy. Now that you've acquired the Mad Beast Star, what are your plans moving forward? Su Ruoruo looked bewildered. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Very well. Karen refrained from expressing any discouragement or reproach. If his memory served him correctly, his account should hold 100 billion trillion star coins. Su Ruoruo's expenditure of 20 trillion star coins was less than 1/10 of his account balance. Shall we head back? Su Ruoruo nodded. Let's go. By the way, do you want to say hello to your friend, Dialysis? Karen shook his head. He is a culinary enthusiast, likely still engrossed in his research. Our visit might disrupt him. Let's go home. Okay. Su Ruoruo and Karen pushed open the door to the private chamber and exited the second-floor auction venue. As they emerged, countless gazes swept over them. When people recognized Karen's frequently seen face in the news, they were taken aback. Karen had actually purchased the Mad Beast Star? But why was there a female accompanying him? That female was stunning. Was Karen trying to impress her by acquiring the Mad Beast Star?
Yet.
Given the Mad Beast Star's worthlessness, what was the purpose? All were left puzzled by Karen's actions that day. However, Karen and Su Ruoruo paid little mind to the day's minor incident. They smoothly descended the stairs, boarded Karen's flying vehicle, and returned to the castle. While Karen prepared dinner, Su Ruoruo discreetly inquired of the system. System, why did you prompt me to purchase the Mad Beast Star? Host, you will understand once you successfully obtain 10 million points. After my last clandestine exit through the back door to request additional system space, I have already strayed from the rules. This time, I must permit you to photograph the frenzied beast star, although the specifics cannot be divulged. Should I transgress once more, I will face severe repercussions from the Master God, consequences I cannot afford to bear. Very well, system. I apologize for the inconvenience I have caused you. Host, I am not aggrieved. Host, there is another matter I must confess. Each time I reclaim items, I have deprived you of a considerable amount of points. Su Ruoruo's lips twitched as she responded. I was already aware of that without you saying it. You do not harbor resentment toward me, do you? Resentment? I have certainly felt it before, and I have even cursed you in secret. Alas. Host, I am compelled by circumstance. You are my final chosen host. If you fail this task, my soul shall be irrevocably extinguished. Before you, I encountered 99 incompetent hosts who depleted my initial points without completing any tasks. My intention in siphoning your points was to secure an opportunity to evade obliteration. So, have you managed to accumulate enough points during this period?
No.
I require 100 million points from you, or you must complete a task worth 100 million points to obtain a chance at exemption from execution for failure. So you have come to realize that 100 million points is an insurmountable challenge? Would it not be wiser to foster a better relationship with me instead? I have considered this notion. Su Ruoruo replied optimistically. System, you should have informed me of the truth sooner. Rest assured, I currently possess over 7,000 years of lifespan, and moreover, that rascal Karen has become my beast husband. With these several beast husbands by my side, you are free to seek out items that can be reclaimed for points. Once I fulfill the points task, I may contemplate gifting you a portion of my points. Thank you, host. Su Ruoruo was slightly taken aback by the system's gratitude, yet it was not entirely unexpected. She would sketch out her plans, ultimately. The decision to grant or withhold points rests with her. If the system ceases to exploit her in the future, completing the tasks will render the act of gifting points to the system inconsequential. Ruoruo, come and have dinner. Karen's gentle voice interrupted Su Ruoruo's exchange with the system. She shook her head, rose to wash her hands in the restroom, and returned to the dining table to share dinner with Karen. Time swiftly passed, and soon a month had quietly elapsed. Su Ruoruo's life returned to a state of ease, where everything was provided for her. During this month, her belly swelled once again. Ruoruo, today is Saturday. We agreed that you would come and spend time with me and the children. Duasia messaged Su Ruoruo early in the morning. Su Ruoruo patted her round belly and beckoned Karen. It's time. Take me to see Duasiu. Chapter 180. Lifespan exceeds 10,000 years. Very well. Karen escorted Su Ruoruo to Duasiu's grand villa, reluctantly bidding her farewell. I will come to fetch Ruoruo home in 4 days.
All right.
Duasiu responded curtly, taking Su Ruoruo's hand as they entered the yard and securely closed the gate behind them. Ruoruo, I have missed you so much. A few children who had just awakened in the house rushed out upon hearing the commotion, mimicking Duasiu's mannerisms as they called out to Su Ruoruo, Mama, we have missed you too. Su Ruoruo smiled tenderly, lifting each of Duasiu's 3 children in turn and kissing them on the cheek.
Come.
Let us go inside and talk. Hooray. We love Mama the most. The little ones cheered, clustering around Su Ruoruo as they followed her into the villa's living room. The family shared a warm and harmonious conversation in the living room. Thus, Su Ruoruo stayed in Duasiu's villa for 2 days. On Monday, as dawn broke, Lucius, residing in the adjacent villa, instructed the family nanny to take the children to school. He then approached the entrance of Duasiu's villa and rang the doorbell. Duasiu, it's time. Hurry and bring Ruoruo out. Duasiu, still cradling a sleepy Su Ruoruo, furrowed his brow before opening his eyes wide. Su Ruoruo also heard the commotion downstairs, sighed, and said to Duasiu, You go down and let him in. Fine. Though Duasiu was reluctant, the time they had agreed upon to be together had arrived. Lucius waited for a moment after entering. Su Ruoruo had changed her clothes and emerged from the master bedroom. Lucius strode forward, wrapping his arms around Su Ruoruo's waist. I've come to take her away. 77. Go pack Ruoruo's belongings and send them to my villa. Understood. The individual designated as 77 quickly moved into the master bedroom to gather her things. Duasiu and the 3 little ones could only watch helplessly as Su Ruoruo and Lucius departed. Daddy, will we still be able to see Mama next week? Of course. Mama will come to spend time with us every Saturday and Sunday. All right, it's getting late. Hurry and wash up. Once you're done, I'll take you to school. The little ones obediently complied. After they entered the house, Duasiu swiftly made his way to the entrance, gazing longingly at Lucius as he embraced Su Ruoruo and walked away. Not long ago, the 3 of them had reached a consensus. Over the course of a week, Ruoruo would spend Monday and Tuesday with Lucius, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday with Karen, and Saturday and Sunday with Duasiu. Initially, Ruoruo had hoped that they could all live together, caring for the children collectively. However, none of them wished to yield to one another, and the prospect of living together was met with resistance. After some contemplation, Su Ruoruo recognized that such an arrangement would inevitably lead to disputes among them. They had only recently become aware of each other's existence and were still adjusting to the situation. Thus, they agreed upon a weekly schedule for Su Ruoruo. As Su Ruoruo was carrying Karen's child, it was decided that Karen would have an additional day each week with her. Should Su Ruoruo conceive Duasiu's child, his time would also be extended by a day compared to the others. With the agreement established, Su Ruoruo would face 3 bouts of discontent each week as her beast husbands took turns waking her up early in the morning.
Pouting.
She returned to Lucius's grand villa, feeling rather disgruntled. Ruoruo, what troubles you? Has Duasiu been unkind to you? You seem unhappy? A weekly rotation of 3 different partners felt excessively frequent. Henceforth, they would rotate weekly. Su Ruoruo expressed her thoughts to Lucius, opened the star ring, and created a new group chat. The group did not include the children or her brother, Su Xingchen. She announced the new arrangement in the chat. From today onward, each person will spend 1 week with me. We'll start with Lucius. Upon sending the message, both Duasiu and Karen were somewhat displeased. Why was Lucius given the first week? However, it was also true that Lucius had already enjoyed 2 days. By this calculation, Lucius was at a slight disadvantage. Lucius thought to himself, I don't mind losing 2 days. The new arrangement means Karen will lose 1 day every week. The one who benefits the most, of course, is Duasiu. The beast husbands quickly grasped the implications of this new rule and promptly acknowledged it in the group chat.
Su Ruoruo felt gratified.
Her beast husbands had been quite well behaved lately, avoiding quarrels and refraining from inquiring about each other's families. A promising start. Su Ruoruo returned home with Lucius, spending the week in his company. With the children attending school and being out during the day, Lucius often took Su Ruoruo out shopping. Over the course of this week, Su Ruoruo indulged in acquiring many peculiar and rare items from the Black Star. A month later, Su Ruoruo gave birth to triplet boys. Congratulations, host, on successfully delivering triplet males. Reward 3,000 years of lifespan. Host's current lifespan is 10,600 years. Reward 300,000 points. Host's current points total is 980,000. Karen excitedly rushed to Su Ruoruo's side, sharing the joyous news. Ruoruo, the children's talents remain at SS. Compared to Karen's exuberance, Su Ruoruo was naturally pleased. But not solely due to the children's talents, she had already anticipated the outcome. The offspring of Karen will undoubtedly not fall short of his exceptional prowess. Merely a trifling 3 SSS, as she had anticipated. A smile graced her lips at the sudden influx of 3,000 years of lifespan and 300,000 points. Her lifespan had now extended to over 10,000 years, all within a span of less than 2 years since her arrival in this interstellar orc realm. In such a brief period, the system had already upgraded to level 2, and accounting for the points she had previously expended, she had amassed several million points. At this rate, fulfilling the system's formidable task of accumulating 100 million points was merely a matter of time. Karen collections number 88 and 33 will soon be collected, she announced. Karen, taken aback by Su Ruoruo's words, momentarily faltered but complied nonetheless. Acquiring these collections was a trivial matter for him. A single expedition into the outer realms could yield as many treasures as he desired. However, he instinctively inquired, Ruoruo, do you intend to sell these collections? Sell? Perhaps? Su Ruoruo responded, following his line of questioning. Karen, perplexed, pondered why Su Ruoruo would continue to sell collections when his account was already brimming with star coins sufficient for a lifetime. Nearby, the children emitted a few playful growls, their innocent voices interrupting Karen's train of thought. The newly born male offspring, in their animal form, frequently oscillated between their beastly and infantile states, rendering their care more demanding than that of female offspring. Seeing Karen preoccupied with the children, Su Ruoruo let out a silent sigh of relief. Should Karen press further, she would find it challenging to provide an explanation. Chapter 181, Level 4 Marketplace for the past 2 months. The thought of submitting all recoverable items from this palace to the system had incessantly occupied her mind. Yet, she feared exposing the system. Karen was no fool. If the collections were to vanish without a trace, suspicion would surely arise. Ultimately, she devised a plan to have someone retrieve these items and transfer them to a designated warehouse. During her brief visits to accompany Dasu, she would seize the opportunity to reclaim those collections in exchange for points. As for why she did not accompany Lucius, it was simply because finding an opportunity to slip away while with him was nearly impossible. Lucius was ever vigilant, not allowing a single chance for her to depart. Perhaps it was due to the fact that whenever he had business to attend to, she would be monopolized by other males, compelling Lucius to guard her even when she needed to use the restroom. Thus, she set her sights on Dasu. After a month of subtle preparations, Dasu had come to expect her daily outings to the designated shopping district, during which she would often take a quick trip to the restroom and promptly return. Su Ruoruo had meticulously conditioned Dasu for a week, and at last, the day arrived for their shared time together. Karen escorted her to meet Dasu. Upon encountering Dasu, Su Ruoruo immediately proposed an outing. Dasu did not decline. After a brief shopping excursion, she distracted him by sending him off to procure spicy hot pot. Seizing the moment of his absence, Su Ruoruo instructed 77, if Dasu inquires, simply inform him, I went to the restroom. Understood, Master, 77 acknowledged. Once her instructions were given, Su Ruoruo swiftly made her way to the warehouse area on the basement level of the shopping center. She located the warehouse QR code and scanned it to access the corresponding collection repository. Before long, the coveted items came into view. System. Recover these collections. Received. Recovery in progress, expected to take 10 minutes. As she stood in the warehouse, she witnessed the mental energy crystals and an unknown metallic ore dissolving into sparkling motes, vanishing into thin air. The scene resembled a firework bursting into bloom only to be extinguished in an instant. After 10 minutes, the system chimed in, Congratulations, host. You have submitted over 3 tons of recoverable metallic ore, earning a total of 9.2 million points. Current points, 10.18 million. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Level 3 Marketplace. A flash of white light illuminated Su Ruoruo's mind as an icon of a red house appeared on the system interface, accompanied by 2 newly unlocked items. Without the luxury of time to scrutinize further, she hastily exited the warehouse and ascended in the elevator. Upon reaching the upper level, she intended to return to the clothing store where she had arranged to meet Dasu, only to find him anxiously standing at the entrance, conversing with 77. Where has Ruoruo been for so long? Noticing them, Su Ruoruo greeted them nonchalantly. You bow. Did you manage to buy the spicy hot pot I requested, without green onions? Dasu turned at the sound of her voice. Ruoruo, why did it take you so long to go to the restroom? I messaged you, but you didn't reply. With a gentle smile, Su Ruoruo replied, I wasn't feeling well, so I didn't notice the messages. Unwell? Where do you feel unwell?
Come.
Let me take you to the doctor. Su Ruoruo waved her hands dismissively. I'm fine. What about the hot pot?
I am starving. Those just scrutinized Su Ruoruo carefully.
And upon seeing her in good spirits, he pointed to an open dining area. Let us eat over there.
All right.
Eagerly, Su Ruoruo accompanied Dasu to the public dining section of the mall. The area featured both paid and free options, and they opted for a paid VIP section, which was quieter and less crowded. Seated beside Dasu, Su Ruoruo found herself lost in thought, mindlessly tasting the hot pot while simultaneously reviewing the newly unlocked system marketplace in her mind. Months prior, she had unlocked the Level 3 marketplace, and today, after absorbing Karen's collections, she had unlocked the Level 4 marketplace. The marketplace interface now displayed a total of 12 unlocked items. Level 1 Marketplace 1. Blue Star Fortune Bag, 10 draws guaranteed gold. 2. 100% conception pill, maximum of 3 pregnancies recommended to avoid complications. 3. Gender pill. Level 2 Marketplace 1. Contraceptive pill. 2. External injury pill. 3. Internal injury pill. Note: all pills are for the sole use of the host. Level 3 Marketplace 1. Preservation space. Host information. Currently 3 cubic meters. Next upgrade. 10 million points. 2. Attribute points. Next upgrade. Minimum 100,000 points. 3. Teleportation talisman. 100,000 points each for items in the Level 3 marketplace. Besides the teleportation talisman, the other 2 require a 10-fold increase in points for each purchase. Level 4 Marketplace 1. Homestead. Details: the host can purchase blue star seeds within the homestead. These seeds can automatically absorb interstellar radiation. Regular consumption of crops cultivated from blue star seeds can enhance male resilience to interstellar radiation. Seed prices vary based on rarity. 2. Defensive shield. Details: within the shield, the host is invincible. Price: 10 million points per 100 square meters. 3. Life extension pill. Details: as long as there is a breath, life can be extended. After extension, the host will enter a vegetative state until their natural lifespan concludes. Price: 1 million points each.
System.
So, you want me to acquire the frenzied beast star to engage in farming? Indeed. I am already so wealthy. Why would I bother farming on beastly star? Su Ruoruo expressed her desire to simply lounge about, enjoying life with her several beastly husbands, filled with laughter and joy. Host: do you truly intend to rely solely on giving birth to accumulate the remaining 100 million points? The thought of her 36 children immediately filled her with discomfort, as their incessant chattering echoed in her mind. Wasn't it you who suggested that the path of childbirth suited me best? Chapter 182. 5 centuries originally. That was the case, but due to your exceptional capabilities, you opened a Level 4 marketplace within just 2 years. Hence, this system, after careful analysis, recommends a dual approach, to engage in both childbirth and farming. Can farming also yield points? I presume I would have to invest points into those seeds of yours. Host: how many points did you earn from recycling Kalen's collectibles on your last attempt? Over 9 million points, Su Ruoruo replied promptly. These collectibles are the spoils Kalen acquired after graduating from the Interstellar University, obtained through his annual battles in alien domains. These treasures are rare and hard to come by. For over 70 years, he has amassed them through his formidable prowess, which allows him to recycle these precious metallic materials for the main system. Host: relying on the recovery of rare metals for wealth will be exceedingly challenging. That cannot be true. Kalen is quite obedient to me now. As the Beastman Emperor with a lifespan of 5,000 years, he is merely 99 years old. If we follow your suggested timeline, he could wage war in the alien realms for 700 years and gather the points necessary for me to complete my task. System: the alien realms are fraught with peril. Each time Kalen returns, he bears countless wounds. Were it not for the advancements in interstellar medical technology, he would be covered in scars by now. Are you truly willing to let him risk his life and endure suffering for your sake? Su Ruoruo hesitated. She was not heartless, Kalen had treated her remarkably well during this time, and the thought of sending him to face danger in the alien realms was unbearable. What should I do then? Host, I possess a solution that is advantageous for both parties, allowing you to relax while simultaneously enhancing your task completion rate. Submitting 100 million points to the main system would only qualify as satisfactory, barely achieving an F-grade evaluation. However, if you follow my proposed method, you could potentially reach an A grade for this task. What benefit does an elevated task evaluation provide me? There are indeed advantages. Upon achieving an A grade evaluation, you will be granted a chance to participate in a lottery. A lottery opportunity? Precisely. The system displayed Su Ruoruo's personal information interface. If the host's task completion rate reaches A grade, a lottery will be awarded, allowing for the chance to draw any ability from the host's personal information interface. Once the reward is received, the host may choose to return to Blue Star or continue alongside me to undertake tasks in the next small world. Can I not remain in the interstellar beast realm? Su Ruoruo's eyes darted around. Now that her lifespan had exceeded 10,000 years, why would she want to return to Blue Star, only to follow the system into other worlds for tasks? If the tasks were not completed, would she not perish again? With 4 beastly husbands, numerous children, and an abundance of star coins, why not relish this splendid life? Host, your desire to remain here is not impossible. However. But what? Is there a time constraint for the points acquisition task? There is none. Then what do you mean? Simply that this small world is on the brink of collapse. Approximately 500 years from now, it will be destroyed due to uncontrollable forces.
What?
After I have painstakingly achieved a lifespan of over 10,000 years, you tell me this world will collapse in 500 years? Host, do not be alarmed. You earned over 10 million points in 2 years. Within 500 years, you will undoubtedly complete the 100 million points task. What use is completing the task? The status and wealth I have managed to acquire, along with my lifespan, will allow me to enjoy merely 500 years. Upon submitting the task, I would return to Blue Star, and, according to this body's age, I could only live another 70 years. I would face the inevitability of aging, illness, and the loss of my beloved children and handsome husbands. Host, you also have the option to continue undertaking tasks with me. Absolutely not. Collaborating with you on tasks is less appealing than returning directly to Blue Star. Host, should you adhere to my proposal, there may be a possibility of saving this small world from collapsing, thus allowing you to remain here and enjoy life indefinitely. What proposal? Farming. Su Ruoruo rolled her eyes, setting down her utensils, her eyes narrowing. After all the discourse, the system still wished for her to farm on Beastly Star. Did she truly have a choice? Host, the decision lies with you. Su Ruoruo felt exasperated. It seemed she had once again fallen into the system's trap. Since the auction house incident, the system had suddenly appeared, urging her to bid on Beastly Star, seemingly preparing her for today's farming endeavor. Yet, she was reluctant to part with the hard-earned lifespan and star coins, along with her adorable children and her chiseled beastly husbands. The thought of bidding farewell to them in 500 years made her breath hitch with pain. System, can farming truly save this world? Absolutely. The ultimate cause of the collapse of this small world is the catastrophic explosion of radiation from the galaxy. If the host can cultivate sufficient flora and fauna to mitigate radiation within 500 years, it may be possible to withstand the radiation explosion that will ensue, ensuring the survival of all beast men on the planet.
Very well. Su Ruoruo felt somewhat resigned.
She had the nagging sensation that she had been manipulated from the very beginning. Since she had come this far, she might as well proceed. The worst outcome would merely involve her submitting the task and returning to Blue Star to live an ordinary life. It was merely farming after all. With the assistance of number 77, she could procure a batch of farming robots to aid her. Host, the foods you cultivate that enhance radiation resistance will be highly appealing to the beast men. When the crops mature, you may exchange them on the star network for rare metals. Are you implying that by trading rare metals, I can accumulate points? Precisely. Su Ruoruo rested her chin in her hand, contemplating for a moment. This indeed seemed to be the most prudent approach at present. Moreover, the second item in the level 4 marketplace was a protective shield, within which she would be an invincible entity. Thus, even if she farmed on Beastly Star, as long as she remained within the shield's bounds, her life would not be endangered. Must I farm on Beastly Star? Would it not suffice to buy a plot of land on Black Star or another planet? Host, Beastly Star is the epicenter of the galaxy's radiation explosion. You must cultivate your crops on Beastly Star to achieve the desired effect of radiation resistance. Why did you not inform me of this critical information sooner? Host. I have failed 99 times before you. In each of those 99 instances, I disclosed this fundamental information to the previous hosts at the outset.
Yet,
I failed each time. Thus, this time, I vowed that if this final host could not unlock the next level, I would resolutely refrain from revealing the possibility of this world's impending collapse. Had you informed me earlier, I might not have failed, given my exceptional prowess.
Su Ruoruo confidently retorted.
She had swiftly accumulated 10 million points. Was that not impressive? Host, I recall you initially wished for nothing more than to meet your end. Chapter 183, The Lottery. Had I revealed this to you, your demise would have likely come swifter.
Su Ruoruo fell silent.
The system speaks the truth. Dying 5 centuries hence, succumbing to the beasts of hell, or opting for a self-inflicted demise to preserve a whole corpse, each scenario presents itself as a harrowing end. Yet the latter appears to hold the most pragmatic merit. Had she been forewarned from the outset that death was inevitable, devoid of any prior taste of sweetness, and subjected to the scorn of the entire galaxy, she would undoubtedly have chosen to embrace death in the absence of any ties. System, if I fail my mission, shall I truly be condemned to an eternity of reincarnation in the realm of beasts?
No.
Your swift decision to end your own life prompted me to deliberately intimidate you into believing that failure would result in a cycle of rebirth in the beast realm. Should I fail, I will still meet my end. Indeed. Host, when do you intend to embark for the Mad Beast Star? As soon as possible. This undertaking is intrinsically linked to her future happiness, while 500 years may seem an ample span. The task of developing an entire planet is not one to be accomplished in haste. See you. Let us return home. Very well. Duos you promptly rose, taking her hand as they exited the shopping complex. Number 77 led the way, heading to the parking lot to retrieve their designated flying vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at Duo's US villa on the Black Star. Su Ruoruo activated her star ring, sending messages to Karen and Lucius. Come to Duo's house. I have matters to discuss with you. Karen and Lucius had long designated Su Ruoruo as a priority contact, and upon receiving her message, they were immediately alerted by a distinctive ringtone. Karen caught sight of the message, and with a flicker of the black rune on his forehead, he vanished from the castle. Lucius, residing nearby, took just a few steps before arriving at Duo's villa. 5 minutes later, Su Ruoruo found herself seated around the coffee table with her 3 beast husbands. She sat beside Duo's while Lucius and Karen faced them. Today was the day Duo's had dedicated to Su Ruoruo. Seeing their intimacy stirred a pang of jealousy within them, yet they could only suppress their feelings. Little girl, what brings you to us so suddenly? Karen scrutinized her and Duo's noting that Su Ruoruo did not appear to be a victim of any wrongdoing. Lucius casually lifted the tea brewed by the robot, taking a sip while awaiting her response. Su Ruoruo spoke with gravity. Last month, I spent 2 trillion to acquire the Mad Beast Star. Now that I have secured it, I cannot allow it to remain in disarray. I wish to relocate to the Mad Beast Star, and I am here to ask which of you will stay behind to care for the children, and who will accompany me to cultivate the land there. Karen and the others were taken aback by her declaration. After a moment, they discerned from her expression that she was not jesting. Karen chuckled and said, I will accompany you to cultivate the land, Su Ruoruo. The Mad Beast Star is rife with danger, and you two would be fortunate just to safeguard yourselves. In an instant, the expressions of Lucius and Duo's cracked. Karen,
what do you mean by that?
Lucius growled in a low, cold voice. Su Ruoruo sensed the impending quarrel and felt a headache creeping upon her once more. Silence. She shouted at them. Observing her fury, Karen and the others quelled their inner turmoil, redirecting their gazes toward her with concern. Soft. What troubles you?
Please stop arguing.
Every time you quarrel, my head hurts. All right. We shall not argue. Soft. Do not be angry. Duo's wrapped his arm around Su Ruoruo's shoulder, allowing her to lean against him. She promptly pushed him away, insisting on maintaining a proper posture. What is this? Karen and Lucius are still present, and while Duo's claims he will not argue, his actions only serve to stoke the embers of the recently extinguished fire. Let's discuss our plans for the Mad Beast Star. The children are still young and need to attend school on the Black Star. One of you 3 must remain to care for them. To ensure fairness, we shall draw lots. Su Ruoruo instructed number 77 from a distance. Please find 3 bamboo sticks of varying lengths, ensuring they appear indistinguishable from one another. Only upon handling them should their true lengths be revealed. Understood, Master. Number 77 complied, procuring 3 bamboo sticks. The sticks were encased in a layer of standard interstellar delivery packaging. The 3 boxes appeared identical, yet contained sticks of varying lengths. You may choose. Whoever selects the long stick will accompany me to the Mad Bee Star, while those who select the short sticks will remain on the Black Star to care for the children. Su Ruoruo's beast husbands exchanged glances before each randomly selected a box. This is your choice. There shall be no regrets. Lucius fervently hoped to draw the long stick to venture to the Mad Bee Star. Compared to the burden of caring for the children, he would prefer to face the myriad dangers of the Mad Bee Star. The past days had nearly driven him to madness, even with 6 tutors assisting him. The moment the children returned from school, he was overwhelmed. Assisting 30 children with their homework, each possessing assignments tailored to their age differences, was a Herculean task. As he contemplated this, a wave of bitterness washed over him. He eagerly opened his box. Upon discovering that his stick was indeed long, a surge of joy and relief coursed through him. Karen and Duos you also revealed their selections. They placed their sticks on the table for comparison, and it was evident that Duos you had drawn the shortest stick. See you will stay behind to care for the children. There are a total of 39 little ones. You must attend to them well. Duos you furrowed his brow, responding helplessly soft, do not worry. I shall take good care of the children. Caring for them should not be too challenging, right? At worst, he could hire additional childcare specialists and tutors for assistance. Lucius, noting that Duos you seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation, remarked with a pointed tone, see you, should you find it overwhelming, be sure to enlist additional help. I am aware of that without your prompting. Lucius smiled, opting not to press further. Karen, please instruct the childcare specialists to bring the 6 babies over and entrust them to Duos you. Very well. Karen relayed the command to the castle's intelligent childcare specialists, directing them to transport the children in the flying vehicle. Soft, 39 children. Our home is too small. Perhaps we should rent a 5-star hotel? Duos you suddenly remembered that the total number of rooms in his villa was only 12, which would certainly be insufficient for so many children.
Rent?
Karen raised an eyebrow, his voice rising. We shall buy an entire building. My children shall not reside in rented accommodations. With Karen's declaration, Su Ruoruo felt an immediate alleviation of her financial concerns. With ample resources at hand, purchasing a hotel to house the children would indeed be far more convenient. Chapter 184. The Old Man's Lost Horse. The hotel boasted professional chefs, enthusiastic room service staff, and security personnel, allowing Duos you to effortlessly settle in with the children. Number 77, please check for hotels suitable for children. Oh, and ideally, the hotel should have more than 200 rooms, Su Ruoruo whispered. Understood. Instantly, a dazzling blue light flickered in number 77's eyes as he adeptly tapped on the star ring's projection, a flurry of characters dancing like sprites in the air. Moments later, number 77 successfully pinpointed a 5-star hotel currently on the market. His voice brimmed with excitement. Master, I have found a highly suitable hotel. It not only boasts numerous rooms but also features a beautiful environment and complete facilities, ensuring that the children will be happy and entertained. With that, number 77 magnified the hotel's information, projecting it above the living room. Su Ruoruo and the others viewed the detailed introduction of the hotel along with videos showcasing its various amenities. The hotel was still operational, yielding an annual profit of around 2 million star coins. Due to the recent investment failure of the hotel owner, there has been a significant cash shortfall, prompting the decision to liquidate one of the hotels for operational liquidity. This particular hotel is conveniently located not far from their villa, just a 10-minute flight by hovercar. One aspect that greatly pleases Su Ruoruo is that the hotel is situated near a large children's amusement park, allowing the children easy access for their outings. However, the hotel has been in operation for over a decade, and its internal facilities and decor have become rather antiquated, necessitating a comprehensive renovation. In this era of advanced interstellar technology, by investing a little more in renovation materials, a formaldehyde-free environment can be achieved for immediate occupancy. Renovation is certainly not a daunting issue. Originally, the hotel was valued at 100 million star coins, but due to the owner's financial difficulties, it is now on the market for 80 million star coins. Upon purchasing this hotel, the owner will acquire perpetual ownership of the land, granting them the freedom to modify and redecorate the premises as they see fit. Su Ruoruo lightly tapped her fingers, transferring 500 million star coins to 77. It was done. The remaining funds would be allocated for the hotel's renovation. She requested a proposal that would involve the children, as their satisfaction was of utmost importance. Su Ruoruo's acquisition of the land was not motivated by investment, hence she was indifferent to its potential future returns. Understood, Master. 77 then withdrew to conduct the purchasing transaction with the seller. Without further ado, Su Ruoruo prepared to pack her belongings. You all return home to gather your things. And in 2 hours, we shall depart for Mad Beast Star together. Karun and Lucius had no objections. However, Duasuyu expressed his discontent. Ruoruo, you've spent a whole week with them. Why must you spend less than a day with me? I will stay back to take care of the children. And it will be difficult to see you again. Upon hearing Duasuyu's complaint and gazing into his beautiful, clear blue eyes, Su Ruoruo felt a pang of empathy. It was indeed unfair to Duasuyu. You all go home to pack your belongings. We will leave for Mad Beast Star together in 6 days. Karun and Lucius exchanged glances after observing Duasuyu's affectionate demeanor towards Su Ruoruo, then departed the villa one after the other. Su Ruoruo had made her decision, and they felt it was unwise to contest it further. Once they reached Mad Beast Star, it was highly likely that Duasuyu would not see Su Ruoruo for a year or 2. Their children would eventually be entrusted to Duasuyu's care, and obstructing him now would be counterproductive. After Karun and Lucius left, Duasuyu seized the opportunity while the children were at school and immediately approached Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Without waiting for her to decline, he lifted her and brought her to the spa bed in the bathroom, gently saying, Ruoruo, I recently learned a new massage technique that can help females relax their bodies and promote wellness. Su Ruoruo initially intended to refuse, but found herself intrigued. So she reluctantly complied, lying on the spa bed to receive his massage. Ruoruo, is lavender oil acceptable? She softly replied, you decide. Following this, she closed her eyes to savor the experience. After a while, Su Ruoruo felt a wave of warmth envelop her body, accompanied by an overwhelming desire. Reminiscent of the loneliness she felt during times without a partner. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and grasped Duasuyu's nimble fingers, stating, no need to continue. I'm going to take a shower. She did not afford him the chance to protest. Duasuyu pressed his lips together, puzzled. What's wrong, Ruoruo? Was my technique uncomfortable for you? Su Ruoruo entered the bathroom and turned on the shower to wash away the oil on her skin. She was well aware of Duasuyu's intentions. However, her current desire to have children was no longer purely for the sake of motherhood. It also involved points and maximizing benefits with Karun. The disparity in points with Duasuyu was too significant. In that moment, Su Ruoruo recognized how rational and cold she had become. While she certainly harbored feelings for Duasuyu and was willing to make some compromises for him, she understood that her true love was for herself. She was selfish. Closing her eyes, she allowed the warm water from the shower to cascade over her almost perfect figure. System, I wish to exchange for a contraceptive pill. Deducting 1,000 points from the host, the contraceptive pill has been sent to the system's temporary storage space. Please retrieve it promptly. Su Ruoruo took the contraceptive pill and swallowed it. The pill was colorless and tasteless, transforming into a warm sensation as it traveled down her throat to her stomach. Having children was not an option right now, but intimate relations were permissible. Her upcoming stay at Mad Beast Star would last at least a month. Such a prolonged absence could potentially lead to Duasuyu feeling frustrated during his prime years. Among her beastly partners, Duasuyu had the least encounters with her. After cleansing herself thoroughly, Su Ruoruo donned her ethereal attire, which transformed into a bunny girl costume. Adorned in a pink and white ensemble and wearing fluffy slippers, she opened the bathroom door, revealing the spa area. Duasuyu sat idly on the sofa in the spa area, lost in thought. Even as Su Ruoruo approached, he remained unresponsive, seemingly immersed in his own world. With gentle steps, Su Ruoruo crept closer, taking advantage of his distraction to lean against his solid back and cover his eyes with her hands. Guess who I am? Ruoruo, are you done? Su Ruoruo removed her hands from his eyes, playfully leaning in close to his ear, nibbling on his earlobe before whispering, You bow, hold me. Duasuyu felt a surge of excitement at Su Ruoruo's playful antics, his breath quickening and the blood coursing through his veins seeming to heat up. Chapter 185. Not to be a third wheel. His heart, which had been doused with cold water by Su Ruoruo, blazed with fervor once more. Duasuyu turned to her, wrapping his strong arms around Su Ruoruo, and when he beheld her attire, a spark ignited in his azure eyes. Ruoruo, I desire you. Su Ruoruo bit her lip, shyly nodding in agreement. Seeing the flush on her fair cheeks, Duasiu could no longer contain his passionate emotions. He lowered his head and captured her soft lips with his own. Perhaps he realized that this parting from Su Ruoruo would make future meetings exceedingly rare, prompting him to deepen the kiss. An intimate atmosphere enveloped them as their breaths mingled. As the dark sky of Black Star transitioned from overcast to fully darkened, Su Ruoruo raised her delicate fingers to poke Duasiu's handsome face. It's time to get up. I want to hold you and sleep a little longer.
No.
The children will be home from school soon. Upon hearing the mention of the children, Duasiu immediately sat up. He glanced at the electronic clock across the room, noting that it was 5 in the afternoon. The children would be home in 10 minutes. Very well then. Duasiu reluctantly hurried to get dressed. Su Ruoruo picked up her ethereal attire, wrapping it around herself and tying a bow at her waist. She accessed the star ring interface, navigated to her dedicated app, and selected a set of pink loungewear that revealed minimal skin. Together, Su Ruoruo and Duasiu warmly welcomed the children home from school. The household robot butler promptly served a delicious meal on the dining table. The family enjoyed a joyful dinner together. After dinner, Duasiu assisted the children with their homework while Su Ruoruo retreated to the bedroom to freshen up. From 10 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, Duasiu had been persistently affectionate with her, leaving her body imbued with his potent scent. Su Ruoruo meticulously cleaned herself and changed into a delicate ethereal garment. Though the material appeared thin, it automatically adjusted to maintain her temperature according to the indoor and outdoor climate, ensuring she would not feel cold. Su Ruoruo changed the color of her loungewear, slipped into matching fluffy slippers, and returned to the living room. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found the living room eerily empty. As she prepared to inquire about the domestic robot, she caught sight of Duasiu descending the staircase from the second floor. Where are the children? I just helped them with their homework and sent them back to their rooms to wash up and rest, Duasiu replied, gently holding Su Ruoruo's small hand as they entered the living room, where he activated the holographic projection. Ruoruo, what would you like to watch today? You choose. I'm fine with anything. Shall we watch the documentary The Origins of Alien Realms? Sounds good. Su Ruoruo instinctively removed her shoes and socks, nestled onto Duasiu's lap, her tiny head resting against his chest as she watched the 10D holographic film with a tilted gaze. On the second floor, several children opened their bedroom doors. Upon observing the affectionate scene between Su Ruoruo and Duasiu, they exchanged knowing glances and quietly retreated, closing the door behind them.
Did you see that?
Mom and Dad are on a date. We mustn't disturb them. Mom has several male companions, and their strengths surpass Dad's. So we absolutely cannot be third wheels. I've decided. Starting tomorrow, the 3 of us will stay at school for a week. Sister, but I really miss Mom. I want to play with her. She can only spend 1 week with us each month, Su Ruoruo said pitifully to her older sister. Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo-san, mature beyond her years, shook her head. Second sister, I heard from Sister and Aishong that Mom and the other 2 dads will be going outside to farm. After a week, Mom and the other 2 dads will leave Black Star. This is Mom and Dad's last chance to be together. Su Ruoruo's eyes widened. Third sister, when did you hear this? In the family chat, I was secretly playing Star Ring and saw it. Su Ruoruo-san found the message to show Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo frowned. Second sister, let's allow Mom and Dad to enjoy their date. If we disturb them now, Mom might be taken away by the other 2 dads, and we might end up in a single-parent family. Wah, I don't want to become part of a single-parent family. Su Ruoruo cried out in fright. Su Ruoruo and Su Ruoruo-san dragged her to the bathroom, shutting the door behind them, advising her, stop crying. If you disturb Mom and Dad's date, Mom will only think we are being unreasonable. Su Ruoruo immediately stifled her sobs, her hiccups betraying her lingering distress. The following morning, Duasiu, embracing Su Ruoruo in slumber, received a video message from the 3 children. The ringing sound stirred him awake. Noticing that Su Ruoruo was still asleep, he quietly stepped outside the door to check the video. Dad, what I'm about to say must not reach Mom. This week, we have applied to stay at school. You must seize this opportunity to take good care of Mom, ensuring she can't bear to part from you. Otherwise, when Mom leaves Black Star and the other 2 dads take away her affection, we may lose our place in her heart. We 3 have decided not to be third wheels. Dad, you must strive to win Mom's favor. Do not let our efforts go in vain. Duasiu felt a pang of sadness upon watching the video. The children were far too sensible, their maturity tugging at his heartstrings. Naturally, he would not disappoint them. This week, he would present his finest self, ensuring Ruoruo experienced unparalleled joy. With unwavering determination, Dosiyu returned to the bedroom, his earnest gaze fixed upon Su Ruoruo's fair and lovely face. How could he make Ruoruo unforgettable? After much contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. This was something that Karen and Lucius would never do. They prided themselves on their nobility and would never perform such acts for a female. Today, he would serve Ruoruo, ensuring she would never forget him. As Su Ruoruo enjoyed her peaceful rest, she suddenly felt a chill on her back, jolting awake. What just happened? It suddenly feels so cold. The week's agreement had come to an end. Su Ruoruo and Dosiyu sat in the living room, awaiting the arrival of Karen and Lucius. During the week, the hotel they had purchased was successfully renovated to the children's liking. The children had been sent to the hotel to rest. Dosiyu gazed at Su Ruoruo and softly inquired, Ruoruo, have you been comfortable with my attentions these past few days? Su Ruoruo suddenly recalled the absurdity of their married life over the past few days and instinctively tightened her legs. It's been quite nice. I enjoy it. I can serve you indefinitely. No, that won't be necessary, Su Ruoruo replied, shaking her head vigorously. Dosiyu, puzzled, leaned closer. What's wrong? Does Ruoruo not like it? You've told me every time that you enjoy my attentions. Chapter 186. The Seed. Su Ruoruo, noticing Dosiyu's proximity, found her gaze inexplicably drawn to his delicate, rosy lips. Ruoruo? As he spoke, the subtle reveal of his agile tongue sent her thoughts spiraling. Ah, I really do like it. Then when Ruoruo leaves Black Star, will you frequently send me voice messages and videos? Of course. I miss you, and I miss the children. Dosiyu felt a wave of reassurance, knowing all the children were with him. They were all Su Ruoruo's, and even if she were claimed by Karen and Lucius, she would never forget her children. Each month, there would be a child's birthday, and Su Ruoruo would sing for them. All right, I will often think of you. I will also think of you, Ruoruo. As Dosiyu and Su Ruoruo shared intimate moments, a sudden ringing interrupted them from outside. You bow. It's time for me to leave. All right, I'll see you off. Dosiyu helped Su Ruoruo with her 2 suitcases as they made their way outside. As the door opened, Karen and Lucius approached from either side, taking the suitcases from Dosiyu's hands. Ruoruo, let us go, Lucius smiled, extending his hand toward her. Karen swiftly seized Su Ruoruo's right hand, clasping it firmly. Observing the subtle shift in Lucius's expression, Su Ruoruo instinctively extended her left hand, taking his right hand in hers. Both Lucius and Karen, unwilling to yield, each held one of Su Ruoruo's hands, striding towards the flying car ahead. As Su Ruoruo found herself caught between the two, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Ouch! That hurts, she exclaimed, furrowing her brow. Hearing her cry, Karen and Lucius immediately released her. With a glum expression, Su Ruoruo complained, from today onwards, without my permission, you two are not allowed to come within a meter of me. Lucius and Karen glared at each other. Karen, why did you pull Ruoruo so hard? Why are you asking me? I haven't questioned you yet. Ridiculous. As Su Ruoruo listened to their argument in silence, she turned to Dosiyu behind her and declared, I'll ride in your flying car. Dosiyu, seizing the moment, wrapped his arms around Su Ruoruo's waist, leading her to the garage on the left side of the villa to fetch the vehicle. It's all your fault. If you hadn't tried to take Ruoruo from me, she wouldn't be upset. Why would I try to take her? Ruoruo isn't just yours. Don't forget. I am Pingjun. My status is equal to yours. Lucius and Karen squabbled like schoolchildren at the entrance, neither willing to back down. It wasn't until they saw Su Ruoruo and Dosiyu departing in the flying car that they hurriedly boarded their own, racing towards the Black Star spacecraft docking center. Half an hour later, Su Ruoruo and Dosiyu arrived at the docking center. Dosiyu waved goodbye as he watched her board the stellar ship. As Su Ruoruo stepped onto the ship, the enthusiastic 77 greeted her at the entrance. Welcome aboard the stellar ship, Master. 77 is delighted to serve you. The robots behind 77 knelt on one knee, expressing their welcome to Su Ruoruo. You may rise. Su Ruoruo grasped 77's hand and confidently strode into the ship. The staff aboard the stellar ship rose, returning to their respective duties. Master, all the tasks you assigned me have been completed. Having followed your instructions, I have procured 1,000 agricultural robots and acquired a variety of tilling and planting instruments. All crops can now be automatically harvested and sown with the aid of these machines and robots. At this moment, Su Ruoruo is seated in her familiar, spacious living room. Number 77 stands respectfully beside her, reporting on the various changes aboard the starship. Su Ruoruo nods in satisfaction. Excellent. She then inquires, Was the alien mechanical remnant I asked you to photograph useful to you? Number 77 replies, indeed, it proved beneficial. From this alien remnant, I sensed familiar scents and memories. Inspired by the insights provided by this remnant, I have developed a robotic body that mimics the remnant's design. This body possesses combat capabilities that can rival those of a Beast King level warrior. Su Ruoruo is taken aback. It can match a Beast King level warrior? Precisely, number 77 affirms. The mechanical metal is susceptible to extreme temperatures. You were subdued by the Dorse universe with a single strike last time. Have you addressed this flaw in the newly developed robots? Number 77 responds, thanks to your financial support in Star Coins. All the latest combat robots are now equipped with heat-resistant and cold-resistant metal materials. Therefore, this time they will not be affected by temperature extremes. Based on the budget you provided, I have constructed 8 Beast King level combat robots. Su Ruoruo nods in approval. Well done. And what about you? I see you remain in your original body. Master, each time I replace my body, I must reactivate my memories, and the time required for reactivation varies. However, my memories indicate that this duration is becoming increasingly shorter. Without your consent, I dare not change my body or enter a dormant state. Su Ruoruo instructs number 77. I require your assistance in the near future, so please refrain from entering a dormant state for now. Once I complete the first phase of our cultivation tasks, you may then enter sleep mode. Number 77, puzzled, asks, cultivation? Master, do you intend to farm on the Mad Beast Star?
Yes.
Fear not, Master. I shall take full responsibility for this arduous task. Not so fast. I have yet to inform you of what crops to plant. Please, Master, do tell. Number 77 tilts his head, listening intently. Calmly, Su Ruoruo summons the system, opening the system marketplace in her mind. She navigates to the seed interface and exchanges for 3 packets of level 1 seeds. Each packet is sufficient to cultivate 1 acre of land, approximately 666 square meters. The 3 seed packets she obtains are varieties that are easy to cultivate and can be stored for extended periods: potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins. These crops can be dried and preserved as dehydrated goods. With proper storage, they can last for 10 years under current interstellar preservation technologies. The purchase of these 3 seed packets cost her 30,000 star coins. Each of these packets boasts a level 1 radiation purification value, capable of purifying the radiation within a 1-acre radius centered around the seeds once they mature. Of course, the marketplace also offers level 2 and level 3 seeds. However, each packet of level 2 seeds requires 100,000 points. When cultivated, these seeds can purify the radiation levels of a surrounding area of 10 acres when the crops mature. Following this pattern, level 3 seeds are priced at 1 million points per packet, capable of purifying the radiation levels of a surrounding area of 100 acres. After purchasing the 3 packets, Su Ruoruo finds her personal points reduced to just 10,150,000. Arriving at the perilous Mad Beast Star, she understands the necessity of establishing a safe zone for herself first. She must retain 10 million points to secure the safe area, leaving her with only a little over 100,000 points available for use. With this limited amount, she can only afford 1 packet of level 2 seeds. Having never cultivated blue star crops before, she is uncertain whether these seeds will thrive. To mitigate potential losses, she resolves to have number 77 experiment first with the least expensive seeds. Otherwise, should she invest heavily in the costly seeds worth 100,000 points only to face failure, she would be profoundly distressed. Number 77 cautiously extends his hand and securely catches the 3 packets of seeds that Su Ruoruo passes to him. These packets are tightly wrapped, as if concealing boundless secrets and hopes within. These seeds are exceedingly precious. Each packet contains enough seeds to cultivate 1 acre. Therefore, you must take great care to safeguard them and nurture them diligently, Su Ruoruo earnestly advises, her eyes reflecting the importance she places on these seeds. Of course, Master, rest assured. Number 77 responds respectfully, nodding, then turns to find a waterproof, insulated box designated for storing important items. Carefully, he opens the box lid and places the 3 seed packets inside, adjusting their positions to ensure they remain undisturbed and unscathed. After securing the box and confirming it is locked, he breathes a sigh of relief. Witnessing number 77's diligent and responsible demeanor, Su Ruoruo cannot help but smile in satisfaction. Very well, you may proceed. Once we successfully land on the Mad Beast Star, I need you to help me locate a defensible area to serve as our base on that planet. With a wave of her hand, she signals for number 77 to depart. Understood, Master. Number 77 replies, then lifts the box containing the seeds, striding steadily toward the exit. Soon, he vanishes from Su Ruoruo's sight, heading to the control center for further instructions. Shortly after number 77 leaves, Lucius and Karen hurriedly arrive at the docking area of the starship. Utilizing his formidable domain powers, Karen perceives Su Ruoruo's presence first and swiftly moves to her side through his domain. Lucius, however, arrives a moment later, slightly less capable. Upon boarding the starship, he finds Karen holding Su Ruoruo's hand and conversing intimately, filling him with regret and anger. Damn it, Lucius curses internally, but he suppresses the surge of fury threatening to erupt. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he strides towards Su Ruoruo with a smile as warm as spring. Ruoruo, my apologies for keeping you waiting. As he speaks, his deep, fervent gaze fixates on Su Ruoruo. Upon seeing Lucius, Su Ruoruo instinctively pulls away from Karen to maintain her distance. The wrist that was nearly pulled apart earlier still aches faintly. She is determined to avoid a repeat of the previous unpleasantness. Keeping a proper distance from both Lucius and Karen, she states firmly, now that everyone is present, we shall set forth immediately. With that, she raises her hand and deftly activates the star ring on her wrist, issuing commands to number 77. Number 77. Initiate the starship and set the destination to the Mad Beast star. Understood, Master. Number 77 quickly replies through the star ring. Then, accompanied by a slight tremor and a low rumble, the grand and majestic starship slowly ascends into the sky, its powerful propulsion system driving it swiftly toward the distant Mad Beast star. Through the porthole, the scenery outside races by in reverse. Approximately 1 hour later, the starship departs from the Black Star, speeding past Pluto, and continues its swift journey onward. As the stellar ship traversed the asteroid belt between stars, Su Ruoruo gazed through a specially designed window, beholding the vast, shimmering expanse of the starry sky. Such a beautiful star belt, she mused, her spirits soaring at the breathtaking sight. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a group of enigmatic spacecraft that appeared ahead, arranged in a circular formation, surrounding the stellar ship. These vessels were entirely cloaked in black, devoid of any insignia or markings, floating in space like phantoms. A jolt of trepidation surged through Su Ruoruo, her eyes widening as she observed the menacing approach of the ships, an overwhelming sense of unease and fear swelling within her. Clearly, they were targeting her vessel. At that moment, a sharp and urgent alarm blared throughout the cabin. Warning. Warning! 10 unidentified flying objects detected around the stellar ship. The sound pierced her eardrums like a sharp needle, causing her heart to race, as if it might leap from her throat. What is happening? Have I offended anyone? Don't be afraid. I will protect you, Karun whispered soothingly, enveloping her in his embrace upon noticing her distress. Lucius, hearing the alarm, felt a knot tighten in his chest. 10 unidentified flying objects, unregistered black starships. They were likely interstellar pirates. The moment 77 detected something amiss, it activated the stellar ship's cloaking function. Su Ruoruo took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Quickly, to the control center. We must ascertain what is going on. Karin scooped her up, swiftly transporting them to the control center. Lucius followed closely, entering the cockpit. 77. What is the situation with those ships?
Su Ruoruo inquired anxiously. I am uncertain.
It was my oversight. Please punish me later. Now is not the time for blame.
Tell me,
what are those ships and how dangerous are they? 77's expression grew grave, its tone tinged with unease. Master, those ships are equipped with the galaxy's most advanced cloaking technology, which prevented me from detecting them sooner. Chapter 188. Is Ruoruo spouting nonsense? Master, these ships utilize a special counter-detection system, rendering me incapable of gathering specific information about them. Find a way to shake them off. Understood. 77 operated the stellar ship, azure characters swirling before its eyes, and soon devised the optimal escape route. Master, please secure yourself. We will experience severe turbulence shortly. As soon as 77 finished speaking, it approached the control panel and adjusted the autopilot steering. Karun, quick as lightning, lifted Su Ruoruo and placed her in a nearby safety pod seat. He then sat beside her, with Lucius following closely in the adjacent pod. Just as they settled in, 77 maxed out the thrusters. The stellar ship shot through the vastness of space like a bolt of lightning, leaving the surrounding ships momentarily disoriented. However, within 30 seconds, they managed to penetrate the stellar ship's cloaking state. They lined up information, closely tailing the stellar ship. 77 accelerated with all its might, the modified vessel leaving a dazzling trail across the starry sea. Yet, the mysterious pursuers were remarkably swift, closing in on them. Suddenly, 77 executed a sharp turn, evading an impending asteroid belt while emitting a barrage of interference waves. The pursuing ships, disrupted, caused two of them to collide with the asteroid belt, resulting in a cacophony of screeches and explosions. However, they quickly reformed their ranks and continued their chase. Due to the immense speed, a persistent ringing filled Su Ruoruo's ears, and she clamped her hands over them, grimacing in pain. Both Karun and Lucius, seated beside her, were deeply concerned yet powerless to help. They were situated in the chaotic outskirts of the Mad Beast star, rife with tumultuous asteroids and stellar debris. Even if Karun unleashed the dark domain, they could only remain there for a limited time. Their strength was undeniable, but in the face of the boundless cosmos, with its extreme temperatures, pressures, and the peril of oxygen deprivation, they could not stray far from the stellar ship. Karun furrowed his brow. If it were only he could unleash the domain's power and escape unscathed. Yet, with Su Ruoruo and Lucius accompanying him, survival would be nearly impossible.
Noticing Su Ruoruo's distress,
Lucius immediately conjured a radiant shield of energy around her. Under its protection, she gradually felt relief, the explosive sounds fading away, and even the pain in her ears subsiding due to the healing effects of the light. However, as she settled into a calm state, she suddenly realized she could hear nothing at all. Panic-stricken, she shouted to Karun, "Call my name." Karun opened his mouth and called out, "Su Ruoruo." Yet, she heard nothing. Alarmed, she recalled the external injury elixirs from the system shop and swiftly purchased one, discreetly swallowing it. Afterward, she could finally hear the soft hum of the ship's machinery. "Ruoruo, what's wrong? Have you gone deaf?" "Don't worry, I'll help you," Lucius said urgently, extending his hand to channel light energy for her ear treatment.
"No, me fine."
"Don't waste your beast energy," Su Ruoruo waved him off, already anticipating the dangers that lay ahead. She rummaged in her pocket for 2 teleportation talismans. "You each take one. It's for your safety," she declared loudly to Lucius and Karun. She sensed that today's events could be catastrophic. Though she was uncertain of the origins of those relentlessly pursuing them, she knew they were undoubtedly perilous. The teleportation talismans, costing 100,000 points each, could be life-saving in critical moments. She did not want her children to lose their father before they even reached adulthood. At this juncture, the talismans had to be utilized. Regardless of how astonished and incredulous Karun and Lucius were, questioning the source of the talismans, she had no time to elaborate. Confusion etched on their faces. Karun and Lucius exchanged glances, wondering if Ruoruo had been so frightened that she began to ramble. Could these talismans be mere trickery employed by interstellar diviners? They thought simultaneously, suspecting Ruoruo had been deceived. Just then, 77 approached with a serious expression, striding swiftly towards Su Ruoruo. "Master, the situation is dire. We are heavily surrounded. It won't be long before they breach the stellar ship's defenses and capture us." Upon hearing this, though Su Ruoruo no longer felt the initial panic, a weight still bore down on her. After all, with the teleportation talismans bestowed by the system, their safety could still be assured. Yet, the stellar ship had cost an immense fortune to procure and meticulously construct, housing vast resources within its hold, now facing the grim fate of being seized by enemies. Su Ruoruo felt a pang of regret. However, there was no other recourse available. She unfastened her safety harness, stood up, and handed each of the now unbuckled Lucius and Karun a yellow talisman. "This talisman can only be used by one person. Listen closely, I will explain how to use it. The teleportation talisman allows you to instantly transport to any location you've previously visited, but you must concentrate and envision where you wish to go. We'll meet back at the Black Star Villa. Whisper the address of the villa, tear the talisman, and you will successfully activate it." After explaining the usage of the talisman, Su Ruoruo exchanged one from the system and handed it to number 77. "I do not wish for you to be harmed. Remember my words. Silently recite the address of the Black Star Villa, and we shall teleport home. Once we arrive, I will elucidate the nature of the talisman to you." Karun and Lucius, witnessing Su Ruoruo's serious yet absurd demeanor, could only comply and accept the teleportation talisman. This was utterly impossible. How could such a talisman exist in the galaxy? If it did, it would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure. Su Ruoruo inquired of number 77. How much time do we have left? Host, only 30 seconds remain. Quickly, take me to the robot modification warehouse. The warehouse is just nearby. Follow me, master. You are swift. Carry me there. In a mere 3 seconds, Karun cradled Su Ruoruo and arrived at the storage facility for modified combat robots. With no time to spare, Su Ruoruo acted hastily, casting out all the resources within the 3 cubic meters of her space, without hesitation. These items held little value compared to the worth of the combat robots. It would be a grave loss if the combat robots were to sustain damage here. Chapter 189. Galactic Marauders. Su Ruoruo hastened to the dormant combat robots, reaching out to touch them, and effortlessly recalled the robots into her space. Once 8 robots were retrieved, her space was entirely filled. In that moment, Karun and Lucius's pupils seemed to be struck by an invisible force, expanding to the point of near explosion. Their mouths agape in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. How is this possible? Karun's voice trembled, laden with shock. Lucius stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, completely incapacitated. His eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and confusion, pondering, how could Ruoruo achieve that which only spatial talent users could accomplish? This revelation stirred tumultuous waves within them, shattering their previous perceptions of Ruoruo. Could it be that she was not merely capable of purifying food radiation, but was also a spatial talent user? Karun muttered, his voice filled with astonishment. Lucius's gaze remained fixed on Ruoruo, as if attempting to peer through her exterior to uncover her hidden powers. Curiosity and desire filled his heart, urging him to discover more about her secrets. Without further ado, Su Ruoruo addressed Lucius and Karun. Utilize the talisman. We must leave this place. With that, she clenched the talisman tightly, tearing it open and closed her eyes, envisioning the address of the Black Star Villa. This was her first time using a teleportation talisman, and she was uncertain of its success. With a flash of yellow light, Su Ruoruo vanished before Karun and Lucius, leaving them in a state of stunned disbelief. Just how many secrets did she conceal? In that fleeting moment, Su Ruoruo returned to the villa where Lucius resided. As she touched down, the system's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Host, have you forgotten something? What have I forgotten? Host, all items produced by the system, except for the Blue Star Lucky Bag and interstellar fusion materials, are for your use alone. Why did you not mention such a crucial detail earlier? I had not the chance to remind you before you returned. Host, returning now would be tantamount to seeking death. It's merely 2 beast men, and should they perish, their possessions will belong to you. Su Ruoruo mused, system, I suddenly find your reasoning quite persuasive. That is only natural. I am the system, impervious to emotional influences. Host, I advise against returning now to complicate matters. You are a delicate female. Let your beasts handle the fighting. If you return now, you will not only be of no assistance, but you may also become collateral damage and, should fortune frown upon you, lose your life. Must I simply wait idly? Host, I wish to assist you, but my hands are tied. With a long sigh, Su Ruoruo recalled the joyful moments spent with Karun and Lucius. She had to devise a plan to intervene. She was not entirely cold-hearted and could not remain entirely indifferent. Leaving Lucius's villa, she walked for 3 minutes to reach the villa where Dorcia resided. Armed with the villa's access code and facial recognition, she swiftly entered. Inside, Dorcia was engaged in physical training in the gym. Su Ruoruo inquired of a robot and strode toward the gym, pushing open the glass door. Dorcia, I need your help. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's familiar voice, Dorcia turned around, astonished to see her return. You and Lucius and Karun went to the frenzied B-Star. You should have arrived by now. Soft, why are you back? I have something of great importance that requires your assistance, Su Ruoruo replied earnestly. Dorcia approached her. Concern etched on his face. What has happened? Are you in danger? Su Ruoruo shook her head and recounted how Karun and Lucius were stranded near the frenzied B-Star. Dorcia's brow furrowed upon hearing this. While he felt a flicker of joy at the thought of Karun and Lucius being trapped, if they could not return, Su Ruoruo would belong solely to him. He was also overwhelmed with anxiety. The children of Karun and Lucius had, in a mere half-day, caused him much distress. If something were to happen to them, what would become of the children? Dorcia grasped Su Ruoruo's hand and led her to the living room, his blue eyes flickering with intensity. Su Ruoruo gazed at him anxiously, hoping he could devise a solution. Yet suddenly, Dorcia frowned, scrutinizing Su Ruoruo closely, and pinched her delicate, soft face. It was indeed Ruoruo. He was not dreaming. However, given the timeline, she should have been near the frenzied B-star. How could she possibly be home? If she was home, how had she returned so abruptly? Dorsiu felt a chill run down his spine, momentarily believing he was caught in a dream. Ruoruo, I am not dreaming, am I? You set out with them. You should be at the frenzied B-star. How could you suddenly return home? Even traveling at maximum speed in the fastest spaceship, it would take at least 7 or 8 hours. With a deep sigh, Su Ruoruo replied, Do not concern yourself with how I returned. We must think of a way to save them. Dorsiu pondered seriously, realizing that if they were indeed trapped, it would take 2 hours for any rescue team to arrive. His resources were concentrated on Blue Star, which was relatively close to the frenzied Beast Star. Approximately 2 hours away from the location, Su Ruoruo described. Ruoruo, I will immediately notify my guards on Blue Star to head to the frenzied Beast Star for rescue. Thank you. Upon hearing Dorsiu's willingness to assist, Su Ruoruo felt a slight sense of relief. At this point, she could rely on no one but Dorsiu. As the third prince of Blue Star, he had amassed numerous guards over the years, and if they departed promptly, they might be able to help. Dorsiu instructed 2 of his close guards on Blue Star and personally financed the hiring of thousands of elite beastmen warriors who were on leave, all setting out to provide aid. If Su Ruoruo's claims were accurate, their adversaries would likely be interstellar marauders. However, these interstellar marauders are driven solely by profit. Each time they appear, their sights are set on cargo vessels and expensive freight ships. How could they have ventured to the desolate domain of Mad Beast Star to intercept and pursue Su Ruoruo and her companions? Chapter 190, The Mysterious Man in Black. See you. I wish to help, Ruoruo implored. Ruoruo, those interstellar marauders are ruthless. You must stay at home. I have arranged for people who are closer to assist, Siyu advised, gently ruffling her hair. The children are still young. You cannot afford to take risks. Thankfully, you have returned safely. As he spoke, Siyu inquired further, Ruoruo, how did you manage to return? Su Ruoruo produced a teleportation talisman and explained its function to Siyu. His eyes widened in disbelief, a look of incredulity etched across his face. This talisman can truly teleport you to any place you have previously visited? Ruoruo nodded. If you doubt me, I can teleport back to demonstrate, and we can maintain a video call. Wait. Several minutes have already passed. If you teleport back now, you might find yourself in the star domain, where the temperature is erratic, oxygen is scarce, and the pressure is thousands of times that of a normal planet. Siyu hesitated, not voicing the ominous thought that crossed his mind, but Su Ruoruo could read it in his expression. You managed to teleport back from the Mad Beast Star domain, which is proof enough. Ruoruo, I believe in you. Siyu suddenly embraced her, clearly anxious about her potentially using the talisman to teleport away. Kalen is one of the 10 most powerful orc emperors of the Black Star, and Lucius is the mightiest orc king of Azure Star. If the two cannot overpower each other, they may not escape unscathed. Su Ruoruo gently pushed Siyu away, letting out a long sigh. I understand. I can only hope they return safely. In the atmosphere above Mad Beast Star, Kalen, Lucius, and Unit 77 retreated to the escape pod of their stellar ship. Lucius, conserve your beast energy. We must land first. Unit 77 located 2 small escape pods. My master entrusted me with these mysterious seeds. They are of utmost importance and must not be lost or seized by those interstellar thieves. Kalen, you possess the greatest strength. Take the seeds and escape first. Lucius, I will share an escape pod with you. As Unit 77 spoke, he handed Kalen 3 packages of seeds, securely packed in a box. He promptly entered one of the escape pods. Kalen and Lucius exchanged a glance, setting aside further contemplation, and each entered their respective escape pod to secure themselves. Unit 77 pressed the escape pod's button, and a hidden passage appeared at the base of the stellar ship. The escape pod emerged silently from the passage and swiftly advanced toward the land below Mad Beast Star. 1 minute later, the interstellar marauders surrounding their stellar ship successfully penetrated the special magnetic field and seized control of the vessel. A figure in a black robe hastily entered the ship's interior and commanded his subordinates, find them and bring them to me. Remember, they are Kalen, who wields domain power. Proceed with caution. The raspy, mechanical voice of the man in black unsettled the hired interstellar marauders, as it was the most grating sound they had ever heard. Nevertheless, money can move mountains. The man in black promised that once they secured the stellar ship, everything aboard would belong to them, including the much-needed starship repair parts and rare metals. Thus, they were willing to risk being killed by Kalen to carry out this mission. The Marauders swiftly scoured every area of the stellar ship. Another minute passed. The Marauder captain reported to the man in black, "There is no one aboard the stellar ship." Just then, the captain's communicator illuminated. "Captain, we've detected 2 life forms rapidly fleeing from the rear of the stellar ship. Chase them. We cannot allow them to escape." The man in black's eyes flashed with malice. The Marauders left a team behind to collect loot while another team swiftly boarded their vessels to pursue Kalen and the others. Unit 77, through the escape pod's display panel, detected the relentless pursuit of their enemies. He continually adjusted the flight path, attempting to shake off their pursuers. However, the man in black seemed to have anticipated this. Their vessels were incredibly fast and were gradually closing in. "This is bad. They are about to catch up," Lucius exclaimed anxiously. Unit 77 gritted his teeth, deciding to take a risk. He maneuvered the craft toward an asteroid belt. Within the belt, rocks flew perilously, posing numerous dangers. Yet, Unit 77 skillfully navigated through the chaos, utilizing his exceptional data-driven piloting skills. The man in black's fleet, unable to dodge in time, collided with massive boulders, resulting in explosions that echoed through the cosmos. Originally pursuing them with 10 modified ships, only 6 remained. "Leave a team for rescue. The remaining personnel will continue the pursuit." A short while later, the Marauders closed in once more. Just then, the escape pod entered the outer layer of Mad Beast Star's atmosphere. If they could hold on a little longer, they would be within the range of Mad Beast Star. The enemy starships, having undergone special modifications and well prepared, would have the upper hand in a confrontation within the star domain. They needed to reach Mad Beast Star first to have any chance of unleashing their true strength. The 2 small silver escape pods sped toward Mad Beast Star like cannonballs. Kalen maintained his composure. He activated the star ring and soon received a fragmented signal. Moments ago, the Marauders had blocked all communications aboard the stellar ship, preventing any connection. Now, they finally managed to link to the network. He sent a distress message to a few of his former colleagues and teammates. "Mad Beast Star, under attack, urgent assistance required." Upon receiving Kalen's message, several Beast Emperors promptly set out, boarding their dedicated spacecraft to rush to Mad Beast Star's aid. As the escape pods entered the atmosphere, Kalen's tense expression eased slightly. Once they reached land, he would wield his domain powers and become invincible within its confines. Even other Orc Emperors would only be able to match him evenly through their own domain powers. Neither could truly best the other. However, he needed his reinforcements to arrive before his energy was depleted. Several minutes later, the escape pods were less than 3,000 meters from the nearest island of Mad Beast Star. Kalen decisively opened the escape pod and, utilizing his domain powers, teleported to the uncharted island. Lucius and Unit 77 followed closely behind, landing safely on the island. The man in black and the Marauder captain were taken aback to see Kalen and the others successfully land, and immediately ordered their fleet to close in on the island. Upon reaching the island's skies, they activated their laser cannons to target Kalen and Lucius. 6 intense laser beams surged toward them. Unit 77, sensing danger, quickly dashed behind a large tree deep within the island. The targeting lasers only affected living beings. As a robot, he was immune to their harm. Chapter 191. Kalen's Foe? His combat prowess paled in comparison to Lucius and Kalen, rendering him unnecessary to engage directly. Kalen and Lucius swiftly cast their dark and light shields, defending while deftly evading the laser attacks. Lucius, dive into the sea. The lasers will be diverted by the power of the deep ocean. Kalen called out to Lucius, who was raising the light shield, while he himself plunged into the depths. Without hesitation, Lucius followed suit. The 6 laser beams diverged, crashing into the ocean and triggering deafening explosions. After the cacophony subsided, Kalen and Lucius, using the ocean's cover, returned to the shoreline on the opposite side of the island. Above the desolate land, 6 starships rapidly adjusted their positions to track the area where they had last revealed themselves. The figure cloaked in black sat within a starship, gazing intently at the combat visuals displayed on the screen. "Boss, our laser cannon battalion is ineffective against them," reported one of his subordinates. "Then deploy the mecha squadron to exhaust their beast energy. Once their reserves are depleted, we shall capture them in one fell swoop." The cloaked figure, shrouded in darkness, revealed only a pair of shadowy eyes as he spoke coldly to the captain of the Space Marauders. "All personnel, switch to mechas and engage in harassment against Karen and his companion. Once their beast energy is drained, we strike decisively." At the captain's command, dozens of mechas surged forth from the underside of 6 starships, racing towards Karen and Lucius. These mechas were equipped with formidable weaponry capable of unleashing devastating energy beams. Upon witnessing this, Karen and Lucius promptly joined forces to erect a defensive shield, summoning their beast energy weapons. Lucius, the situation is dire. I possess the seed given to me by number 77, and it seems crucial to Su Ruoruo. Did that talisman successfully bring her back to the Black Star? Karen quickly conveyed to Lucius, then added, "These mechas are formidable opponents. Although we can fight them together, our beast energy will be significantly depleted." Lucius's deep-set eyes narrowed. What are we waiting for? We must split up and escape. Karen had been awaiting this very suggestion. Lucius, whose strength was inferior to his, would undoubtedly be able to evade capture on his own. However, should he take Lucius with him, the concentrated fire from their enemies might thwart their chances of a successful escape. With that, Lucius and Karen chose divergent paths, swiftly disappearing into the cover of the sea. As for number 77, disguised as an ordinary, everyday robot, he had long been forgotten in some obscure corner. In many respects, number 77 was an inconspicuous, low-cost robotic entity, ubiquitous in the interstellar realm. The Marauders had little interest in him and were unwilling to devote time to search for number 77. The cloaked figure's target was Karen. Viewing number 77 as inconsequential, number 77 remained unharmed, concealed beside a grand tree. Due to his robotic nature, the wild beasts and venomous insects of the forest regarded him merely as a stone-like presence. Leaning against the tree, number 77 stood quietly, seemingly awaiting Su Ruoruo's return to take him home. Time flowed on, and after a day and a night of relentless pursuit, Karen had finally shaken off the mecha squad trailing him. Since the cloaked figure's target was Karen, the pursuers after Lucius comprised only a fraction of their original number. Lucius had also managed to successfully evade the mecha squad pursuing him. High above the planet of Mad Beast, the cloaked figure received a communication from the Marauder captain. "Boss, we lost track of him, but I am certain he is nearby." After a day and night of relentless pursuit, he had expended a significant amount of beast energy. "If we can locate him, we will surely capture him." The cloaked figure's eyes glowed with a sinister green hue beneath his dark robe. "I shall grant you 2 hours more. You must find Karen." "Understood." The captain of the Marauders felt a wave of complex emotions. They had chased for an entire day, wasting substantial resources and firing numerous laser blasts. Now he was in dire need of ammunition and rare materials. He had but 2 hours. Should they miss this opportunity, what they urgently required would slip through their fingers. The mysterious cloaked figure exuded an inscrutable aura, instilling in him a sense of caution against betrayal. The captain guided his mecha towards a nearby maritime region. "Captain, I witnessed Karen vanish right here." "Very well." The captain extended his index and middle fingers, tracing a peculiar symbol in the air. As the black character solidified, a dark arrow pointed forward. "Continue the pursuit." He charged ahead, leading the way, with the mecha squadron closely following in their search for Karen. At that moment, Karen blended seamlessly with the encroaching darkness, his power significantly enhanced as night fell. The restoration of his beast energy surged to multiple times that of daylight. The forces of darkness allowed him to maintain his abilities while simultaneously replenishing his energy. Yet, the intense interstellar radiation over Mad Beast Island caused a slight disorientation in his mental state. Even as the Beast King, prolonged exposure to such an environment would affect his psyche. He could only hope his former comrades would find him in time. 2 hours later, the captain remained in a state of anxious anticipation. "Boss, my ability is tracking. I can ascertain that Karen is near, but no matter how I pinpoint his location, I cannot track his true form," he reported to the cloaked figure above. The cloaked figure was not surprised. Karen's power lay in darkness, earning him the title of the Son of Darkness. With the arrival of night, Karen's strength would increase manifold. "Locate him," the cloaked figure commanded in a voice as harsh as a grating sound. The captain promptly sent the location details. The cloaked figure instructed the 2 Marauder subordinates beside him. "Go here."
Received.
Soon, 6 starships arrived at the area indicated by the captain. The cloaked figure opened the starship's hatch and leaped from the heights, landing firmly above the tumultuous Black Sea. "Boss, he is right here." The captain was confident in his abilities. Currently, he wielded the strength of a junior beast king, capable of manifesting a domain of search. The cloaked figure chuckled with an unsettling sound that sent shivers down the spines of the Marauders. "Stand back and await my command." Assist me in capturing Karen. As he spoke, the cloak around him suddenly billowed, resembling a deflated black balloon that had just been inflated. In the next moment, dense white mist enveloped the area surrounding the cloaked figure. The mist spread rapidly, soon shrouding the entire vicinity. The marauder captain, witnessing this, inwardly sighed in relief. The cloaked figure was indeed a beast king, awakened to his domain powers, rendering him incapable of mounting even a semblance of resistance within the white mist. With a swift motion, the captain inscribed characters into the air, allowing him to perceive the unfolding scene within the dense, white fog. The white mist entwined with the black fog where Karen was concealed, until the former ultimately enveloped the latter, revealing a silhouette obscured by darkness. At that moment Karen, bolstered by the power of darkness, had restored 70% of his beast energy. Realizing he had been discovered, he quickly retracted his domain power, transforming into a jet-black wolf, soaring through the air upon dark clouds. Karen, tell me where that female companion of yours has gone.
Ha!
You insignificant wretch. Why should I divulge anything to you? Very well. The cloaked figure, enraged, unleashed his domain power once more, sealing off Karen's escape route with a white mist. What are you waiting for?
Attack. Capture him.
With the cloaked figure's command, over 60 armored marauders unleashed laser projectiles at Karen. Though ensnared within the white mist, Karen displayed no fear. He darted like a phantom amidst the barrage of laser fire, wielding his dark energy sword that shimmered with lethal brilliance. The marauders' mechas, resembling colossal steel beasts, roared as they lunged at Karen. Karen deftly evaded their relentless assaults, countering with his sword strikes that unleashed torrents of energy storms. The battle intensified, and Karen bore numerous wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute and fierce. Each of his attacks carried an undeniable force, instilling fear in the hearts of the marauders, who dared not underestimate him in their confrontation. Though their strength pales in comparison to Karun's, their sheer numbers allow them to engage in a relentless war of attrition, surely taking advantage of his momentary weakness to defeat him in one fell swoop. The figure in the black robe observed from the sidelines, internally astonished that Karun's prowess was indeed as formidable as rumored. He intensified the concentration of the white mist, attempting to ensnare Karun. However, Karun tapped into his beastly powers amidst the white fog, unleashing the might of the dark domain, rendering the mist virtually ineffective against him. Empowered by the dark domain strength, his movements flowed effortlessly and his senses sharpened, enabling him to accurately anticipate his foe's attacks. After a considerable duration, the figure in the black robe beheld the interstellar marauders suffering severe casualties, his gaze growing increasingly ferocious. His robe billowed as a white mist sword materialized in his hand. Stand back, I shall confront him. With the black-robed figure joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. His swordsmanship was enigmatic and unpredictable, each strike imbued with a fierce aura that compelled Karun to respond with utmost effort. After a fierce exchange of blows, both Karun and the black-robed figure recognized each other's formidable might. Karun's eyes darted to the several mech beasts lurking hungrily nearby. In a fleeting moment, he poured every ounce of strength into a final strike against the black-robed figure, then utilized the recoil to retreat swiftly, seizing the opportunity to escape the battlefield. The black-robed figure was compelled to fully absorb the impact of the blow, yet he still bore the brunt of Karun's dark sword energy. The dark energy grazed his cheek, severing the black hood from his face, revealing half of his youthful, handsome visage. The interstellar marauders were momentarily taken aback to discover the black-robed figure's youth. His voice, however, bore the weight of experience. They had long assumed him to be an ancient powerhouse. How infuriating to be wounded by him. The captain of the marauders cautiously inquired of his superior, "Should we pursue?" "Return for now," the black-robed figure replied, his tone laced with ire. "Karun is exceedingly cunning. We have chased him for a day and a night without defeating him. In the recent skirmish, I expended a significant portion of my beastly energy, while Karun appears to remain unfazed. With nightfall approaching, darkness is his domain. If we pursue now, we may very well pay the ultimate price." The black-robed figure and the mech squadron returned to their starship. Upon arrival, he entered a private lounge, shedding his black robe to reveal a strikingly handsome young man. He settled onto the sofa and activated a communicator, dialing a voice call. "Wife, the plan has failed. Karun has escaped, and I have not located Su Ruoruo." Upon hearing this news, the voice on the other end hesitated. "How is this possible?"
Did you not see her board the starship?
"I do not know. It is as if she vanished into thin air." The young man's brow furrowed deeply. I have had people search the entire starship, but her whereabouts remain elusive. Could she have switched to another vessel? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but we currently lack any leads. Continue searching. We must find her. The voice on the other end was resolute. She is of utmost importance to us. Yes, my wife. The young man ended the call and ordered his fleet to initiate a thorough search within the vicinity of Mad Bee Star. On Black Star, deep within a concealed villa nestled in the mountains, a young woman wore a troubled expression. She appeared despondent, taking a deep breath as if finally reaching a crucial decision. This woman was the mysterious figure recently referred to as wife by the black-robed man. She approached a device and accessed a special communication channel. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a harsh sound. Moments later, a dark scene materialized on the device's screen. In the gloom, accompanied by a flurry of rustling sounds, a voice emerged. Master, I apologize. I was unable to capture footage of Mad Bee Star. Maria, you know the consequences. Master, I beg for your forgiveness. I will find a way to reclaim ownership of Mad Bee Star. I will grant you 3 days. If you cannot secure ownership by then, you shall suffer a fate worse than death. Before Maria could respond, the darkness on the device abruptly vanished, replaced by a snowflake-like signal loss status. Maria covered her face in anguish, her body trembling incessantly. She instructed her robots to guard the villa and set off to Black Star City in a flying vehicle. 3 hours later, at 11:30 p.m. Black Star time, in the villa where Duo Shui resided, he cradled Su Ruoruo, gently patting her back. Ruoruo, sleep now. They will surely return home safely. Su Ruoruo was filled with anxiety over the safety of Lucius and Karun. Chapter 193. Maria's arrival snuggled in Duo Shu's broad embrace. Su Ruoruo lowered her head slightly, her drooping gaze revealing concern and urgency. System, what is the status of Karun, Lucius, and number 77? Host, this is the 3rd time you have inquired today. Are you certain you wish to expend 1,000 points to inquire about their conditions? I am certain. Please hold on. Host, after investigation, Lucius and Karun are temporarily safe. Be more specific. Who are those people? Host, to retrieve detailed information about the individuals behind this, as well as precise coordinates, will require 20,000 points. System, you wouldn't be trying to take advantage of me, would you? Host, I assure you I am not. I am the birthing system. The inquiries you wish to make necessitate the use of divination tools, which must be purchased from the metaphysical group system. They charge me this price. This time, I truly didn't act out of greed.
Su Ruoruo giritte tertit.
Resolved to spend 20,000 points for peace of mind. Help me investigate. Understood. Deducting 20,000 points from the host and conducting the inquiry. Please hold on. As the system conducted its search, Su Ruoruo glanced at her point balance. Initially, she had 10,150,000 points, but after purchasing a teleportation talisman for number 77, she spent 100,000 points and 23,000 points to inquire about Lucius and Karun's status. Now, her point balance was approximately 10,027,000. This outing had indeed been a tremendous loss. The 3 packages worth 30,000 points were nowhere to be found. The 3 talismans valued at 300,000 points remained uncertain. She had no idea whether they had been utilized. Once a talisman was torn, it would become invalid. The mastermind behind her significant loss of points must be uncovered. Host, according to our findings, Lucius has been located by the reinforcements dispatched by Duo Shu. He is currently en route back to Black Star, estimated to land successfully in 12 hours. Karun was besieged by a mistype ability user, but after a fierce battle, he managed to escape and is presently absorbing beast energy on an island in Mad Bee Star. Karun has sustained severe injuries, and the radiation poisoning is worsening. However, the host need not worry. Karun has called for help, and his comrades are searching for him on Mad Bee Star. It should not be long before he is rescued. Upon hearing that Karun was injured, Su Ruoruo's heart seized with concern. System, is his injury serious? It is difficult to say. The extent of his injuries will only be ascertained once Karun returns to Black Star for treatment. As for number 77, he is currently at an island on Mad Bee Star, coordinates 324,789. In a daze, he is not in immediate danger. Su Ruoruo sighed deeply, her taut nerves beginning to relax slightly. As long as they were safe, she hoped Karun's friends would find him quickly. System, tell me more about the black-robed figure who attacked us. Host, The black-robed figure who assaulted you is named Miss Shadow. He is a beast emperor and the legitimate ruler of an S-class female entity on Black Star. He has hired interstellar marauders from the black market to attack you, driven by the desire to obtain ownership of Mad Bee Star. As Su Ruoruo heard the system's response, she suddenly recalled the fierce competitor for the ownership of Mad Bee Star, the esteemed number 100 at the auction. Host. The other party likely harbors ill will towards you due to the ownership of Mad Bee Star, which is why they have hired interstellar thugs to act against you. Can the system retrieve specific information about that female? Host. To inquire for detailed information, you need to pay an additional 10,000 points. Su Ruoruo frowned. If only number 77 were here, with the aid of big data, 77 could swiftly uncover the information she needed. She had already spent hundreds of thousands of points to evade this unwarranted disaster. A mere 10,000 points seemed trivial. She could not rest until she unmasked the true mastermind behind this scheme. Continue the investigation. Received. Initiating search. Host. The S-rank female is named Maria, and she is currently not in a good state. Host run. As Su Ruoruo heard the system's urgent warning, she suddenly felt a tempest brewing in her mind. Before she could grasp what was happening, darkness enveloped her vision. The perplexed voice of Dorsey echoed in her ear. Strange, I just paid the electricity bill. Why has the power gone out? Su Ruoruo quickly regained her composure, grasping Dorsey's arm as they sprinted toward the side door of the villa's garden. Noticing her unusual behavior, Dorsey anxiously inquired, Ruoruo, what is wrong?
Run.
Call the Black Star security team for help. Quickly, just hold on to me and get us out of here. Dorsey complied immediately. And as he lifted Su Ruoruo, their speed escalated dramatically. In those fleeting seconds, Su Ruoruo activated the star ring and dialed the emergency number 110. However, a chilling voice emanated from the star ring. Sorry, your star ring is currently unavailable. Please try again later. System. Clarify what is happening. Host. That female has brought people over. Their target is you. Quickly exchange for a teleportation talisman to escape. If I run, what about Dorsey? He's just a male beast. You can always marry someone even more handsome than him in the future. I cannot do that. Had this been when she first met Dorsey, she would have fled immediately. Yet, it was evident that the adversaries were after her. If she escaped today, what would happen to her children afterward? Fortunately, the children were staying at the hotel she had acquired, where security was plentiful and the foot traffic substantial. It was unlikely the assailants could harm her children in the short term, but what if they found a way later? Su Ruoruo dared not gamble. She needed to understand why they were so intent on seizing Mad Bee Star and uncover the identities of those behind it. Su Ruoruo could hardly believe that an ordinary S-rank female would suddenly develop an obsession with acquiring Mad Bee Star. As countless thoughts raced through her mind, blinding white lights suddenly appeared before her. A female clad in a black mask and robe coldly fixed her gaze upon Su Ruoruo. Behind her followed 20 male beastmen clad in armor. The blinding white light emanated from the helmets of these armored beings. Su Ruoruo, come with me. If you comply, I may consider sparing your life. The female spoke rapidly, gesturing to the armored beastmen beside her. Two of them aimed their laser cannons at Dorsey's thigh, intending to force him to release her. Dorsey raised a shimmering blue ice shield, thwarting the attack. Who are you? I advise you to leave immediately. I've already called the police, and the Black Star authorities will be here soon.
Ha!
Reporting to the police? The magnetic field of this entire villa has been disrupted, and the signal source is blocked. How naive! Maria mockingly retorted, continuing, Su Ruoruo, I suggest you obediently come with me. Otherwise, your beast husband will surely perish today. Su Ruoruo struggled to free herself from Dorsey's embrace, winking at him, signaling, Dorsey, don't worry. Chapter 194. Alien Domain, I will go with you. But you must guarantee that my beast husband is unharmed. Su Ruoruo gazed resolutely at her captor. Enough nonsense. You too, bind her. Maria's voice was filled with authority and coldness. Two armored beast men stepped forward, their faces devoid of expression, resembling emotionless machines. I advise you not to struggle. These ropes are specially designed. The more you resist, the tighter they will bind. Maria sneered. Su Ruoruo moved her wrists, finding her fingers still able to move, though her hands were secured behind her back. Dorsey, don't worry. Her tone was calm, seemingly unfazed by her predicament. Dorsey, noticing the rapid blinking of Su Ruoruo's light brown eyes, quickly deduced. Ruoruo has the teleportation talisman. She can instantly return home from Mad Bee Star, proving the talisman's power. If I rush in to fight these armored beastmen now, I'll have no chance of winning, and I might even get injured or killed in vain.
Dorsey.
Take care of the children for me. I'll be fine. Don't do anything foolish. Dorsey stood frozen, seemingly in shock. He watched helplessly as his beloved Su Ruoruo was taken away by Maria and her men, feeling utterly powerless. As Maria turned to leave, she suddenly taunted Dorsey. You are the most spineless male beast I have ever encountered. Your wife is being captured, and you stand there, utterly unmoved. How pathetic. Hearing her mockery, Dorsey was filled with guilt and helplessness, fully aware that his weakness had placed Su Ruoruo in danger. If he had been strong enough, she would not have been coerced by these people. Instead, he had become her vulnerability, and they were forcing him to bend her to their will. Ruoruo could have used the teleportation talisman to escape directly, but now she was risking herself to protect him. Su Ruoruo's expression remained remarkably steady. She had the teleportation talisman, and was not the least bit anxious. She cooperated fully with the armored beast men as they escorted her into a sleek black flying vehicle. Maria, who had not anticipated such smooth progress, had come hoping for luck, intending to see if she could find Su Ruoruo's children at her home and threaten her with them to transfer the ownership of Mad Beast Star. To her astonishment, the missing Su Ruoruo had returned to the villa. Truly, a fortuitous encounter that required no effort.
Hey.
You promise me, do not harm my beast husband, or I will not cooperate with you in anything. Su Ruoruo warned Maria. Is such a worthless male beast really worth your concern? That's none of your business. Just make sure they all leave my home. Maria huffed coldly, and to avoid any complications, she commanded her armored team. Let us go. Soon, the group departed with Su Ruoruo in the flying vehicle. Dorsey watched them vanish into the distance and immediately dialed for help. However, he found that the emergency call could not go through. Realizing this, he rushed outside the villa and finally managed to connect with the Black Star Police for assistance. Mr. Dorsey, your report has been received, and we are dispatching personnel to intercept and block suspicious vehicles in the vicinity. We will notify you immediately if we have any updates.
Thank you.
Dorsey hung up the phone, feeling a slight sense of relief. Though Ruoruo had the teleportation talisman, he remained anxious. He hoped the Black Star Police could make a difference. Blindfold her. Maria commanded one male, who had reverted to his beastman form. Su Ruoruo willingly extended her hand, accepting the black blindfold and putting it on. She had no desire to be touched by these thugs. The flying vehicle carried her onward into the distance. After a short while, Su Ruoruo sensed the vehicle coming to a halt, and she was transported to another location. After what felt like an eternity, she was urged to disembark, forcibly led by two male beastmen arranged by Maria into a strange place. When she once again beheld the light, she found herself seemingly in an unfamiliar bedroom. Su Ruoruo commanded the system. Quickly assist me in ascertaining whether there is any useful information here. What on earth does this fellow want with Mad Beast Star? Understood. Hearing the system's response, Su Ruoruo temporarily regained her composure. To prepare for any eventuality, she had previously exchanged for a teleportation talisman, stowing it in the system's space. Should any danger arise, she would instantly transport herself back home. By the time she returned, she believed that Dorsey would have arranged sufficient security personnel to guard the villa. Maria operated the star ring for several minutes, ultimately printing a transfer agreement on A4 paper. Holding the document, she approached Su Ruoruo, who was bound by energy ropes.
Sign here. Su Ruoruo es mirked, feigning astonishment.
What is this? You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply sign in the lower right corner of these documents, as I instruct.
Ha!
Once I sign, you will undoubtedly silence me for good. I'm not that foolish. A flicker of irritation crossed Maria's eyes as she reached out and slapped Su Ruoruo across the face with a resounding crack. Enough nonsense. Sign the document, and I may consider sparing your life, Maria declared, snatching an energy knife from one of the beastly henchmen and brandishing it menacingly before Su Ruoruo's fair visage. If you continue to dither, I won't hesitate to make you experience a torment worse than death before your demise. Fear washed over Su Ruoruo, her face paling as she stammered, I will sign, but you must ensure that after I do, you will not trouble my beast husband and children.
Ha!
Just answer me, will you comply? If you refuse, I would rather die than sign, thus ensuring you never obtain what you desire. Maria's gaze tightened, fixating on Su Ruoruo with a look of murderous intent. How dare she threaten her when she was at death's door? Once she signed this transfer agreement, she would ensure that the girl would find herself in a plight from which she could neither live nor die. Very well, I shall agree. Maria gritted through clenched teeth. Yet Su Ruoruo was preoccupied, querying the system in her mind. System, have you uncovered any useful information? Host, there is indeed another mastermind behind Maria, but they are not within the galactic system. A mastermind? An alien domain? Quickly, investigate who that individual is and why they wish for Maria to seize Mad B-Star. Chapter 195. Meow 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 8. Host, this divination has traversed the galactic system, making precise location impossible. Due to the limitations of the divination tools, you must be in the same temporal and spatial context as the subject in question to obtain accurate information. Su Ruoruo's sign. Maria barked as she noticed Su Ruoruo staring blankly at the A4 paper on the table, her irritation flaring. Su Ruoruo blinked, her voice tinged with feigned grievance. Look at me, tied up like a dumpling. How am I supposed to sign? Huh, do you think I will release you? Of course, if you do not free me.
How could I possibly sign? Dream on.
Maria sneered. I don't know what trick you used to hastily return from the domain of Mad B-Star to Black Star. No matter what method you employed to escape pursuit, you shall not elude me today. The ropes binding you are rigged with explosives, and only I can disarm them. If you dare to flee, I assure you, before you can escape, the energy bomb will obliterate you into nothingness. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo's eyes widened in shock, her expression turning anxious. System, could she be telling the truth? Host, the ropes binding you are indeed rigged with explosives. What on earth am I to do now? Am I truly destined to meet my end here today? Maria, observing Su Ruoruo's daze, shouted, Stop dawdling, sign. You are unreasonable. You've bound my hands. How am I to sign? You don't expect me to sign with my feet, do you? Signatures made with feet will differ from those made with hands. What a waste that would be. Maria chuckled coldly. Do you think this is a place for reason? A schoolhouse? Huh. You've reminded me. Signing with your feet is indeed a splendid idea. Remove her shoes, and let her sign with her feet. Maria commanded the two towering mercenaries. The mercenaries, motivated by payment, paid little mind to whether Su Ruoruo was a precious female. They were outlaws, accustomed to bloodshed, and treated females with far less reverence than ordinary males would. One of the men approached Su Ruoruo, coldly ordering, Sit down. I will remove your shoes.
Su Ruoruo,
taken aback by his fierce demeanor, instinctively frowned. There was no avoiding the removal of her shoes. Internally, she prayed, a signature written with my feet cannot possibly be valid. The writing styles of feet and hands differ. As long as it is not valid, Maria will not obtain ownership of Mad B-Star, thus ensuring my safety. A failed attempt would require at least 3 days before she could reapply for the transfer agreement. Gradually, Su Ruoruo regained her composure and sat down. One of the masked men swiftly removed her casual white shoes, followed closely by the removal of her fluffy white socks. Gazing at her bare feet, she pondered, can one truly sign with their feet? How utterly bizarre of Maria to actually make her do so. One of the men found a pen and wedged it between Su Ruoruo's big toe and index toe. Before she could adjust, Maria tossed the contract onto the floor beneath her feet. Sign. Every page must be signed. Su Ruoruo looked up earnestly at Maria, hidden beneath her black hat, seemingly attempting to comprehend the workings of her mind. However, all she received in return was Maria's enraged shout, What are you staring at? Hurry and write. As she spoke, Maria retrieved the button for the energy ropes from her pocket and pressed the switch. The energy ropes activated, and Su Ruoruo instantly felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body going numb. Ah, you pervert. Once I escape this place, I shall make you pay dearly. Maria observed as Su Ruoruo's beautiful face contorted in agony, feeling quite pleased. Yet, hearing Su Ruoruo still had the energy to curse, she intensified her punishment. Approximately 5 minutes later, Su Ruoruo could no longer utter a word. Her once softly curled golden hair, due to the electric charge, had transformed into a chaotic explosion of a style. To avoid suffering, you had better behave. Maria suddenly leaned closer to Su Ruoruo's pale face, warning her. A chill ran down Su Ruoruo's spine. Surely, Maria must be severely unwell. We are both females. There is no need for such cruelty. Sign quickly. Or else, Su Ruoruo, exasperated, felt a strong urge to slap her 10 times over. The male waiting nearby seized the pen once more, positioning it between Su Ruoruo's toes. With great effort, she clutched the pen with her toes, scribbling a haphazard signature onto the first page. As the male swiftly flipped the page after she finished, Su Ruoruo struggled to write several more pages, her feet growing weak, the pen slipping from her grasp. The mercenary repeatedly placed the pen between her toes. Maria, reveling in Su Ruoruo's disarray, felt a surge of satisfaction. It was all this wretched female's fault that she had endured her master's reprimand. Once she completed the signing, the transfer agreement would take effect, and she would be... Maria's eyes gleamed with intense hatred. After quite some time, Su Ruoruo finally inscribed her name on all the pages of the transfer agreement. Maria disdainfully directed her hired lackey to collect the agreement and submit it to the housing authority for review. Su Ruoruo silently observed as it was submitted, releasing a slight sigh of relief. When she initially made the purchase, the transfer agreement review process took 3 days. She was acutely aware that until the transfer agreement was successfully finalized, she was safe. However, she feared that Maria might concoct some twisted scheme to ensnare her. Su Ruoruo desperately wished to escape using a teleportation talisman, but the energy rope bomb attached to her had yet to be disarmed. She needed to find a method to dechew the energy rope first. System, how do I disarm the bomb on me? Host, did you notice the triangular button that Maria just pressed? I did. That button is the bomb activator. If you can retrieve that button and reclaim your space, I can assist you in disarming the energy rope bomb on you. I'll give it a try. System, what happens if I can't get the button? You won't die, but you will be severely injured. Su Ruoruo fixed her gaze on the button switch casually placed on the table by Maria, calculating the distance between herself and the switch. Inside the room, there were 4 of Maria's lackeys. One was busy uploading file information, half of his attention directed at Maria, while 2 others, mercenaries whose true identities remained obscured, occasionally scanned her face and feet with their predatory gazes. Sensing their lewd stares, Su Ruoruo's eyes darted, and she addressed the 2 males who had been fixated on her. Could you help me put on my shoes? My feet are so cold. Chapter 196. The Power of Money. One of the males, upon hearing Su Ruoruo's voice, hastened towards her. The other, motivated by a desire to take advantage, followed closely behind. Each took one of her delicate, fair feet, raising them to put on her socks. As they did so, they both seized the opportunity to squeeze her feet. Su Ruoruo suppressed her revulsion, her eyes betraying fear and trepidation. Am I going to die here today? The 2 male mercenaries were momentarily taken aback. Seemingly oblivious to their discomfort, Su Ruoruo continued, If I die, what will happen to the countless trillions of star coins in my star card? At the mention of countless trillions of star coins, the mercenaries' breaths quickened. Hearing her murmur, Maria turned her attention away from the documents. Upon seeing her hired mercenaries crouch down to assist Su Ruoruo with her shoes, she was instantly filled with ire. You 2 seem quite interested in her. Get away from her. A flicker of displeasure crossed the mercenaries' eyes, but they quickly concealed it, rising to return to their previous positions. Noticing that Su Ruoruo had successfully donned her shoes and socks, Maria seized the energy rope switch on the table, intensifying the electric shocks directed at Su Ruoruo. Her body convulsed, her previously disheveled hair standing on end. One of the mercenaries who had just helped put on her shoes suddenly spoke up. Boss, she's a frail female. What if you electrocute her to death? The contract we just uploaded won't go through. Maria's expression shifted at this remark, and she promptly turned off the energy rope switch. The mission of the master was to obtain ownership of the Mad Beast Star. Should she fail, her fate would be 1,000 times worse than Su Ruoruo's. The transfer agreement was of utmost importance. You 2, take her into the adjacent room and keep watch. Understood. The 2 mercenaries who had helped her with her shoes immediately stood up, reaching for her hand. Su Ruoruo, quick on her feet, rose and walked briskly toward the room Maria had indicated. The 2 males exchanged glances and followed suit. They had clearly heard Su Ruoruo's earlier mutterings. What will happen to my countless trillions of star coins? Faced with such a young female possessing an extraordinary calming aura and immense wealth, they were intrigued. Once inside the room, Su Ruoruo walked straight to a sofa chair, without glancing sideways. System, help me investigate the identities of these individuals surrounding Maria. Understood. This inquiry will deduct 1,000 points from the host. Su Ruoruo did not contest the point deduction. After multiple requests to the system, she had come to understand that obtaining information required the mediation of other systems, which incurred a fee. A minor point deduction was not worth fretting over. At present, securing the bomb button and preserving her life were of paramount importance. Upon investigation, all these individuals are mercenaries from the black market under the Black Star, most of whom are undocumented, with strength at the Diamond Radiant level. Maria hires them for 50,000 star coins per day for protection. If combat arises, a mercenary charges 500,000 star coins per action. Upon hearing the system's revelations, Su Ruoruo felt a surge of confidence. Wasn't their primary motive star coins? If she offered them double the price, she could enlist these mercenaries to serve her, making Maria insignificant. Her earlier self-talk had indeed proven fortuitous. The mercenaries referred to Maria as boss, indicating a clear employer-employee relationship. Her gaze flickered towards the doorway before she addressed the two mercenaries guarding her. How much did Maria pay you? I'll offer double. Just bring me the remote control for the energy rope and ensure my safety. The star coins won't be an issue. The two mercenaries exchanged glances before one finally spoke. How can you prove that you can provide such a sum? That's simple. Just bring me my confiscated star ring, and I will prove it to you. I advise you not to think of threatening me into handing over all my star coins. I assure you, you will end up with nothing.
Su Ruoruo adapted a fearless demeanor.
The mercenaries did not respond immediately. They opened the star ring and began typing rapidly. A few minutes later, one of the mercenaries exited the room. Su Ruoruo held her breath, knowing he had two choices: either report her to Maria for greater star coin rewards or choose to ally with her. Of course, they could threaten her for all her star coins and opt to betray her, a scenario that would undoubtedly be the worst outcome. Before long, the mercenary who had gone outside returned to the bedroom. He spoke not a word, first retrieving Su Ruoruo's familiar star ring, followed by the blue triangular energy rope switch. Su Ruoruo's eyes lit up at the sight of the switch. She whispered to one of the mercenaries, "Hurry, untie me. If you free me, I will transfer you the star coins immediately." The other mercenary interjected, "No. First we need to verify your funds. If your wealth can't grant us both financial freedom, then I will return your star ring and this controller to the employer and report your scheme." Su Ruoruo felt a surge of delight, but masked it well. "What are you waiting for? Bring me my star ring." The mercenary was cautious, standing a meter away from Su Ruoruo, inquiring, "What's the unlocking password for the star ring?" 6 zeros. The mercenary promptly input the password, and indeed, it unlocked Su Ruoruo's star ring interface. He deftly navigated to her personal center, and upon seeing the multitude of zeros displayed as her total account balance, he was left in shock. Star coins. So many star coins. A mere fraction granted to them would ensure they never had to worry about money again, and they could even use the coins to travel to other planets, securing citizenship through investment, thereby washing their hands of a life steeped in bloodshed. With a stroke of luck, they might even acquire genetic potions to ascend to the Beast King level. Observing the rapid rise and fall of his chest, Su Ruoruo knew he was tempted. "Quickly, untie me, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Don't think of coercing me into transferring without my password and video consent. This transaction will not reach your accounts." The two mercenaries exchanged uncertain glances, caught in a moment of hesitation. They had both heard her. The female before them appeared to possess extraordinary abilities, which prompted Maria to instruct them to bind her, even going so far as to arrange explosives to thwart any potential escape. "Oh, I am but a frail female. Could it be that you fear my departure?" Su Ruoruo deliberately mocked, seeking to lower their guard.